Swallowed Star Chapter 118 to Chapter 170. 8 p.m. On the second floor of Cafeteria Number 1 of the elite training camp, 21 students from China gathered here to welcome Luo Feng's arrival. Only when you're in a foreign country will you feel closer to your fellow countrymen. Quite a few seniors enthusiastically chatted and drank with Luo Feng. 1 hour later. Phew, they finally let me go. Luo Feng held a glass of wine as he stood in the corner. This banquet was prepared for you. You're the main character today, so of course everyone wants to drink and chat with you. Zhao Rua's face was slightly red. Zhao Rua's face slightly blushed. Under the illumination of the hall's lights, there was a hint of womanly charm, and Luo Feng, Senior Chu Chang, paid for tonight's banquet. Do you know how much this banquet cost? Luo Feng shook his head. These dishes are all extremely delicious. I really can't guess the price. But even if it's expensive, it should be around $1 million Chinese dollars, right? How expensive can food and drinks be? $1 million? What a joke. Zhao Rua lowered her voice. The chefs in the elite training camp are the best in the world. Moreover, the ingredients used for these dishes are all taken from some of the most powerful monsters in the world. Just this banquet. For 21 people, the food will cost at least tens of millions. Luo Feng blinked twice. Don't think it's too expensive. If you were anywhere else in the world, you wouldn't be able to eat even if you had money. Zhao Rua shook her head. However, this amount of money is nothing to Senior Chu Chang. In our training camp, any student that can rank in the top 10. As long as they're willing to join an organization, they'll definitely receive large amounts of money. Chu Chang joined an organization? Luo Feng asked in shock. When he came yesterday, Chu Chang was ranked second on the Black Dragon ranking. To be able to rank second in the elite training camp, even if it's temporary, is quite scary. Chu Chang was roped in by our Chinese army. Everyone knew about this a year ago. Zhao Rua lowered her voice, and I heard that the Dojo of Limits is also roping in Chu Chang. Zhao Rua said in a low voice, and I heard that the Dojo of Limits is also trying to rope in Chu Chang. There are even a few organizations in China that are trying to recruit him. Rumor has it that the army specially set up an action department for Chu Chang. After Chu Chang graduates, he'll be the boss of this division. Luo Feng was shocked. The country's army created a special division just to welcome Chu Chang? It can't be helped. Chu Chang is indeed powerful. Zhao Rua exclaimed. He is one of the top 5 in the training camp. In terms of strength, there are 10 people who can be ranked in the top 5. However, there are only 1 or 2 who can stay in the top 5 of the Black Dragon rankings for a long time. Luo Feng nodded, expressing his understanding. The Black Dragon leaderboard was ranked according to points. Although one's strength was strong, one's ranking would be very high. However, the ranking could not possibly show a person's strength 100%. This month, I made it to the top 5. Next month, another person with similar strength might make it to the top 5. Everyone's strength is relatively close. That was why it was said that 10 people were qualified to be in the top 5. To be able to stay in the top 5 for a long period of time was terrifying. The government and the army must give Chu Chang a large sum of money every year. Zhao Rua sighed. In our training camp, there are 3 types of people who are the richest. The first type are people like Chu Chang, who are strong and have joined a special organization. The second type was to join a core family of the HR Alliance. The third is a spirit reader. However, the second type of person joining the core families of the HR Alliance is very stupid. Although those families were rich, in terms of background and influence, how could they compare to the National Army? How could they compare to the Dojo of Limits? Or the Thunder Dojo? The third type, spirit readers. Sigh, there's no other way. They use their spiritual force to control hidden weapons and kill monsters like harvesting crops. Hunting monsters every day for materials is very scary. Just by relying on this, they earn money at a frightening rate. The speed at which a spirit reader earns money is comparable to the 10 of us. Luo Feng laughed. He's a spirit reader himself, so of course he knew how fast spirit readers earn money. An intermediate level warlord, like Gao Feng, only earns 200 to 300 million a year. And an advanced level warlord fighter earning 1 billion a year is pretty good. And Luo Feng, an advanced level warlord level spirit reader, earning close to 10 billion a year isn't strange at all. He's even stronger than a beginner-level war god, an advanced-level warlord-level spirit reader, in terms of strength, is comparable to a beginner-level war god. Along with the peculiarity of the spiritual force, their efficiency in killing monsters is even higher. These three types of people are the richest in our training camp, muttered Zhao Rua. Luo Feng, a clear voice rang. Luo Feng and Zhao Rua turned their heads and saw a tall youth with a chiseled face walk over. It's the famous figure of the elite training camp, Chu Chang. Senior Chu Chang laughed Zhao Rua as she yelled, "You guys chat," and then obediently left. Luo Feng and Chu Chang stood in a corner. Luo Feng Chu Chang looked at the other people in the distance and lowered his voice. "Our Chinese military is very interested in you. I wonder if you're interested in joining the military?" Military? Luo Feng froze. He just joined the elite training camp and they're already trying to recruit him? Yeah. Chu Chang drank a mouthful of alcohol. Don't worry, the military isn't stingy when it comes to talents. After you graduate, your treatment in the military will depend on your strength. Of course, it'll depend on your strength. When the time comes, the stronger you are, the better your treatment will be. As for the details, we can slowly discuss it later. And if you agree to join, then. For the 5 years you're in the training camp, the military will provide you with 5 billion every year. Luo Feng's heart slightly sped up. 5 billion, if you're not a spirit reader, a normal fighter won't be able to kill a low-level horde leader monster. For example, a beginner-level war god will have a hard time successfully killing a low-level horde leader monster. So a beginner-level war god earning 5 billion a year is already pretty good. Moreover, war gods' expenses were frighteningly high, so most war gods were short of money: dragon blood, elixir of life, SS-grade battle uniform, etc. Which one of them isn't expensive? Most war gods can't afford it either. For example, the battle uniform Luo Feng received from the steel-armored dragon's nest only had an SS-grade vest. Clearly, that dead war god couldn't afford the entire set. He only bought the most important vest. "Senior, I just entered the training camp. I don't plan on joining any organization. Let's talk about it in a few years," said Luo Feng. "Oh?" Chu Chang was a bit surprised. "Alright, you're right. These 5 years are the most important years for you to improve your strength. If you want to join the Chinese military, just let me know." That night, Luo Feng received a total of 6 invitations. 3 of them came from within China. Only after receiving these invitations did Luo Feng realize that other than the military, there are other special departments in China. However, in comparison, the military has a stronger background. The other 3 invitations came from 2 core families of the HR Alliance and a mercenary group called the Flame Legion. There are quite a few mercenary groups on Earth. However, most of them are average in strength, but some of them are extremely powerful. Hong and Thunder God can each take over a headquarters city and spread their dojos all over the world. Their power isn't any weaker than a powerful country. They can be said to be 2 great warlords. And on Earth, there are other ambitious people who want to establish their own power and become a lord. For example, the Flame Legion was created by 2 existences surpassing the war god level. Even among mercenaries, they are extremely powerful. They were even invited by quite a few headquarters cities in Africa to help them. However, Luo Feng rejected all 6 invitations. March 30th, morning. The temperature was low. Quite a few students were running or walking in the training camp. Luo Feng was one of them. Luo Feng, as he was walking on the stone path, Luo Feng, who was wearing a black dojo uniform, stopped in shock and turned his head to look. He saw a slightly curly blonde-haired youth smiling as he walked over. His slightly awkward Mandarin made people think that he was a foreigner speaking Mandarin. "My name is William Edison, from the EU," said the blonde-haired youth passionately. "William," Luo Feng muttered to himself. "This name is just like Russia's Alexander, America's David, and China's Wang Wei and Zhang Wei. They are all names that couldn't be more familiar." "William?" "Hello," Luo Feng smiled as he said. "I've always been curious about China," said the blonde-haired youth passionately, "and in the training camp, there are many geniuses in China." "And Luo Feng, you were called in alone. I really want to spar with you and compare notes. I wonder if Luo Feng can satisfy this request of mine. Luo Feng froze. Spar? Yeah, can we spar in the challenge room? Said the blonde-haired youth, William passionately. Challenge room? In Luo Feng's mind, the contents of the student notice immediately appeared. This challenge room is a product of the archaeological ruins. After entering the challenge room, the two of them will put on their consciousness sensors and enter the virtual space. Then, they will have a battle to the death in the virtual space. Usually, these kinds of battles will have bets. Let's not bet big. How about 1 billion Chinese dollars? The blonde-haired youth, William's smile became even brighter and more passionate. William! A delicate yell rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw that Zhao Rua, who was wearing a purple dojo uniform, had an angry expression on her face as she yelled, William, you're too shameless. Luo Feng is just a newbie and he's betting against you in the challenge room? I'm afraid he's giving you money. You bunch of filthy bastards. In March, you secretly found a few newbies and made them bet against you and lose money to you. If you can, bet against me. Miss Zhao Rua, this has nothing to do with you. I believe that Luo Feng is very strong. Maybe I'll lose to him. William looked towards Luo Feng. Zhao Rua also looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, don't trust this foreigner. Some people in the training camp are quite sneaky. They especially bully the newbies. They don't dare to bully them openly, so they bet against the newbies. And the newbies almost always lose. Only after losing do the newbies know how strong the seniors are. This foreigner's battle ability amplifier is medium. Even though it's not high, it's not low either. Newbies usually aren't his match. It's just 1 billion. The blonde youth, William, looked towards Luo Feng. Any random organization would earn you more than this amount of money. Luo Feng completely understood what happened. Some people in the training camp took advantage of the fact that the newbies didn't understand the rules and passionately dragged them to bet against each other to earn a lot of money. It's William. A Chinese youth ran over. This Chinese youth is called Xianxia. Luo Feng already knew him from last night's banquet. Luo Feng, don't bet against him. This guy is very sneaky. I just joined the training camp on March 1st and was tricked by this guy into going to the challenge room on the first day. He earned a lot of money. Fuck. William's expression didn't look too good. He was looking for an opportunity to see Luo Feng alone, but he didn't expect to be ruined by so many people. Sure, you want to bet? Sure. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at him. Luo Feng, Zhao Rua and Jiangchen were both shocked. Oh, William let out a surprised expression. Luo Feng, let's set a time, but 1 billion is too small. I'm not interested. How about a bit bigger? 5 billion. Luo Feng glanced at William. If you dare to play, then play. If you don't, then forget it. Zhao Rua and Jiangchen opened their eyes wide. 5 billion? William froze as well. P.S. Chapter 1 here. A beginner-level war god can only earn 5 billion after working hard for a year. Even though these geniuses in the elite training camp all have limitless futures, they receive quite a bit of money from various organizations. However, 5 billion is still a relatively large sum of money. In the training camp, normal spirit readers and top-ranked students bet against each other for such a large sum of money. Of course, there are also unexpected situations. If both sides fight for a moment of pride, the bet might be huge. 5 billion? William squinted his eyes and carefully looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Zhao Rua and Jiangchen both looked at Luo Feng in shock. Never mind if you don't dare. Luo Feng shook his head. Senior Zhao Rua, Jiangchen, let's go. Zhao Rua and Jiangchen also came to their senses and immediately smiled as they followed Luo Feng. Jiangchen laughed coldly as he looked at William. William made a lot of money out of him. Luo Feng was about to leave. Wait, William yelled. What, you dare to bet? Luo Feng looked at William. 5 billion, I won't bet if it's any lower. Alright, 5 billion, I'll bet with you. Even though William's Mandarin was indecipherable, his eyes clearly showed that he was going all out. Alright, great. Luo Feng laughed. Tell me the time. William was confident. Tomorrow, said Luo Feng. There's no way to tell the exact time. Since there's only one challenge room, it might be occupied by other students. So you have to wait for the computer system to confirm the exact time. All right, William rubbed his nose, smiled, turned around, and left. Jiangnan Pagoda. Even Senior Shijiang, who went to the 9 grand floors to train, immediately rushed back to Jiangnan Pagoda after hearing the news. No matter what, Shijiang, Zhao Rua, and Luo Feng are all from China's Jiangnan headquarters city. They're also from Jiangnan, and they entered the training camp before Luo Feng, so they're older. Naturally, they'll help Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Zhao Rua was a bit angry. How could you bet with him? Do you think you're a genius fighter? You're very strong. You've never met anyone your age who's stronger than you, so you're very confident? You're blind. Zhao Rua said angrily. Many people who just entered the training camp have been tricked by the older students. Most of them lose. You're a genius among geniuses, but you're in this training camp. Which one of them was not a genius among geniuses? Moreover, they have been studying in the training camp for a long time. All right, Zhao Rua, Shijiang said. Senior sister Zhao Rua. Luo Feng smiled as he poured tea. Don't be angry, right? You said that William, his battle ability amplifier is medium, right? Yes. Zhao Rua was startled. Looks like Luo Feng was prepared. Shijiang looked at Luo Feng with shock. Because in a life and death battle in the virtual space, the two people's physical qualities were exactly the same. Therefore, at this time, it depended on the person's fist strength, speed, movement technique, and other factors. The battle prowess amplifier was equal to the fist strength level multiplied by the Tower of Trial level. Among them, a combat power amplifier of 1 to 2 was considered elementary. Most of the students who had just entered the elite training camp were beginners. A battle prowess amplifier of 2 to 4 was average. In the elite training camp, after a year and a half of training, one would generally be able to step into the intermediate level. The one called William was an average one. A battle power amplifier of 4 to 8 was considered high. He was considered a qualified student of the elite training camp. A combat ability amplifier of 8 to 16 was excellent. This was the standard for an outstanding student in the training camp. Because the range of 8 to 16 was relatively large, even if they were both excellent, there would be a huge difference in strength. Those with a combat power amplifier greater than 16 were special class. It was also known as superior grade. Even the strongest people in the world, Hong and God of Thunder, would fight to take him as their disciple. All the powerful countries and organizations in the world would be willing to pay a huge price to invite such a peerless talent. Hee, it's all right. Luo Feng laughed. It's good that you're confident. Shijiang hammered Luo Feng's chest and encouraged, let that William know that us Chinese aren't so easily taken advantage of. Senior brother, senior sister, I'm going to cultivate first. There's no helping it, now that the 5 billion bet is involved, the pressure is huge, Luo Feng purposely said. Pressure my ass. Zhao Rua snorted. Previously, you said 1 billion is too low, and 5 billion, I won't play if it's too low. That tone of voice, tsk, it's called bullsh*. Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Zhao Rua's words. How is this Zhao Rua like a woman? Luo Feng immediately said, senior brother, senior sister, you guys go. After saying that, Luo Feng immediately returned to his living quarters. And on the 30th, other than eating, Luo Feng did his speed training in his underground room. He started training in the morning until around 7 p.m. Only with the third stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade can he unleash 8x his explosive power through his feet. With the third stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, Luo Feng doesn't even use his spiritual force. His speed is already comparable to a fighter who just stepped into the advanced level warlord level. 8 p.m. Luo Feng, who just finished showering, was wearing a bathrobe as he sat in front of his laptop. This guy called William has a battle ability amplifier of the middle level, which is 2, 4. And me? My punching force level should be 2, 8. Even though he didn't test it in the training camp, this so-called fist strength level refers to how much more explosive power you can unleash on top of your original strength. Since he can unleash 8x, his fist strength level is 2, 8. As for the Tower of Trials level, according to the exchange of many students in the elite training camp's internal forum, He had killed 100 raging bulls by himself. This was the first level of the Tower of Trials B-grade trial. If he had succeeded, his trial level would be 1. 6. My trial level is definitely higher than 1. 6, however, just by multiplying 2. 8 by 1. 6, my battle ability amplifier is over 4. He's bullying me for my lack of experience? Hoof, even though I haven't been in the wilderness for long, the amount of monsters I've killed is something that other fighters can't even compare to in their entire lives. Luo Feng opened his mailbox. This laptop was specially prepared for the training camp, and it was also connected to the training camp's internal network. There was a document in his mailbox. Challenge letter? This challenge letter was sent after the training camp's computer system received William's challenge request. Accept. Luo Feng replied. Just replying to this email isn't enough, he still has to transfer 5 billion Chinese dollars to the challenge system's special account. Only when William and Luo Feng, the two of them, put their money into this special account will the challenge be accepted. Only then will Luo Feng and William have the right to enter the challenge room. For the winner, these two sums of money will be directly transferred to the winner's account. Isn't it just 5 billion? Luo Feng directly transferred 5 billion from his anonymous Swiss bank account into the training camp's special account. In the past, I was cautious and didn't dare to use this money. However, now that I've entered the training camp, which one of the organizations that invited me didn't give me an astronomical amount of money? Luo Feng wasn't worried that after he wins, the money would be transferred to his normal account, which would raise Vulture Scorpion's suspicions. There's no way they would be suspicious. It's normal for a student of the elite training camp to have over 10 billion in their account. Beep. A mail arrived. Luo Feng opened it. So efficient, it's out so quickly? March 31st, 11:15 a.m. In another building. A few white youths were gathered together. His money has already been transferred. The time is tomorrow 11:15 a.m., said William and Edison. William and Edison said. A tall and skinny blonde youth couldn't help but say, William, you were too careless this time. That's 5 billion yuan. I feel like it's a little dangerous this time. Candace, what are you worried about? William's gaze was cold. This time, I will definitely win. You have a good chance of winning. The blonde youth named Candace nodded. If this guy named Luo Feng's strength far surpasses the new recruits of the elite training camp, he would have been recruited a long time ago and wouldn't have waited until today. This means that his strength isn't much stronger than the average rookie. But he dares to say 5 billion. Candace's eyebrows furrowed together like two sharp swords. I still think you have to be careful. Candace, you're the number one heir of the Paulinus family. You don't have to care so much about a bet of 5 billion, and it's only in Chinese currency, not euros, a brown-haired girl said with a smile. EU's William and Edison, challenging China's newbie Luo Feng. The bet was 5 billion yuan. The news spread like a whirlwind throughout the training camp. A bet of 5 billion, and yet another act of bullying a rookie. Due to these two reasons, many students came to the 9-story building on the 31st, March 31st, 11:10 noon. 9-story building, 9th floor. Around 40 to 50 people were gathered here. Some were from the EU, some were from America, some were from China, some were from Russia. Basically, all 6 big factions had people here. Even the other new students who just joined the training camp this year rushed over. Some of them have been taken advantage of before. 5 billion Chinese dollars, isn't that around 40 billion rubles? What a big bet. I wonder if William or that rookie will win. 2 white youths with big noses were muttering. From their language and looks, you could tell that they were from Russia. Among the major currencies in the world, 1 Earth dollar is equal to 3.5 Chinese dollars, which is equal to 30 rubles. William and Edison, Luo Feng, enter the challenge room. An electronic voice echoed around the lobby of the 9th floor. Luo Feng and William exchanged glances and walked towards the challenge room. William, beat that kid, yelled Candace and Paulinus. Luo Feng, beat him to death. If you win, Senior will personally cook, yelled Zhao Rua. Zhao Rua also shouted. Many students were cheering. This battle was not only a battle between the veterans and the newcomers, but also a confrontation between the European Union faction and the Xianxia faction. In the training camp, the competition between students is quite intense. After opening the door to the challenge room, Luo Feng and William walked in. Luo Feng scanned the room. The layout of the challenge room was almost exactly the same as the training room. There were also 2 sofas and 2 dark blue helmets. Luo Feng, thank you for giving me 5 billion, smiled William as he laid on the sofa. I hope you won't cry later. Luo Feng also laid on the sofa. Whoosh! The 2 of them put on their dark blue helmets at practically the same time. P.S. 2 chapters completed. On the boundless silver alloy ground, there was only one structure, the arena. Whoosh! Whoosh! A yellow-skinned youth and a white-skinned youth appeared in the arena out of nowhere. They were precisely Luo Feng and William. Please select your weapon and battle uniform. A loud voice echoed across the sky and earth. At the same time, large amounts of weapons and equipment appeared in front of Luo Feng's eyes. Just like the time outside the Tower of Trials, Luo Feng skillfully chose his ghost blade, hexagonal shield, and battle uniform that suited his body. The 2 of them swiftly put them on. Oh? Luo Feng's gaze landed on the pillar of the arena. Words actually appeared on the pillar: name, William and Edison, gender, male identity, elite training camp official, student battle ability amplifier, medium. After looking at the others, Luo Feng turned his head and looked at the pillar beside him. It was almost exactly the same as the one that introduced William. Other than the name, the only difference was that the battle ability amplifier was beginner. Please select your battle setting to virtual spaces. Voice rang again. 8 maps appeared in front of Luo Feng and William's eyes. You choose. William slightly smiled, just in case you lose and still feel unsatisfied. Then. Gymnasium. Luo Feng randomly chose his battle setting. Gymnasium? William let out a shocked expression as he carefully looked at the Chinese youth in front of him. Is this guy really competent, or is he just too arrogant? Rumbled. A sky and earth shook. Luo Feng and William's surroundings changed. In an instant, Luo Feng and William appeared in a gigantic gymnasium. The gymnasium was completely unobstructed, there were no obstructions. Around the gymnasium, there were enough stands for tens of thousands of spectators. Whoosh! 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 A blinding light lit up the entire gymnasium. In the entire gymnasium, there were only Luo Feng and William. Battle, begin, the electronic voice resounded in the gymnasium. William held a round shield in one hand and a long sword in the other as he confidently looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, I gave you a chance to choose a setting that benefits you. However, you chose this gymnasium with no obstructions. I'll let you know the true difference between a veteran of the elite training camp and a newbie like you. Come. Luo Feng slightly squinted. This would be his first opponent in the training camp. The corner of William's mouth slightly curled up. His body fiercely charged forward and instantly traversed a distance of nearly 50 meters. The tip of his long sword was like a ray of light that even caused ripples in the air. The tip of the sword directly pierced Luo Feng's forehead. At the same time, Luo Feng took a step back and swung his blade like lightning. Chi, the long sword in William's hand slightly tilted and rubbed against Luo Feng's ghost blade. After that, it stuck close to Luo Feng's blade and with a horizontal slash, it sliced towards Luo Feng's neck. Whoosh! Luo Feng explosively retreated, simultaneously using his hexagonal shield to block. Hua! That long sword instantly drew an exquisite arc as it sliced horizontally. It actually went along the hexagonal shield in Luo Feng's left hand and slashed towards Luo Feng's right hand. Retreat! Luo Feng practically instantly retreated over 100 meters and directly jumped onto the stands. What, are you scared? William laughed loudly. With a round shield in one hand and a long sword in the other, he slowly walked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, maybe you think that you're very strong among normal fighters. However, none of the old students in the elite training camp are as simple as you think they are this time. You lost 5 billion. Consider it your tuition fee. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his right hand. There was a white mark on the bracer of his right hand, and there was a wound on his upper arm. Fresh blood was already flowing out, but thankfully, the wound wasn't deep. His sword speed isn't considered fast, but in that short moment, I was actually completely suppressed. His successive moves were flawless, as if they were made by nature. one attack after another, all of them were attacks. Luo Feng couldn't help but to sweat as he squinted his eyes. I can only use speed to suppress him. William was still as calm as ever, as if he was a gentleman attending a banquet. Sword and blade techniques, just being fast isn't enough. You have to be as smooth as flowing water and use all sorts of attacks to form a combination technique. William smiled. When I entered the elite training camp, all I had to do was practice my sword for over 5 hours a day. I only rested when my arm was in so much pain. You're still far from being able to beat me. William exerted force with his foot. Whoosh, he directly dashed towards the stands. Huh. Luo Feng's eyes widened, and the ghost blade in his hand rose to its maximum speed. Dark energy poured into the ghost blade, and HU like a dreamy, cold light, like lightning, it carried an undefeatable force and a speed that made people's hearts palpitate as it directly chopped towards William's head. Fast. This move could only be described with one word, fast. Rumble dang 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 dang, a series of crisp sounds rang out. The long sword in William's hand was like a willow branch as it clashed with Luo Feng's ghost blade. After that, William himself explosively retreated. Gee! A frightening crack appeared on the grandstand in front of them. The broken tiles and gravel shot out in all directions, smashing into some of the plastic chairs in the grandstand. What a fast blade. However, your blade technique's basics are quite average. William laughed loudly and jumped onto the stands again. William stepped on the plastic chairs on the stands and rushed over like a tornado. I admit that your blade technique is on a higher level than my blade technique. However, one man can defeat 10. You're too slow. Luo Feng's speed instantly exploded when William arrived in front of him. In terms of speed, Luo Feng is definitely 50% faster than William. They're not even on the same level anymore. Clearly, in terms of explosive power, William is much weaker than Luo Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! These two humans, who were both moving at speeds of over 100 meters per second, became two phantoms. Especially one of the black phantoms, whose speed was clearly faster than the opponent's. Every time it slashed, there would be a sharp, whistling sound that could be seen with the naked eye. One slash, and another slash. And another slash. Luo Feng relied on his speed to attack whenever he saw an opportunity. If there wasn't an opportunity, he would immediately dodge. And then another slash, since in terms of blade technique, Luo Feng realized that he was far from William's level. Fuck! William roared, You, if you have the ability, come fight me in close combat. William was so angry that he spoke in English. Clearly, he was extremely angry. Luo Feng's way of fighting was very sneaky. He relied on his speed, his blade, and his power to bully people. He didn't fight in close combat at all. Fight in close combat? Alright. I'll satisfy you. Luo Feng's voice resounded in the gymnasium. Luo Feng was still slashing at William's left side. Suddenly, Luo Feng continuously took 3 steps. These 3 steps could be said to be like a ghost, and he actually dodged William's sharp blade. William himself was extremely shocked. How is this possible? He only felt a shadow float past him. William knew that something was wrong, because Luo Feng had already disappeared from his field of vision. Poochie, a blade slashed across William's neck, and his head flew into the air. Pu, fresh blood sprayed everywhere. William's body powerlessly fell down, and fresh blood dyed the already broken plastic chairs on the ground. Challenge, Luo Feng wins, the electronic voice resounded in the gymnasium. The entire gymnasium became blurry and completely disappeared. On the silver alloy ground, on the empty arena, Luo Feng and William both stood on it. Impossible. William stared deadly at Luo Feng. I can't lose. I was chosen to enter the elite training camp, and I've been training hard here for a year. In this year, I've been bitterly training my sword technique, my body's strength, etc. My strength has increased by a lot, so how could I lose to a newbie like you? A loss is a loss, said Luo Feng. William clenched his fists tightly. If it was a normal spar, losing wouldn't be a big deal. But this time, many students were attracted over. If he lost, he would lose face, and he would lose a huge amount of money. 5 billion Chinese dollars. Even William's heart would ache if he lost this huge amount of money. You've already lost. Luo Feng looked at William in front of him and couldn't help but to praise. I admit, in terms of sword technique and blade technique, you are indeed much higher than me, much higher. His speed and strength far surpass his opponent, but he just can't win. This is because his blade technique is indeed very simple. In the past, Luo Feng always thought that his blade technique wasn't bad, especially with the acceleration of his spiritual force. Indeed, he was able to slaughter everything in the wilderness. However, compared to William, who was also a genius, his blade technique can't compare to William's blade technique. William's blade technique was like the moving clouds and flowing water. One move after another, like waves after waves, directly forcing Luo Feng to retreat. Thankfully, Luo Feng was finally able to use his technique that touched the threshold of the perfect level. He already suppressed his opponent in speed, and with his ghostly technique, he naturally defeated him in one move. I can't even win against my opponent in both speed and strength. In the end, I still have to rely on my ghostly technique. Even though Luo Feng won, he wasn't too satisfied with himself. I lost. William clenched his teeth. If he knew that Luo Feng wasn't happy even after winning, he would probably be even more furious. Times 9 grand floors, in the lobby of the 9th floor. Young men and women of all skin colors came from all over the world. Some of them were bald, some of them had braids, some of them were terrifyingly large, and some of them were extremely skinny. This group of genius fighters from all over the world were all waiting and discussing. That guy named Luo Feng will definitely know how big the difference is between a newbie and a veteran. Can't he just lose 1 billion? Why did he have to shout 5 billion if he wants to give us money? Why wouldn't we accept it? A few young men and women from the European Union laughed as they chatted. Students from all over the world were also chatting. However, it was clear that most of the people here believed that William would win. Since almost all battles between veterans and newbies are won by the veterans. Only an extremely small number of times will a newbie win. Challenge, Luo Feng wins. An electronic voice reverberated around the hall, creating an echo within the hall. Silence. Everyone in the lobby quieted down. What? A group of young men and women from the European Union all widened their eyes. Oh my God! A group of white and black men and women from the United States were also shocked. Over 40 billion rubles, won by that Luo Feng, a group of young men and women from Russia couldn't help but to exclaim. Since then, in the history of the training camp, another example of a newbie defeating a veteran has appeared. Luo Feng defeated William. Ka. The door to the challenge room opened. William, who had a terrible expression, and Luo Feng, who was holding his cell phone, walked out together. P.S. Chapter 1. Today, Chapter 2, what are you looking at on your phone, junior brother? Zhao Rua smiled and walked over. The other Chinese students also walked over. Oh, it's the bank's balance change notification, answered Luo Feng. When he said this, William's expression turned even uglier. Notice a balance change? TSK, junior brother, you just entered the training camp and you've already earned 5 billion. This is very rare in the history of the training camp. Junior brother, you have to treat us, and it has to be the best, Zhao Rua said. The other Chinese students beside her also joined in. Of course, there's no problem. Luo Feng looked at Zhao Rua with a weird expression. Senior, you said you would cook for me if I win, this. Zhao Rua scratched her head. Junior sister Zhao Rua, I also heard it clearly just now. That is indeed what you said. Shijiang also said seriously. Zhao Rui frowned and looked at Shijiang. Senior apprentice brother, I didn't expect you to be so evil. Fine, I'll cook. In the hall on the 9th floor, a group of young men and women from the Huaxia faction were chatting merrily. However, the group of people from the European Union faction were not happy. They were chatting in English. One of them, a slightly petite brown-haired girl, could not help but complain, William, how could you lose to a newcomer? Your strength is not strong. But your swordsmanship is above average among those who entered the training camp in the same year as you. How could you lose? You were careless? No, William creased his eyebrows and shook his head, I tried my best. That Luo Feng's body is stronger than mine physical exertion? William. The tall and skinny blonde youth next to him said, "It's fine if we lose this time, but we can't let that Chinese kid take the 5 billion yuan so easily. When we get back, we'll think of a way to make him spit it out." The blonde youth's voice was very low, and the others nodded. The training camp was like this. "This time, you won a large sum of money from me. I will definitely think of a way to win it back. Even if I can't win, I'll ask my fellow villagers for help. Unless you were a coward and refused to fight." Luo Feng was in a good mood. Even though he didn't win cleanly this time, he found his weakness. This was a good thing. More importantly, he had earned 5 billion this time. Originally, he wanted to buy a portion of the Water of Life, so he was still lacking some funds. Now, he had sufficient funds. The last auction sold it for 30 billion, which was considered a sky-high price. If there's another Water of Life up for auction, it might not even reach 30 billion. I have more than enough funds now. Even if the auction price is too high, I can still borrow from the bank. Everyone had a borrowing limit, especially martial artists. The higher their status and the stronger their strength, the more money they could borrow from the bank. It was not difficult for a student of the world's best training camp to borrow tens of billions. Of course, the interest rate for such a loan was also very high. "Let's go for lunch." "Haha, let's go eat on the second floor today," Luo Feng's treating Yao Jiaorua. "No problem. Senior, feel free to eat as much as you want," laughed Luo Feng. At this time, a group of young men and women from the European Union's faction walked over. The leading man was tall and skinny. His cold gaze stared at Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, I really admire your strength. And it makes my heart itch. I wonder if I'll have the chance to have a staked battle with you. It's up to you how high the stakes are. I'll play with you however high you want to play." Silence. Many students in the surroundings quietened down. Interesting. Things were getting more and more interesting. The students from the Soviet Union, the United States, India, the Honing Bay City, and some other base cities were all eager to see the world in chaos. They were looking forward to watching the battle between the European Union and the Huaxia nation. "Up to me?" Luo Feng was shocked as he carefully looked at the person in front of him. This person was almost 1.9 meters tall, but was very skinny. His eyes were cold, and at the same time, he naturally gave off a noble feeling. Looking at this person, Luo Feng thought of the mythical race, vampires. "He dares to let me raise the stakes. This white youth's strength is definitely strong, extremely strong. How generous, no wonder he's the heir to the Paulinus family, so rich, generous my ass." Jiaorua couldn't help but to curse. A gentle and low voice rose. "Candace, in any case, you were ranked 42nd in the previous March. And you've been in the training camp for 3 years now, yet you still have the nerve to fight Luo Feng?" Among the Chinese youths, Shi Jiang took a step forward and frowned. "How about, you come and fight me? It's the same. You can raise the stakes." Candace's face changed. Who is Shi Jiang? Being able to consistently rank in the top 5 means that his strength is at the top of the entire training camp. Isn't fighting him like giving him money? "Shi Jiang, you should bet with Renats," Candace said. "So you know fear?" Shi Jiang looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at Candace. Shi Jiang and Jiaorua were shocked. Could it be that this Luo Feng wants to fight against Candace? Candace isn't William. That William has only been in the training camp for a year. And Candace has been in the training camp for 3 years. And he's ranked 42, which means he's one of the most outstanding students in the training camp. Candace was happy when he saw this. Could it be that this Luo Feng is extremely arrogant? He really wants to fight me? Candace immediately said seriously, "Luo Feng, Candace and Paulinus, really want to spar with you, I wonder." Candace and Paulinus, thought Luo Feng to himself. Sure enough, some of the Chinese students said, "No wonder he's the #1 heir of the Paulinus family." Luo Feng's heart jumped. The Paulinus family. The vulture-scorpion couple that wants to kill him even in their dreams. The scorpion is called Vanina and Paulinus. She's the sister of the head of the Paulinus family. Who would have thought that I'd meet someone from the Paulinus family here, thought Luo Feng to himself. Sorry, I still have to eat lunch with my seniors, smiled Luo Feng as he walked towards the elevator with Shi Jiang and the others. Luo Feng wasn't dumb. He wouldn't fight someone without confidence. Evening of the same day. The night wind blew. In the courtyard of Jiangnam Pagoda. Luo Feng, this is Teacher Jiang. In the 5 years you're in the training camp, you'll follow Teacher Jiang, introduced Shi Jiang. Luo Feng looked at the tall, young woman in a purple dojo uniform in front of him with shock. The body of the woman in front of him was definitely full of breasts, butt, and waist. Teacher Jiang, the teachers in the training camp were all war gods at the very least. And since they're chosen as teachers, all of these war gods have their own unique skills that can teach these geniuses. This Teacher Jiang in front of him. No matter how Luo Feng looked at her, she was very young, not much older than him. And she's actually his teacher for the next 5 years. My name is Jiang Feng. The purple-clothed woman's entire body felt like a blade. In the next 5 years, I'll be your direct teacher, continued Jiang Feng. Right now, there are a total of 5 students following me. You're the 6th, Luo Feng slightly bowed. Teacher Jiang, okay, take your blade and come with me, said Jiang Feng. Yes, Luo Feng immediately took his ghost blade, put it on his back, and followed Jiang Feng out. Who would have thought that he'd be a female teacher in the elite training camp? As they walked in the training camp, Jiang Feng smiled. I heard that you defeated William this afternoon, right? Yes, nodded Luo Feng. William's blade technique is quite good. He reached the 2nd stage. You were able to defeat him, not bad. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction and pulled out 2 scimitars from her waist. Come, Luo Feng. Show me your blade technique. I'll use strength and speed that doesn't surpass yours. In terms of body fitness level, this Jiang Feng is already a war god. Because of her genes and body changes, Jiang Feng looks young. She looks around 20, but her actual age is around 30. Yes, Teacher Luo Feng pulled out his ghost blade. Attack, ordered Jiang Feng. Yes. Luo Feng charged forward like lightning and cleanly slashed towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't move the scimitar in her right hand, only her left hand. Dang. The moment the scimitar in her left hand clashed with Luo Feng's ghost blade, Luo Feng felt a strange feeling of powerlessness. Before he could retract his blade, the light of the blade brushed past Luo Feng's neck and retracted. You lost, frowned Jiang Feng as she looked at Luo Feng. Again, Luo Feng's spiritual force was already surrounding Jiang Feng's scimitar. If Jiang Feng's scimitar tries to cut his throat, Luo Feng's spiritual force will directly control the scimitar. No way. The light of the blade was indeed scary. Yes, Luo Feng attacked again. Clang clang. Jiang Feng's left scimitar only clashed with Luo Feng's blade twice, and Luo Feng was already wide open. How come your blade technique is so weak? Jiang Feng looked at Luo Feng with confusion. You really beat William? Luo Feng was ashamed. He was looked down upon by this goddess of war teacher. Indeed, this Jiang Laosher's strength and speed of his saber weren't faster than his, but he was able to easily disrupt his rhythm. Furthermore, his saber intent was relentless, wave after wave, easily defeating him, in terms of level. This teacher Jiang is who knows how much stronger than that William. And Jiang Feng only used one blade, her other scimitar didn't move at all. If he used his spiritual force, he could fight. But if he used his blade, he would lose so badly that he wouldn't even have his pants. Teacher, I used my speed and strength to suppress that William. I defeated him with my strength alone, said Luo Feng. Oh? Jiang Feng let out a look of joy. Looks like your fist strength is quite powerful. This requires a lot of control over your strength. This means that you're already very good at controlling your strength. Even though your blade technique is still quite crude, it can continue to improve in the future. What's your fist strength? 2, 8 times, answered Luo Feng. Hee, you just entered the training camp and your fist strength is already this high. No wonder you were recruited alone, Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Luo Feng, don't think too much about your crude blade technique, this is normal. For someone as young as you, if your blade technique is ridiculously high, then it would be too scary. I've been training since I was young and only reached my current level after 20 years of hard work. Come with me. Jiang Feng sheathed her blades and walked in front. Luo Feng followed this war god teacher. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Yep, there's still Chapter 3 today. In the staircase of the 9 grand floors, Jiang Feng introduced to Luo Feng, the most important parts of the 9 grand floors are obviously the challenge room, training room, and gravity room. These 3 rooms were constructed based on the treasures excavated from the ruins of the ancient civilization. There are also many training rooms on the 7th and 8th floors, such as the gravity chamber that our Earth scientists have imitated. Although the effect is not as good as the gravity chamber of the ancient civilization, it is still much better than having no gravity chamber. Beep, the elevator door opened. He walked along the hall on the 9th floor towards the training room. From the 1st to the 30th of every month, students go to the training room and the gravity room to train. In these 30 days, every day from 12 noon to 1 p.m., this hour was the rest period. Usually, if there's a new preparatory student, the assessment will take place during this hour. Jiang Feng explained. And this month is March, so there's the 31st. On the 31st, the gravity room and training room are both empty, said Jiang Feng as she brought Luo Feng to the door of a room. Of the 3 rooms on the 9th floor, Luo Feng had already entered the other 2 rooms, the training room and the challenge room. A light flashed past Luo Feng and Jiang Feng. Beep, the door opened and Luo Feng and Jiang Feng entered the room together. This is the gravity room, the one found in the ruins of the ancient civilization. Jiang Feng said. Luo Feng carefully looked around the room. The walls and floor of the gravity room were all made from a mixture of yellow and black alloy. The entire gravity room, because of this special alloy, gave off a special feeling. We, the scientists on Earth, haven't figured out this alloy yet. Jiang Feng pointed at the alloy wall and said, even existences surpassing the war god level can't leave a mark on this wall. Luo Feng froze as he looked at the wall beside him. There was actually a fist imprint that was around 5 millimeters deep. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up with a hint of admiration. This fist mark was left behind by the strongest fighter on Earth, Hong. Among the fighters surpassing the war god level, only the head can leave a fist mark on this wall. No one else could do it. The Hall Master is the strongest person on Earth. Beep. After saying that, Jiang Feng pressed the switch beside her. Your physical fitness is at the beginner warlord level. 9 times the gravity should be close to your limit. As she spoke, Jiang Feng quickly pressed an increase button, and the number on the display screen kept changing. 2, 3, 4, 5. Buzz of formless energy immediately enveloped every part of his body. Before he could even take a breath, the gravity quickly rose from 8 to 9. Luo Feng only felt his vision go black and he immediately knelt on the ground. His heartbeat was as loud as a drum, the sound of his blood flowing was like a flowing river. Everything was so clear. How do you feel? Jiang Feng looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood up with difficulty. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. I just feel like my entire body is very heavy. My heartbeat is very uncomfortable. Even breathing is very difficult. Every part of my body feels uncomfortable. Even though Luo Feng was carrying a ghost blade on his back, under 9x gravity, his weight was around 1,000 kilograms. But even though he was carrying such a heavy load, he didn't feel the pain of his blood vessels and internal organs suffering from 9 times the gravity. Luo Feng, do you know how important a gravity room is to a fighter? Under 9x gravity, Jiang Feng was still talking and laughing. Luo Feng looked at Jiang Feng. Martial artists absorb the energy of the universe and turn it into genetic energy, then let the body absorb the genetic energy to improve the genes and strengthen the body. Jiang Feng sighed. But, every cell in the body will be saturated after absorbing to a certain extent. I won't be able to absorb anymore. The more a person exercises, the more they eat. That's the same logic. Only every cell in the body participates in the exercise. Then the amount of genetic energy absorbed by the cells will be much higher. Jiang Feng sighed. And when we train normally, even though it looks like we're tired, it's hard to move every single part of the body. Luo Feng nodded. He understood this logic. This is also why the higher the level of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, the faster the body fitness level increases. But the gravity room is different. The gravitational force of the gravity chamber acts on every part of your body. Your muscles, bones, blood vessels, organs, cells, and even atoms. Jiang Feng explained. Gravity is everywhere, so it will naturally act on the most minute details. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Yes, gravity does affect every single part of the body. So, in the gravity room, especially under your own extreme gravity. Jiangfeng smiled, even if you stand here without moving, every single cell in your body will be affected by gravity. You're fighting against gravity and expending energy. No matter how much you cultivate, the effect will be much better. Ye Luofeng couldn't help but to nod in praise. Jiangfeng smiled, of course, if you train with it, the effects will be even better. You can say this. If you train under extreme gravity for 2 hours a day, then your training speed will be 10 times faster than normal. 10 times? Luofeng's eyes widened. FUCK, if he used to need 3 years to become an advanced level war god level spirit reader with the gravity room, then wouldn't he only need 3 to 4 months now? However, there's only one gravity room, Jiangfeng continued, even the Thunder Dojo's elite training camp doesn't have one. One room for 183 students. How much will you get? Luofeng was speechless. So the higher your rank, the more time you can use it, Jiangfeng continued. The gravity room that our scientists on Earth created has a range of 1x, 3x. In other words, you can only use 3x. When you train in the gravity room, the closer you are to your own limit, the better the results will be. The gravity room that was excavated from the archaeological ruins has a range of 1x, 1000x. Jiangfeng exclaimed, it's much stronger than the one we created. 1000x? Luofeng stared, who can handle 1000x gravity? Of course, this so-called 1x, 1000x is something we set up on the display after we modified it. Jiangfeng pointed at the display. Do you think the archaeological ruins use Arabic numbers? The numbers and switches on this display were all modified by us. Of course, we can't change the main parts. There's only one archaeological gravity room. How long can a newbie like Luofeng use it for? Even though the gravity room on Earth has a limit of 3x, there are a lot of them. In the entire training camp, there are a total of 10 gravity rooms. Luofeng, you're new. You're ranked 183, which is an odd number. So for the first 28 days of April, on the odd days, you'll follow the other students and go to the wilderness to hunt monsters. Earn battle points. And on the odd days, you'll stay in the training camp and properly train. When that time comes, I'll teach you, Jiangfeng instructed. Yes, teacher. Luofeng nodded. In the training camp, you have to take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen yourself. Times night, 11 p.m. Luofeng, who was wearing a bathrobe, sat in his study room and looked at his laptop. Ranked number 1, April, can use the archaeological gravity room for 90 hours and the training room for 90 hours. Ranked number 2, April, can use the archaeological gravity room for 60 hours and the training room for 60 hours. Ranked number 11, 30, can use the archaeological gravity room for 6 hours and the training room for 6 hours. Ranked number 31, 50, can use the archaeological gravity room for 4 hours and the training room for 4 hours. Ranked number 51, 100, can use the archaeological gravity room for 2 hours and the training room for 2 hours. Ranked number 101, last, can use the archaeological gravity room for 1 hour and the training room for 1 hour. Luofeng looked at the last number and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He's new, ranked number 183, so he can only use the archaeological gravity room for 1 hour in the entire April? The training room for 1 hour? It's only been an hour. Ranked number 1 feels so good, a whole 90 hours. On the odd days, he goes out to hunt monsters. On the even days, he stays in the training camp and trains hard for 15 days a month. Every day, he can stay in the archaeological gravity room for 6 hours and the training room for 6 hours. It's hard to raise your strength slowly. Luofeng was jealous. In the archaeological gravity room, as long as you stay in there for 2 hours a day, 1 day is equivalent to 10 days. Don't even mention the fact that he stays there for 6 hours a day. Thankfully, April is my first month in the training camp, so I have a special privilege. I can take the Tower of Trials exam, thought Luofeng to himself. The Tower of Trials exam is a privilege that every new student has during their first month in the training camp has. The time spent on the Tower of Trials exam isn't included in the allotted time. For example, Luofeng only spent 1 hour in the training room in April. Maybe Luo Feng spent 40 minutes on the Tower of Trials exam, which adds up to 1 hour and 40 minutes. Some people spend a lot of time on the Tower of Trials exam, while others spend a lot of time. My blade technique is still pretty basic right now. I'll train hard this month and take the Tower of Trials exam on the 26th, thought Luo Feng to himself. Since he's the only new student in April, Luo Feng can choose any day to take the Tower of Trials exam between 12 p.m. and 13 p.m. In the blink of an eye, it was already April 1st, Luo Feng's official day in the training camp. On April 1st, Luo Feng followed 91 other students and headed towards a city in the wilderness that was around 300 kilometers away from the training camp, number 1001 city. This number was personally chosen by the founder of Hongning headquarters city, Hong. All students must hunt monsters in this city. Also, there's a special satellite to monitor this number 1001 city. There are iron rules in the training camp. 1. If you secretly trade monsters, give monster materials to other students, or help other students gain battle points, once discovered, you will be expelled. 2. If you kill each other and kill other students, once discovered, you will be executed. Puchi. The ghost blade slashed across and the head of a pack mountain deer that was the size of a small mountain flew into the air. The monsters in this western region are completely different from the ones in China. Luo Feng was like a fish in water in the wilderness city. Luo Feng was like a fish in water in the city of the wilderness. Back then, he trained his blade in a horde of beasts. Other students were worried about being surrounded and attacked by a horde of beasts, but Luo Feng had no such worries. So, Luo Feng's efficiency in hunting monsters was very high, and he earned a lot of battle points. Blade and sword techniques are divided into beginner, expert, perfection, realm. You need to build a good foundation for these 4 levels. Practice your saber every day for 2 hours in the fake gravity room. Practice your blade in the training room for 2 hours every day. Practice your blade when you get back. How can you do it if your foundation isn't solid? When you train, use your brain and think. How can we make it so smooth and uninterrupted? Jiang Feng ordered. Yes, teacher. In the gravity room, in the blade training room, in the underground room of Jiangnan Pagoda. Every day, Luo Feng was obsessed with training his blade. He even used his spiritual force to sense the trajectory of his blade. With his spiritual force, Luo Feng was constantly improving and training. This kid's improvement is quite scary. However, it's not strange for him to be a bit crazy in this training camp. Even though Jiang Feng was shocked, she still had higher expectations for Luo Feng. All sorts of training methods were added onto Luo Feng's body. Of course, he can't stop his genetic energy training. Only when his entire body feels relaxed would Luo Feng occasionally chat with his family and Xianxia on his laptop. Luo Feng, you seem pretty tired? Not tired, I don't feel tired at all when I see you. Luo Feng looked at his laptop and laughed as he watched Xianxia in the video chat. Who would have thought that Luo Feng would be so witty? Luo Feng was completely immersed in his days in the training camp. There are many geniuses here, geniuses who are much stronger than him. In terms of spirit readers, there are dozens of them in the elite training camp, and there are quite a few who are stronger than him in terms of spiritual force. In terms of blade technique, and force exertion, there are some who are stronger than Luo Feng. In terms of body exertion, there are even some who are stronger than Luo Feng. In terms of technique, there are quite a few in the training camp who have reached the realm of comprehension. In terms of blade technique, Luo Feng is at the bottom of the training camp. However, Luo Feng's technique and force exertion are already his advantages. Even though his blade technique isn't the best in the training camp, it's still above average. I'm sure he'll reach the second stage of his blade technique soon. Jiang Feng was quite satisfied with this disciple. After 2 or 3 years, Luo Feng can definitely make it into the top 10 in the training camp. Luo Feng was like a sponge that desperately absorbed nutrients in the training camp. Whether it was his body fitness level, blade technique, or all other aspects, he was improving. This improvement speed is way faster than when he was training by himself. And there are many war god teachers in this training camp. There are even investigators giving lectures. April 26th, morning. Jiangnan Pagoda, Luo Feng study. Looks like it'll be really hard to get to the top of the Black Dragon ranking, Xianxia sighed in the video chat. It's really hard, Luo Feng nodded. In this month, other than sleeping and occasionally video chatting with his family and Xianxia, he spent all of his time training. His improvement in this month has been shocking. There are a lot of geniuses in this training camp. William, who I defeated back then, was ranked around 150th on the Black Dragon leaderboard. Most of the first-year students are ranked below 150th. It's almost impossible to make it into the top 120. Not to mention the top 100, said Luo Feng. Xianxia laughed, then Luo Feng, you're already doing quite well, not bad, but I wasn't able to make it into the top 120. Luo Feng shook his head. Said Luo Feng as he shook his head. In these 26 days, his hunting efficiency rivaled that of the 3 or 4-year-old students, and his battle ability amplifier was 448, 2, 8 times 1, 6. His points haven't even made it into the top 120 on the Black Dragon ranking. However, it's still higher than that, William. Luo Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure, you're already very strong. Didn't you say that you're ranked second among the students who just entered the training camp this year? Xianxia comforted, and according to what you said, your battle ability amplifier is far more than 448. After your Tower of Trials exam, your battle ability amplifier will increase. Who knows, you might even be able to charge into the top 100. From what I heard, those who can charge into the top 100 in the elite training camp are all amazing people, sighed Xianxia. Xianxia's background allowed her to know quite a bit about the elite training camp. Today's the Tower of Trials exam, do your best in the video. Xianxia raised her little fist. Hee, Luo Feng grinned. Do your best, watch me. The higher you go in the Tower of Trials, the higher your level. And when he passed the B grade exam, his Tower of Trials level automatically increased to 1.6, and ever since his speed exploded and his blade technique improved, his Tower of Trials level will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. 11:50 p.m. Luo Feng chatted with his parents for a bit. After that, Luo Feng leisurely walked out of Jiangnan Pagoda by himself in his casual clothes. Coincidentally, Zhao Rua walked back and smiled. Luo Feng, want to eat lunch? I already ate, laughed Luo Feng. I just went to check the Black Dragon ranking, and you're actually ranked 126. Junior, you're really amazing. I only made it into the top 100, joked Zhao Rua. Luo Feng grinned. Senior, you have to be careful. My goal is to charge into the top 100 in a short period of time. Short period? How short? 2 months? 3 months? Zhao Rua raised her eyebrows. I'll talk to you later, I have to go. Luo Feng didn't say much. Other than Xianxia, no one else in the training camp knows about his decision to take the Tower of Trials level exam on April 26. After saying that, Luo Feng headed towards the 9 grand floors. On the way, quite a few students greeted Luo Feng. Students respect the strong. And Luo Feng was able to charge to 126 in his first month in the training camp. Even though the ranking will only end at midnight on the 28th, Luo Feng's strength can be seen from this. He's only 19 years old and he's already this strong. Then what about the future? So many of these students from South America, North America, Europe, Africa, etc. have pretty good relationships with Luo Feng. On the 9th floor of the 9 grand floors, 6 black students just finished their training in the Tower of Trials and the Gravity Room. They were sparring here. Luo Feng, why are you here? Yelled one of the black students who knew Mandarin. The other 5 black students didn't know Mandarin, so very few of the students from Africa knew Mandarin. Even though Mandarin is quite common in the world right now. I have something to do, smiled Luo Feng and headed towards the training room. The training room scanned Luo Feng and confirmed his identity. Ka. The door to the training room opened automatically. Luo Feng lightly pushed it open and entered. Training room? How can he enter the training room after midnight? He can't enter the training room. The 6 black students spoke fluently in their native African language. Ah, that Luo Feng is a new student. This April is his first month here. New students have the privilege to take the Tower of Trials level exam in their first month. Could it be that he hasn't taken the Tower of Trials level exam yet? It's already the 26th. He definitely hasn't taken the exam yet. Otherwise, students wouldn't even be able to enter the training room from 12 a.m. to 1 p.m. Holy, he hasn't taken the Tower of Trials level exam and his Black Dragon ranking is already over 120. After the exam, how high is he going to get? Could it be the top 100? A newbie can get into the top 100 in his first month? Hurry, let's go to the Black Dragon ranking. The ranking will definitely change soon. Hurry, let's go. Let's go to the Black Dragon sculpture. The 6 black students said a bunch of stuff and were all extremely shocked. They swiftly went down the stairs and headed towards the Black Dragon sculpture at the entrance of the training camp. Keep in mind that in the training camp, it's almost impossible for a newbie to get into the top 100 in his first month. Every single person who can create such a miracle has amazing achievements. Could it be another person who gets into the top 100 as soon as he enters the training camp? P.S. Sweat, the 3rd chapter has around 5,000 words, so it's not far from 6,000 words. All in all, Tomato's word count for today is nearing 12,000. Hell, call for monthly votes. Call for more monthly votes counted as encouragement for Tomato, hehe. In the training room, Luo Feng turned on the lights. Luo Feng laid on the sofa and picked up the dark blue helmet. This consciousness sensor helmet reflected a dazzling dark blue light under the light. The further the better, said Luo Feng lightly. He kissed the helmet and then put it on. On the silver and boundless land, the sky was the boundless universe. The only structure was a 7-story tower that pierced through the sky, the Tower of Trials. Luo Feng familiarly arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Trials. On the left pillar of the Tower of Trials, a message about himself appeared. Name, Luo Feng. Gender, male. Identity, elite training camp. Official student. Tower of Trials level 1, 6. Luo Feng smiled. Under the virtual space's reminder, he swiftly changed into his battle uniform, weapon, and shield. After that, he directly entered the Tower of Trials. On the vast prairie, Luo Feng appeared out of nowhere. Luo Feng, the electronic voice echoed around the entire prairie. You've completed the first B stage of the trial. The next step is the C stage. Your goal is to kill 200 raging bulls within 50 minutes. Among these 200 raging bull monsters, there are 190 low-level commander-level monsters and 10 middle-level commanders. Good luck. Luo Feng grinned and his gaze was like a blade. After being in the training camp for close to a month, Luo Feng was very clear about what he would face in every stage of the Tower of Trials. The B stage was 100 low-level commander raging bulls. This time it's 200, and there are even 10 middle-level commander-level monsters. And his body is only at the low-level warlord level. He has to kill all of them within 50 minutes for it to be considered a success. 200 barbaric bulls instantly appeared on the grassland, and there were even a few enormous barbaric bulls with fiery red horns. The earth shook. Under the lead of the 10 middle-level commander-level raging bulls, the raging bulls charged towards Luo Feng like a roaring wave. With Luo Feng's fitness level, he'll probably lose his ability to fight and get trampled into meat paste by the raging bulls. So he can't make a single mistake. Come. Luo Feng held his hexagonal shield in one hand and his ghost blade in the other as he grinned and charged towards the raging bulls. While Luo Feng was taking the Tower of Trials exam, the 6 African students spread the news to quite a few other students. This Chinese student, Luo Feng, who just entered the training camp and charged to rank 126, didn't even take the Tower of Trials exam. The assessment had only begun today. Even without taking the test, he was already ranked 126. Was he going to charge into the top 100 after the assessment? Immediately, many of the students who were eating also quickly finished their meals and rushed to the giant black dragon sculpture at the training camp's main entrance, paying close attention to the changes on the ranking board. In fact, the rankings were constantly changing, and it would only stop changing at midnight on the 28th. At this time, in the top floor of a dilapidated 3-story villa in City 1001 of the Wilderness. Candace and Paulinus, who was wearing a black combat suit, was sitting on the ground alone. He held a water bag in one hand and replenished himself with water. Although he was the first successor of the Paulina's family, one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, Candace didn't relax his expectations. One's own strength is the most fundamental. Everything else is fake. Candace slightly gulped down his saliva. Today is already the 26th. There are only 2 days left until the end of this month's ranking. Looks like I won't have any problems getting into the top 50 this time right now. Candace's ranking is rank 39. Let's see if he can charge into the top 30. Candace's nose was straight and his gaze was cold. Who would have thought that Chinese kid would improve so quickly? He's already in the top 120 ever since his good friend William and Luo Feng's first bet. Candace's small group of people have been causing trouble for Luo Feng. For example, stealing Luo Feng's prey in the wilderness. Or ruining Luo Feng's hunt. The training camp only forbids killing each other and private deals, but these troublesome actions aren't punished. Candace looked at the tactical communications watch on his wrist. It's William? Call me back. Candace ordered and the call quickly connected. William, you're calling me even though I'm in the wilderness, could it be that you miss me? Mocked Candace. Candace, let me tell you something. That Xianxia kid just took the Tower of Trials test today. William's voice came from the tactical communications watch. What does his Tower of Trials test have to do with us? Just as Candace finished speaking, his expression changed. What did you say? He just took the Trial Tower's ranking test today. Could it be that he hadn't taken the test in the past 26 days? How was it possible that he could rush to the 120th place without taking the test? Impossible. Candace was very unhappy with Luo Feng, so he naturally didn't want to believe that Luo Feng was that strong. I don't want to believe it either, but my brother, I have to tell you, this is the truth. This Luo Feng is currently taking his exam in the training room. And now, over at the training camp, dozens of trainees were looking at the Black Dragon leaderboard, waiting for it to refresh. Even the teachers of the training camp have come over. William spoke extremely fast and fluent English. If this Luo Feng can really charge into the top 100 in his first month, then that would be incredible. I don't believe it. Candace's eyes were like a venomous snake. I definitely don't believe he can charge into the top 100. I don't want to believe it either. But if you were in the training camp right now, you'd know, said William helplessly. Keep an eye on the Black Dragon sculpture and don't hang up. Notify me when it refreshes, commanded Candace. Alright ******** virtual space, first floor of the Tower of Trials, on a vast prairie. Raging bull corpses laid around and fresh blood dyed the prairie red. Luo Feng's body was covered in blood as he stepped on a raging bull's corpse. His face was pale and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Used 41 minutes and 26 seconds to kill 190 low-level commander-level raging bulls and 10 medium-level commander-level raging bulls. Past the C-grade stage. Past the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Congratulations, student Luo Feng. An electronic sound rang, and the entire prairie flashed and completely disappeared. The endless sky and land around it turned into a desert, a boundless desert. This is the second floor of the Tower of Trials. According to what Luo Feng knows, every floor of the Tower of Trials has 3 stages, A, B, and B. For example, in the second floor of the Tower of Trials, completing the A stage is 2. 3. Completing the B stage is 2. 6. And completing the C stage is 3. 0. And right now, Luo Feng has just completed the first floor C stage, which is 2. 0. Who would have thought that the 100 raging bulls in the B stage would turn into the 200 raging bulls in the C stage would become so terrifying? Luo Feng recalled the slaughter from before and was still scared. With 10 medium-level commander-level raging bulls, just the medium-level commander-level monsters aren't much of a threat. The most troublesome part is they split up and lead the other raging bulls to attack in an organized manner. Unlike the aimless attacks on Luo Feng in the B stage, the C stage is organized. If Luo Feng's blade technique wasn't much stronger than before, Luo Feng would have already failed in the charge of the raging bulls. Luo Feng, congratulations on completing the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Next up is the A stage of the Tower of Trials' second floor. Your goal is to kill 50 low-level commander-level, steel-armored scorpions within 10 minutes. Good luck. The virtual space's electronic voice resounded throughout the entire desert. Steel-armored scorpions, a type of monster that can often be seen in the desert. They are the most numerous type of scorpion monster. According to what the other students said, steel-armored scorpions are quite small, so they can command around 10 or even 20 of them to attack a human at the same time. And their dodging is unpredictable, making them extremely hard to deal with. The A stage of the second floor is several times harder than before. Luo Feng was under a lot of pressure. Sha suddenly, dark red armored scorpions crawled out of the endless desert. Clearly, these scorpions could easily drill into the desert. Each scorpion's armor was dark red, and its long, pointed tail was jet black. No one doubted the power of a scorpion's tail. The A stage of the Tower of Trial's second floor, begin. In the wilderness number 1001 city, Candace was leaning against the wall and occasionally chatting with William. It changed, Luo Feng's ranking changed. William's shocked voice carried from his tactical communications watch. How much did it change? Candace was shocked. From 126 to 108. After hearing this, Candace took in a deep breath. He actually became number 108 in the training camp. A rookie who just entered the training camp and managed to charge to 108 in the first month is indeed quite scary. At this moment, Candace felt a bit of regret. With Luo Feng's current achievements, he's destined to be terrifying in the future. However, since they're on opposing sides, at most, I'll just not mess with him or get close to him, sneered Candace. What's more, he's only number 108. He hasn't even entered the top 100. Candace didn't know that the reason Luo Feng's ranking jumped from 126 to 108 was because Luo Feng passed the C stage of the trial and his Tower of Trials level went from 1.6 foot to 2.0 foot. This means that Luo Feng's points increased by a full quarter. That's why he improved so much. It changed again. Candace, the ranking changed again. William's voice carried from his tactical communications watch. How much? It's already number 99. It charged into the top 100. Candace's face changed. Inside the training camp, in front of the Black Dragon sculpture at the entrance. When the dozens of students and war god teachers saw that the ranking changed again and Luo Feng appeared at number 99, they were all extremely excited and shocked. A rookie charging into the top 100 in his first month has only happened 5 times in the history of our training camp. Those 5 people were all absolute geniuses. The earliest one was 20 years ago. Out of these 5 people, 4 of them are already advanced level war gods. Another one even broke through the war god level and became in existence, surpassing the war god level, yelled a Russian white brute with a big beard happily. Impressive. This rookie is called Luo Feng. His technique, speed, and blade technique should all be very good. Quick, go and inform the patrol envoy. Tell him this news. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. Jiang Feng was one of the most famous people in the circle of war gods around the world. She was born in a poor family during the most turbulent years of the Grand Nirvana period. Her life was filled with misfortune. Her husband died saving her during a hunt in the wilderness. From then on, Jiang Feng no longer cared about the struggles between the various factions, nor did she care about the matters of the heart. She wholeheartedly devoted herself to the path of martial arts, and unexpectedly obtained great achievements. People call her the Moon Witch Jiang Feng. Her curved blades were godly. Fighters who don't like to fight or fight with the outside world are usually willing to become teachers in the dojo of limits. This Jiang Feng has been in the elite training camp for close to 10 years. Other than studying her blade technique, her only hobby is, she watched as her disciple made such an achievement. Watching her disciple surpass the disciples of other teachers. Jiang, congratulations, a bald, lean black man said. Luo Feng's talent is high, smiled Jiang Feng. The white-bearded brute on the side spoke in awkward Chinese. It's all because of Miss Jiang Feng's teachings. You Chinese have a saying, what's it like? It's called, a great teacher produces a great disciple. There were very few female teachers in the elite training camp. And Jiang Feng has quite a few war god disciples, so naturally, she has a lot of connections. She's strong, tall, and pretty. There are quite a few war god fighters who want to chase after Jiang Feng. Luo Feng's out following a voice. Jiang Feng couldn't help but to turn her head. She saw Luo Feng, who was wearing simple casual clothes, walking out of the 9 grand floors. Just as Luo Feng walked out of the 9 grand floors, he saw teacher Jiang Feng walking towards him. Teacher Jiang Feng, known as the flower of the elite training camp, has quite a few male students chasing after this teacher. Since war gods have much longer lifespans than normal people, students don't care about a difference of more than 10 years. However, Luo Feng was very respectful towards Jiang Feng. In this month, Jiang Feng has indeed helped him a lot. Teacher said Luo Feng respectfully. Not bad, you're currently number 99 on the Black Dragon ranking, smiled Jiang Feng as she complimented. How did the Tower of Trials exam go? I failed the A stage of the second floor. Luo Feng was quite helpless. He already knew that the iron-armored scorpions were hard to deal with, but when he actually fought them, he realized how powerful they were. Each iron-armored scorpion had many blade-like claws, as well as a ghost-like spine. Although he had made great progress compared to when he first arrived, out of those 50 iron-armored scorpions, he had tried his best to kill 36 of them. In the end, he was dragged to the bottom of the desert by the iron-armored scorpions and killed. In the desert, the armored scorpions were truly terrifying. In the end, his Tower of Trials level was 2. The armored scorpions are indeed difficult to deal with. Jiang Feng encouraged. Good luck. Your current rank is 99. There are still 2 more days until midnight on the 28th, work hard during these 2 days and strive to maintain your rank within the top 100. To be able to rush into the top 100 in the first month of the training camp, even as your teacher, it's a great honor. Luo Feng laughed. He had to work harder. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the training camp special vehicles drove up to the main entrance of the training camp, and the trainees who were hunting monsters in the wilderness came in one by one. I heard Luo Feng made it to number 99 this afternoon? I heard that too. Luo Feng brought honor to our country of China. Haha, the first thing these trainees did when they entered the training camp was to raise their heads and look at the ranking on the Black Dragon sculpture. Because these trainees all handed in their monster materials and received battle points. So most of the people who came back from hunting monsters rose 1 or 2 ranks. Only a few didn't rise or even fell. Number 101? Luo Feng fell to number 101. Candace heard this right after he entered the training camp. He couldn't help but to let out a smile and raise his head. Indeed, Luo Feng, who was number 99 in the afternoon, is now number 101. The closer it gets to midnight on the 28th, the more intense everyone's fighting. Luo Feng, you want to rush into the top 100? Candace had a cold smile on his face. He carried his backpack and headed towards his living quarters. Early in the morning of the 27th, Luo Feng left the training camp with 91 other trainees. When he left the training camp, Luo Feng discovered that his rank was now number 102. Clearly, the 91 trainees who returned from hunting monsters last night caused quite a bit of change in the ranking. For the entire day of the 27th, Luo Feng worked hard to hunt monsters. He only returned to the training camp when it was almost 10 p.m. Luo Feng, you got quite a bit today. In the training camp's car, the Dojo of Limits workers bought the materials and transferred the money into Luo Feng's card. This also increased Luo Feng's contribution points. And also gave him battle points. Your rank should be able to rise a few ranks. Thanks for your kind words, Luo Feng grinned. The training camp's entrance. After Luo Feng got off the car, he walked towards the gigantic Black Dragon sculpture. His attention was completely focused on the names on the Black Dragon scales. Very easily, he found his name, No. 98. Luo Feng, 570403, rushed to number 98. Luo Feng slightly frowned, laughed, and then headed towards his living quarters, Jiangnan Pagoda. A group of white youths spoke fluent American English. That Luo Feng actually laughed. Even though he's number 98 right now, tomorrow is the 28th. He doesn't have the right to go out and hunt monsters. When the 91 trainees return tomorrow, this Luo Feng's rank will probably be pushed out of the top 100. Jason, you dare to laugh at someone else? I remember that you were only number 179 in your first month, right? April 28, 10 p.m. Beside the gigantic Black Dragon sculpture in the elite training camp, quite a few trainees were already sitting on the ground and laughing. They'd been working hard for nearly a month. Since they've done everything they could, they've done everything they could. All that's left is to wait for the final result. Outside of the training camp, in a residential building around 3 kilometers away. Hurry, set up the equipment, all of you, hurry up. The boss gave you so much money to work here. Working here is like taking a vacation. The few tasks that the boss gave us, we have to do them to the best of our abilities. Understood? A sturdy man with dyed yellow hair roared. The other 5 members swiftly moved the equipment. Understood, Captain. It's done. A ranking appeared on the gigantic screen on the wall. It was the ranking of the Black Dragon sculpture. Very good, the sturdy man with yellow hair nodded. When the ranking is set at midnight, we'll send the news to the boss as soon as possible. Oh yeah, the boss ordered us to pay special attention to Luo Feng from our country of China. Understood. The other 5 people laughed as they replied. It wasn't just this squad. In Hongming headquarters city, especially around the elite training camp, quite a few intelligence agents were paying attention to the Black Dragon ranking. Tonight at midnight, not only were the trainees of the elite training camp paying attention to this ranking, but many organizations from all over the world were also paying attention to this ranking. These organizations would have a series of intelligence reports on every student on the list. April 28, 10:18 p.m. 9 Grand Floors Training Room. Ka, the door to the training room opened. Luo Feng, who was wearing a dark green dojo uniform, was lying on the sofa. He once again put on his helmet and entered the virtual space. On the other sofa, a black girl was lying. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the black girl took off her helmet and opened her eyes. She cursed a few times before leaving the training room. Only one person can enter the Tower of Trials at a time, therefore, every student had to enter and exit at the same time. Second floor of the Tower of Trials. In the boundless desert, 50 steel-armored scorpions came out of the sand and surrounded Luo Feng. Today, I have an hour to play with you scorpions. Luo Feng was filled with fighting spirit. Kill. The battle instantly began. As long as you die once in the Tower of Trials exam, the exam will end. So after Luo Feng failed yesterday, his exam privileges ended. However, other than the Tower of Trials exam, Luo Feng, who was ranked 183 in March, has 1 hour of training in the training room and 1 hour of training in the archaeological gravity room. And Luo Feng's 1 hour in the training room is exactly the 28th, 10:20 p.m. to 11:20 p.m. In this hour, Luo Feng can try again if he fails. No matter how many times he fails, he can try again. However, once the time is up, no matter if he succeeds or fails, he will be kicked out of the virtual space. Kill. The 50 steel-armored scorpions either drilled into the sand, pounced, or charged. Basically, they surrounded Luo Feng from all directions. For a moment, Luo Feng became a ghostly silhouette. His blade was like a dreamy mist as it destroyed the formation of the steel-armored scorpions and killed them one by one. Pucci, a curved blade of light flashed and 3 steel-armored scorpions fell from midair. Luo Feng, who had a wound on his face, couldn't help but to laugh. Fuck, after dying 3 times, I finally passed the A stage of the 2nd floor. As long as the time isn't up, he can try again no matter how many times he dies. Used 5 minutes and 6 seconds to kill 50 low-level commander-level steel-armored scorpions. You have passed the A stage of the 2nd floor. Congratulations, student Luo Feng. The electronic voice echoed in the scorching desert. The light flashed and all the corpses of the steel-armored scorpions disappeared. Luo Feng's body and stamina also recovered. Luo Feng was clear. Actually, the A stage of the 2nd floor is pretty much his limit. He only passed it after dying 3 times. As for the B stage, unless something special happens, he won't be able to pass it in a short amount of time. I'll just treat it as practicing my technique and blade. Maybe my technique will reach the perfect level. Luo Feng held his ghost blade and continued to receive the training. Around 10 o'clock in the night, a training camp car stopped outside the main entrance. 2 fully armed cadets walked in, one of whom was Candace and Paulinus. The 28th was the day he went out to hunt. Candace. The blonde youth, William, greeted him and smiled. Congratulations, you're already in rank 38. Then what's Luo Feng's rank? Candace and William walked side by side towards the Black Dragon statue. Look, he's ranked 101, oh, 102. He's already 102. William pointed at the gigantic black dragon statue. Candace raised his head and looked at the black dragon ranking. He nodded and laughed. To be honest, that yellow-skinned kid is quite strong. However, he's dreaming if he wants to charge into the top 100 in his first month. A rookie charged into the top 100 in his first month. It's about time for SEU countries to do the same. Today's the 28th, Luo Feng went out to hunt on an odd day, so there's no hope for him, laughed William. Candace also let out a carefree laugh. Suddenly, it changed, then Luo Feng's rank increased. Weird, today's the 28th and Luo Feng isn't going out to hunt, so how did his rank increase? Quite a few spectating students were shocked. Candace and William, the two blonde youths, raised their heads and were also stunned. Luo Feng's rank actually charged from 102 to 98. Today's the 28th, how did Luo Feng increase his rank? Could it be that someone wagered his points with him? Candace's expression was like he just saw a ghost. Impossible. Impossible, how did he increase his rank today? William couldn't believe it either. There's no point in not believing it, since that's the truth, actually, because Luo Feng completed the A stage of the second floor, the Tower of Trials level went from 2 to 2. 3, so his rank increased a bit. Time passed minute by minute. The students were all discussing the rank, and Luo Feng's rank was precisely 98. 10:56 p.m. F***CK. OMG. Holy God, all the students stared with their mouths wide open. Candace and William also stared dumbfoundedly at the new rank, NO. 82 Luo Feng, 570,403. From 98 to 82, this jump is way too ridiculous. In an instant, the nearly 100 students gathered there all went into an uproar. This jump was way too fast. Cheating. It's definitely a wagered battle. Luo Feng wagered his points with someone else. Someone purposely wagered his points to Luo Feng. A student immediately yelled, cheating. Some students couldn't believe that Luo Feng's rank would still rise so ridiculously without going to the wilderness. It's not cheating, Luo Feng is in the training room right now, a sentence in English rang. He's in the training room, we watched him go in, a few white and black youths said as they walked over from the direction of the 9 grand floors. A few white and black youths walked over from the direction of the 9-story building. Immediately, the noisy group of genius students quietened down. Actually, there were only a few people who shouted cheating. Among the 180 geniuses, there were still a few students who were very jealous. Luo Feng entered the training room at 10:20 p.m. After I finished, it was his turn, said a black girl. Rebecca, Luo Feng was after you? A white youth walked over. Yes, the black girl nodded. So Luo Feng was in the training room. Looks like his Tower of Trials level is rising, so his rank also jumped. The students all started to look forward to it. Many of the students were looking forward to it. After all, there had been 5 geniuses who had rushed into the top 100 as soon as they arrived in the training camp. However, the earliest was 20 years ago, and the latest was 8 years ago. Something like this hasn't happened in the elite training camp for a long time. And this time, it looks like Luo Feng is going to create a miracle. Luo Feng is ranked last on the Black Dragon ranking in March, so he only has 1 hour in the training room, laughed a yellow-skinned middle-aged man. It's almost 11:20 p.m. At that time, no matter what, he'll definitely be kicked out of the virtual space. Students, watch for the ranking to refresh at 11:20 p.m. It's already 11:18 p.m. 19 p.m. 20 p.m. Candace and William, the two blonde youths, stared at the ranking. It can't rise anymore, repeated Candace in his heart. Whoosh, at 11:20 p.m., the ranking refreshed again, NO. 68 Luo Feng, 570403, ***, PS, brothers, monthly tickets. Recommendation tickets, Tomato loves monthly tickets. Tomato loves recommendation tickets, come all. Under the night sky, the names carved on the scales of the Black Dragon, which was as tall as a 20-story building, were extremely clear. And at this moment, the close to 100 students and some war god teachers under the gigantic Black Dragon statue all stared in shock at the name, NO. 68 Luo Feng, 570403. Everyone knew that it was already 11:20 p.m., very close to the final deadline of 12 p.m. The students who had gone out to hunt had already returned. The possibility of the rankings changing was very, very small. In other words, Luo Feng's rank was 68 in April, which was pretty much set in stone. This is getting out of hand. Where did this Luo Feng come from? My God. Even the calmest person would be shocked by this ranking. Just being ranked 68th was nothing, but to be ranked 68th in the first month after joining the training camp was a completely different story. This was even more valuable than being ranked first by an old cadet who had been training for 4 or 5 years. How is this possible? Number 68? Candace's deep eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not want to believe it either. Candace, William said softly. Shit. Candace said quietly, from today onwards, don't mess with this Luo Feng, yes. William nodded. What dog's hit luck? Candace cursed. He was not happy that the Xianxia kid, whom he didn't like, was able to get the 68th place in the first month. But no matter how unhappy he was, logic told Candace that his past conflict with Luo Feng was just a matter of pride, not some life and death grudge. I'll just swallow my anger and pretend that Luo Feng doesn't exist in the future. I won't fight with Luo Feng anymore. This Luo Feng is going to strike it rich. He must have struck it rich. A chubby yellow-skinned youth exclaimed, in the history of our training camp, there have only been 5 people who charged into the top 100 in the first month. The most recent was 8 years ago. And this time, Luo Feng not only charged into the top 100, but he's 68th. 98th and 68th are both in the top 100, but the meaning is completely different. The 68th place was definitely much stronger than the 98th place. Everyone knew, Earth's powerful countries and organizations all value talents. It would be weird if they didn't value a talent like Luo Feng. Luo Feng's rank 68 is even more valuable than this time's rank 1. What's next? In a residential building 3 kilometers away. F*CK. The sturdy man with short dyed blonde hair widened his eyes as he stared at the screen on the wall of the room. He stared hard at the name Luo Feng at number 68, his eyes wide open. As the leader of the intelligence team here, he knew the information of these students like the back of his hand. He was very clear, Luo Feng's name appearing at rank 68, what did it mean? Quick, connect to the boss. The burly man's expression was ferocious. Captain, it's not even midnight yet. A woman in slightly revealing clothing giggled. Motherf *Ker, hurry up and connect to the boss. Now. The burly man's eyes revealed a murderous glint. Only then did the woman, who had been giggling, realize the seriousness of the situation. She immediately contacted her boss. Shit. This genius is actually from China. Contact the general, I want to talk to him immediately. 68th? He's only 19 years old, and he came from an ordinary family. He didn't receive any special martial arts training when he was young. This Luo Feng is insane, hurry, contact the leader. A middle-aged Chinese man ordered. At this moment, in Hongning headquarters city, various powerful countries' military organizations and special administrative organizations. Some families, financial groups, and even mercenaries found the newest ranking on the elite training camp's Black Dragon leaderboard. As qualified intelligence personnel, they immediately reported it to the headquarters. Being ranked in the top 100 is already an absolute genius. And being ranked 68 is even more impressive. And he's only 19 years old. Keep in mind that for super powerful organizations like the 5 great countries and the 2 great dojo, even though a fighter's body fitness level increases quickly is shocking, it's not enough for them to risk their lives to get their hands on him. After all, in terms of body fitness level, there are things like dragon blood and things like special items that aren't. All of which can strengthen the body. In short, one's body fitness level can be improved by spending a huge amount of money. However, one's technique, fist strength, and blade technique can't be forced. These can only be improved through battle after battle, training after training, experience, and comprehension. In the words of the elite training camp, it's battle ability amplifier. 1 part of strength can bring out 10 parts of battle ability, or even 100 parts of battle ability. This is true skill. Luo Feng's battle ability amplifier is clearly very high. Jiangnan Headquarters City, Main Sector. In Jiangnan University's female dormitory, room 602 is Su Xian's dormitory. This dormitory has a public living room and 4 small rooms. Every girl lives in a small room. A dormitory like this is already considered high class in Jiangnan University's dormitory area. Every year, you have to pay an extremely high fee. Third sister, actually, I think young Master Wang is pretty good. He's pretty devoted to you, said a mixed girl with long hair. She was sleepily lying on the sofa while holding a steaming hot cup of coffee as she laughed. Second sister, Su Xian likes that Luo Feng. You don't have to be that young Master Wang's lobbyist, said a mixed girl with long hair. Right now, these 4 girls, including Su Xian, were gossiping. Don't say any more, Su Xian slightly frowned. Su Xian was clearly unhappy. The other 3 girls laughed and didn't say anything else. To be able to live in this dormitory, one's family background isn't normal. However, in comparison, Su Xian's family is the most impressive. Okay, Su Xian was holding an economics book in her hand. She was casually flipping through it, but her attention wasn't on the book. Su Xian was annoyed. She was annoyed because she's about the right age to get married. In this day and age, many girls get married in university. Plus, Su Xian is the daughter of the Su family and has a pretty high status. This caused many people to chase after Su Xian. Quite a few of them are related to the Su family. Even though Su Xian's attitude is tough, there are still a lot of troubles. Her family's attitude has always been ambiguous. Her phone rang. Bros calling? Su Xian held her phone suspiciously and entered her room. After closing the door, she picked up the call. Su Gang's face appeared on the phone screen. Bro, what's up? Asked Su Xian. Good news, very good news. Su Gang's face was full of smiles on the phone screen. Hey, my sister, your eyes aren't normal. This Luo Feng did something really big this time. Su Xian was confused. What big thing? Oh, you're talking about entering the top 100 of the elite training camp? It's not just the top 100, it's number 68. Su Gang was extremely shocked. This news spread like a whirlwind. Which family in the HR Alliance doesn't know about it? I bet the 5 great countries and headquarters cities all know about it. At least at this moment, most of the organizations in the world are talking about Luo Feng. Su Xian didn't hear the rest of her brother's words. She only knew one thing, Luo Feng is number 68. Su Xian isn't a simple girl. She knows a lot, so she knows what this title means. Sister, the entire family really approves of you and Luo Feng. Not just mom and dad, but even grandpa and the rest of the generation completely approve of you and Luo Feng. Su Gang laughed as he said. The ones who truly make the decisions in the Su family are naturally the elders of Su Xian's grandfather's generation. After hearing this, Su Xian didn't know whether to laugh or curse. This is the family. Oh, I understand, nodded Su Xian. Damn, aren't you excited at all? Laughed Su Gang. Hee Su Xian purposefully squeezed out a smile, satisfied now, bro? The call quickly ended. Su Xian's smile widened, now there's no more trouble. Since the family completely approves of her and Luo Feng, then Su Xian doesn't care about those young masters. Without the influence of the family, Su Xian wouldn't care about those people. The sky is clear after the rain. Okay, Su Xian sat in front of her laptop and connected to Luo Feng. Hongming Headquarters City, Elite Training Camp. Luo Feng was like a stray dog. After he finished talking to Zhao Rua and Shijiang, he immediately rushed into his own building. My god, I caused such a huge commotion when I reached number 68. Luo Feng thought back to when he walked out of the training room, especially when he walked out of the 9 grand floors. He was completely surrounded by a large group of people from the training camp. More accurately, they all came to congratulate him. Quite a few students came to send invitations on behalf of their factions. Invitations after invitations. The treatment they received was so good that it made people's hearts tremble. Almost every family's treatment had over 10 billion in funds every year. This is definitely a sky-high price for an advanced-level war god. And right now, Luo Feng is even more popular than an advanced level war god. The Tower of Trials is the same. 1 hour on time. When the time is up, I'll be kicked out of the virtual space. Luo Feng was a bit regretful. If I could stay in there for a while longer, then hee. Actually, Luo Feng's harvest from the virtual space Tower of Trials this time was extremely huge. The second floor of the trial tower was very difficult. Originally, Luo Feng had no hope of passing the second level's B stage. In just 3 short minutes, he was killed 3 times in the B stage. However, on the 4th time, Luo Feng actually once again entered the perfect level of technique state. In that state, Luo Feng's technique combined with his explosive speed and attack power. Unknowingly, he had actually directly passed stage B. At this time, Luo Feng's ranking jumped from 98th to 82nd. He jumped 16 places. However, it was stage C again. At the final moment of the 1 hour, when there was still half a minute left, the electronic voice actually reminded Luo Feng that there were 30 seconds left. With just this reminder, Luo Feng was distracted. Poochie. Death. However, he could not blame the virtual space for reminding him. The main reason was that stage C was too difficult. The slightest distraction would result in death and failure. However, Luo Feng still obtained a Tower of Trials rank of 2. 9. Clearly, Luo Feng had already completed stage C and was pretty close to success. At this time, Luo Feng's ranking jumped from 82nd to 68th. The perfect level body movement realm has been maintained for more than 40 minutes at stage B and stage C. This perfect level, I should be considered to have stepped into this level. Luo Feng was overjoyed. When his technique increased by 1 level, his true battle strength definitely increased by a few times. Otherwise, how could he easily pass stage B and almost pass stage C? Beep beep. A sound came from the laptop. It was a video chat request. Luo Feng walked over and couldn't help but to let out a smile. Xianxia? He immediately clicked accept. A video swiftly appeared on the computer screen. In the video was Xianxia. P.S. Chapter 1 up to. At midnight, Luo Feng was chatting with Xianxia. At this moment, his laptop received the Black Dragon Rankings final ranking. Luo Feng glanced at it and saw that his rank was 68. Clearly, the ranking didn't change much in the last 40 minutes. Luo Feng was happy tonight. However, Candace returned to his place with a terrible expression. Candace's tower, study room. After showering, Candace sat in front of his laptop. His computer already received 2 video chat requests. Candace glanced at them. One was from the Paulinus family's headquarters, and the other was from his aunt, Vanina and Paulinus, who currently lives in China. He clicked accept his aunt's chat request. Aunt Candace laughed as he yelled. Candace, my baby, long time no see, said Vanina passionately. The relationship between Candace and his aunt was very good. Because his father and mother didn't get along when he was young, his parents quickly divorced, and Candace had been raised by Vanina since he was young. To Candace, Vanina was both his aunt and mother. The reason why he was so strong was also because of his aunt's intentional guidance and education. Baby, you don't seem to be in a good mood, said Vanina. Yeah, a bit, nodded Candace. The family isn't happy with you because of Luo Feng, laughed Vanina. Candace couldn't help but to curse. I knew those old geezers would find trouble with me. At the end of last month, the family told me to invite Luo Feng. Yes, I rejected that suggestion. But even if I showed up, I wouldn't have succeeded. That Luo Feng rejected them long ago. At the end of March, Luo Feng joined the training camp. One of the core families of the HR Alliance, the Paulinus family, wanted to invite Luo Feng. However, Candace and William had some conflicts with Luo Feng, so why would Candace invite him? Some people in the family are trying to find fault with you, said Vanina carelessly. Don't mind it too much. My brothers are all eyeing my position. They want me to make a huge mistake and take away my position as the #1 successor, sneered Candace. Powerful families like the Paulinus family have cruel internal conflicts. Baby, don't worry. My aunt will definitely support you. Vanina smiled. And within the clan, there are many who support you as well. You're in the world's best training camp and you're performing well. Don't worry, baby, after you graduate from the training camp, you'll have more experience and you'll naturally be able to take over the family, yes? Candace nodded. Your ranking is pretty good this time. Keep working and try to get into the top 30-inch, encouraged Vanina. I will, nodded Candace. His aunt and uncle could be considered Candace's staunch supporters. Auntie, there's something I need your help with. Vanina's expression was a little ugly. Luo, sighed Vanina. Vanina sighed and said, you also know that your brother Wei was killed. Yes. Candace knew about it. I want you to pay attention to this Luo Feng when you're in the training camp. If you discover that this Luo Feng might be a spirit reader, you must tell me immediately. That's why she asked Candace for help. Spirit reader? Candace was shocked. Aunt, you suspect Luo Feng to be the killer? Spirit reader, said Candace in shock. Aunt, you suspect Luo Feng is the killer? Of course Candace knew about the astronomical bounty. If he's a spirit reader, then he's pretty much the killer, nodded Vanina. The possibility of him being a spirit reader isn't high, frowned Candace, but, Aunt, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. The first 28 days of April were extremely competitive, but the rankings were already set. The last 2 days of April were the 29th and 30th. The students were quite relaxed. 29th, 8 a.m., in a small training hall on the second floor of the 9 grand floors. Senior after Luo Feng entered the training hall, he greeted the other 3 students who were already there. Soon, 2 more students arrived. A total of 6 people. 4 of them were Chinese and 2 of them were white. And among these 6 students, 3 of them were women, which took up half of the group. With the ratio of men to women in the training camp, the ratio of girls in Luo Feng's group of 6 is quite ridiculous. Luo Feng, you actually made it to rank 68, awesome. A tall and sturdy Chinese youth laughed and gave him a thumbs up, just one word, awesome. Junior brother. A white girl with long brown hair smiled as she looked at Luo Feng and spoke fluent Mandarin. In the entire training camp, a lot of people were talking about you in the cafeteria this morning. In the past, I couldn't tell that junior brother was so powerful. I want to learn from you, junior brother. Shall we practice the saber together this afternoon? Janet, you like Luo Feng? Another white girl laughed. Luo Feng, Janet's on a date with you, don't miss the chance. Yes, so what? Janet raised his eyebrows. Oh. Haha, junior Luo Feng, aren't you going to grab your chance? There were very few female trainees in the training camp, and the male trainees were very willing to marry the female trainees. After all, to be able to enter the elite training camp, one would definitely become a war god in the future. If a war god and a war god got married, their children would have a bright future. Luo Feng was speechless. Western girls were indeed bolder than Eastern girls. Teacher Jiang Feng currently had a total of 6 disciples. Because Jiang Feng was a Chinese, she usually accepted Chinese as her disciples. Occasionally, she would also accept disciples from other countries and base cities. However, those countries usually only accepted females. Teacher Jiang Feng, who was wearing a purple dojo uniform, smiled as she walked in. Today is the 29th, and all 6 of you are here. Luo Feng, not bad. Yesterday the saber technique class ended at 10:30 p.m. Everyone left one by one. Luo Feng, wait a bit, said Jiang Feng. The other 5 students all left, leaving only Luo Feng and Jiang Feng in the training hall. Teacher Luo Feng looked at Jiang Feng with a confused expression. Jiang Feng smiled as she looked at Luo Feng, her eyes squinting. For a teacher to have such a good disciple is a happy thing. Jiang Feng said lightly, Luo Feng, you were able to charge to rank 68 in the first month, and you're only 19 years old. And you came from a poor background, so you don't have any special resources. I can imagine that all the countries and organizations in the world will extend their olive branches to you. Luo Feng nodded. However, I have to remind you of something, said Jiang Feng. Please tell me. Luo Feng was curious. What would Jiang Feng remind him of? Jiang Feng said, this elite training camp was created by the Dojo of Limits. Even though the Dojo of Limits has an agreement with the countries and the HR Alliance to fight for talent fairly. However, for a talent like you, the Dojo of Limits definitely won't let you enter other organizations easily. And I'm also warning you not to accept other organizations. It's best if you join the Dojo of Limits even though Luo Feng was originally a member of the Dojo of Limits. It doesn't mean that you have to stay in the Dojo of Limits for your entire life. For example, after entering the elite training camp, you have the right to accept invitations from other organizations. Why? Asked Luo Feng. Because the conditions the Dojo of Limits gives you are the best, smiled Jiang Feng. The best? Luo Feng was curious. Usually, only organizations that don't have a strong enough background will try to offer better treatment to keep people. The Dojo of Limits treatment will be the best? Of course, Jiang Feng nodded, because our head is the world's strongest fighter. The head will always get the most of the archaeological ruins, special treasures, etc. For example, dragon blood. The only person in the world who openly sells dragon blood and supplies it is our head. Luo Feng blinked twice. From what Jiang Feng said, the head, Hong, is the richest person in the world. Just you wait, the higher-ups will probably summon you in 1 or 2 days, said Jiang Feng. Virtual space. In a large conference room. The floor of the conference room was silver, the walls were silver, and even the gigantic round table was silver. Only the 6 chairs were pure black, as if they could swallow everything. And at this time, on the 6 chairs surrounding the silver round table, 5 of the chairs had 5 people in white robes sitting on them. The ceiling of the conference room was an endless starry sky, as if there was no end. 5 people in white robes, 3 Chinese, 1 white, and 1 black. Everyone, this is Luo Feng's information. His Tower of Trials level is 2.9, and his fist strength level is 2.8. In other words, his battle ability amplifier is 8.12, which is considered excellent, said one of the Chinese people in white robes. 1 to 2 is beginner. 2 to 4 is intermediate, and 4 to 8 is advanced. 8 to 16 is excellent, and Luo Feng just so happens to be in the ranks of excellent. A black man in white robes nodded. His battle points from hunting monsters are the same as the third-year students of the training camp. His battle ability amplifier is excellent. Even though he just entered excellent, it's the same level as the fourth-year students. Combining the two, he's ranked 68. Investigator Wang, I agree to summon Luo Feng, but the treatment you're giving. Vladimir, I don't think the treatment I'm giving him is high enough. The 5 people in white robes were discussing. If some of the war gods in the Dojo of Limits saw this, they would definitely be extremely excited. Because this is the legendary highest meeting of the Dojo of Limits, the Round Table Conference. Only 6 people have the right to participate in the Round Table Conference, Head Hong and the 5 main investigators. The 5 main investigators are all existences that surpass the war god level. The head and the 5 main investigators are the highest level of the Dojo of Limits. Any one of them is enough to make a country fearful. And the Round Table Conference is usually held by the 5 main investigators. The head himself rarely interferes. Because the 5 main investigators are scattered all over the world, the Round Table Conference is held in virtual space. Naturally, the other war gods have only heard of the Round Table Conference, but have never seen it. 5 inspectors. An electronic voice rang out. Silence. The 5 investigators raised their heads and looked towards the sky. 5 documents floated down from the sky above the conference room and landed in front of the 5 investigators. The electronic voice continued, this is the head's decision on how to deal with Luo Feng. If you have any objections, you can report it to the head. If not, please carry out this decision. Any objections, said the electronic voice. No. 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 The 5 investigators flipped through the documents and swiftly responded. Then, Investigator Wang, please carry it out immediately, said the electronic voice. P.S. 2 chapters completed, calling for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Please support Tomato. The last day of April, morning. The spring rain was falling outside and it was a bit cold. Hongming headquarter city, in a quiet old-style villa in the elite training camp. Jiang Feng, who was wearing a white bra, was sitting cross-legged in the training hall. She was taking deep and slow breaths. As she breathed, Jiang Feng's skin started to sweat and the skin on her entire body was slightly red. Suddenly, the melodious sound of a flute rang and Jiang Feng opened her eyes. Who's calling at this time? Jiang Feng stood up in confusion and walked barefooted towards the cell phone in the corner of the training hall. She looked at the name displayed on the cell phone. Jiang Feng's expression changed and her attitude immediately became more serious. Investigator Wang. Jiang Feng, go notify your disciple Luo Feng and bring him to me, a slightly hoarse voice carried from the phone. Yes. Jiang Feng immediately responded. After hanging up, Jiang Feng let out a smile. So the higher-ups are looking for Luo Feng. That's right, the training camp hasn't had a student charge into the top 108 years, and Luo Feng's number 68, the higher-up summon, was within her expectations. After that, Jiang Feng dialed Luo Feng's number. Beep, 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 the busy tone sounded. Why isn't he picking up? Jiang Feng slightly frowned and hung up. She changed her clothes and personally walked towards Luo Feng's place. Jiangnan Pagoda, in the underground room of Luo Feng's pagoda. Luo Feng, who was barefooted and wearing long pants, was completely covered in sweat. His hair was also completely wet. Heck! In this 5-meter-long and 5-meter-wide underground room, Luo Feng's feet moved and he advanced like lightning. At the same time, his right hand chopped vertically. Chi, the sound of paper tearing appeared in the air, followed by an explosion. And Luo Feng took advantage of the momentum of his right hand's downward chop. Lift. Luo Feng's spiritual force could clearly feel that the air under this chop was split apart like water, and it created a powerful explosion. His hand was like a real blade, every chop surpassed the speed of sound. In this alloy room, Luo Feng's silhouette was sometimes blurry and sometimes solid. Every time he moved, his speed was terrifying. And Luo Feng's hand blade was completely like a real blade as it attacked the air. Attack after attack, every time it exploded with 8 times his normal strength. After punching 1,000 times, his movements became natural. This was something that Jiang Feng once said. Jiang Feng once said that no matter if it was saber skills, body movements, or other things, only through repeated practice would there be progress. If he just sat there and daydreamed, it would be useless no matter how much he thought. You want to improve your movement technique? Practice. You want to improve your saber skills? Practice. Do you want your punches to be stronger? Practice. It was a long period of tempering, coupled with the ability to use one's brain and the ability to comprehend. This was the only way to improve. Jiang Feng arrived at Jiangnan Pagoda wearing loose, black silk training clothes. And holding an umbrella. Luo Feng, yelled Jiang Feng as she arrived at the courtyard of Jiangnan Pagoda. From the second floor of another pagoda, a girl jumped down with an umbrella. It was Zhao Rua. Zhao Rua giggled, Teacher Jiang Feng, you could have just called if you wanted to find Luo Feng. Why did you have to personally come? Whoosh, in Luo Feng's pagoda, a shadow dashed into the first floor and then dashed upstairs. Teacher, I'll be down in a bit. Zhao Rua and Jiang Feng froze. They were both powerful fighters, so how good of an eye do they have? Of course, they saw that Luo Feng was barefoot and only wearing long pants. Junior sure works hard, he's covered in sweat, praised Zhao Rua, but his body isn't bad either, don't you think so, teacher? You little girl. Jiang Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was actually teased by this Zhao Rua. Zhao Rua made a face and giggled. Where's Shi Jiang? Not here, asked Jiang Feng. Senior Shi Jiang went to the 9 grand floors early in the morning. He's different from us, he spends a lot of time in the training room and the archaeological gravity room. Zhao Rua shook her head and pretended to sigh, how pitiful. In 1 or 2 years, Luo Feng will probably charge into the top 10. Compared to those two, I'm so embarrassed. Jiang Feng laughed, you little girl, if you want to improve, you need to put in more effort. At this time, Luo Feng, who was wearing casual clothes, rushed downstairs with an umbrella in his hand. Teacher, follow me, said Jiang Feng. Luo Feng obediently held the umbrella and followed beside Jiang Feng as they left Jiangnan Pagoda. Walking in the training camp that was covered by the misty rain gave off a different feeling. Jiang Feng glanced at Luo Feng and laughed. Luo Feng, Investigator Wang wants to see you. Investigator? Luo Feng was shocked. Investigator, that's the highest and most important person in the dojo of limits. Legend has it that the head and the 5 investigators are the ones in charge of the dojo of limits. And the head's position is extremely high. He's the strongest fighter in the world, so he doesn't interfere with most things. The decisions are made by the 5 investigators. Didn't I say last time that the higher-ups will summon you? Laughed Jiang Feng. Teacher, what should I pay attention to when I meet the investigator? Luo Feng was a bit nervous. He's an investigator after all, one of the existences that stand at the peak of humanity. He has unparalleled strength. In the past, Luo Feng only saw an existence that surpasses the war god level called Zhuxi from afar at that war god named Lu Gang's memorial ceremony. At that time, all the important figures in the military, government, and war gods were very respectful and obediently went to receive him. Don't worry, you're not going to ask for help. Our dojo is summoning you, said Jiang Feng lightly, so, don't be reserved. I believe that investigator Wang won't smile when he sees you, but at least he won't act like an investigator. You just need to pay attention to your attitude and not be arrogant. Just treat him like a teacher or an elder, said Jiang Feng. Oh, Luo Feng nodded. Following Jiang Feng, Luo Feng quickly found a seemingly normal villa in the war god teacher's area of the training camp. This villa had the style of an ancient Chinese Tang dynasty villa. Compared to the other war god teacher's villas, the only thing special about this villa was that it took up a bit more space. Teacher Jiang Feng, the grand investigator is waiting for you, and student Luo Feng inside, smiled an old housekeeper at the entrance of the villa. They entered the villa. Luo Feng immediately saw that there were 3 women chatting and laughing in the lobby of the first floor of the villa. Oh, it's little Jiang, one of the women, who maintained herself well and looked like a noble lady, smiled. Old Wang is in the guest room upstairs. Old Wang just said. Let that kid named Luo Feng go up. Little Jiang, come over and chat with us. How about we play mahjong later? That's right, little Jiang. Don't just cultivate all the time, another woman said. Most of the women in the training camp were the war god teachers' families. You can go up, said Jiang Feng. Okay, Luo Feng walked up the stairs by himself. When he arrived at the 2nd floor, he could already smell the faint yet soothing aroma of tea. Following the aroma, Luo Feng easily arrived at the door of the guest room. The door was open. Come in, a slightly hoarse voice rang. Luo Feng walked into the guest room. The first person he saw was the only other person in the guest room, a skinny man who was sitting cross-legged. He had a mustache and looked like he was around 40 years old. From his face, one could tell that he was quite handsome when he was young. Right now, this skinny man had his eyes closed and was playing with his prayer beads. A cup of tea was placed on the table in front of him. Grand Investigator Luo Feng slightly bowed. This skinny man slightly opened his eyes. Being stared at by him, Luo Feng felt like he was separated from the world. This guest room was like an independent space, and this skinny man was like the spirit of this guest room. This formless pressure made Luo Feng hold his breath. Sit. The skinny man pointed at the other side of the table. There weren't any chairs in this guest room, so how do I sit? Luo Feng could only learn from this investigator Wang and sat cross-legged on the floor. Take a close look at the contract in front of you. If there are no problems, then sign it, said investigator Wang calmly. After that, he closed his eyes and played with his prayer beads. There was indeed a contract on the table. There were 3 pieces of paper in total. Luo Feng took them and looked at them carefully. This is the official recruitment contract of the Dojo of Limits. It's different from normal contracts. For example, when normal fighters join the Dojo of Limits, they don't get paid. Just like the Luo Feng of the past. However, even though they don't get paid, the Dojo of Limits doesn't have many requirements for these normal fighters. But this contract is different. They have power and benefits. But they also have responsibilities, 5 billion Chinese dollars a year? Luo Feng slightly frowned. This price isn't high, it can even be said to be very low. A beginner-level war god can earn this much in a year. And right now, Luo Feng is even more popular than an advanced-level war god. None of the conditions given by other organizations are less than 10 billion Chinese dollars a year. According to this contract, only an extremely small number of people in the Dojo of Limits can get paid? Get paid according to your status? The contract also stated the amount of money each level can get. Even the highest-ranked examiner only gets 10 billion a year. The dojo of limits' money is relatively low. However, most people don't join the dojo of limits for money. Luo Feng's eyes flashed when he flipped to the third piece of paper. Party B, before August 1, 2057, if your battle ability amplifier reaches 12, you will receive a 9th series battle uniform, a full set of weapons, a full set of any instruction manual, and a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion. Party B, before August 1, 2057 to January 1, 2058, if your battle ability amplifier reaches 12, you will receive a 9th series battle uniform, a full set of weapons, a drop of chalcedony worth 30 billion. Party B, before January 1, 2060, if your battle ability amplifier reaches 16, you will receive a SS grade battle uniform, a full set of weapons, a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion, a full set of any 3 instruction manuals, and a set of Black God from the archaeological ruins. Party B is. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. There were a total of 5 rewards, and each one of them was quite tempting. However, the requirements were quite high. A battle ability amplifier of 12? Luo Feng sighed to himself, if I can reach a battle ability amplifier of 12, I'll definitely be in the top 20. After reading the student instructions and chatting with Shi Jiang, Zhao Rua, and a few other old students, Luo Feng was clear about the difficulty and meaning of the battle ability amplifier. 1 to 2 is beginner. 4 to 8 is advanced, and 8 to 16 is excellent. You can say that sometimes, no student in the entire training camp has a battle ability amplifier of 16 in the entire 5 years. In other words, a battle ability amplifier of 14, 15 is enough to charge into the top 5 of the training camp. Those who reach 13 are usually in the top 10. Those who reach 12 are usually in the top 20. This is a rough estimate. The rewards on the list are shocking, but the conditions are also harsh. This third condition will allow me to reach a battle ability amplifier of 16 by January 1, 2060. With all these rewards, if you count them in terms of money, it would be an unbelievably high price. Even existences surpassing the war god level wouldn't be willing to spend money to buy this. However, this condition will allow me to reach a battle ability amplifier of 16 in 3 years. Luo Feng felt the pressure. As of now, it's hard to say if there's even one student in the entire training camp who has a battle ability amplifier of 16. However, in the history of the training camp, there have been students who have a battle ability amplifier of over 16 upon graduation. These 5 conditions, the 2 closest to me both require a battle ability amplifier of 12. The earlier I reach it, the higher the reward. If I reach it before August 1, the reward will be extremely shocking. If I reach it this year, the reward will be a bit lower. If I reach it next year or the year after, there won't be any reward at all. Are you done reading? A hoarse voice rang. On the other side of the table, Investigator Wang looked at Luo Feng. I'm done, nodded Luo Feng. Do you have any objections? Said Investigator Wang calmly. Luo Feng respectfully said, Mr. Investigator, I want to ask. For the last 5 rewards, can treasures of the same value be exchanged for the water of life, which is worth 30 billion? His brother Luo Hua relied on the elixir of life to grow his legs back, and he doesn't even know when the elixir of life will be auctioned. He might as well get it from the dojo of limits. It can't be changed. Inspector Wang shook his head slightly. Nothing in this contract can be changed. None of them can be changed? Luo Feng was shocked. They didn't have to be this overbearing when negotiating a contract. Plus, the dojo of limits invited him, and it was an investigator. Clearly, the dojo of limits' attitude was very sincere. Student Luo Feng, this contract was personally drafted by the head, so other than the head, no one else has the right to change it, said Investigator Wang. Master? Hong? Luo Feng was shocked. Just like Luo Feng's generation, they grew up listening to Hong's legends. He was the world's strongest expert, the world's richest man, the absolute number one. This contract was actually drafted by Hong himself. It was no wonder that the inspector did not dare to change it. Do you really want the water of life? Inspector Wang observed the young man in front of him. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. That's not difficult. According to the usual practice, there should be an auction for the water of life in the second half of this year. When the time comes, you can participate in the auction. Investigator Wang said as he fiddled with the prayer beads. His voice was hoarse and he spoke slowly. Talking to him made people unknowingly fall into a Zen atmosphere. The second half of this year? Luo Feng couldn't help but to be surprised. Patrolling Inspector Wang said calmly, "This water of life isn't some rare item to begin with. If it wasn't for the American military purposely trying to squeeze money out of other organizations and people, there would be no need to auction it at all." In front of Luo Feng, Investigator Wang didn't even bother to hide this secret. "It's not rare?" Luo Feng was shocked. "Isn't it only possible to use an existence surpassing the Horde leader level, the essence of an emperor-level monster, Earth Dragon King, as the main ingredient, along with..." "Who did you hear this from?" Investigator Wang calmly asked back. "The internet." Luo Feng froze. Investigator Wang raised the teacup in front of him and lightly took a sip as he said, "How can such a secret be made public? The internet is just a rumor that the American government intentionally spread in order to raise the price and make everyone think how rare and precious this thing is." Rumor? Luo Feng slightly frowned. "Remember," Investigator Wang looked at Luo Feng, "the treasures that normal fighters can find out about on the internet are all renewable. Almost all of them were renewable, and all of them had a price tag. Even if they intentionally auction it, they won't be able to sell it for such a terrifying price." Renewable? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Inspector Wang nodded slightly. "Being able to be regenerated means that this kind of treasure can be created again as long as money is invested. For example, the water of life is actually a medical device from an archaeological ruin that the American government obtained. After investing large amounts of energy and materials, they can create a type of medicine." Luo Feng froze. "So it's a medical device from the archaeological ruin that can create medicine. As long as you invest a large amount of money, you can create a medicine. You're saying that this medicine can be sold for an astronomical price?" Investigator Wang laughed lightly. "For example, dragon blood that's worth 80 billion. Do you really think it's really the heart blood of an emperor-level monster, dragon? Right now, in the entire world, there aren't more than 10 emperor-level monsters on Earth. However, in the dojo of limits, dragon blood is sold at a clear price. As long as you have money, the dojo of limits can sell it to you," said Investigator Wang. "Even if you want to buy 10 portions, we can sell it to you." "You're saying there aren't even 10 dragons on Earth, so where does this dragon blood come from?" "Yeah. Even if you kill all the dragons, you won't be able to make 10 portions of dragon blood. However, the dojo of limits can sell it at a clear price. This dragon blood is indeed dragon blood using the heart blood of an emperor-level monster, dragon, to make a portion of dragon blood. Compared to the dragon blood provided by our dojo, the effects might even be better," said Investigator Wang. "However, only the head can make dragon blood." "This isn't a secret." Luo Feng nodded and understood. "Even though these things that can be sold at a clear price are precious, they can be created again. As long as you invest money, you can create it again. A true treasure, such as a unique treasure that can't be created again, is an astronomical price. That's a sky-high price," Inspector Wang said, "but you can't see that kind of treasure on the internet. Because they aren't publicly sold or auctioned. For example, there are around 10 types of treasures that can strengthen one's body. Only dragon blood can be sold at a clear price. As for the other 10 types, even though they can't be created again, their effects aren't even as good as dragon blood. And some of them have even better effects than dragon blood. Dragon blood can double a person's strength. And some treasures can increase a person's strength by 3 to 4 times, or even 10 times. Sadly, these treasures were consumed by someone 20 years ago. They're all gone in this world now." Luo Feng was shocked as he listened. "So, these treasures are also divided into renewable and non-renewable. Truly rare treasures are unique in this world and won't be sold publicly. Existences like Hong and Thunder God don't lack money at all. Whether it's with their fists or money, they've already gotten their hands on them. How could they let these treasures be sold publicly? No wonder the dojo of limits rewards are so good. Dragon blood belongs to the dojo itself. Secret manual?" Although it seemed like a sky-high price, it was actually the dojo itself that was selling it. The dojo only needs to pay for the combat uniforms. Even though Luo Feng understood, he also knew that the rewards were still very high. Creating dragon blood definitely wasn't done out of thin air, it definitely required investment. Materials were also needed for combat suits, and the cost alone was quite shocking. This contract cannot be changed. Are you willing to sign it now? Inspector Wang showed a rare smile. Yes. Luo Feng nodded and immediately signed the contract. Sign this one. Inspector Wang handed over another copy of the contract that looked exactly the same. You keep one copy and my dojo keeps the other. After signing the contract, Luo Feng became a core member of the dojo. His annual budget was 5 billion. And now, the first target was, he would strive to increase his combat ability amplifier to 12 by August 1st. If I succeed, I will be able to obtain a portion of dragon blood. Dragon blood can multiply a person's strength and increase his training speed. The most important thing for Luo Feng right now is to increase his fitness level. The stronger his fitness level, the stronger his spiritual force. Becoming an advanced level war god level spirit reader is Luo Feng's goal. Dragon blood could speed up the process even more. April 30th, evening, first floor of the cafeteria of the training camp. Students of all skin colors were divided into groups as they sat around and ate dinner. Luo Feng, you seem to be in a good mood, laughed Zhao Rua. It's all right, grinned Luo Feng. Signing the contract was one thing, but the other was that he knew that the elixir of life was a renewable resource. Since that's the case, he won't have to worry about not being able to buy it with money. Dear students, dear students. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed around the entire cafeteria. All the students raised their heads and saw a Chinese war god teacher with a face full of excitement as he said loudly, "Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. Before everyone's life and death adventure this year, which is August 1st, our head of the Dojo of Limits, the strongest fighter in the world, Hong, will personally come to the training camp." What? OMG. It's Hong, Hong. The entire cafeteria erupted. All the students from all over the world started shouting in surprise. Their faces were filled with joy. Hong, on the current earth, he's a godlike existence, no matter which country, which region, whether it's a fighter or a normal person, they all know one name, Hong. They all know that the strongest fighter in the world is Hong. Hong God. Some of the African Americans even danced excitedly on the spot. All the students stood up and discussed spiritedly. Holy, it's rare to see Hong in person even in the elite training camp. Usually, Hong only comes to the training camp once every few years. Who would have thought that Hong would come this summer? Luo Feng, it's Hong. Zhao Rua pulled Luo Feng and started jumping excitedly. It's been 3 years since I've been here and I've never seen Hong. Yup. Luo Feng was also excited. He had to see this world's strongest fighter with his own eyes. August 1st, before the life and death adventure? Luo Feng was also excited. Yup, I'll work hard to raise my battle ability amplifier to 12 before then. There's still 3 months. Today was April 30th. There were still 3 months left until August 1st. And if Luo Feng wants to obtain dragon blood, he can't relax at all in these 3 months. P.S. 2 chapters completed. At the same time, the day after tomorrow, Saturday, Chapter 4. Luo Feng was ranked number 68 in April, so he can only go to the wilderness to hunt monsters in May on an even date and stay in the training camp on an odd date. May 1st, around 4 p.m. The elevator on the first floor of the 9 grand floors made a ding sound and opened. Yeah, Luo Feng, the path of your blade specialization has a lot of potential. You just entered the second stage of your blade technique, so what you need to do now is stabilize it until you complete the second stage. Jiang Feng, Luo Feng, Janet, and the other 2 walked out of the elevator. Luo Feng nodded as if he was thinking, "Teacher, I understand, work hard." Jiang Feng smiled as she encouraged. After walking out of the 9 grand floors, Jiang Feng headed towards her living quarters. Luo Feng, Janet, and another Chinese youth were also preparing to head towards their students' buildings. Janet. Janet. The continuous yells caused Luo Feng, Janet, and the other 2 to stop and turn their heads. They saw the gentlemanly blonde youth, Candace, swiftly rush out from the lobby of the first floor. He smiled as he looked at Janet. "Janet, do you have time tonight?" If you do, let's have dinner together, Luo Feng heard and thought to himself, so he's chasing girls. There aren't many female students in the elite training camp, so there are indeed many people chasing after them. Oh, sorry, I'm going to have dinner with Junior Luo Feng tonight, Janet sweetly smiled as she hugged Luo Feng's left arm. Candace's expression froze. Luo Feng froze as well. Senior Luo Feng looked towards Janet. Luo Feng looked at Janet. Janet was indeed very beautiful. Her body was good and her skin was extremely white, like an angel. And during class, Janet hinted at him a few times and even asked to go on a date with him. Even though he never agreed, this senior wasn't discouraged at all. Western girls are indeed very courageous. However, he already has Xianxia. Janet. Candace was a bit angry. Candace, sorry, Janet smiled as she hugged Luo Feng's arm and intimately walked away. As he watched Luo Feng, Janet, and the others disappear around the corner, Candace's face turned ugly. At this time, another man walked out from the lobby of the first floor. It was William. Candace, I told you, but you didn't believe me. Right now, many students in the training camp know that Janet is interested in Luo Feng and even took the initiative to date him. It was much easier for a girl to chase a guy. Maybe they had already slept in the same bed. Why are you still chasing after Janet? William said with dissatisfaction. Bastard. Candace clenched his fists, his face ashen. There were very few female trainees in the training camp to begin with, and beautiful ones were even rarer. Ever since Janet entered the training camp, countless male trainees had their eyes on her, and Candace was one of them. Firstly, it was because of Janet's appearance. More importantly, if he had a god of war as his wife, then, in the future, in the Paulinus family, there would definitely be more people supporting him. This Luo Feng and Janet have the same teacher. Being together every day, it can't be helped if the two of them get together. William shook his head and shrugged, that teacher Jiang Feng usually only accepts Chinese. As for the other regions, they only accepted female students. It's impossible for our male students from the European Union to become her disciples. I don't believe that I can't catch him. Candace narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Rage, if a regular student were to compete with Candace, he, of course, would have his own methods. And he's been in the training camp for 3 years, and this is his 4th year. As an old 4th-year student, he can rank around rank 40. He's quite talented. He's confident that he'll be able to reach rank 20 in his 5th year. Candace really doesn't care about regular students. Luo Feng. Competing with me over a woman. Candace's face was ashen. Endure. Endure. The Dojo of Limits intentionally spread the news of Luo Feng signing a contract with the Dojo of Limits to all the countries and organizations. Candace was very clear that Luo Feng will definitely become one of the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits in the future. Even the Paulinus family will have to think twice about messing with a person like this. So, Candace didn't dare to do anything. Candace could only swallow this resentment in his stomach. Endure, this is an ability that a successor of a large family must learn. It's just a fair competition. Janet will definitely be mine, Candace silently said. And right after Luo Feng and Janet turned the corner, the two of them separated. Senior, I already have a girlfriend, Luo Feng had to admit. Luo Feng had to admit that in terms of looks, Janet was indeed prettier than Xianxia. In terms of talent, Janet was also a monster. So what if you have a girlfriend? Even if you're married, you can still steal her. Luo Feng, your senior won't give up. Janet smiled towards Luo Feng and then headed towards her living quarters. Luo Feng face-bombed. Holy. How did he meet a senior like this? Let's not think about this anymore. Yep, there's still 2 hours until dinner. I'll go back and study my blade technique. My blade technique already has a thunderous feeling. According to what my teacher said, I should solidify and complete the 2nd stage of my blade technique. Luo Feng immediately rushed back to Jiangnam Pagoda and studied his blade technique in the underground room. For Luo Feng, the elite training camp is a holy land for increasing his strength. There's the best path for training here. If he encounters any difficulties, he can ask his teacher for help. There's also a fake gravity room and a specialized blade technique training room, which can greatly increase one's strength. Study blade technique, feel the control of power, and study the 9-stage thunder blade. Every other day, he would personally hunt monsters in the wilderness. Every day, Luo Feng lived a fulfilling life. And Luo Feng always had a goal, which was to reach a battle ability amplifier of 12 by August 1st. Even though this goal is extremely difficult, it can be seen from the contract that anyone who achieves this result will be rewarded. Just from this, one can understand how difficult it is to reach a battle ability amplifier of 12 in 3 months. No matter how difficult it is, he has to try. What Luo Feng can do is to grasp every single day and improve every single day. Time passed. Time passed quickly as Luo Feng immersed himself in the world of martial arts. In the blink of an eye, it was already July. July was extremely hot. However, there was a bit of coolness in the middle of the night. Jiangnan Pagoda, Luo Feng's quiet room. A stick of incense was lit. The fragrance permeated the entire quiet room, calming one's heart. Luo Feng was wearing a loose silk robe as he sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. He was focused on absorbing the energy of the universe and refining it into genetic energy to strengthen his body. The countless cells in Luo Feng's body were like factories, rapidly working as they absorbed the energy of the universe and converted it into genetic energy. The genes in the cells of the human body would also undergo extremely minute changes during the process of absorbing genetic origin energy. These changes were very minute, but many a little makes a mickle. The human body went from being extremely weak to being harder than steel. Even the skin was tougher than diamond. This is the wonder of the human body. After a while, Luo Feng opened his eyes. It's already July. In the blink of an eye, it's already July, thought Luo Feng to himself. August is the month of life and death adventure. Every year, the elite training camp allows students to go home during January and February. Out of the other 10 months, 9 of them are very safe. They are either in the training camp or in the tightly monitored number 1001 city in the wilderness. In these 9 months, there are very few deaths in the training camp. The only dangerous month is August. August is the month of life and death adventure. When that time comes, all the students will have to leave the training camp and take a plane to a dangerous place. All the students will have to risk their lives for a month. Keep in mind that the death rate for normal fighters in the wilderness is quite high. And if the elite students don't experience life and death situations, they won't be able to do much. So the training camp specially took out August to let all the students experience life and death situations. However, the students are very skilled, so it's very hard to kill them. Even so, the training camp still has a death rate of around 10%. August is the life and death adventure. It's already July 1 st, I still have 1 month left. However, my battle ability amplifier is only 8.96, there's still a huge gap to 12. Luo Feng slightly frowned. Actually, Luo Feng's improvement in these 2 months was quite shocking. His blade technique, Thunderbolt, has already become its own style. His second stage, specialization, is almost complete. Even teacher Jiang Feng praised him over and over. His technique has also stabilized to the perfect level. The only weakness is that he still hasn't been able to complete the 4th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Logically speaking, Luo Feng's control over his strength has improved quite a bit, but he just can't complete the 4th stage. In May, Luo Feng's Tower of Trials level reached 3.0 on his first attempt. As for the A stage of the 3rd floor, Luo Feng couldn't even last 10 seconds. After stabilizing his perfect technique and improving his blade technique, Luo Feng barely managed to obtain a Tower of Trials level of 3.1 foot at the end of May. In June, at the end of the month, Luo Feng obtained a Tower of Trials level of 3.2 foot, so Luo Feng's battle ability amplifier is 8.96. All in all, Luo Feng hasn't broken through the A stage of the 3rd floor in these 2 months. Keep in mind that the training camp's war god teacher, Yang Hui, only had a Tower of Trials level of 3.2. Being able to reach this level is already quite good. Luo Feng's biggest advantage is his fist strength. The 9-stage Thunder Blade is known as the world's #1 instruction manual in terms of force exertion. Other instruction manuals, such as SS grade or S grade instruction manuals, Even if you train it to the peak, you can only exert 3 or 4 times your strength. And the 9-stage Thunder Blade reaches 7 times. Right now, Luo Feng can reach 8 times, which is much stronger than many of the older students. Even though Luo Feng isn't too satisfied with himself, he's quite famous in the training camp. Because in May, Luo Feng was ranked 56 on the Black Dragon ranking. And in June, he directly killed his way to rank 48, entering the top 50. And that Candace was only ranked 40 in June. Of course. For Luo Feng, the biggest improvement in these 2 months was his body fitness level. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. In this training camp, even though he doesn't have many opportunities to use the archaeological gravity room, the results are shocking. And every day, he has 2 hours in the training camp to stay in the gravity room replica. Even though the gravity room replica can only handle 3 times the normal gravity, it can't handle the amount of time he uses it. So, Luo Feng's improvement here is clearly much faster than when he was in Jiangnan City. At the end of March, Luo Feng's fist strength was 11,500 kilograms. At the end of April, Luo Feng's fist strength reached 13,600 kilograms. At the end of April, Luo Feng's fist strength reached 2,100 kilograms. At the end of May, Luo Feng's fist strength reached 16,500 kilograms. In 1 month, it increased by 2,900 kilograms. The main reason is because Luo Feng used the archaeological gravity room for an extra hour in May. This extra hour can be divided into 3 days of 20 minutes per day. This way, the effects of 3 days are comparable to 15 days. This is the speed of improvement under extreme gravity. Of course, Luo Feng's body fitness level also increased, which led to his training speed naturally increasing. The stronger one's body was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. At the end of June, which is yesterday, Luo Feng tested it himself. His fist strength reached 19,600 kilograms, an increase of 3,100 kilograms in a month. Compared to May, the improvement isn't too big. Note that 16,000 kilograms, 32,000 kilograms is the level of an intermediate level warlord. 32,000 kilograms, 64,000 kilograms is the level of an advanced level warlord. Over 64,000 kilograms is the level of a war god. Luo Feng's current 8x explosive power is around 55,000 kilograms. He's not far from the beginner level war god level. Last month, I was ranked number 48. So this month, my time in the archaeological gravity room will double. Luo Feng was very clear about the effects of the archaeological gravity room. 20 minutes a day for 3 days is comparable to 15 days of normal training. This month, Luo Feng has 4 hours, which can be divided into 12 sessions of 20 minutes. This is also the most efficient training method that the elite training camp students have figured out over a long period of time. Every session of 20 minutes for 3 days. Compared to staying in the gravity room for 1 hour a day, the effect was almost twice as much. Last month, I increased by 3,100 kilograms. This month, my fist strength should be able to increase by around 4,000 if this continues. My fitness level will reach the beginner level war god level in 10 months. Spiritual force is the advanced level war god level. 10 months, in other words, in the first half of next year, he would be invincible among the war god level. Of course, that was if the dark golden ball had that much telekinesis. Look forward to it. I hope that the dark golden ball in my sea of consciousness can last until I become an advanced level war god. If I can get a portion of dragon blood, then, in just 1 or 2 months, I can become an advanced level war god. Luo Feng really wanted a portion of dragon blood. Dragon blood has different effects depending on the strength of the user. The stronger one was, the weaker the effect would be. But normally, he could double his strength. Furthermore, the medicinal power contained in the dragon blood could allow a martial artist to cultivate even faster in the future. Dragon blood, right now, he had a chance to obtain dragon blood, and that was to reach a combat power amplifier of 12 by August 1, 12. I'm only 896 now, what should I do? It's very hard to break through in a short month with the normal training method. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, I can only use that method. A battle to the death. The best way to increase one's strength is a battle to the death, a battle to the death is also divided into battles to the death with monsters and battles to the death with humans. Naturally, a battle to the death with a more skilled and smarter human fighter is more effective. However, if you fight against a fighter with a huge difference in strength, then there's no point defeating your opponent in one move, or being defeated in one move. Where's the battle to the death? The best opponent, their strength is equal, and they can fight to the death. And how many fighters are willing to fight to the death? Thankfully, there's the challenge room. In the virtual space of the challenge room, you can fight to the death without caring about anything else. However, you need money to fight in the challenge room. Or you need points. Isn't it just money? I won 5 billion from William last time, and the Dojo of Limits also sent me 5 billion from this year's event budget. I don't believe that I can lose 10 billion in a month. Even if I lose 10 billion, as long as my battle ability amplifier reaches 12, it'll be worth it. Luo Feng had 1 month left before the deadline. He chose a large-scale staked battle. On the second day, Luo Feng returned from hunting monsters in the wilderness. Around 8 p.m., Jiangnan Pagoda. What, you want to duel with so many people? Shi Jiang was shocked as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded, yeah, senior. I don't know much about the strength of the fighters in the training camp, so I hope you can tell me who's as strong as me. I want to find someone who's as strong as me and duel with them. If you fight to the death against someone who's much stronger than you, there's no point in doing it. You sure put your life on the line. Shi Jiang shook his head. The lowest bet the virtual space system accepts for a staked battle is 1 billion Chinese dollars. Every staked battle is 1 billion. That's a huge amount of money, and those who are weaker than you definitely won't accept a staked battle, and only those who are confident in beating you will accept a staked battle. With such a large staked battle, you'll probably lose quite a bit of money. Shi Jiang shook his head and sighed. How about this? Some people in the training camp are good at hunting monsters and have high rankings, but that doesn't mean they're that strong. And some people are strong, but aren't good at climbing the rankings. The Black Dragon ranking is a ranking based on points. Even though it reflects one's strength to a certain extent, it doesn't reflect one's strength by 100%. As an old student and one of the strongest fighters in the training camp, Shi Jiang indeed understands quite a bit of people's strength. I'll give you a list of names. The people on this list are either slightly weaker or slightly stronger than you. Who wins and who loses in a battle will depend on how you perform. After saying that, Shi Jiang opened his laptop and pulled out the ranking list. He looked at the ranking list and swiftly typed out a list. A total of 32 names. Shi Jiang believes that these people aren't too far off from Luo Feng's strength. Thank you, Senior. Luo Feng looked at the list. These people were mainly ranked between number 60 and number 30, but there were a few exceptions. The most ridiculous one was number 91, while the highest was number 21. Around 9 p.m. that night. Kyoto Pavilion. Luo Feng, why are you here? Three male students of Kyoto Pavilion were chatting together. When they saw Luo Feng arrive, they all stood up and smiled as they welcomed him. Senior Wang, Luo Feng humbly said, I came here to have a staked battle with you. Wang Tao was ranked number 36 last month. Staked battle? Wang Tao, who was challenged, frowned. He didn't mess with this famous person of the training camp, right? The expressions of the other two youths also slightly changed. Staked battles in the training camp are usually acts of provocation. Senior Wang, I just want to spar with you, nothing else. We don't bet points on staked battles, just money. The lowest amount is 1 billion, said Luo Feng. After hearing that, Wang Tao laughed. For students, the most important thing is points. Points affect your ranking, and normal staked battles either bet points or money. Or both. And the lowest amount for points is 2,000 points. And the lowest amount for money is 1 billion Chinese dollars. Luo Feng only bet money, not points, and it's the lowest amount. Clearly, it's just a spar and not a provocation. Haha, alright. I'll have a staked battle with you, Luo Feng. When you get back, send me a challenge and we'll have a staked battle tomorrow, said Wang Tao straightforwardly. It's just 1 billion, and he, Wang Tao, has a high chance of winning. Why not give Luo Feng some face? July 3rd, Luo Feng and Wang Tao had a staked battle in the tropical rainforest of the virtual space. In the end, Luo Feng lost, After losing the first match, Luo Feng started challenging other students. In the entirety of July, Luo Feng created a wave of challenges in the elite training camp. Very few students challenge like this. However, since Luo Feng doesn't bet points and only bet the smallest amount of money, the opponents he chose were rarely weaker than him. So most of them succeeded and accepted his challenge. Some people even heard that Luo Feng liked to challenge and took the initiative to challenge him. Luo Feng was able to find an opponent for a battle to the death every single day in the training camp. You can say that Luo Feng was the craziest person in July. From the 3rd to the 27th, Luo Feng had a total of 36 staked battles. He lost 19 and won 17. Every single bet was 1 billion. Clearly, the students didn't want to bet too much. In other words, he lost 2 billion, July 28, around 11 p.m. Candace and Paulinus returned to their living quarters. This Luo Feng's rank actually rose again this month and charged to number 43. There's less than an hour until 12 p.m., so it'll probably be hard for his rank to change. William and Candace walked side by side back to their living quarters. Candace's face was terrible as he yelled, "Don't mention that Luo Feng in front of me." William looked at Candace. Candace gritted his teeth, clearly furious. "I told you, stop chasing Janet." William sat on the chair. "Janet only has Luo Feng in her eyes." That Chinese kid. Candace was furious. In these 3 months, Candace has been trying to win Janet's heart. Sadly, he failed again and again. Janet clearly only has her junior Luo Feng in her eyes. And tonight, when he was looking at the Black Dragon ranking, Candace tried to get close to Janet again. However, one sentence from Janet angered him to the point that he came back. "Endure, endure, endure." Candace suppressed his anger and told himself. Logic told him that he can't mess with Luo Feng, he can only endure. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang. Candace and William raised their heads in confusion. At this time, many people should be at the gigantic Black Dragon statue, so who would come here? A shadow entered the courtyard. Candace's face slightly changed. William opened his eyes wide in shock. Why is he here? The person who came was Luo Feng. "Candace, hello," smiled Luo Feng. Candace's name was on the list Jiang wrote back then. "Luo Feng, what brings you here?" Even though he wanted to eat the person in front of him, Candace still squeezed out a smile and maintained basic courtesy. Luo Feng smiled. "Candace, I want to have a wagered battle with you. I don't have any other intentions, just to spar. We won't bet points." "Oh, we don't have any points to bet tomorrow. We'll bet money. The lowest amount is 1 billion Chinese dollars. How about it? Wagered battle?" Candace and William both understood. They've heard about Luo Feng's crazy wagered battles. Who would have thought that Candace would come looking for him today? This yellow monkey is always being lovey-dovey with Janet. Candace had a stomach full of anger. He could only suppress his anger for 3 months as he watched the girl he liked get close to another guy. That kind of anger isn't something a normal person can suppress. "I've never been good at finding trouble with you, but you actually want to have a wagered battle with me today? Fuck, how can he miss this opportunity?" This was a fair and honorable opportunity for revenge. And this Luo Feng delivered himself to him. If he doesn't teach Luo Feng a lesson, he'd be letting down the anger he held in for so long. Wagered battle, sure, but the stakes are way too small. "Luo Feng, you're still a popular person in our training camp. 10 billion Chinese dollars, how about it?" Candace stared at Luo Feng. This is a huge number, and it's also a huge amount of money for him. However, only with a lot of money can the opponent's heart ache. 10 billion? Luo Feng was shocked. He only bet 1 billion in his previous wagered battles, so how can he bet 10 billion? It's rare for the elite training camp to encounter such a large wagered battle every year. And in terms of strength and fitness level, this Candace and Paulinus are much stronger than him. However, in terms of battle ability amplifier, they probably aren't much stronger than him. Why did he suddenly bet such a large amount? What, scared? Candace looked at Luo Feng with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "I'm not scared. I just want to spar with you, Candace. It's just to spar, no other intentions." "Why do you have to bet so much?" said Luo Feng. Candace laughed coldly in his heart. If he doesn't bet a bit more, he'll only win 1 billion in the end. Luo Feng won't feel any pain at all, so how can he vent his anger? Haha, Luo Feng, you didn't even blink when you won 5 billion Chinese dollars from me. How come you're so cowardly now that you're betting against Candace? William chimed in on the side as he stared at Luo Feng. Or, do you think you'll definitely lose to Candace? If that's the case, then don't even bother looking for Candace. What's the point of coming here? Luo Feng frowned. Candace and William's words were clearly provoking him. Could it be that you were so confident that you could beat William that you bet 5 billion and earned a huge amount of money from him? And now that you're not confident in winning, you're not willing to bet big? Candace looked at Luo Feng. Candace, you really want to bet 10 billion, frowned Luo Feng. Of course, that's what makes it interesting, smiled Candace. Alright then, as you wish, responded Luo Feng. Of course, he knows his own strength the best. In the past month, he went from winning more than he won in the beginning to winning more than he lost. Every time he fights to the death, he learns something and improves a bit. Luo Feng believes that his strength has increased quite a bit since the beginning of this month. Even on the 25th Tower of Trials, Luo Feng has already charged to 3. 4. His improvement is indeed huge. Even though I'm not 100% confident, my chances of winning are around 50%, or even higher. With the pressure of the 10 billion bet, this battle to the death might help me make another breakthrough, thought Luo Feng to himself. There are only 3 days left until August 1 St. If he wanted to increase his combat ability amplifier to 12, this battle with huge stakes was also an opportunity for him to do so. As, I wish? Candace had some trouble understanding Chinese, so he looked at Luo Feng with a shocked expression. You mean, you accept the 10 billion bet battle? Yes, the 10 billion bet battle, nodded Luo Feng. When I go back, I'll send an application to the system. Very good, smiled Candace as he nodded. However, there seemed to be a flame in his eyes, the flame of revenge. P.S. 2 chapters completed. For chapters tomorrow, roar roar, the climax is coming. Today's first chapter. After the computer systems audit, Luo Feng and Candace's staked battle will begin on July 29 at 9:15 a.m. July 29, the morning was a bit hot. In Jiangnan Pagoda. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Zhao Rua's clear voice resounded throughout the entire Jiangnan Pagoda. Senior Luo Feng appeared on the balcony of the second floor of the pagoda and looked down at Zhao Rua. Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Why? How can you be so calm, as if nothing happened? Zhao Rua's eyes widened. I heard it when I was eating breakfast in the cafeteria. You and that Candace are going to have a staked battle this morning. And, you actually bet 10 billion with him? 10 billion, this is a huge number even for a war god. Even though these geniuses are roped in by various countries and organizations, they are still extremely wealthy. However, they have to spend money to buy instruction manuals and battle uniforms. If they weren't confident, who would bet 10 billion? Hurry and tell me, is this true? Urged Zhao Rua. It's true, nodded Luo Feng. F***CK. Zhao Rua looked at Luo Feng as if she was looking at a crazy person. Crazy, really crazy. Senior, I'm going to meditate and prepare for the battle to the death in the morning. Luo Feng returned to his quiet room. Luo Feng returned to his study room. Facing the senior who was more intrepid than a man, Luo Feng felt it was better to hide. In the quiet room. The smell of sandalwood permeated the air. Luo Feng sat cross-legged and his heart was as calm as water. As a veteran who has fought 36 battles in a row in July, Luo Feng was very clear that when two people with similar strength engage in a battle to the death, it's hard to say who will win. For example, if one of them is in a bad state of mind, he might be instantly killed by his opponent. And if he's in a good state, he can kill his opponent. The best state is when one's heart is as calm as water, a completely empty state. That being said, how many people could truly be as calm as still water, without any distracting thoughts? 2 hours later. In the lobby of the 9th floor of the largest building in the elite training camp, the 9 grand floors. There are a total of 183 students in the training camp. Including the war god teacher, there are barely over 200 people. And right now, around 100 people are gathered here. compared to the battle between Luo Feng and William, who knows how many more people are gathered. A bet of 10 billion, in the entire year of training camp, it was rare to encounter such a huge bet. And one of them is the standard, excellent old students Candace and Paulinus, and the other is the rapidly rising new student Luo Feng. In this battle, Candace has a higher chance of winning. Among the students of the European Union faction, a handsome young man who looked like an elf was surrounded by a group of people like stars surrounding the moon. He made an evaluation of this battle. Luo Feng is very intelligent and has great comprehension in the life and death battle. His chances of winning aren't small on China's side. Shi Jiang also evaluated in the middle of a group of youths. Candace will win. On the American faction's side, a petite black girl, like a saintess, calmly announced the verdict. Candace has a 70% chance of winning. Luo Feng, 30%. On the Indian side, a tall, bald, brawny man, who looked like a Buddhist arhat, said slowly. All the influential figures in the elite training camp made their own judgments. Even the weakest of these influential figures has the strength to make it into the top 10. Any one of them can easily defeat Luo Feng and Candace. Last time, Luo Feng and William's battle didn't attract many influential figures. However, today's battle attracted many people. Since Luo Feng and Candace are quite strong, and the stakes are high enough. Candace and Paulinus, Luo Feng, enter the challenge room. An electronic voice echoed around the lobby of the 9th floor. Luo Feng, who has been meditating at the edge of the Chinese faction, opened his eyes. Luo Feng, do your best, encouraged Teacher Jiang Feng on the side. Luo Feng looked at Teacher Jiang Feng and then at his Chinese compatriots on the side. He nodded and headed towards the challenge room. Candace also walked out of the crowd and headed towards the challenge room. After opening the door to the challenge room, Luo Feng and Candace entered one after another. After that, the door automatically closed. Luo Feng laid on the sofa and picked up his dark blue helmet. He couldn't help but to glance at Candace. Candace also turned his head and stared at Luo Feng with his dark blue pupils. If looks could kill, Luo Feng would have been cut into a few dozen pieces already. Luo Feng, don't lose too badly. That would be too boring. As he said that, Candace licked his lips like a venomous snake. Luo Feng grinned and directly put on his helmet. Candace also put on his helmet. In the virtual space, Luo Feng and Candace both swiftly put on their battle uniforms and chose their weapons. After that, Luo Feng, who has a relatively low ranking on the Black Dragon ranking, chose his battle setting, a ruined city under a torrential rain. Pa. The torrential rain poured down. Every single drop of rain heavily smashed into this ruined city. The tall buildings have long since decayed, and some even collapsed. On a two-way street with 4 lanes, there were quite a few overturned rusted cars. At this moment, 2 figures appeared on the street at the same time. Luo Feng, Candace. You actually chose a stormy battle setting? Candace, who was wearing a black battle uniform, looked at Luo Feng from a few dozen meters away. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. His blade technique, Thunderbolt, contained a bit of the concept of Thunderbolt. He learned it after watching the lightning before the storm and then training hard in the rainy night. When he normally trains his blade technique, Luo Feng also discovered that his Thunderbolt technique is much easier to use in a rainy environment. Battle, begin, an electronic voice resounded in the sky above the ruined city. Whoosh, Candace's body became a blur as if he had merged with the storm and swiftly charged towards Luo Feng. Clang! Luo Feng drew his blade like lightning and also swiftly charged forward. Whoosh, the blood shadow saber swung up like lightning, and the cold light slashed at Candace's neck. And Candace's gaze was cold. His entire body was like a venomous snake in a storm. The long sword in his hand was like a venomous snake's tongue as it pierced towards Luo Feng's head. At the same time, the sound of air braking carried over. It was actually a piece of metal from a car. The metal piece shot towards Luo Feng's ghost blade. The sharp sword pierced towards Luo Feng's head. Retreat. Luo Feng instantly made a decision. With his perfect level technique, he naturally understood that he was at a disadvantage when the metal piece shot towards him. As he retreated, a snow-white blade light flashed. Under the power of 2. 8x, the ghost blade's light was indeed moving. It was like lightning or mist, and it seemed even more dreamy under the storm. As it brushed past the metal piece, it also cut through the astonishingly fast long sword. Blade technique, thunderbolt. Clang. Clang. With two sounds, Luo Feng retreated 30 meters away under his full power. Perfect level technique? Luo Feng looked at Candace in the distance. Humph, a cold snort rose. Candace, who was dressed in black, said coldly, surprised? As long as the 4th and 5th year students aren't too bad, most of them have a perfect level technique. Some of them have even reached the conception level. No matter how amazing you are, you're just a new student. After saying that, Candace attacked once again. Who? When Candace's blurry silhouette neared, it seemed like there were two of them. Pung. Luo Feng kicked the broken car beside him. The force of his kick, which exceeded 20 tons, caused the broken car to instantly explode. Large amounts of car parts flew everywhere and flew towards Candace's direction. Die. Luo Feng instantly rushed over and actually caught up to the flying car parts. Whoosh, as the snow-white blade light flashed, the blade light swiftly enveloped Candace. And Candace was like a venomous snake hiding in the night. He flashed strangely again and again, and the long sword in his hand easily blocked Luo Feng's wave after wave of blade attacks. Sometimes, he even counterattacked. Clang. Clang. Clang, the surrounding car parts and shards all became tools for both sides to affect each other. Every step and every movement of the body used the environment to its fullest extent. While the car parts didn't affect him, they affected his opponent's movements. A perfect level movement technique versus a perfect level movement technique. Luo Feng's blade technique was like bolts of lightning, unceasing and unending. And Candace's blade technique was unceasing. Sometimes, it would strangely defend against each attack, and sometimes, it would attack again and again. Poochie. A black shadow actually stuck to the edge of the hexagonal shield. That long, thin blade actually curved and directly went around. The blade actually went around Luo Feng's left arm that was holding the shield, and lightly pulled. Poochie, from the crook of his arm, the arm that was holding the shield directly fell to the ground. Luo Feng's body seemed to teleport as he retreated a few dozen meters away. My left arm is broken. Luo Feng's face was ugly. Luo Feng, my fist strength is 2. 5x, in terms of speed and strength, you are indeed stronger than me. Candace laughed coldly as he walked over step by step, like a death god in the rain. Sadly, my blade technique combined with my technique far surpasses yours, even though Candace's Chinese wasn't very fluent. Luo Feng's face was pale. One reason was because of blood loss, and two, because he realized where the problem lay. Candace's technique was perfect, and his blade technique reached the hard and soft level, which was even higher than his blade technique. A sliver of Candace's blade technique belonged to the strangeness of a venomous snake. And Candace's technique was also that kind of strange technique. Both his technique and his blade technique belong to the strange category. When the two are combined, the effect is even better. Without the shield, you're dead for sure. Candace's eyes had a bit of madness in them. He can finally get his revenge for once. Luo Feng explosively retreated and dashed into the shop next to him. It's no use. Candace also walked in step by step. This broken shop even leaked water from the storm. There was a pond on the floor of the shop, and a drop of water would occasionally drip down from the roof. The surface of the pond was like a mirror that reflected Luo Feng's appearance. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his reflection in the pond. As the drop of water dripped down, the originally calm mirror-like surface of the water suddenly started to ripple. Mirror, ripple? 9-stage Thunderblade strength? Luo Feng slightly frowned. Mirror. Mirror? Luo Feng's expression was a bit blank. Mirror. Luo Feng let out a face of joy. And at this time, Candace, who slowly walked into the shop, was like a gentleman attending a banquet. He walked towards Luo Feng with a thin sword in his hand and smiled. Luo Feng, this 10 billion is mine, no thanks. As he said that, his body dashed forward like a ghost. The thin black sword in his hand drew a strange arc as it slashed towards Luo Feng's neck. You're the one who gave me 10 billion. Luo Feng roared. His body fiercely dashed forward, his speed had actually reached a frightening level, and he was actually able to dodge Candace's terrifying sword strike. At the same time, a snow-white saber light was like a bolt of lightning that appeared out of nowhere in the shop. It was so fast that Candace couldn't dodge it at all. Poochie! A head rolled and flew into the air. Luo Feng's dashing figure already appeared in the street 10 meters behind Candace under the storm. Pong! Candace's headless corpse fell down. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Today is the second chapter. In the training room, Candace's and Luo Feng's consciousness were kicked out of the virtual space at almost the same time. I lost? I lost? Candace was still wearing his dark blue helmet. His vision was pitch black, but he didn't take off his helmet. He just sat there silently. How could I lose? I can't lose, it shouldn't be. His arm was already broken, so I had the complete advantage. His final blade. His final speed. Candace sat on the sofa as he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. Hate, he really hated. From Luo Feng's final speed and blade speed, Candace understood one thing: Luo Feng's fist strength increased by a huge amount. At the last moment, he actually managed to turn the tables? How could this happen? Breaking through in the middle of a battle, I actually encountered something like this? Candace's body was slightly trembling. One reason was because he lost 10 billion Chinese dollars in this battle. After all, he's only the heir to the family, not the head of the family. This amount of money is a huge amount to him. Secondly, because of the matter of chasing after his girlfriend, Candace hated Luo Feng, his rival in love, to the point of grinding his teeth. He held in his anger and finally had the chance to teach Luo Feng a lesson. Who would have thought that not only would he fail, he would be taught a lesson? This is humiliating. Finally, what made Candace angry was he taught Luo Feng a lesson and wanted Luo Feng to lose a huge amount of money. Who would have thought that not only did his opponent earn money, but he also helped his opponent break through? Candace played a huge part in Luo Feng's breakthrough. Of course, the main reason for Luo Feng's breakthrough was because Luo Feng already completed the third stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade before he came to the training camp. He trained hard every day in the training camp and didn't dare to slack off. His control over his strength became more and more precise, and his foundation became more and more solid. Even without this flash of inspiration, Luo Feng would have naturally reached the 4th stage in another 3 to 5 months. However, being able to do it 3 to 5 months earlier is still a good thing. This battle indeed took some factors into consideration. How could Candace not be angry after suffering a double loss? How could he accept this? Challenge, Luo Feng wins. The electronic voice echoed around the lobby of the 9th floor and could even be heard in the training room. Candace's body trembled slightly before he took off the dark blue helmet. Candace, thanks. This time Luo Feng was already standing in front of the door. Humph, Candace snorted coldly and left the sofa as well. Suddenly, melodious music came from the cell phone in Luo Feng's pocket. This sound made Candace's face even worse. However, Luo Feng smiled as he took out his cell phone and looked at the message on his cell phone. As expected, it was a notification from the bank about the change in the balance. A total of 20 billion was transferred, 10 billion came from the training camp's challenge system account, and the other 10 billion came from Luo Feng. Crack, the door swung open. Luo Feng and Candace walked out one after the other. With a glance, they saw that the lobby of the 9th floor was extremely rowdy. Quite a few war god teachers and influential figures of the elite training camp were shocked. After all, from the perspective of the god of war teacher and the famous people of the training camp, Candace had a higher chance of winning. They all knew that the concept of Candace's movement technique and swordsmanship combined had a stacking effect. This was also why Luo Feng, who had the advantage in strength and speed, was still suppressed by his opponent and had his arm cut off. Luo Feng. Haha, Luo Feng, impressive, especially the Chinese students. Quite a few of them gave him a thumbs up or excitedly greeted him. Luo Feng smiled as he walked over. In contrast to Luo Feng, Candace's face was so bad that it was almost black. He barely managed to say a few words to a few strong students before swiftly returning to his living quarters. This time, Candace couldn't vent his anger and instead, he was filled with anger, hate Luo Feng and hate himself for losing. late at night. Luo Feng was alone in his study. After video chatting with his family, he still couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. He really made a killing this time. Earning 10 billion isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that he actually finished comprehending the 4th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. The 4th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade is indeed difficult. I quickly comprehended the first 3 stages, but I couldn't break through the 4th stage when I was in Jiangnan headquarter city. After coming to the training camp, my blade technique and power control have improved a lot. However, I still can't break through. Luo Feng was filled with emotions. During the battle in the virtual space, the scene of the water droplets creating ripples on the surface of the water was very similar to when he first comprehended the 2nd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. The water droplets create ripples. The important thing isn't the ripples or the water droplets, it's the mirror. The mirror-like water surface. Luo Feng sighed. Only the surface of the water becomes calmer, so calm that there aren't any ripples. Then, as the water droplets fall, the ripples will become clearer. Fist strength is the same. The key to strength isn't the waves of hidden energy. It's the muscles and tendons of the body that the hidden energy travels through. After understanding this, Luo Feng, who already had a huge improvement in his power control, directly comprehended the 4th stage. The 4th stage. Now that I've comprehended the 4th stage, my fist strength has reached 3. 5. Luo Feng's eyes flashed, and my Tower of Trials level is 3. 4, just a bit off. 3, 4 times 3. 5 is only 11. 9. Just a bit more. If my Tower of Trials level reaches 3. 5, my battle ability amplifier will surpass 12 according to the contract with the Dojo of Limits. As long as your battle ability amplifier reaches 12 before August 1st, you'll receive a 9th series battle uniform, a full set of weapons, a full set of instruction manuals, and a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion. This is a huge reward. Ignoring the dragon blood worth 80 billion, Luo Feng definitely wants the complete 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual. Keep in mind that the complete 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual costs 100 billion. Even at half price, it's still 50 billion. What's more, the requirement for half price is a 4-star contribution level. When will Luo Feng reach a 4-star level? And right now, he can get a complete instruction manual for free. A complete instruction manual, dragon blood, battle uniform, and weapons. Even at half price, it'll definitely surpass 100 billion. When will I be able to afford it? Luo Feng was full of confidence. Now, his speed and strength have greatly increased. There's no way his Tower of Trials level can't even increase by 0. 1. I still have 2 more Tower of Trials this month. One is tomorrow night, and the other is the night after tomorrow, thought Luo Feng to himself. Tomorrow on the 30th, my battle ability amplifier will surpass 12. Last month, Luo Feng ranked in the top 50. So in July, Luo Feng had 4 hours of Tower of Trials time, 1 hour each on the 9th, 25th, 30th, and 31st. The reason why he arranged it this way is because the battle ability amplifier will end at midnight on August 1st. Of course, Luo Feng arranged for 1 hour of training on the last 2 days. Battle ability amplifier 12. I'll definitely reach it. On the 2nd day, Luo Feng spent most of his time in the underground room to familiarize himself with the 4th stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. After dinner, he rested and prepared for tonight's Tower of Trials. All the way until 9:35 p.m., Luo Feng arrived at the 9th floor of the 9 grand floors. Luo Feng, hello Luo. Quite a few black, white, and yellow people smiled as they greeted Luo Feng. Luo Feng was in a good mood, so he also smiled as he responded. After that, he entered the training room. He laid on the sofa and held the dark blue helmet. I'll try to succeed in one go. With dragon blood, I can become an advanced level war god level spirit reader in 1 or 2 months. An invincible existence amongst war gods. Luo Feng encouraged himself and then put on the helmet. In the virtual space. In the boundless silver alloyed land, there was only one gigantic 7-story tower in the distance, the Tower of Trials. Whoosh, Luo Feng appeared on the ground. I want to take the fist strength rating test, yelled Luo Feng. The fist strength rating test takes place in the virtual space. Whether it's the challenge room's virtual space or the training room's virtual space, as long as you yell this to the virtual space's AI, you can take the fist strength rating test. Because this test is really simple. Whoosh! A fist strength rating test machine appeared beside Luo Feng. Student Luo Feng, please quickly take the fist strength rating test. An electronic voice echoed in the air above the silver alloyed land. Luo Feng stood in front of the fist strength rating test machine. In the virtual space, his body's normal fist strength is the standard of 10,000 kilograms, with a difference of 10 kilograms. He took in a deep breath and squinted his eyes. A low humph, Luo Feng's right fist instantly tore through the air. 4 waves of hidden energy swiftly flowed into his fist, causing Luo Feng's fist to speed up. With a horrifying whistling sound, it fiercely smashed onto the fist strength rating test machine. Pung! The fist strength rating test machine let out a muffled sound and fiercely shook. A number appeared on the display, 35,080 kg, fist strength rating level 3. 5. Congratulations, student Luo Feng, your battle ability amplifier is now 11. 9. The electronic voice didn't have any emotions. 11, 9, just a bit more and it'll be 12. Luo Feng directly walked towards the Tower of Trials in the distance, and the fist strength rating test machine directly disappeared. The 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. It was a barren land. 3rd floor's B-grade trial, student Luo Feng, your goal is to kill 190 low-level commander-level golden vultures and 10 middle-level commander-level golden vultures within 30 minutes. Good luck. Right after the electronic voice finished, a black mass of flying monsters appeared in the sky above the wilderness. Flying monsters, vulture-type monsters. The weakest golden vulture is a low-level commander-level golden vulture. Come. Who knows how many times Luo Feng has died to the golden vulture monster horde on this 3rd floor. A flying monster horde is much scarier than a walking monster horde. Because once you're grabbed by the sharp claws of a flying monster, they can directly hang you up. If you're in midair, you'll die for sure, so you definitely can't get caught by the claws. An ear-piercing cry rang. The golden vulture swooped down from the sky. The densely packed flying monster horde was like a golden cloud that enveloped Luo Feng. No wonder so many war god teachers are stuck on the 3rd floor. And no matter what, Luo Feng has to kill at least half of the B-grade flying monster horde and reach a level of 3. 5. I have to succeed. Luo Feng held his ghost blade as his gaze was cold. Rumble! The flying monster horde instantly surrounded Luo Feng and the slaughter began. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Tomato, continue writing the 3rd chapter. Everyone's monthly votes, let Tomato have more motivation. Today is the 3rd chapter, Golden Vulture, a vulture type. Bird. The feathers on its upper body and wings were black with a faint silver sheen. The fur on its lower body and the feathers below its wings were all golden. Its powerful claws and powerful wings posed a huge threat to Luo Feng, even if his speed increased by a huge amount. However, under the attack of the flying beast horde, those with poor technique can't increase their speed at all. Piu! Xiao! Within the flying beast horde, the snow-white blade flashed time and time again. Shrill cries resounded through the sky. Golden vultures fell down one after another, and the other golden vultures crazily attacked. In terms of speed, the golden vulture's flying speed far surpasses the speed of a walking beast of the same level. Flying beasts are faster than walking beasts, this is common knowledge. This made Luo Feng unable to escape from the flying beast horde. He could only fight for his life under the attack of the flying beasts. His blade was like lightning, and every blade killed. Not good. Luo Feng was lifted by the claws of a golden vulture. Once his feet left the ground, he couldn't use his technique. Luo Feng, who couldn't use his technique, was instantly torn into pieces by the golden vulture horde. Fresh blood flew everywhere, Luo Feng's corpse disappeared, and so did the golden vulture horde. That hurts. Luo Feng once again appeared in the wilderness. What's my Tower of Trials level now? Luo Feng raised his head and yelled. Under the state of slaughter, Luo Feng didn't dare to be distracted at all. Naturally, he didn't count how many golden vultures he killed. He just felt like he lasted longer than last time. But no matter what, he still didn't succeed. An electronic sound rang, Tower of Trials Level 3. 5. 3, 5? Luo Feng let out a look of joy. 3, 5 times 3. 5, his battle ability amplifier is 12. 25, which is over 12, success, haha, I actually succeeded. Ever since he came to the elite training camp, he didn't dare to relax for even a day. Because of his hard training in the first month, he was able to reach rank 68 and receive the contract from the Dojo of Limits. And after receiving the contract, he set a deadline of 3 months and set the highest standards for himself. He was constantly pondering about his martial arts. When he showered, he was thinking about his blade technique. When he was chatting with his family or Xianxia, he was thinking about his blade technique. In the last month, he challenged the trainees in the training camp like a madman, engaging in life and death battles time and time again. The last time, it was a wager of 10 billion. Finally, on the night of the 30th of July, his battle ability amplifier had finally reached 12. Haha, come, the third levels be grade, continue. Luo Feng laughed loudly. Another flock of golden vultures appeared in the sky. Luo Feng no longer had any mental pressure, he could only focus on training. The 1-hour trial was over. Luo Feng's final Tower of Trials level was 3. 6, he finally completed the B stage. However, in the C stage, Luo Feng was quickly killed. Yes, compared to my body's force exertion reaching 3. 5 times and my body movement technique reaching perfect level, my weakness is my saber technique. My saber technique is only at the 2nd level of mastery. Luo Feng understood that the higher the level of the Tower of Trials, the higher the requirements are. If your blade technique is weak, then you won't be able to instantly kill a dozen monsters. Trial Tower Level 3. 6, this result, in the Battle God Circle, was considered a relatively good result. My battle ability amplifier is 12. 6. Luo Feng revealed a smile. Jiangnan Pagoda, Luo Feng's study room. When Luo Feng came back and turned on his laptop, it was already 10:50 p.m. Without caring too much, Luo Feng swiftly pulled out the contract he signed with the Dojo of Limits from his laptop. This was a document that was scanned from the contract he signed. There was a clear phone number in the contract. Once Luo Feng's battle ability amplifier reaches the required level, he can call this number and ask for the reward. A huge reward. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. One portion of dragon blood costs 160 billion, and half price is 80 billion. The 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual costs 50 billion. The cheapest battle uniform and weapon set costs around 10 billion, and the half price is close to 10 billion. Even if it's all half price, it's still a shocking number. Of course, the Dojo of Limits cost is very low. The 9-stage Thunderblade is actually selling the copyright, so the cost is almost zero. In the entire world, probably only the head, Hong, knows the cost of dragon blood, because he's the only one who can provide dragon blood. The battle uniform and weapon set costs only a few billion. All added together, the cost is at most a few dozen billion. However, that's the cost. Who would sell something to you at the cost price? Even if the governments of the various countries buy dragon blood, they'll buy it at the price of 80 billion. Beep beep. Luo Feng dialed the number. Hello. A deep voice rang out. Hello, I'm Luo Feng from the elite training camp. Luo Feng calmed down. I signed a contract with the dojo before. There are 5 reward conditions on the contract. As long as I reach one of the conditions, I can call this number and receive the reward, right? Yes, said the low voice. My battle ability amplifier has already exceeded 12, so I fulfilled the first condition, said Luo Feng. Wait a moment, let me check. In just a moment, the voice's pitch slightly rose. Ah, congratulations, student Luo Feng. Your battle ability amplifier is currently 12. 6, and right now, it's July 30th, 2256, which is before August 1st, so you've fulfilled the conditions. Your reward is a 9th series battle uniform, weapon set, any instruction manual, and a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion. When Luo Feng heard this, he couldn't help but to excitedly clench his left fist. Success. Student Luo Feng, please tell me all the detailed information about the battle uniform and weapons you need. Also, tell me the name of the instruction manual you need, continued the low voice. I need a set of 9th series battle uniform, according to. Luo Feng swiftly reported the sizes of his battle uniform, ghost blade, hexagonal shield, and other information. He also said his tactical communications watch, binoculars, backpack, and other supporting tools. Of course, he also mentioned the throwing knives he needed. I also need the complete 9-fold Thunderblade manual. Finally, it's that portion of dragon blood. Replied Luo Feng, oh yeah, of the 10 9th series throwing knives I need, I hope that 2 of them can be SS-grade throwing knives. I can remit the money to buy these 2 SS-class flying knives. The flying dagger was small in size and used less materials. Even if it was SS rank, its price was much lower than a blood shadow blade of the same rank. These 2 SS-class flying knives will be added to that combat uniform. The deep voice clearly did not care about the 2 SS-grade flying knives. After all, the full price of an SS-grade flying knife was only 400 million, and the half price was only 200 million. The cost was even lower. For the Dojo of Limits, after giving out such a huge reward, why would they care about money? The elite training camp is in the headquarter city. The reward will probably be delivered to the main entrance of the training camp within an hour. You can go there to receive your reward, said the deep voice. Within an hour? Luo Feng let out a face of surprise. He didn't think that he would receive it this quickly. Finally, congratulations to student Luo Feng for receiving this reward. At the same time, student Luo Feng, work hard and try to increase your battle ability amplifier to 16 so that you can receive another reward. After saying that, the deep voice hung up. After ending the call, the study room was silent. Luo Feng's heart was racing. Dragon blood, the dragon blood will be here soon. My strength can instantly change drastically. Luo Feng still felt like he was dreaming. Even now, Luo Feng still felt like he was dreaming. Just like that, the 9-fold Thunderblade instruction manual and a portion of dragon blood were about to be in his hands. Just look at the commotion caused by the astronomical bounty of 100 billion. You can see how much wealth 100 billion is. And an instruction manual and a portion of dragon blood, even at half price, still far exceed 100 billion. Excited, Luo Feng was indeed too excited. After staying in the study room for 20 minutes, he couldn't help but to rush to the main entrance of the training camp. The main entrance. It was already 11 p.m., so it was a bit cool. Since it was the 30th, there weren't any students at the entrance. Student Luo Feng, why are you here so late at night? The person in charge of the guards at the entrance, a middle-aged man, laughed as he yelled. Of course, he recognized this famous person of the training camp. I have something to do, smiled Luo Feng as he replied. The guard knew the rules, so he didn't ask. And Luo Feng, under the night wind, wandered around the entrance by himself. As he waited, Luo Feng felt like every second and minute was passing slowly. Occasionally, a car would pass by the entrance of the training camp, and Luo Feng couldn't help but to raise his head to look. Sadly, none of them were. Beep. A horn rang, and a large truck drove towards the entrance of the training camp. Beep. Let in. An electronic sound carried from the guard room at the entrance, shocking the patrolling soldiers and other personnel. Many of the systems in the elite training camp are controlled by AI systems and not by humans. Even the special cars of the dojo don't have the right to enter. The entrance opened automatically. The large truck drove in. This should be it. Luo Feng walked to the side. Luo Feng walked to the side. The large truck seemed to have discovered Luo Feng, as it directly drove to the side and stopped. Voila, the back door of the truck opened, and a voice rang, Student Luo Feng, please get in. Luo Feng ran to the back door of the truck. Before he even got in, a blue light shone on Luo Feng's body. At the same time, an electronic voice rang, Student Luo Feng, identity confirmed, please get in. The interior of the truck was very luxurious. There were a total of 3 people inside, and they all looked at Luo Feng with shock. This is Luo Feng? I wonder what HQ wants us to escort this time. For all 3 of us to come out of the 3 people in the truck, one was yellow, and the other 2 were white. They spoke Chinese. The common language in Hongning headquarters city is Chinese, so most of the people in HQ know Chinese. Luo Feng jumped into the truck and looked towards the back of the truck. With a glance, he saw a large locked box. Looking at the size of the box, things like shields and ghost blades could indeed be stored. At this time, the same blue light from before shone on the locked box. Reward item, confirmed, correct. The electronic sound rang. Student Luo Feng, please receive the reward item. Luo Feng took a step forward. One of the tall white men carried the locked box and brought it in front of Luo Feng. Student Luo Feng, what's inside? The white man smiled as he asked. It's a secret. Luo Feng smiled as he received the locked box. Finally. The huge reward is in his hands, the dragon blood is in his hands. P.S. Chapter 3 has arrived. Today, there's still Chapter 4. Today, Chapter 4, Luo Feng swiftly returned to his living quarters while carrying the briefcase. Jiangnan Pavilion, in a secret underground chamber. Kaka Luo Feng twisted the lock on the underground room's alloy door. Since he obtained the dragon blood, the first thing he did was use it. If he didn't use it and some student found out that he had dragon blood, they might steal it. At that time, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Using dragon blood was also a very important matter. In order to prevent others from disturbing him, it was best to use dragon blood in the underground secret room. The light illuminated the entire secret chamber. Luo Feng placed the locked box in the corner. This was a fingerprint locked box. Luo Feng swiped his finger across and with a caw sound, the locked box opened. The lockbox was huge. It was split into 2 layers. The upper layer was a neatly stacked battle uniform, ghost blade, shield, throwing knives, etc. Luo Feng took all of these out and placed them to the side before looking at the lower layer. On the lower level, there were only 2 wooden boxes. Of these 2 wooden boxes, one contains the 9-stage Thunderblade secret manual, and the other contains the dragon blood. Luo Feng carefully opened the first wooden box. In the wooden box was a thick instruction manual and a stack of discs. On the cover of the instruction manual were the words, 9-stage Thunderblade. He had obtained the secret manual. I don't need to spend money on this instruction manual anymore. Luo Feng closed it again and opened another wooden box. When the wooden box was opened, there was a test tube fixed with foam. The test tube was plugged with a stopper. The test tube was filled with golden blood, which took up about 1/3 of the test tube's volume. This is dragon blood worth 80 billion? Luo Feng carefully took out the foam and then carefully picked up the test tube, afraid that it would break. However, logically speaking, a test tube filled with dragon blood should be very sturdy. However, Luo Feng didn't dare to randomly test it, so he raised the test tube high up towards the fluorescent light. Under the illumination of the light, the golden blood made one's heart tremble. If one did not know its value, it would be impossible to believe that this thing was worth 80 billion. Luo Feng lowered his head to look. Under the wooden box that originally stored the dragon blood, there was an instruction manual. After Luo Feng picked it up and looked carefully, he couldn't help but to let out a smile. So this dragon blood is so easy to use. According to the instructions, he only needed to smear the dragon blood on his body, and there was no need to smear it all over his body, just a certain spot. The dragon blood would naturally permeate the entire body. The only taboo was not to drink it. I was at the 9-story building on the night of the 28th. My punching strength was 25,100 kilograms. I wonder how high it will be after using this dragon blood. Actually, at the end of June, Luo Feng's fist strength was only 19,600 kilograms. However, in July, Luo Feng's fist strength increased by over 5,000 kg. This was a shocking scale. Actually, it wasn't weird. In July, Luo Feng used the archaeological gravity room for 4 hours, which was split into 12 times of 20 minutes. Every day, he stayed in the archaeological gravity room for 20 minutes for a total of 12 days. Every 3 days was equivalent to 15 days of normal training. Just these 12 days were equivalent to 2 months of normal training. That was why the effects in July were so shocking. Actually, Luo Feng wasn't exaggerating. If someone stayed in the archaeological gravity room for 2 hours every day for a month, they would have the same effect as 10 months. My fist strength is 25,100 kilograms. If I use dragon blood, it'll double and reach 50,000 kilograms, thought Luo Feng to himself. The higher one's strength, the weaker the effect of the dragon blood. The lower one's strength, the more obvious the effect of the dragon blood. A warrior-level fighter, because they're too weak, can become 4 times stronger after using dragon blood. Legend has it that dragon blood can double a person's strength, but that's just a rough number. My current fitness level is only that of an intermediate-level warlord. If I use dragon blood, it might not just double, it might even triple. Luo Feng was looking forward to it. He hasn't used dragon blood before. Maybe there are other people in the world who have used dragon blood, but their experiences haven't been publicized, so nobody knows the rough numbers. He can only experience it himself. In the underground room, Luo Feng laid flat on the ground. He held the test tube with dragon blood in his left hand and lightly pulled out the stopper. Suddenly, a special smell filled the underground room. Just by smelling this smell and breathing it into his body, Luo Feng felt every part of his body go numb. It felt like he was training his genetic energy. Dragon blood. Luo Feng slightly tilted the test tube and poured the dragon blood towards his chest. The dragon blood was quite viscous, like mercury. It slowly flowed. The entire test tube was only that big, and with only a third of the test tube's capacity, one portion of dragon blood was indeed very small. It didn't take up much space even when it flowed on his chest. Soon, all the dragon blood in the test tube flowed out, and Luo Feng directly put the test tube to the side. The space is too small. Luo Feng immediately used his left and right hands to wipe the dragon blood on his naked upper body. He also wiped it on his arms. With this wipe, Luo Feng instantly felt his upper body and arms start to heat up. It's working? Luo Feng was full of anticipation. He could only feel waves of heat flowing along the dragon blood on his skin and quickly entering his body. It flowed towards every part of his body, including his legs, hands, back, chest, head, and so on. And this heat continued to increase. With the naked eye, he could see the amount of dragon blood on the surface of his skin rapidly decrease, as if it was seeping into his skin. The heat continued to increase, the temperature continued to increase. The manual said that the process would be very painful, to the point of causing people to faint. But I didn't think it would be this painful. I've been affected by headaches since I was young, so my endurance is quite high. I didn't think. Luo Feng's fists were tightly clenched and his entire body was trembling. At this moment, it was as if millions of ants were biting every part of his body. This pain made Luo Feng's face go pale. And the pain continued to increase, numbness and even pain, every part of his body, even his head, hot. It made people feel as if they were being burned to death by fire. Numbness, making people scratch themselves to death, pain. Pain that went deep into his bones, making him twitch. Sweat dripped down Luo Feng's forehead. His entire body was struggling, his muscles twitched, his heart rate increased, and the blood flow in his body continued to increase. The sound of his heartbeat. Ba-dump. 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 Every heartbeat was like a drum ringing in his ears. The sound became louder and louder, until he lost consciousness. Fainting, the amount of dragon blood on the surface of Luo Feng's body continued to decrease as it seeped into his body. And along with this seeping, Luo Feng's entire body started to twitch. Not only his entire body twitched, but even every single muscle on his body was twitching. The muscles on Luo Feng's bare upper body were twitching like earthworms. His skin seemed to be burning red and the veins on his entire body were bulging and twisting. It was very scary. Shishi. Along with this horrifying process, every single cell in Luo Feng's body was crazily swallowing this mysterious energy and began to transform. Ever since he was young, after all these years, even when Luo Feng first awakened as a spirit reader, his body's transformation wasn't as exaggerated as this. The genetic material in his cells, under the dragon blood's energy, rapidly transformed, leaving behind useless genes and improving them. Some of the wasted cells and impurities were directly expelled, leaving behind dirt on the surface of Luo Feng's body. Under this transformation that went deep into his cells, Luo Feng's tendons, bones, membranes, muscles, skin, organs, etc. all underwent shocking changes. The hardness of his bones continuously increased, and the toughness of his periosteum and tendons also underwent leaps and bounds of transformation. The dragon blood's energy was enough to provide for this transformation. Everything was happening rapidly. His training speed was thousands, tens of thousands of times faster than normal, and at the same time, within Luo Feng's consciousness, within that vast consciousness. In the middle of the endless mist that covered his realm of consciousness, the gigantic dark golden ball no longer slowly spun like before and slowly released its spiritual force. At this moment, the dark golden ball was like a dam that broke. Large amounts of liquid flowed out and instantly turned into mist. Large amounts of mist crazily spread and filled his entire realm of consciousness. The mist in his realm of consciousness continuously increased, and the rate of increase was extremely shocking. The dark golden ball crazily released large amounts of mist, which was thousands of times faster than normal, or even faster. His body fitness level was increasing at a shocking rate. Naturally, the dark golden ball, which was always limited by his body fitness level and couldn't release its spiritual force, was also being released in his realm of consciousness. The strength of Luo Feng's spiritual force continued to increase. From the beginner war god level spiritual force before, it started to increase at a shocking rate. Slowly. The mist seemed to have reached a limit, and it actually condensed into droplets, 1 droplet, 2 droplets, *********. Slowly, Luo Feng's body calmed down, and the dark golden ball in his realm of consciousness finally stopped releasing its spiritual force crazily. Instead, it slowly released it like before. Many droplets floated in his realm of consciousness that was covered in mist. Sometimes, the mist would enter the droplets, and sometimes, it would be released. Luo Feng's realm of consciousness was already in a state where both mist and liquid coexisted. I fainted? Luo Feng's body slightly trembled and he finally regained consciousness. His eyelids slightly moved, and his eyes slowly opened. Right now, Luo Feng's entire body was covered in a layer of dirt. His entire body was black, and even his face was black. After Luo Feng opened his eyes, he casually got up, slightly moved his arms, and fiercely rubbed his body with his left hand. In an instant, the black dirt was rubbed away, revealing his bronze skin. Luo Feng's skin color completely changed. From his normal yellow skin, it turned into a bronze color that seemed like it was cast from steel. This was clearly the result of the dragon blood seeping into his skin. What a powerful force! Luo Feng felt the shocking power in his body. It's much more powerful than before. 5x, explode. Luo Feng ferociously punched the alloy wall beside him. With a rumble, half of Luo Feng's fist caved in. After that, his left fist punched again. Every punch caused the entire underground room to shake, and every punch left a shocking hole in the alloy wall. Dong. 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 Low sounds that seemed to be smashing into a person's heart rang out one after another. After suddenly obtaining such a powerful force, Luo Feng used the most barbaric method to vent the joy in his heart. Great, great! Luo Feng couldn't help but to yell. Luo Feng turned his head towards the battle uniform. Whoosh! 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 10 throwing knives swiftly pierced through the air. In this 5-meter long, 5-meter wide, and 2.5-meter tall alloy room, they actually began to revolve around Luo Feng at an astonishing speed. In an instant, they reached 10 times the speed of sound and continued to increase. With such a terrifying speed, the throwing knives even flashed past the alloy wall beside them and cut a ravine. Luo Feng tightly clenched his fists. He even had a feeling. Even if he faced that high-level Horde leader steel-armored dragon from back then, he would still dare to fight it and even kill it. P.S. Luo Feng is finally truly valiant. 4 chapters completed. Monthly votes. Jiangnan Pagoda, Luo Feng's bathroom. HUA, the hot water splashed onto Luo Feng's strong body and washed away all the dirt. Goo, all the dirty water in the bathtub flowed out. After that, Luo Feng plugged the plug and laid in the bathtub as the hot water splashed onto his body. Even though he was lying there, Luo Feng's mood was unprecedentedly happy. After a while, Luo Feng climbed out of the bathtub, wiped his body with a towel, and then walked into his room naked. He put on his battle boots and long pants, but only wore a casual shirt on his upper body. In the pockets of his long pants, there were 10 throwing knives. I'll go to the 9 grand floors and test my current strength. Luo Feng swiftly went downstairs and headed towards the 9 grand floors in the dark. At this time it was already around 2 p.m., around 2 p.m. Only the 9th floor of the 9 grand floors still had some students. Because the elite training camp's archaeological gravity room and training room are open 24 hours a day, there's only 1 hour in the afternoon when they're not used. The rest of the time is used by students, even if it's late at night. However, the other training halls were completely empty. 9 grand floors, 5th floor, one of the small training halls. Pa. The light was turned on. A yellow-skinned youth appeared in this training hall. The door was already closed from the inside. As for the windows, when the windows of the 9 grand floors were designed, people from the outside couldn't see inside, while people from the inside could easily see outside. Luo Feng was very satisfied with all of this. For now, he doesn't want people to know that he's a spirit reader. Spiritual force, 2 levels higher than my body fitness level. Let's see just what level my body fitness level has reached. Luo Feng walked towards a large fist strength tester in the corner of the training hall. The fist strength tester in the 9 grand floors is the best of the best. It can easily test the strength of advanced level war gods. To be able to withstand the heavy punches of advanced level war gods, one can only imagine the cost of this fist strength tester. After turning on the switch, the display of the fist strength tester lit up. 2 days ago, my fist strength was 25,100 kilograms. Let's see how much it's at now. Luo Feng stood in front of the fist strength tester. Advanced level war gods weigh hundreds of thousands of kg. Even an explosive punch of close to 1,000,000 kg can't break it. The material used for this fist strength tester isn't much weaker than the scales of a high-level horde leader monster. Luo Feng moved. Luo Feng's right fist was like a cannonball, bringing with it a sonic boom as it directly smashed onto the target without any special method of using his strength, only to see Luo Feng's right fist explode. Pung, the target shook violently, and the sound was deep and muffled. Luo Feng immediately looked at the display. A number appeared on the display, 63,602 kilograms. So many? How can it be so high? Luo Feng's eyes widened. He felt as if he was hit by a huge pie. Originally, Luo Feng estimated that his fist strength could reach at least 50,000 kilograms. If his luck was good, he might be able to earn more than 50,000. If he was extremely lucky, he might earn as much as 60,000, but 63,600, that was almost 64,000 yuan. That's the lowest limit for beginner-level war gods. My fitness level can barely be considered a beginner-level war god. Doesn't that mean my spirit force can barely be considered an advanced-level war god level spirit reader? Luo Feng's heart was filled with joy. He was clear that the limit for beginner-level war gods was 64,000 kilograms to 128,000 kilograms. His advanced-level war god level spirit reader can only be considered a beginner-level war god level spirit reader, not the peak of the advanced-level war god level. When his strength reaches 128,000 kilograms, he'll probably be a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced-level war god level. However, it's a spirit reader. Even if he just stepped into the advanced level war god level, killing a normal fighter, even a fighter at the peak of the advanced level war god level, won't be a problem. He can absolutely sweep through normal advanced level war gods. In the entire world, other than the existences surpassing the war god level, most of the war gods, even the extremely powerful advanced level war gods, can be swept by me. Only a few can match me. Luo Feng's eyes were like lightning. His powerful strength gave him absolute confidence. Strength brings confidence, and among the war gods, only spirit readers at the peak of the advanced level war god level can make Luo Feng lower his head. Powerful. This is true strength. Luo Feng's excitement surged like a tidal wave. Compared to his spiritual force, his close combat skills are way too weak. His body fitness level barely qualifies as a beginner-level war god. Even with a battle ability amplifier of over 12, he can still obtain the title of an intermediate-level war god. But compared to his spiritual force, it's nothing. Around 25,100 kilograms to around 63,600 kg. My body fitness level didn't just double, it increased by around 2.5 times. Luo Feng calculated in his mind, the effects of this dragon blood are indeed shocking. Luo Feng guessed wrong this time. Just one portion of dragon blood probably only had an effect of 2 times, just barely enough. Other than the dragon blood, the transformation this time was also due to the strengthening of his body with his spiritual force. When Luo Feng first awakened, his body fitness level increased by a huge amount, but his spiritual force only increased to the beginner level war god level. And this time, Luo Feng's spiritual force directly jumped from the beginner level war god level to the advanced level war god level. In terms of quantity, the increase in his spiritual force was 10 times that of his first awakening. With such an increase in spiritual force, naturally, Luo Feng's body also strengthened. However, since it was strengthened at the same time as the dragon blood, the increase wasn't as exaggerated. However, it still increased Luo Feng's fist strength by around 10,000 kilograms. From around 50,000 kilograms, it directly increased to 64,000 kg. Deep into the night, in the spacious training hall, Luo Feng retreated step by step until he was 20 meters away from the fist strength tester machine. Let me see just how strong my spiritual force is. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Luo Feng's eyes flashed and immediately, 2 black throwing knives with a faint silver glow floated in front of him. These 2 throwing knives were the SS grade throwing knives he obtained this time. With a thought from Luo Feng, the 2 throwing knives immediately turned 180 degrees. The handles of the throwing knives faced the fist strength tester machine, while the tips of the throwing knives faced Luo Feng himself. Go! Under Luo Feng's powerful spiritual force. Whoosh, one of the SS grade throwing knives instantly turned into a black light. The handle of the knife pointed forward and the tip pointed back. Just like that, the black light shot towards the fist strength tester machine's fist strength tester machine. Pung, the fist strength tester ferociously shook and let out a low sound that could make one's heart stop. A number immediately appeared on the display, 218,606 kg. After seeing this number, Luo Feng couldn't help but to shake his head and sigh. Sick, sick. No wonder spirit readers are invincible. Luo Feng was shocked. According to the fitness level, 128,000 kilograms, 256,000 kilograms is the fitness level of an intermediate level war god. However, this throwing knife attack doesn't rely on strength, but on speed. Throwing knives that rely on speed can all contain the strength of an advanced level war god. How could it be strange for these throwing knives to kill an advanced level war god? I can simultaneously control 10 throwing knives and attack from all directions. Their speed surpasses 10 times the speed of sound, and they can instantly change directions. No matter how strong your advanced level war god's body is, no matter how powerful your blade technique is, no matter how nimble your technique is, you'll still die. Luo Feng couldn't help but to sigh as he saw this number. They're on completely different levels. Advanced level war gods have a hard time defending against attacks that surpass 10 times the speed of sound. Also, spiritual force can control a few throwing knives to surround and attack, which is much scarier than the monsters in the Tower of Trials. Which monster can reach 10 times the speed of sound? This is the terror of a spirit reader. In terms of spiritual force, it barely reaches the lowest level of an advanced level war god. However, in terms of flexibility and strangeness, Luo Feng can easily defeat most advanced level war gods. Except for a few crazy people or other advanced level war god level spirit readers. Even though Luo Feng's current strength is already the #1 in the elite training camp, Luo Feng was clear that there are still people stronger than him in this world. Not mentioning existences surpassing the war god level. Amongst war gods, he's not invincible yet. He's only close to invincible. August 1st, morning. 193 students gathered on the grass field in front of the 9 grand floors. They were all chatting in groups of 3 to 5. All of the students were fully equipped with their bags and weapons, because today is the day of the life and death adventure. However, before they leave, everyone was waiting for one person, the world's strongest fighter, Hong. Why isn't Hong here yet? Zhao Rua, Luo Feng, and Shijiang were all sitting on the grass field chatting. Zhao Rua's face was completely red. I dreamt of Hong last night. Stop being so love-struck, joked Luo Feng. What did you say? Zhao Rua glared. Luo Feng was shocked. He looked towards Shijiang and changed the topic. Senior Shijiang, you've met the head before. What does he look like? After hearing this, Zhao Rua also looked towards Shijiang. After all, only Shijiang, an old student, has seen Hong before. Head Hong. How should I put it? Shijiang's eyes had a bit of respect and a strange color. Divinity. Divinity? Luo Feng froze. Yeah, the legendary divinity. I can't think of any other words to describe him, sighed Shijiang. I've seen other investigators, existences surpassing the war god level. However, those existences surpassing the war god level, compared to the head Hong, are like stars compared to the sun. Luo Feng nodded to himself. Shijiang smiled as he looked at Luo Feng and Zhao Rua. Brothers, sisters, you guys should put more effort into the upcoming life and death adventure. This time, we're going to the continent of Australia. After the Grand Nirvana, the entire continent of Australia will be the world of monsters. It's one of the 3 most dangerous places in the world, along with Africa's Sahara and South America's Amazon. Before the Grand Nirvana, there were many animals in the continent of Australia. There were only around 10 million people on the continent. After the Grand Nirvana period came, the mutated monsters in the continent of Australia became the most numerous in the world. There were no humans on the continent. The entire continent was the nest of the monsters. Along with Africa's Sahara and South America's Amazon, they were one of the 3 most dangerous places. Occasionally, some superorganizations would send a special team to this continent to train. And this time, Luo Feng and the others were heading towards the continent of Australia. Luo Feng couldn't help but to raise his head and look towards the sky. Quite a few other students also looked towards the sky, because a sonic boom rang in the sky. A blurry shadow appeared in the sky above the elite training camp. After it condensed, it was a blood-red triangular fighter jet. The head is here. Hurry, everyone get up! All of the war god teachers, as well as the students sitting on the grass, all stood up straight. Everyone knew that. The strongest fighter in the world. The richest person in the world. The most powerful existence in the world is about to appear. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. This blood-red triangular fighter jet had smooth lines and gave people the feeling that it was a ferocious flying monster that was about to attack. At this time, this blood-red triangular fighter jet was slowly descending from the sky. All of the students and war god teachers in the elite training camp remained silent. No one dared to make a sound. The fighter jet landed. HUA, the hatch opened, an Asian and a Caucasian simultaneously stepped out of the hatch. Just like that, as if there was a staircase in the air that normal people couldn't see, they directly walked onto the grass. This scene caused all of the students to widen their eyes. Existences surpassing the war god level, and 2 of them. Luo Feng was also shocked. Looks like these 2 people are the 2 main investigators of the Dojo of Limit's headquarters. The 2 investigators stood on the grass on both sides as they silently waited for the head of the dojo. Over 200 pairs of eyes in the elite training camp stared at the hatch. Everyone was waiting for the legendary strongest fighter in the world, and the undisputed strongest fighter in the world. Finally, a shadow walked out of the hatch. Luo Feng didn't even dare to blink, afraid of wasting time. He carefully looked at the man that walked out of the hatch. He was around 1.9 meters tall, wearing black pants, a black jacket, and had short hair. With just a glance, he gave off the feeling that he was a spear that was about to pierce through the sky. As for his age, not a single wrinkle could be seen on his face. He looked like he was in his 20s. However, that aura wasn't something a regular youth could have. He stepped out of the hatch and scanned across everyone in the elite training camp. Rumble. Luo Feng only felt an explosion in his head. The sky and earth around him were completely distorted, and the morning sun disappeared from his field of vision. All of the students in the elite training camp were horrified to find that the entire sky seemed to have turned from morning to night. There was no light at all, only darkness. The sky and earth were black, and the most eye-catching thing in this black sky was the black-haired man. He is a deity, an omnipotent deity. Even the war god teachers didn't have the heart to resist. They couldn't even think of resisting. Facing the gaze of this black-haired man, even Luo Feng, who was much more powerful, felt that this powerful black-haired man could kill him with just one gaze. He is Hong, the strongest man in the world. Beside Hong, the 2 investigators were completely overshadowed. Investigators are existences surpassing the war god level. However, in front of Hong, the gap between them was too great. Elite training camp, this batch of students is not bad. A cold voice rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, all the trainees and teachers in the elite training camp, who had been plunged into darkness, discovered that the endless darkness around them had disappeared. The morning sun had once again appeared. But even so, everyone felt a kind of mental pressure, as if they were ants facing an elephant. In front of Hong, everyone felt insignificant. Dojo master, there are quite a few good seedlings in this batch of students. The leader of the elite training camp, Patrol Wang, said. Almost all the students looked at Hong as if he was their idol, the spiritual leader of martial artists. Hong took a step forward and appeared beside a student as if he had teleported. All the students, teachers, and even the investigator all turned to look. The black-haired Hong was staring at a young student. Luo Feng stared at the black-haired man before him. This world's strongest warrior was actually staring at him? Why is he staring at me? Hong is looking at Luo Feng. Head Hong, why is he looking at Luo Feng? Among the students, Candace was worried and dissatisfied. The three investigators weren't surprised, since Luo Feng's contract was personally written by the head. You're Luo Feng? Even though his voice was gentle, it was still powerful. The black-haired man lowered his head and examined the young youth in front of him. Yes, head Luo Feng replied respectfully. The black-haired man grinned, and the corner of his mouth seemed to be slightly curving. The head smiled? The head smiled? The three investigators were shocked. They knew very well the temper of the strongest fighter in the world. Normally, even towards existences surpassing the war god level, it's hard for him to smile. The black-haired man examined Luo Feng and couldn't help but to exclaim, such powerful spiritual force. Luo Feng froze, the three investigators froze, all the students in the training camp were also stunned, such powerful spiritual force? Is he talking about Luo Feng? Luo Feng is a spirit reader? Luo Feng was completely stunned. His secret as a spirit reader was revealed by the world's strongest fighter, Hong, in front of the three investigators, all the students, and all the war god teachers. His spiritual force wasn't released at all in his realm of consciousness, so the other investigators didn't notice. Who would have thought that the head would notice and even say it out loud? I didn't think that you would have such powerful spiritual force, no wonder. The black-haired man, Hong, slightly nodded, as if he was very satisfied with Luo Feng. After that, the black-haired man, Hong, glanced at the other students and said coldly, "You are the most elite geniuses among the youths of the world. Your goal isn't to become war gods, but to become existences surpassing the war god level. I hope that one of you can reach this step." The head's words seemed to have an infinite amount of power that directly permeated into everyone's souls. All the students felt their blood boil under this formless guidance. After that, the black-haired man, Hong, turned around and left. When Hong disappeared from their line of sight, all the students and the god of war teachers were in an uproar. The head, Hong, is too powerful, he's like a god. I felt like the head just now was the ruler of the entire world. Yeah, all the students used their own languages to excitedly chat with their fellow countrymen. Luo Feng, you're a spirit reader? You actually still have this hidden card, spirit reader. Quite a few students from China were shocked towards Luo Feng. However, everyone is from the elite training camp. The elite training camp has always been collecting geniuses from all over the world. There are quite a few spirit readers here, so even though everyone was shocked, they weren't too jealous. Of course, if they knew that Luo Feng's spiritual force could defeat most advanced level war gods, they would probably be dumbfounded. Luo Feng, a slightly hoarse voice rang. The surroundings were silent. Luo Feng turned his head and saw that the person walking over was indeed Investigator Wang. Investigator Wang looked at Luo Feng. "Let's go, follow me to see the head." Yes, even though Luo Feng was confused, he still followed Investigator Wang to see the head. And now, in the crowd of students, the tall, skinny, blonde youth, Candace, stared at the departing Luo Feng. His gaze was cold as he clenched his teeth. "Spirit reader? Who would have thought that you're actually a spirit reader? Looks like my aunt and the others were right." "Yup, I have to tell my aunt about this immediately." William, I'm going back to my place for a bit, said Candace. Okay, hurry up, we'll probably be leaving soon, nodded William. In a quiet tea room. The black-haired man, Hong, sat on a chair and held a teacup as he sighed. This Luo Feng has such astonishing spiritual force at such a young age. Looks like his natural spiritual force is extremely powerful. He's probably one of the top spirit readers I've ever seen. His brain expanse is definitely high, so no wonder his comprehension is so high. He was able to train his 9-stage Thunder Blade to the 4th stage in such a short amount of time. However, if he has spiritual force, why has he been hiding it? The black-haired man, Hong, thought. I'm afraid that he'll be very troubled if I reveal this indeed. Luo Feng was troubled. Under Investigator Wang's lead, Luo Feng's mind was filled with frustration as he walked. This head, Hong, suddenly revealed his secret, which caught him completely off guard. As of now, he's strong, but the vulture-scorpion couple isn't weak either. He originally planned to take things one step at a time. He's in the dark while the vulture-scorpion couple is in the light. Everything is in his favor. But now that he suddenly revealed it, the vulture-scorpion couple aren't idiots. They probably guessed that I'm the culprit, sighed Luo Feng. The dojo master is inside. Let's go in, Inspector Wang said. Yes, Luo Feng walked into the quiet tea room. His voice was still a bit cold, but the black-haired man, Hong, looked at Luo Feng with interest. Luo Feng obediently sat down. Luo Feng, your spiritual force has probably reached the advanced level war god level. Among war gods, there aren't many that are stronger than you. Why are you still hiding your strength? Could it be that your enemy is in existence surpassing the war god level? The head, Hong, looked at Luo Feng. If I reveal this and cause you trouble, don't worry. If your enemy is in existence surpassing the war god level, I can guarantee that he won't touch a single hair on your body. Hong understood that one sentence of his could cause trouble, so he made a promise to Hong. In the entire world, no one dares to go against his words. An existence surpassing the war god level? Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He's not strong enough to make enemies of that level. Head, I had a conflict with the vulture-scorpion couple's son in the wilderness of Jiangnan headquarter city and killed him. The vulture-scorpion couple is offering a sky-high reward for the identity of the culprit, Luo Feng said honestly. I also obtained the dragon blood before and used it to increase my strength greatly. Luo Feng didn't have to lie in front of the head. What kind of status does the head have? To Hong, the conflict between Luo Feng and the vulture-scorpion is like a fight between ants. Didn't you hear, Hong? Even an existence surpassing the war god level can be guaranteed to not touch a single hair on Luo Feng with just one sentence. How bold is that? Oh, I've heard of that 100 billion bounty. The head, Hong, slightly nodded. As long as you aren't an idiot, you can understand. If a powerless young fighter wasn't forced into a corner, how would he dare to kill the son of 2 advanced-level war gods? After I said those words, I believe that Vulture Li Yao will know about it soon. Vulture Li Yao will know about this. Chief Master Hong nodded slightly. Luo Feng felt helpless. Isn't that right? It's exactly because of one sentence from a great deity like you that I'm completely flustered. However, who dares to complain about Hong? If he directly confronts the vulture-scorpion couple, then so be it. He's not afraid of them right now, but his family. Head Luo Feng said sincerely, I'm not afraid of the vulture-scorpion couple either, but my family. Don't worry, nothing will happen to your family. The head, Hong, spoke. After hearing this, Luo Feng felt a wave of relief. Is there anything more useful than the head, Hong, in this world? Those presidents and prime ministers might be forced to do something else tomorrow. However, Hong's words can be said to be the golden rule that no one can challenge. I think that with Vulture Li Yao's personality, he'll definitely take this chance to attack you when you guys go on a life-and-death adventure in the continent of Australia, said the head. You and him are both fighters, so I won't interfere. Hong, who is above everyone else, has such a high status, unless it's necessary, he really won't interfere with the matters of fighters. If Vulture Li Yao comes to the continent of Australia, it's hard to say who will die. Luo Feng's gaze was firm. The head, Hong, slightly nodded. Luo Feng, you're a member of the Dojo of Limits. Let me remind you, this Vulture Li Yao successfully came out of the archaeological ruins and obtained a black god set. The most important thing about this black God said is that it can form a protective armor at will. It can even cover 100% of the user's entire body, including his nose and mouth. Luo Feng froze. Once it covers 100% of the body, your throwing knives won't be able to pierce through the black. God said. The head, Hong, glanced at Luo Feng's pocket. Of course, no one will always cover their nose and mouth, especially their eyes. If they cover their eyes, won't they be unable to see? Luo Feng was shocked. The so-called Black God set can actually form a protective armor at will. Unbelievable. So, you have a chance to kill him with a sneak attack. Overall, his defense is strong. While you're good at escaping, his attacks are strong, while your attacks are unpredictable. After coming out of the tea room, Luo Feng calmed down. If he didn't have the Black God set, Luo Feng would be able to suppress Vulture Li Yao in a head-on battle. But now, with the Black God set, Li Yao is practically invincible. He's not weaker than Luo Feng at all. Hong clearly doesn't want to interfere with this, right? The difference in strength between Vulture Li Yao and me isn't too big. I'm afraid Hong is treating this as a test for me, Luo Feng thought to himself. Indeed, to the head, Hong, Luo Feng is a piece of jade. However, a piece of jade needs to be polished before it can become a weapon. Otherwise, it's just a piece of jade. If even Vulture Li Yao needs the dojo's help, then Hong would be too disappointed. Li Yao, maybe you have more experience, or maybe you even brought quite a few people. However, I'll be waiting for you in the continent of Australia. Luo Feng immediately walked towards the training camp where the students gathered. In the faraway country of China, Jiangnan headquarter city. Main sectors: Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector, Huayao Peaks Villa. Li Yao and the blonde woman, Vanina, stared at Candace's image on the gigantic screen in front of them. That's it, Aunt, Uncle, I'm going to gather. We're about to leave for the continent of Australia. Candace's image disappeared in a flash. Li Yao and Vanina were both furious and in extreme pain. So it was him. Li Yao said in a low voice, hiding his identity as a spirit reader all this time. If he didn't have a guilty conscience, why would he hide his identity? Elite training camp students? Even if you're the emperor, I, Li Yao, will tear you to pieces and make you regret ever being born. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Brothers, you're too strong. My monthly votes have increased by a lot. Tomato is grateful for your monthly votes. If I get a few more monthly votes, I'll surpass second place. Brothers, monthly votes, come on. Li Yao's face was ferocious as he breathed heavily. His eyes flashed. Luo Feng, Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Kill, he must die. Vanina's Chinese wasn't perfect, but the killing intent in her voice was easy to hear. Vanina's eyes were like poisonous needles and her voice was sharp. Isn't he going to the continent of Australia for a life and death adventure? This is the perfect opportunity to kill him. Vulture Scorpion, one can tell from this couple's nicknames. Their nature is cruel and vicious. They usually bully others, but now they're the ones being bullied and killed their only son. How could Vulture Scorpion not go crazy? Kill, not only kill him, but also his entire family. Li Yao clenched his teeth. He killed my only son, so I'll kill his entire family. Then I'll turn that Luo Feng's bones to dust. Scorpion Vanina slightly nodded and then frowned as she looked at Li Yao. Yao, the dojo of limits forbids revenge on the families of their fighters. Once they find out, the consequences will be dire. Back then, Bloodblade was chased all over the world and had nowhere to hide. You think I'm an idiot like Bloodblade? Li Yao sneered. The best way to deal with normal people is through the power of the world. With the HR Alliance's gigantic network, connections, and power in the world, they can definitely wipe out Luo Feng's entire family without making any mistakes. Fighters are powerful. However, against normal people, the HR Alliance is the best way to deal with them. If something really happens, then you'll have to deal with it, frowned Vanina. Behind her was the Paulinus family. As one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, they definitely wouldn't go against the dojo of limits. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Even if something happens, they won't be able to find me. If they find me, I'll deal with it myself. Li Yao's expression was cold as he looked towards Vanina. Vanina, I'm preparing to personally go to the continent of Australia. I'm also preparing to bring some elite members with me. We'll directly take a plane from China and disembark in the continent of Australia. Can you arrange that? The Nina was the CEO of the China region of the HR Alliance. She had a lot of power. That's not a big problem. I can let you guys get off the plane halfway across the Australian continent as a training martial artist team. The Nina nodded. I'm planning to bring some special equipment with me, Li Yao said again. Instruments? You're thinking of. The Nina shook her head and said, impossible. The military power of the Chinese government is too strong. At most, I can arrange for you to take a free flight. It's absolutely impossible for you to bring those special equipment. First of all, it's impossible for you to pass the security check. Li Yao slightly frowned. He also knew that it was very difficult. Yao, it's impossible to get it from Huaxia. The Nina said solemnly, the equipment you want to bring is absolutely forbidden. Our HR alliance only has some influence on normal people and the economy in China. How about this, Yao, you take a plane to Europe first. The Nina said, the European Union is the headquarters of our HR alliance. From there, I can arrange for a plane to send you and a few elite fighters to the continent of Australia. I can also let you bring special equipment. This is because over in the European Union, over 80% of the passenger planes, as well as the airport inspection system, are all handled by our HR alliance. Okay, that's the only way. Li Yao slightly nodded. China and the European Union were different. For example, the European Union and America were both capitalist countries. The ancient families and financial groups had a lot of influence there. Even the political parties were supported by these families. Even weapons, passenger planes, and many other aspects were all manufactured and operated by capital. China was different. Passenger planes, manufacturing weapons, and many other aspects were all owned by the country. Capital was prohibited, so, even with Vanina's status, it was impossible for her to sneak some special equipment through Huaxia and take a passenger plane. That's fine. Let's go to Europe. I can also find more people. Li Yao slightly nodded, also Vanina, try and find some mercenaries for me. See if any of them are willing to help. My own people don't have any war god level experts. Let's see if we can find some war god level mercenaries. I'll try. Vanina nodded. In reality, there were quite a few mercenaries. The top mercenaries, even existences surpassing the war god level, were even invited to be stationed in some of the weaker headquarter cities. At this time, Li Yao and Vanina didn't know that the head of the Dojo of Limits, the world's #1 fighter, Hong, already promised Luo Feng, no one will harm a single hair on Luo Feng's family. Li Yao didn't know. So before heading to the European Union, he was thinking of ways to arrange some people. Hongming headquarters city, 183 students of the elite training camp and around 10 war god teachers sat on 6 buses as they left the training camp and headed towards the airport. 9 a.m. that day, around 200 people boarded the passenger plane. The passenger plane left Hongming headquarters city and directly headed towards the continent of Australia. The entire passenger plane was completely booked by the training camp. The upper, middle, and lower levels could accommodate 200 people, so there was plenty of space. Movies were playing in every level of the cabins, so that the students wouldn't be too bored on the journey. Luo Feng, Zhao Rua, and Shi Jiang were in the middle cabin. Not playing a movie? Zhao Rua looked at the screen in front of her with shock. In the center of the cabin, there were 3 large screens that were facing different directions, all playing the same video. Everyone's already finished lunch, so let's start preparing. A middle-aged Chinese man stood beside the screen and pointed at the video. This is the continent of Australia right now. It can be said to be the area with the highest density of monsters in the world right now. Because the continent of Australia is isolated from the other continents, the monsters here are a bit different from the monsters on other continents, for example, mouse-type monsters, badger-type monsters. And many of them are different from the ones in Asia and Europe before the Grand Nirvana period. The continent of Australia was famous for its large numbers of animals. So after the Grand Nirvana period, the number of monsters here also increased. Because of the hybridization, many horrifying monsters were born. I'm sure you guys have already read a lot of information before coming here. Having a large variety is just one aspect. Secondly, because of the large numbers, emperor-level monsters were born. If you guys meet an emperor-level monster, you'll die for sure. So remember, don't get too close to a place with a high density of monsters. Especially in this place, when there are large amounts of horde leader-level monsters, you have to run far away. All the students listened carefully. Even though they're all geniuses, the death rate isn't high. But there will still be people who die, and this is under the condition that everyone is being careful. If anyone dares to be arrogant in one of the 3 danger zones of Australia, they'll definitely die. Of course, the emperor-level monsters won't care about you unless you mess with them, so the biggest threat to you is still the horde of monsters and horde leader-level monsters. Places like Asia and Europe have large populations, so the number of monsters is relatively low. And in the continent of Australia, there are too many monsters, so the horde of monsters is huge. So you guys have to pay attention to the horde of monsters and horde leader-level monsters here. The middle-aged Chinese man pointed at the screen. These are the horde of monsters commonly seen in the continent of Australia, horde leader-level monsters. Look carefully. The video continued to play. Many students watched carefully. Senior Xianxia, Junior Luo Feng, how about we go to the continent of Australia and form a team, said Zhao Rua quietly. Xianxia slightly frowned. Xianxia's strength was much stronger than Zhao Rua's. For Xianxia, the number of monsters in the Australian continent was probably more than 10 times that of Asia. There were even more Lord-tier monsters. This was a chance for him to train himself. Bringing Zhao Rua along would obviously affect her to a certain extent. This time I'll be alone, said Luo Feng. Boring. Zhao Rua rubbed her nose. Zhao Rua, when the time comes, there will definitely be people who want to form a team, Xianxia comforted her with a smile. Suddenly, the entire cabin shook violently, and the drinks that some students were drinking flew out. Some students who did not fasten their seatbelts were even thrown out of their seats. What's going on? Zhao Rua exclaimed. All the students in the cabin were shocked. Fellow students, fellow students. A clear voice came from the broadcast. Our plane has already entered the Australian mainland, but we are still about 40 minutes away from our destination. The Australian continent is famous for its large number of monsters, and the number of flying monsters here is equally astonishing. Moreover, there are very few passenger planes that pass through here, so, just now, there was a group of flying monsters that attacked our passenger plane. Right now, the passenger plane has already left the group of flying monsters behind. Everyone, don't worry. The cabin immediately burst into an uproar. So, he was attacked by a group of flying monsters. The ones attacking the passenger planes are all flying monsters with low intelligence. Xianxia said to Luo Feng and Zhao Rua on the side, if it's an extremely powerful monster, it wouldn't even dare to approach the passenger plane. Getting close is suicide. Luo Feng laughed. Airliners were equipped with laser cannons. At close range, even a King-class monster wouldn't be able to dodge the laser cannon's terrifying speed and would be killed instantly. 40 minutes later, the plane landed and the cabin door opened. The students and teachers of the God of War in the upper, middle, and lower floors all quickly walked out of the plane. The moment he came out, Luo Feng felt his vision widen. This was a vast wasteland covered in green. A large amount of vegetation was very lush, and the shadows of some monsters could be seen in the distance. There are no city buildings. It's the entire wilderness. It's going to be troublesome to find a place to rest at night. Many students were discussing. A black war god teacher spoke clearly in Chinese. All students, please use your tactical communications watch to memorize the exact coordinates of your current location. Right now, it is August 1st, 2057, 3:15 p.m. Your mission is to live in the continent of Australia for 28 days. Our passenger plane will arrive at this location on the 29th at 12 p.m. to pick up all the students back to Hongning headquarters city now. Your life and death adventure officially begins. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. All of the war god teachers swiftly returned to the plane. After that, the plane slowly rose into the sky and turned into a blue light as it disappeared into the horizon. On the wasteland, there were only 183 students left. The students gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and pulled a few fighters that were strong enough to form a squad. This was especially true for the weaker students who had just joined the training camp. It was an impossible task for them to live alone in the Australian continent for 28 days. Luo Feng, a voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw that it was Senior Xianxia. Xianxia sighed, "This is the center of the continent of Australia. And before the Grand Nirvana period, the most populated areas were the east coast and southeast region of the continent of Australia. And in our region, it's hard to find a city. If we can find a small town, we'll be lucky." Luo Feng nodded. One of the uses of a ruined city for a fighter is to rest. In a large number of residential buildings, it's easy to find a hidden room to rest in. However, in the continent of Australia, this endless wasteland is a bit of a headache. If you're in the wilderness, it'll be troublesome for a person to rest. Once you fall asleep, you might get eaten by a monster in your sleep. Xianxia looked at Luo Feng. "How about you and I form a squad? If we help each other, we'll have a better chance of surviving here." "You and I?" Luo Feng slightly frowned. If Vulture Li Yao's incident didn't happen, teaming up with Senior Xianxia wouldn't be too bad. However, this time, he didn't come here just to fight against monsters. The bigger danger comes from Vulture Li Yao. "Senior, I have some complicated things to do in the continent of Australia, so I can only be by myself," said Luo Feng seriously. "Complicated things?" Xianxia was a bit surprised. "Please forgive me for not telling you right now. I'm sure you'll find out soon," said Luo Feng. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled and nodded. He didn't mind. Actually, Xianxia wouldn't invite Luo Feng to form a squad just because he's in the 40s. The main reason why Xianxia wanted to team up with Luo Feng was because the head, Hong, praised Luo Feng's spiritual force. Even if they can't team up, with Xianxia's status and strength, there are plenty of students who want to form a squad with him. Soon, 183 students. Some formed a squad of 2, some formed a squad of 3, and some formed a squad of 6. There were also 5 of them alone. "Contact me if you need anything. See you in 28 days. Luo Feng said goodbye to his familiar friends and carried his backpack, shield, ghost blade, and 10 throwing knives in his pockets. Just like that, he walked across the endless wasteland. "Hey, Wei Tong, is that Luo Feng by himself?" Candace stood beside a Chinese youth. "Yes, we invited him just now, but he refused." The Chinese youth named Wei Tong shook his head and smiled. "He dares to be alone in the 3 great danger zones." They were all full of confidence. This time, among the 5 people who came alone, the other 4 were all ranked in the top 20. As for this Luo Feng, his true identity is a spirit reader, so he's very powerful. Candace, however, squinted his eyes and looked in the direction Luo Feng left in. He then lowered his head and looked at the map on his tactical communications watch, trying to identify it. "Candace, let's go." "Candace." The 3 young white men and women shouted. "He's here." Candace memorized Luo Feng's approximate direction, turned around, and met up with his squad, heading in the direction they set. The continent of Australia's climate is the exact opposite of China's. Right now, it's the beginning of August, the hottest time of the year in China. However, in the continent of Australia, it's the end of winter, so the temperature is around 4 to 5 degrees Celsius. However, for Luo Feng, whose fitness level has almost reached the beginner war god level, he can still go topless even if it's a few dozen degrees below zero. As the wind blew, the grass drooped, revealing quite a few monsters that ate grass with their heads lowered. Among the monsters, there are carnivores and herbivores. However, they all have one thing in common. Almost all of the monsters are extremely aggressive. Whoosh, a fleeting shadow flashed past these monsters, not disturbing them at all. This was the solo Luo Feng. According to the map, there's a mountain range around 300 miles away. "I'll build a temporary base there," thought Luo Feng to himself. Luo Feng thought to himself, if my guess isn't wrong, Candace from the training camp is one of Vulture Scorpion's eyes. As long as one isn't an idiot, they can guess that Vanina is Candace's aunt. Candace will probably tell Vulture Scorpion where I'm heading. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. When he separated from the other students, he had taken a detour on purpose. If Vulture Li Yao had followed Candace's directions, it would have been a waste of time. "Let's build a stronghold first and have a place to stay. Then, we'll start hunting Lord-class monsters." Luo Feng thought to himself, hunting monsters in August doesn't count for points anyway, so the dojo won't search. This time, I'll take this opportunity to earn more money. To the other war god warriors, the Australian continent was also an extremely terrifying and dangerous place. But to Luo Feng, an existence that's close to invincible amongst advanced-level war gods. The Australian continent, a world filled with countless monsters, was his ATM. As long as he doesn't provoke an emperor-level monster. With Luo Feng's strength, there's practically no danger. It wasn't that strange. For example, it was very difficult for a war god to die in a city in the wilderness of Xianxia country. The entire country would hold a mourning ceremony for one of them. However, while the 3 danger zones are dangerous for normal war gods, they are relatively safe for advanced-level war gods. And to Luo Feng, there was almost no danger. It's quite difficult to hunt down powerful lords. I will first use the strength of a martial artist to seduce the lord, and then use my telekinesis to control the flying daggers to finish off the lord. Kill more lords to earn more money. Spirit readers have always been wealthy among fighters. And this time, besides dealing with Li Yao, Luo Feng's other targets are the leaders. As for commander-level monsters, Luo Feng can't even be bothered to kill them. Luo Feng doesn't even care about the space in his bag for commander-level monster materials. There's no helping it. He only has one bag. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luo Feng's drifting figure was like the wind as he moved forward in the wasteland with a speed of around 300 meters per second. The monsters on the way were nothing to him. Europe, Paris Bay City. Paris headquarters city was known as the most prosperous headquarters city out of the 6 headquarters cities in Europe. It was located in the heart of France, and because most of the island countries were destroyed during the Grand Nirvana period, most of the rich people of England had already fled from England, and the normal English people who could escape also entered Paris headquarters city. In a luxurious limousine in the main city area of Paris Bay City. Got it. Vanina hung up the phone and looked towards Li Yao helplessly as she shook her head. Yao, after all the mercenaries found out about Luo Feng's identity, they all rejected our requests. That's not weird. Li Yao squinted his eyes as he sat on the comfortable sofa in the car. None of those mercenaries dared to mess with the Dojo of Limits. That Luo Feng is a member of the Dojo of Limits after all. Not bad. I'm already very satisfied. After all, there are still 3 war gods who accepted our employment in their personal capacity. Yes. Vanina nodded. Even though all of the mercenaries failed, some of the war gods accepted their requests as private individuals. After all, it's not easy for war gods to earn money. War gods are divided into advanced-level war gods, intermediate-level war gods, and beginner-level war gods. 1 intermediate-level war god and 2 beginner-level war gods accepted their requests this time. Beginner-level war gods, 1. 5 billion euros. Intermediate-level war gods, 3 billion euros. This is equivalent to a year's worth of income for war gods to attack a 19-year-old kid. And they believed that the Dojo of Limits wouldn't go so far as to cause trouble for the hired war gods. Gee. The car stopped and the door opened. Vanina and Li Yao both got off the car. Voila. A bus and a truck also stopped behind them. The doors opened and around 50 people swiftly walked out of the bus. 8 or 9 people also came out of the truck. All of them were carrying boxes. Li Yao and Vanina both walked over. Be careful, handle it with care, yelled Li Yao in a low voice. Yes, the elites carrying the boxes were all extremely careful. They clearly knew what was inside each box. This was humanity's ultimate weapon against monsters, a laser cannon. A laser cannon is a large optical weapon. Its structure is extremely complicated, there are many parts, and it's huge. That's why normal passenger planes and trains can carry laser cannons. Or even headquarters cities have laser cannons as part of their defense system. Because when a laser cannon is assembled, especially one with a super high frequency, it's huge. Once it's assembled, there's no way to move it. That's why they're all parts right now. They'll only be assembled when they arrive at their destination. I thought of a way to get this set. Even though it's not the highest level, Vanina lowered her voice, however, at its highest frequency, it should be able to heavily injure an emperor-level monster. It has a 100% chance of killing a horde leader-level monster. If you use it against Luo Feng, it'll definitely be fine. However, the biggest problem is energy. The energy this time is enough to fire at its highest frequency 3 times. The second stage can fire at its highest frequency 9 times. Save some energy. Li Yao slightly nodded. In order to get his hands on this thing, he spent a lot of effort. Thankfully, it was in Europe, the headquarters of the HR Alliance. Even though the Paulinus family is a large arms dealer, it still took quite a bit of effort to get it. Li. A passionate voice carried from the side. 3 men walked over, 2 white men and 1 yellow-skinned man. These 3 were the 3 war gods invited by Li Yao this time. Li Yao smiled as he greeted them. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello. Li Yao picked up the phone. Mr. Li, the higher-ups have ordered us to stop all of our operations. I'm sorry, the voice on the other side of the phone was low and apologetic. Li Yao's face immediately changed and became ferocious. Stop? Who gave the order? Who? A direct order from headquarters, said the voice on the other side of the phone. Li Yao's face was terrible. Yao, what's wrong? Asked Vanina on the side. Li Yao's face was green as he said in a low voice, the people I arranged in China have stopped their operations. Stopped? Vanina was also shocked. Suddenly, Vanina's phone also vibrated. Vanina immediately walked to the side and picked it up. Vanina, a slightly loud voice rang. Vanina's face changed and she immediately became extremely respectful. Chairman. The entire HR Alliance's management is the Alliance's parliament, which is also the legendary underground parliament, and the chairman is the person with the highest authority in the parliament. As the head of the HR Alliance, you can imagine how high his position is. What kind of status does the head of the HR Alliance, which controls half of the world's economy, have? There are several existences surpassing the war god level that are related to her and are even willing to be invited by her to work for the Alliance. Vanina, listen carefully. The loud voice became strict. You will definitely not be allowed to touch Luo Feng's family. Once that happens, your Paulinus family will be punished by the entire Alliance. Vanina's face changed dramatically. Humph. The phone was already hung up. What's wrong? Li Yao walked over and looked at Vanina with confusion. The chairman personally called. Vanina's face was pale. She wasn't an idiot. For the head of the entire HR Alliance, the boss, to personally call and warn a core family to be punished by the entire Alliance. The HR Alliance is definitely under unprecedented pressure, from one person. PS, 2 chapters completed. Call for recommendation tickets. These tickets are free, so everyone has them. A call from the speaker? Li Yao's expression changed, too. Although he was one of the top figures in the War God Circle, compared to the head of the HR Alliance, he wasn't even on the same level. The chairman was the emperor of the underground world. Come here. Vanina dragged Li Yao far away and lowered her voice. The chairman just called to warn us not to touch Luo Feng's family no matter what. If that happens, the Paulinus family will be sanctioned by the entire Alliance. What? Li Yao frowned. That's impossible. Your Paulinus family is also one of the core families. Although he is the speaker, if he wants the entire Alliance to punish a core family, he will have to go through a collective vote in the underground parliament. One word from him doesn't have that much power. Vanina said in a low voice, it means that the chairman believes that this decision will be passed once the meeting is convened. Li Yao was surprised. He understood, in this world, probably only Hong and Thunder God, these 2 absolute experts, could shake the entire HR Alliance with a single sentence. And the one who stood up for Luo Feng was probably Hong. Bastard. What a lucky bastard. Li Yao cursed. He wanted nothing more than to cut Luo Feng into 1,000 pieces. He originally wanted to kill Luo Feng's entire family to vent his anger, but now it was clear. After Hong spoke, the HR Alliance would probably send people to protect Luo Feng's family even without Hong sending people. Li Yao couldn't send anyone at all. Humph, since Dojo Master Hong intervened, let's spare his family. Li Yao coldly snorted. Hong knows about this, but he didn't stop me from dealing with Luo Feng. I'm afraid, he wants to use me to train Luo Feng. Li Yao was also in a high position, he could easily guess Hong's thoughts. Training? Humph, if the training fails, Luo Feng will die. Li Yao's eyes were cold. Vanina, you stay in the Paris-based city. We'll keep in touch. Yes. Vanina nodded. On the passenger plane. The plane departed at 11:45 in the afternoon, leaving Paris-based city for the Australian mainland. There were only about 60 passengers on the plane. The 60 people were the people that Li Yao had brought to the Australian continent this time. Some of them were responsible for installing and using the laser cannons. What, Mr. Li, is that a laser cannon? The yellow-skinned man next to him was shocked. Oh, God. The other two white men were also stunned. Laser cannons are forbidden weapons. One of the bearded white men said, the Earth Union forbids the smuggling of laser cannons and nuclear bombs. Even if you ban it, aren't there still people transporting it? Laser cannons and nuclear bombs are shipped from America and Europe to the weaker-based cities every year. The Earth Union turns a blind eye to it. Moreover, the Earth Union was formed by the 5 great countries. The power is in the hands of the 5 great countries. The Earth Union is just a puppet. The other 3 war gods couldn't help but laugh. Laser cannons, and nuclear bombs were the 2 ultimate weapons of human society. Nuclear bombs had a large attack range and were powerful, but their weakness was that they produced radiation, which could easily cause monsters to mutate. Laser cannons, a single attack, known as death ray, was humanity's favorite weapon. Mr. Li, you have some skills. I admire you. The yellow-skinned man laughed. I want to buy this laser cannon. Does Mr. Li have any channels to get one for me? That won't do. Li Yao shook his head. After I finish using this laser cannon, I have to put it back immediately. If I lose it for too long, it will be easy to find out. At that time it will be troublesome. Why? Kitahara Takashi, you Japanese should have some channels to get laser cannons right? Japan was an economic power before the Grand Nirvana period. However, they were an island country. Because they hunted and killed too many sharks and other large fish, during the Grand Nirvana period, the monsters mutated. After sharks and other large fish mutated, they became extremely powerful. There were quite a few Lord-grade sea monsters, and there were even King-grade monsters. Horde leader and King-level monsters already had intelligence comparable to humans. Therefore, they wanted revenge, gather the army and besiege Japan. Japan's defense had always been troublesome. They had to face the endless amount of monsters in the sea that tore through the land along the rivers and entered the land. The flying monsters in the sky worked together to launch pincer attacks, and even the arrival of the king-level monsters, Japan could only struggle with all its might. Unable to resist, all of its citizens could only think of ways to escape. Because at the beginning of the Grand Nirvana, the degree of mutation of the monsters wasn't high, many people with power and influence escaped. Although the original country only had a few million people left, but after a few decades of recuperation, the Japanese were now considered a small ethnic group in the world. The channel fees are too expensive. Beiyuan Gang said solemnly, Mr. Li, if you can help me get a laser cannon, I'm willing to pay 20 times the cost. 20 times? Li Yao raised his eyebrow. Laser cannons were expensive to manufacture, and with their unique characteristics, they could not be bought with money. I'm envious, but I don't have the ability. The passenger plane entered the Australian mainland. Li Yao, on the other hand, left the cabin alone and went to the bathroom. Hello, Vanina. Li Yao contacted Vanina. Where is Luo Feng right now? The HR Alliance can confirm a fighter's location through their tactical communications watches. I can't confirm, an anxious voice carried from the tactical communications watch. I'm trying to think of another way. Why can't you confirm? Li Yao's face changed. The HR Alliance can confirm a fighter's location through their tactical communications watches. Back then, they were searching for the large amounts of information on the fighters around Li Wei's corpse. His tactical communications watch shows the location of the elite training camp. Vanina's voice was also anxious. Elite training camp? No, he's in the Australian mainland. Li Yao was confused. Of course not, this means. Luo Feng changed his tactical communications watch. The voice from the tactical communications watch was very quiet. His previous tactical communications watch was placed in the training camp. As for the tactical communications watch he's using now, the HR Alliance has no record of it. This was the truth. Before August 1st, Luo Feng's battle ability amplifier reached 12. He received a huge reward, which included a battle uniform, a full set of weapons, binoculars, a tactical communications watch, etc. Luo Feng switched to a new tactical communications watch, which was specially made by the Dojo of Limits. Only high-level members can wear it. It wasn't made by the HR Alliance, so naturally, there are no loopholes. The HR Alliance also has no record of it. Luo Feng's tactical communications watch was probably specially made by the Dojo of Limits, so we have no way of checking, said Vanina. Then what do we do? Li Yao panicked. Without knowing Luo Feng's location, finding a person in the vast Australian mainland is like finding a needle in a haystack. Right now, there's only one way. Call Luo Feng's tactical communications watch. Once we get through, we'll be able to find his location, said Vanina. This function was very common. Normal cell phones have this function. As long as you call someone, even if they don't pick up, you can still find their location through the connection. Then we'll call him, said Li Yao. But, I haven't found his new tactical communications watch's number yet, said Vanina helplessly. If you don't know his number, how do you make a call? Actually, Luo Feng just got his new tactical communications watch on August 1st. The only people who know his number are the students in the Chinese faction who have a good relationship with Luo Feng. Check, we have to find his number, Li Yao was panicking. He just got his new tactical communications watch, so very few people know his number. Some of his friends in the training camp probably know his number. And the elite training camp's own management department will also have his contact information, said Vanina helplessly. However, I can't infiltrate the internal departments of the Dojo of Limits. Hurry, check, the plane is about to land. We can't just carry so many boxes and fight against the monsters, right? If we encounter a monster horde, the laser cannon's intricate components might be damaged by just a little bit, and the entire machine might break. Li Yao was panicking. Hurry and confirm Luo Feng's location. Okay, I'll let Candace try again after hanging up. Li Yao returned to the cabin. The other people in the cabin were very relaxed. Klein, Li Yao asked a middle-aged white man, will there be any problems if we move these boxes a few hundred kilometers and then reassemble them? This Klein respectfully said, Mr. Li, even though every component in these boxes is well protected and normal impacts won't cause any problems, but this is an intricate optical weapon. But, this is a sophisticated optical weapon. If one of its components is damaged, the entire laser cannon might not work. So we can't take the risk. Li Yao couldn't help but to grit his teeth. He was panicking. What's the range of this laser cannon? Asked Li Yao. Talking about range is very unscientific, said Klein seriously. Even though the laser cannon is the ultimate weapon, it also has its weaknesses. But it also had its weaknesses. First of all, it traveled in a straight line. However, the entire Earth is a sphere, so the Earth's surface isn't a flat surface, but a curved surface. If the target is a bit further away, we won't be able to see the target from the ground, so naturally the laser cannon won't be able to hit it. So the laser cannon must be set up at a high place, that way the range will be longer. Of course, the target is a spirit reader. If he flies in the sky, we can find him from a distance, and there won't be any obstacles in a straight line. Then, we can instantly kill him, smiled Klein. There's no need to doubt the laser cannon's power. The problem now is to make him fly in the sky. If he's on the ground, as long as he's a bit further away, we won't be able to attack, said Klein. One more thing. Pay attention to the weather. If there's heavy fog or heavy rain, we won't be able to attack. The laser cannon is formed by light. The particles in the heavy rain and fog will cause the light to refract and so on, greatly weakening the laser cannon's power. So, the laser cannon must be set up at a high point close to the target. That way, it'll be easier to find a chance to kill the target, said Klein. Li Yao nodded. He also knew. But without knowing Luo Feng's position, how could he land the plane? P.S. Chapter 1 here. Double the monthly votes. The competition sure is intense. Just a bit more and I'll be number 1. Today, Chapter 2, Mr. Li, the captain of the passenger plane, personally came to the cabin. Li Yao looked towards him. The captain said, Mr. Li, tonight, our plane still needs to fly from Paris headquarters city to Washington headquarters city. So, we can only stay here for another half an hour. If Mr. Li doesn't tell us where to land in half an hour, then we can only. Li Yao frowned. I understand. Every passenger plane is extremely expensive and is an important strategic weapon for the country. Li Yao can't waste too much time. While Li Yao was extremely troubled, Luo Feng was extremely satisfied. Actually, Li Yao's trip to Paris headquarters city on August 1st took quite a bit of time with the addition of the 3 war gods and the laser cannon. When Li Yao left, it was already August 5th. The center of the continent of Australia. In a mountain range. The largest monster horde in this mountain range is the ape horde in a rather dark cave. Luo Feng was organizing the monster materials in his bag and putting them at the bottom of his bag. Today, I'll kill the leader of this ape horde. No wonder it's one of the 3 danger zones. There are so many monsters and so many horde leader level monsters. It's already the 4th day. However, he only managed to kill 1 horde leader level monster, and it's a low level horde leader. No wonder they say that horde leader level monsters are hard to defeat and even harder to kill. Luo Feng was helpless. He's a spirit reader, so his methods are much more unpredictable than a regular fighter's. However, he already found 11 horde leader level monsters in the past 3 days. However, every horde leader level monster was extremely cunning. Once they see that something is wrong, they will run. Luo Feng's throwing knife has a limited range. It's most powerful within 50 meters, and it uses up the least amount of spiritual force. At 100 meters, he can barely maintain his full power. However, because of the distance, it uses up more spiritual force. As for the further the distance, its power drops. And horde leader level monsters can move 100 meters away with a single movement. I only managed to kill 1 out of 11 horde leader level monsters, and that's because I'm a spirit reader. No wonder war gods say that it's hard to earn money. They'd rather kill high-grade beast generals than fight against horde lords. Luo Feng picked up his water bag and drank a few mouthfuls. After that, he immediately put everything away, put on his bag, shield, and ghost blade in hand as he carefully set out. Luo Feng fiercely jumped along the cliff of a mountain, directly jumping over a distance of 70 to 80 meters, and landed on another mountain. After that, he continued sprinting forward. Sometimes he jumped, sometimes he ran, and sometimes he made unimaginably graceful movements, as though he was walking on flat ground in this mountain range. Luo Feng suddenly stopped, half squatting on one of the cliffs. We're here. Luo Feng could clearly hear the noise. He lowered his head and looked down. The canyon below was filled with all sorts of ape-type monsters. At first glance, there were definitely tens of thousands of them. According to Luo Feng's experience hunting monsters these past few days, the most powerful monster in this mountain range is this group of apes. There were 3 horde leader monsters in this ape tribe, and their leader was a high horde leader. They could be said to be the number 1 tribe in this mountain range. Luo Feng also named this unknown mountain range as Ape Mountain Range. Where's the leader of this ape tribe today? That high horde leader Golden Ape, not here. Luo Feng looked carefully. Among the large amount of apes in the canyon, there were 2 apes that stood out the most. They were both gigantic apes with purple fur, and they were the number 1 ape-type monsters, the Herculean demonic ape. Even though the Herculean demonic ape is the number 1 ape-type monster, these 2 Herculean demonic apes are only low-level horde leader-level monsters. Hell and ear-piercing hell seemed like it was going to tear the sky apart. Suddenly, the entire ape tribe was in an uproar. Below them was a giant ape that was 20 meters tall and covered in a layer of golden scales. It was dragging a silver python that was more than 30 meters long with one hand. Wherever it went, all of the ape-type monsters moved aside. Even the 2 Herculean demonic apes ran over and cheered as if they were flattering it. Hell, the gigantic ape walked to the smooth platform in the innermost area and sat down on its butt. It ferociously ripped open the python that had its head completely shattered. Wall of the python was forcefully ripped in half and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Instantly, tens of thousands of ape-type monsters cried out in excitement. The gigantic ape casually threw one of the python corpses to the side. The two Herculean demonic apes immediately started eating excitedly. On the other hand, the giant ape sat there and happily ate. It didn't care about the python's corpse's blood flowing on its scales. It's actually that silver electric python. I didn't manage to kill it, and it was actually killed by this golden ape Luo Feng, who was peeking down from the cliff, watched with shock. That low-level Horde Leader-level silver electric python was one of the 11 Horde Leader-level monsters that Luo Feng fought before. However, the silver electric python was too sly, and with the large amounts of pythons under its command, Luo Feng didn't succeed. Who would have thought that it would be killed by this high-level Horde Leader-level golden ape? I have to make it think that I'm a normal fighter in order to catch it off guard, thought Luo Feng to himself. The golden ape is the number 2 ape-type monster. Actually, there are two main types of ape-type monsters. One is the hairy ape type, and the other is the scaled ape type. Of the hairy ape type, the Herculean demonic ape is the leader. And of the scaled ape type, the Herculean demonic ape is the leader. At the same level, the Herculean demonic ape is a bit stronger than the golden ape. However, the high-level Horde leader golden ape has boundless strength, extreme speed, and shocking defense. It's not easy to mess with. My killer move is to use my spiritual force to control the throwing knife and kill it, but once I hurt it, I can't kill it. It senses that its life is in danger and will definitely escape. Once it escapes, I definitely won't be able to catch it. Luo Feng was clear that he only had one chance. If he doesn't kill the golden ape the first time, the golden ape won't give him a second chance. In the canyon, the cries of countless ape-type monsters shook the sky. The 3 great ape horde leaders were eating the flesh of the lightning python. Suddenly, a black silhouette that looked like a black panther shot down from the sky and directly stomped on the body of one of the ape-type monsters. With a ping sound, the ape-type monster's body directly exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. And using the force of this stomp, Luo Feng dashed towards the center of the ape horde like lightning. There were 3 horde leaders. Howl! The 2 Herculean demonic apes roared angrily. Immediately, a large amount of commander-level apes and even more soldier-level apes crazily surrounded Luo Feng. Get out of the way! Luo Feng's eyes were like lightning and his body was like the wind as he swiftly advanced. The ghost blade in his hand instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. Blade after blade flashed past and the bodies of the ape monsters were cut open. Blood flew everywhere and bodies flew everywhere. In the Tower of Trials, Luo Feng was able to hold his own against a large amount of monsters with the same level of strength. And now, against the obstruction of commander-level and soldier-level monsters, it's as easy as smashing dry weeds. Everywhere he went, blood and corpses were everywhere. Fresh blood dyed his battle uniform red. Luo Feng ferociously stepped on the back of an ape and directly leaped towards the center. Held on the platform in the center, the sitting golden ape casually grabbed a rock beside it and fiercely threw it towards Luo Feng. Boom! With the size of the golden ape's palm, this rock had a diameter of around 1 meter. Such a large rock was like a cannonball and arrived in front of Luo Feng in the blink of an eye. The huge rock created a powerful pressure that caused the surrounding air to vibrate. Logically speaking, Luo Feng could have used his spiritual force to push the rock from the side and the rock would have smashed to the side, but Luo Feng didn't want to expose his spiritual force. Luo Feng tried his best to lower his body in midair and tilted his shield. The huge rock brushed against the shield and flew away. Luo Feng, on the other hand, landed in the ape horde below. Once he landed in the horde, a bloody storm ensued. Luo Feng instantly killed around 10 ape monsters around him. After that, his body flashed and he arrived on the platform in the center. Boom! 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 3 boulders were smashed by the adamantine ape overlord. And Luo Feng displayed his perfect level technique. Like a streak of green smoke, he slightly swayed on the platform and dodged 2 of the huge rocks. He used the force to block the 3rd rock. The air violently vibrated and even created a shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye. Fist. The instant Luo Feng dodged the 3rd boulder, he saw a gigantic fist covered in golden scales arrive in front of him. That golden ape, who was sitting on the platform a moment ago, threw a lightning-fast punch in front of Luo Feng's face. It was extremely fast. The golden ape's eyes were filled with coldness. Human, it hasn't killed a human in a long time. However, to all powerful monsters, humans are their common enemy. And it also believes that this punch, which it calculated, came at a crucial moment. The human in front of it definitely won't be able to dodge in time and can only take it head-on. However, even an advanced-level war god fighter wouldn't dare to take a high-level horde leader's punch head-on. If this human in front of it takes it head-on, even if he doesn't turn into meat paste, his internal organs will be shattered. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You came uninvited. Luo Feng laughed loudly against this punch. Who? His body weirdly swayed. In a situation where there's nothing for a human to use as leverage, he weirdly swayed like a leaf being blown by the wind and directly dodged the golden ape's horrifying punch. The golden ape was shocked. How did this human dodge? Don't tell me. He's the most special of humans. The golden ape didn't even give the golden ape time to think. The instant Luo Feng used his spiritual force to dodge, whoosh, 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 6 black throwing knives, 2 SS grade throwing knives and 4 9 series throwing knives, 6 bolts of lightning, shooting. Target, the golden ape's head. The golden ape's eyes widened. Its right fist that was smashing towards Luo Feng instantly expanded and turned into a gigantic palm as it slammed towards Luo Feng. At the same time, its left palm appeared in front of its face like lightning and its body slightly tilted. Pu. 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 3 throwing knives shot towards the palm of its left hand and only pierced through the surface. A bit of golden red blood dyed the palm red. Pu. Pu. 2 throwing knives pierced into the golden ape's face. One of them only pierced halfway in before it got stuck by the facial muscles and couldn't go any further. As for the other flying dagger, it only managed to pierce through his scalp before it was blocked by his hard skull. Pu. The last throwing knife grazed the golden ape's neck and created a gigantic wound. Fresh blood sprayed out like water, causing the golden ape to let out an extremely angry roar. P.S. Chapter 2 is up there still. Chapter 3. Today's third chapter, when the gigantic palm slapped towards Luo Feng only felt the sky and earth go dark. He immediately stomped on the ground and used his spiritual force on his arm guard. His entire body swiftly flew to the side and dodged that horrifying palm. Weng, the golden ape's palm slammed into the platform below. The platform shook and directly cracked open. Who? The golden ape's right palm moved like lightning and slapped towards Luo Feng unwillingly. The horrifying explosion was deafening. The shockwave formed by the wind from the palm even affected some of the apes and mountain walls on the side. Suddenly, the mountain rocks rumbled and rolled down. Quite a few ape monsters were directly shocked to death by the shockwave. They bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. Under these 2 palms, Luo Feng's body moved erratically and he often dodged in ways that normal people couldn't. This human, after the golden ape waved its palms, even though it wasn't satisfied, it still decisively ran away. Too late. Die. Luo Feng stared at the golden ape. When the golden ape waved its palms, the 6 throwing knives had already left the golden ape's body and were around 10 meters away. And then, they instantly sped up again. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, the 6 throwing knives transformed into 6 black flowing lights and shot towards the golden ape's neck. There was a gigantic wound there. Howl, the golden ape roared angrily. However, these 6 flying knives all had slight arcs and instantly reached 10 times the speed of sound. The golden ape couldn't escape at all and could only barely dodge. However, after a few poochie sounds, the golden ape's body flashed and reappeared around 100 meters away. Then, with a loud rumble, it fell to the ground and crushed quite a few other ape monsters to death. Dead, the golden ape actually died. The entire ape horde was silent. All of the ape monsters stared at the gigantic creature on the ground. Originally, that was their leader. Boom. Boom. The 2 demonic apes transformed into 2 flowing lights and swiftly escaped. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the canyon. Only after that did the sound of an explosion resound. Yeah. Countless apes screamed as they immediately collapsed and ran away. Soon, not a single ape was left alive in the entire canyon. "Those two demonic apes sure ran fast," laughed Luo Feng. With a leap like lightning, he arrived beside the golden ape's corpse. Who? 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 The 6 throwing knives floated in the air and returned to Luo Feng's throwing knife bag. How lucky! With the defensive power of the diamond ape, it almost escaped. The life force of this golden ape was actually extremely tenacious. Its body was covered in scales and its muscles were sturdy. Luo Feng's throwing knife was stuck by its muscles when it stabbed into its face. One can only imagine how ridiculous its defense was. Unless it was pierced through the nostrils, mouth, eyes, or even the skull, it was usually very difficult to kill. And on its body, the defense around its neck was relatively low. The first time Luo Feng sliced open the wound, the second time a throwing knife pierced the wound. The throwing knife traveled along the wound and directly into the golden ape's skull. With a ferocious twist, the golden ape died on the spot. Otherwise, even if the diamond ape's throat was pierced, with the size of the flying dagger, it would only cause serious injuries to the diamond ape's enormous body and vitality, but it wouldn't die. A diamond ape, a high-level horde leader diamond ape. Hehe, not many advanced-level war gods can successfully kill one. Luo Feng was extremely happy. He couldn't help but to take out his SS-grade throwing knife and started cutting at the diamond ape's chest. The most valuable part of the diamond ape was the large piece of scale armor in the middle of its chest. The diamond ape that was over 20 meters long died on the ground. And now, he's dissecting its body for materials. Luo Feng suddenly felt that this scene was quite mysterious. I still remember when I was in high school, when I went home with Wen, the black-crowned golden eagle flew over Yangzhou city and shattered quite a bit of glass with its cry. That time, I thought to myself that in the future, I'll definitely become a powerful fighter that can kill a black-crowned golden eagle and a demonic ape. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed, and just now, when the 2 demonic apes saw me, they ran away in fear. Life is just this unpredictable. Last year, he was still so weak. And this year, he's already become a powerful fighter. Last year, he was still being chased by the steel-armored dragon. And today, he killed a diamond ape that was close in strength to the steel-armored dragon. Dissecting the scales was extremely troublesome, but Luo Feng wasn't afraid of it at all. Instead, he hummed a tune as he dissected with his SS-grade throwing knife. Troublesome? If I sell this high-level horde leader diamond ape to the HR Alliance, I can sell it for 12 billion Chinese dollars. It's just dissecting it for materials. Who would complain about money being troublesome? Luo Feng was extremely happy. Normal high-level horde leader level monsters are sold for 5 billion Chinese dollars, 20 billion Chinese dollars. The steel-armored dragon has the dragon name, so it can be sold for 18 billion. The diamond ape can be sold for 12 billion, which is quite expensive even among high-level horde leaders. Right as Luo Feng was leisurely dissecting, suddenly, the tactical communications watch vibrated. Luo Feng's eyebrows twitched and he lowered his head to look. Senior Shijiang? Luo Feng immediately picked up the call. Hello, Luo Feng. Senior Shijiang's familiar voice carried from the tactical communications watch. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. Senior Shijiang, how have you been these past few days? Not too bad. I found a town and I'm resting in a broken mansion every day. Sometimes I'll come out to hunt monsters. Yesterday, I met a low-level horde leader monster. However, that monster ran away too quickly. Sure enough, horde leader monsters are hard to kill, said Shijiang. Oh yeah, Luo Feng. Just now, someone asked for your new number from Miao? Luo Feng was shocked. Didn't you say that if someone asks for your number, I'll immediately notify you? Laughed Shijiang. Yeah, thanks, laughed Luo Feng. Who asked for my number? Wei Tong, said Shijiang. I asked him if he asked for your number on behalf of someone else, but he wouldn't admit it. He said that he asked for the number himself. Wei Tong? Luo Feng slightly nodded. That's not weird. Luo Feng guessed that Candace would ask his good friends in the Chinese faction to help him ask for the number. Yeah, be careful if you're alone. We'll talk when we have time. Shijiang then hung up. Luo Feng let out a smile as he sat on the arm of the golden ape's gigantic body. Of course. They want to find my location through my phone number. His tactical communications watch was new, and so was his number. And if the vulture-scorpion couple wants revenge, they'll probably have to use his phone number. And he didn't tell his family about his new phone number. Only a few people in the training camp and the management of the training camp know about it. Good. Looks like they're making their move. Luo Feng didn't mind at all, because he knew that he couldn't make the vulture-scorpion and vulture give up on revenge. Since they have to fight, he might as well take the initiative. Since with the vulture-scorpion and vulture-scorpion, as long as they have enough time, it's not impossible for them to get his number from the training camp. So Luo Feng already told Shijiang, Zhao Rua, and the others that if someone asks for his number, they can give it to them. Around 5 minutes later, Luo Feng took off the large-scale armor from the golden ape's chest and put it into his bag. Right as he was resting on the side, his tactical communications watch vibrated. Hello. Luo Feng picked up the phone. Little Gon, hurry up and go home for dinner, we're all waiting for you, a woman's voice rose. I'm not Little Gon, Luo Feng asked back, you called the wrong number, right? Wrong number? Sorry, the phone quickly hung up. Luo Feng let out a smile, pretty good disguise, wrong number? Calling the wrong number does happen occasionally. This number is from Hongning Headquarters City. And Hongning Headquarters City's language is Chinese, so this woman is also speaking Chinese. If they were in the elite training camp, I wouldn't suspect anything. What a pity. I reckon that it won't be long before they come to this mountain range. Luo Feng swiftly got up and walked towards the silver electric python's corpse. Yeah, after I take the gallbladder, I'll go welcome the vulture-scorpion couple. Dissecting the silver electric python's corpse is 100 times easier than dissecting the golden ape's corpse. Luo Feng was lucky, half of the corpse was eaten, but the gallbladder wasn't eaten yet. Time to go. Luo Feng ferociously stomped on the ground and directly jumped 80 meters into the air. He stepped on a rock halfway up the mountain. After that, he swiftly leaped into the distance. After 3 leaps, he disappeared into the mountain range. On the passenger plane, the captain was anxiously sitting on the side. Mr. Li, I'll give you at most 5 more minutes. Don't rush, we're almost there, frowned Li Yao. Suddenly, Li Yao's tactical communications watch vibrated. Li Yao immediately picked it up. Yao, I've already sent you Luo Feng's coordinates, Vanina's voice rose. Very good. Li Yao's eyes flashed with excitement. After that, he checked the coordinates he received. It's only around 300 kilometers from here, and he's actually in a mountain range? Captain, let's go. Go here and stop at the wasteland at the foot of the mountain, commanded Li Yao. All right, the captain, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately gave the order. The passenger plane immediately flew towards Luo Feng's mountain range. With the terrifying speed of the passenger plane, it only took a few minutes to arrive 300 kilometers. In the 8th mountain range, there was a mountain that was over 1,000 meters tall, which was already the highest mountain in the entire mountain range. Luo Feng was currently on top of this mountain, paying attention to all directions in the sky. Not long after. With the speed of the passenger plane, it should be fast, muttered Luo Feng. They're here. Luo Feng slightly smiled. In the distance in the north, a blur stopped and slowly descended. It was indeed a large passenger plane. As the passenger plane's hatch opened, silhouettes jumped out one by one. The person leading them was the person Luo Feng saw on the internet a long time ago, advanced level war god Vulture Li Yao. Vultures here? Where's Scorpion? Luo Feng held his binoculars and looked carefully. Oh, hee. Quite a few people came. Quite a few boxes. The hatch is closed. Looks like Scorpion didn't come. 1, 2. Yeah, a total of 59 people. Luo Feng was paying attention to all of Li Yao's and the others' movements. Vulture Li Yao, you came to kill me. So I'll have to pay you a visit first. Luo Feng's gaze turned cold. Kill Vulture Li Yao as soon as possible. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Next chapter begins fighting. Ga. From the foot of the mountain to where they are, it's around 3 miles. Luo Feng hid on top of the mountain and looked down at the wasteland below him. This wasteland hasn't been cleaned by humans for dozens of years, so it's always been overgrown with weeds. If a person squats in the weeds as long As they aren't too close, they really won't be discovered. Luo Feng let out a smile and already had a plan in his head. I'll lie flat on the ground and move closer to them. They shouldn't be able to find me lying flat on the ground, and using my spiritual force to fly close to the ground without making any loud sounds is definitely the closest way to the ground. However, once I lie flat, my backpack will be quite obvious. It'll be easy to be exposed. Before he stored the scales of the golden ape, his backpack wasn't that big, but now it's quite big. After all, the diamond ape overlord was a 20-meter-tall giant ape. Even if the scales on its chest were stacked together, they would still take up a lot of space. Then I'll do it. Luo Feng immediately turned around and jumped down the mountain. When he was in midair, he actually made a turn and attached himself to the side of the mountain. He quietly moved forward and quickly entered his secret hideout. Inside the hideout, in a dark cave, a throwing knife directly flew across a rock in a corner of the cave. Under the control of Luo Feng's spiritual force, a rock flew up. Luo Feng dug a huge hole and threw his backpack into the hole. After that, he covered the gigantic rock in its original spot. Some sand and rocks rolled around and covered the gap. And since this cave is dark, even if someone comes, they probably won't be able to find the backpack hidden underneath. I'll probably take less than half an hour to deal with Li Yao. No monsters have entered my hideout these past 4 days, so there's no way that a monster would come in half an hour. They'll still be able to find my backpack, right? I'm sure my luck isn't that bad. Luo Feng smiled and then quietly left. The wasteland was overgrown with weeds. Luo Feng's entire body was on the ground. More accurately speaking, between him and the ground was his hexagonal shield. Go. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. His spiritual force immediately controlled the hexagonal shield. Luo Feng's entire body was practically sticking to the ground as he swiftly headed towards Li Yao's group. Luo Feng's back was less than 40 centimeters away from the ground. Even some herbivorous monsters in the wasteland would have a hard time finding Luo Feng. In the beginning, Luo Feng's speed was extremely fast, but when the distance between the two reached 500 meters, Luo Feng's speed drastically decreased. Luo Feng saw Li Yao's group through the gaps in the weeds. How did Vulture Li Yao's armor change? Vulture Li Yao was still wearing a black combat suit when he was observing him with the binoculars. But right now, Vulture Li Yao's bare arms and even his hands had turned black. His neck had turned black, and he was even wearing a handsome black helmet on his head. It could be said, Vulture Li Yao's entire body was covered in black except for his face. He was also wearing a combat suit. This must be the Black God set, thought Luo Feng to himself. It was exactly the same as what Han described. This Vulture Li Yao is truly cautious. Luo Feng couldn't help but to curse. I just got off the passenger plane and already used the Black God set. Inside is the Black God set, and on the body is the battle uniform. This battle uniform, even if it's not a SS grade, it's still a 9th series battle uniform. 2 layers of protection, 1 layer of the battle uniform, and the other layer of the Black God set. It's really hard to hurt Li Yao. Don't even mention killing him. When he realizes that I'm a threat, he'll probably cover his entire face, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth. Luo Feng slightly frowned. I can only think of a way to kill him in one hit. When he's not paying attention, I'll pierce through his face. In the dense weeds, Luo Feng slowly flew forward while sticking close to the ground. The distance between the two continued to shrink. 400 meters, 350 meters, 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 meters away. The closer the throwing knives are, the more unprepared he'll be when I attack. With a thought from Luo Feng, 6 throwing knives, including the 2 SS grade throwing knives, silently flew out of Luo Feng's pocket. The 6 throwing knives directly pierced into the ground and started advancing towards Vulture Li Yao's group. Luo Feng also stopped and laid on the ground without moving. Vulture Li Yao's group was carefully advancing in the wasteland. They didn't want to provoke those monsters. Hurry up, everyone. Li Yao walked while carefully looking in all directions. The 3 war gods behind him, 2 Caucasians and 1 Japanese, were also cautiously looking around. Actually, with the strength of this group of people, they naturally weren't afraid of the monsters, but they were very clear that if they provoked the monsters, or even encountered a group of monsters, it would cause a huge commotion. Luo Feng might notice them. If Luo Feng notices them, then the situation will become more troublesome. Go around, this way. Don't provoke the horde of monsters in front, commanded Li Yao. The three war gods were also very careful. The elite fighters who were either carrying boxes or holding weapons were also very careful. They actually went around that way? Luo Feng slightly frowned and then quietly moved forward again. His throwing knives can maintain their full power within 100 meters. Beyond 100 meters, their power rapidly decreases as the distance increases. And at a distance of 50 meters, not only are they powerful, but they also use up very little spiritual force to control them. And now, the distance between the two has exceeded 100 meters. Closer, closer. 120 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters. When Luo Feng was 80 meters away from Li Yao's group, he stopped. And at this time, the 6 throwing knives in the wasteland were less than 20 meters away from Vulture Li Yao. Throwing knives also require distance to increase their speed. Do it. Luo Feng's gaze turned cold. Advanced level war god Vulture Li Yao, his intermediate level war god Bei Yuan Gang, and the 2 beginner level war gods James and Isaacson. The 4 of them carefully advanced forward. The wind blew past and the weeds swayed. Whoosh! 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 6 black streaks of light were like black lightning as they directly shot out from the ground 5 meters away from Vulture Li Yao. In just 1,000th of a second, the 6 black streaks of light came into contact with Vulture Li Yao. Li Yao. The 3 war gods behind him all reacted and couldn't help but to be shocked. Luo Feng, who was in the bushes far away, was also staring at Vulture Li Yao. He only saw the instant the 6 throwing knives shot towards him. Vulture Li Yao's entire face flashed with a black light. 4 of the 6 throwing knives shot towards Li Yao's face, but Li Yao's face was completely black at this time. How is this possible? Luo Feng stared. In the distance, 4 throwing knives stabbed into Li Yao's black skin, and 2 of them stabbed into Li Yao's black skin on his throat. However, they weren't able to pierce through his skin. Whoosh! Li Yao leapt into the sky and directly jumped 50 to 60 meters high. In midair, the black skin on his face revealed a pair of eyes as he looked downwards. Naturally, he could see everything from high up in the sky. With a glance, he found Luo Feng, who was less than 100 meters away from them. I don't believe it. Luo Feng and Li Yao's eyes met, and both of their eyes were filled with viciousness. Whoosh! 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 6 daggers danced over again and darted at Vulture Li Yao in midair in 6 streaks of brilliance. Vulture Li Yao's indifferent face did not even show the slightest change. He only slightly twisted his body when he was close to the daggers. 3 of the 6 daggers missed their target, and the other 3 only hit him. A black light enveloped Vulture Li Yao. The throwing knives couldn't even pierce through Li Yao's skin. This is the Black God set. War God Bei Yuan Gang also had a look of admiration on his face. The group of elite fighters that Li Yao brought also looked at the godlike Li Yao with admiration. Luo Feng was also shocked. This Black God set is way too heaven-defying. It can completely ignore war god level attacks. Luo Feng. Li Yao clenched his teeth and his eyes were about to spit fire. Kill him. Li Yao immediately descended. And when Li Yao looked towards Luo Feng's direction, the other 3 war gods already knew where the enemy was, so. Whoosh! 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 The 3 silhouettes exploded to the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, the 3 war gods surrounded Luo Feng. Bei Yuan Gang held a shield in one hand and a slightly curved blade in the other. Of the 2 white men, the bearded white man held a battle axe in each hand. The taller and skinnier one held a shield and a thin sword. Humph! Luo Feng sneered. His body weirdly drifted and dodged the 3 war gods. After that, he leaped into midair like lightning. In midair, Luo Feng laughed coldly as he looked down. The 3 war gods, Vulture Li Yao, and around 50 elites couldn't help but to raise their heads and look at Luo Feng. Death has arrived. Luo Feng coldly looked down. Even the other 4 throwing knives on his body immediately dove down from the sky. The 6 throwing knives that were originally attacking Li Yao also immediately split up. A total of 10 throwing knives. Even though Luo Feng can control 6 throwing knives at the same time while maintaining his full power, the power will decrease if he controls more. However, against these elites that aren't even war gods and the other 3 war gods, there was no need for the strongest attack at all. The most important thing is efficiency, which is why Luo Feng used 10 throwing knives. When everyone saw the 10 throwing knives hover in the air, not only the elites, but even the 3 war gods' expressions changed. Li Yao, on the other hand, roared furiously and soared into the sky. No. No. Those elite martial artists were all terrified and began to flee. All of you, die. Luo Feng's gaze was cold as he gazed below. Xiao. 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 10 flying knives, they transformed into 10 deathly blood-red rays of light. From different directions, like a meat grinder, they shot towards the densely packed crowd. No. A black man shouted, and a blood-red ray of light shot out from his chest. Ah. A white elite martial artist's head exploded. Fresh blood instantly floated up and dyed the ancient wasteland red. P.S. This is the first chapter. The gap between the top 3 in the monthly votes ranking is so small. The competition is too intense. The tomato had fallen to 3rd place. Isaacson, the bearded white brute, yelled in fear. 2 rays of death instantly shot towards the tall, skinny white war god fighter. Luo Feng purposefully controlled the direction of these 10 throwing knives. Of course, Luo Feng had to prioritize the 3 war gods. At the same time, 2 throwing knives flew towards the white war god named Isaacson. Isaacson held. Clang, the sharp sword in his hand barely blocked one of Luo Feng's throwing knives. Pucci, the other throwing knife, brushed past his neck and only cut off a piece of flesh. I'm not dead. Isaacson let out a sigh of relief. Watch out, the bearded man yelled as he charged over. Pucci. The 3rd throwing knife pierced through Isaacson's head from behind, causing red and white matter to fly. The bearded white brute on the side couldn't help but to widen his eyes. Isaacson, a war god, has fallen. Controlling 10 throwing knives at the same time weakens the power of each throwing knife by a lot. It's so troublesome to deal with a beginner-level war god, thought Luo Feng to himself. When controlling 6 throwing knives, he can maintain his full power. When controlling 7 throwing knives, the power starts to decrease. With each additional throwing knife, the power decreases by quite a bit. Killing a beginner-level war god with 10 throwing knives is so troublesome. Clang. Clang. Clang, the 3 throwing knives surrounding the yellow-skinned man all failed. An intermediate-level war god is indeed much stronger than a beginner-level war god. Baka. Bei Yuan Gang roared as if he was arrogant after easily blocking 3 throwing knives. At the same time Luo Feng controlled the 10 throwing knives to slaughter the people below. Vulture Li Yao turned into a black blur as he shot towards Luo Feng. Seeing this, Luo Feng only sneered in his heart. He actually jumped in midair to fight against a spirit reader. Humph, what an idiot. With a thought, a formless spiritual force was used on the shield under his feet. Luo Feng immediately moved horizontally in midair and easily dodged Vulture Li Yao. This is one of the great advantages of a spirit reader. Die. Vulture Li Yao's face was ferocious and his eyes were filled with brutality. When Luo Feng dodged, he actually roared and fiercely swung the knife in his right hand. Vulture Li Yao's arm suddenly grew over 10 meters long. A human martial artist actually had a black arm that was over 10 meters long. It was too strange. The arm that suddenly grew over 10 meters long held the blade and ferociously slashed towards Luo Feng. What? Luo Feng was incomparably shocked and furious. The blade was already in front of him and he had no time to dodge. Fall. With a thought, Luo Feng used his spiritual force on his bracers and exerted a downward force, causing his entire body to rapidly fall. Of course, no matter how fast he fell, he couldn't match the speed of an advanced-level wargod's blade. Luo Feng could only use his ghost blade to block the blade that was several times the speed of sound. Rumble and unimaginable power was transmitted through the blade. Even though Luo Feng was trying his best to dissipate the force and was already falling as a buffer, Luo Feng still felt pain in his right hand. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open and his right arm instantly went numb. His entire body was like a cannonball as he ferociously fell into the wasteland. Boom, like a falling meteorite, a gigantic pit that was around 7 to 8 meters wide was smashed into the wasteland. The 10 throwing knives that were originally surrounding the group of people immediately flew towards this gigantic pit. Only then did the panicking group of people calm down. They all turned their heads towards the pit. That Japanese, Beiyuan gang, roared baka and charged over like lightning. Li Yao, who was in midair, also fell. What a strange blade! Luo Feng jumped out of the pit like lightning. His face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. How did his arm grow longer? Luo Feng felt as if his organs were displaced and he felt terrible. Clearly, the impact just now was too great. Keep in mind that an advanced level wargod's fitness level usually has a fist strength of over 256,000 kilograms. And this vulture Li Yao, as an experienced advanced level war god, has a fist strength of 400,000 to 500,000 kilograms. Along with his fist strength can increase by a few times. His fist definitely exceeds 1,000,000 kg, in other words, it exceeds 1,000 tons. What a horrifying power! Luckily, that slash just now had been extended through the black god set, allowing it to be unleashed. Because it was extended by around 10 meters, the power of this blade was only half of its normal power. Even with half of its power, Luo Feng's organs were shaken and he spat out fresh blood. Baka! Beiyuan gang was already in front of him. This spirit reader is only at the beginner level war god level. A 19-year-old youth is able to become a beginner level war god level spirit reader. Not bad. Sadly, he's going to fall into my hands today. Beiyuan gang easily blocked the 3 throwing knives before, which made him extremely confident. Plus, there are still small groups of Japanese in the world that are extremely jealous of China. Throughout history, Japan and China have always been entangled in conflict. However, the Grand Nirvana period was a devastating blow to them. China's territory is huge, so it wasn't affected as much. Plus, many powerful fighters appeared. For example, the world's strongest fighter, Hong, is from China. Even though Hong is extremely powerful right now, one thing is undeniable. Hong was definitely siding with Xianxia in his heart. So China's position in the world is extremely high. And Japan, which was on par with China before the Grand Nirvana period, is now struggling at death's door and is scattered across many headquarter cities around the world. They don't even have a single government. How could they not be jealous of China, not hate China, to be able to kill a genius of China with his own hands? Beiyuan gang felt his blood boil. Die. Beiyuan gang's eyes were like lightning as his aura shot through the sky. Japanese? Luo Feng looked at Beiyuan gang in front of him and frowned. Even though it's 2057 right now, as an outstanding high school graduate, Luo Feng was extremely clear about the history before the Grand Nirvana period. Facing the intermediate level war god Beiyuan gang who instantly charged in front of him, Luo Feng only sneered, "Idiot." Whoosh. 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 Whoosh, a total of 6 throwing knives. Luo Feng can maintain the most amount of power in the largest area he can control. Not right. Beiyuan gang's eyes widened as he roared in his heart, the throwing knives aren't right, why are they so much faster than before? Beiyuan gang, who was full of confidence and killing intent after easily blocking the 3 throwing knives, had a huge change in expression as he swung the shield in his hand with all his might. However, the 6 throwing knives were way too fast. Keep in mind that Luo Feng can defeat most advanced level war gods right now. Even Vulture Li Yao, without his black god set, would be at a disadvantage. Against an advanced level war god, Puchi, the first throwing knife directly pierced through Beiyuan gang's mouth and caused his head to explode. The other 5 throwing knives didn't have any effect at all. Intermediate level war god, Beiyuan gang, fell, Vulture Li Yao, who had fallen to the ground, saw Luo Feng kill Beiyuan gang. His rage increased even more as he ferociously shot out and instantly tore through the air. His speed reached twice the speed of sound and he arrived in front of Luo Feng in a flash. Retreat, retreat. Luo Feng's expression changed as his body exploded with 3.5x full power. His speed exceeded 400 m/s, the support of his powerful spiritual force. Increased speed, his speed exceeded 500 m/s, even though Luo Feng's spiritual force is close to the level of an advanced level war god and his driving force is very strong, the higher one's speed is, the harder it is to increase it. The air resistance increases exponentially, and even though his driving force increases by 2 to 3 times, Luo Feng's speed hasn't even increased by a third. Compared to Vulture Li Yao's speed of sound, there's still a huge difference. Die. Li Yao's left and right hands crazily slashed towards Luo Feng. I can't dodge it. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. His spiritual force wrapped around one of the slashes, but the moment it touched, Luo Feng felt as if his spiritual force had hit a mountain and instantly collapsed. The attack power contained in this slash was way too strong. Vulture Li Yao's expression also slightly changed. He clearly felt that the power of his slash was affected. Rumble, the slashes collided with Luo Feng's hexagonal shield. As if it was struck by lightning, the horrifying force caused the hexagonal shield to crash into Luo Feng's body and Luo Feng's entire body was sent flying. Crack! His left arm, which was holding the hexagonal shield, was directly twisted. Bone fracture? Hopefully it's not broken. Luo Feng felt a sharp pain in his left elbow, so he used the force of the throw to charge towards the sky. Luo Feng, Vulture Li Yao roared. Rumble, he charged towards the sky and instantly neared Luo Feng. At the same time, he ferociously swung his arm, his arm expanded and the black arm that was around 10 meters long directly swept towards Luo Feng, as if it wanted to tie him up. Humph. Luo Feng's body drew an arc in midair and immediately charged towards the sky. He was already 100 meters high and then swiftly flew towards the distant 8 mountain range, disappearing from Vulture Li Yao's line of sight. In the wasteland, Vulture Li Yao's underlings were all panicking. They didn't think that a 19-year-old Chinese youth would be this terrifying. In a short moment, they already lost an intermediate-level war god, a beginner-level war god, and 18 elites. And 16 elites were heavily injured. Bastard! Vulture Li Yao's expression couldn't help but to become ferocious as 2 balls of fire seemed to be burning in his eyes. Li Yao, how can this Luo Feng be this strong? He's not like what your report said at all. The white-bearded brute, James, hugged his brother's corpse and roared furiously. Shut up! Li Yao angrily stared at James as his killing intent rose. James' heart skipped a beat. If this Li Yao killed him in the wasteland and pushed the blame onto Luo Feng, no one would know. After thinking about this, James didn't dare to get angry at Li Yao anymore. Beiyuan gang. Li Yao walked to the Japanese's corpse and his face became even uglier. He couldn't help but to angrily kick him. With a pung, Beiyuan gang's corpse directly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. This scene caused everyone on the scene to feel a chill in their hearts. James cursed even more. This vulture sure is cruel. Why would I want to earn his money back then? Silence. Everyone was shocked by Vulture Li Yao's ferocity. After kicking Beiyuan gang's corpse, Li Yao cursed, trash. Rage, a stomach full of rage, Vulture Li Yao looked around and became even more furious. He didn't think that Luo Feng would give him such a big present as soon as he arrived. So many people died. Luo Feng, Vulture Li Yao clenched his teeth and squeezed out these 2 words. P.S. 2 updates complete. Tomato is very sorry that he didn't explode at such a crucial time. The main reason is that Tomato really doesn't have time. He'll be busy in the afternoon and will have to take a bus to Shanghai tomorrow morning. I hope everyone can understand. When Tomato arrives in Shanghai tomorrow, he will work hard to write. Explode, tomorrow, 3 updates, as for the monthly votes. I hope everyone supports me. If you have 1 monthly vote, vote for 1. If you have 2, vote for 2. If you don't have any, that's fine. Everyone knows their limits, to be honest. This month's Tomato is already very touched. After this month ends, Tomato will write a long chapter to chat with everyone. Finally, I'll shout, if you have monthly votes, throw them at Tomato. Today's first update, Vulture Li Yao, who was fully armed and only revealed his eyes, nose, and mouth, stood in the middle of the wasteland like a demon god. Everyone else was stunned by his ferocity. The smell of blood permeated the air. Who would have thought that this Luo Feng has already grown this strong? If it wasn't for the black god set, I probably wouldn't even be able to defeat him. Vulture Li Yao squinted his eyes as a cold light flashed. He didn't die even after taking 2 direct attacks from me. And now that he knows how powerful my black god set is, he probably won't let me get close again. Vulture Li Yao was also panicking. There's only one way. Chase him and force him into the air. And once he does, he'll become a target for the laser cannon. Vulture Li Yao let out a cold smile. Yeah, the laser cannon. Vulture Li Yao's face changed. He just saw Luo Feng's throwing knives massacre the crowd and quite a few people died. Keep in mind that the laser cannon is humanity's most advanced weapon right now. Even if there are so many parts here, Vulture Li Yao can't install and operate such a high-tech weapon without professionals. Klein. Li Yao suddenly turned his head. A white man with a big beard ran over and said respectfully, "Mr. Li, how are the casualties in your team?" asked Li Yao. Klein's face was pale as he replied respectfully, "My team has a total of 9 people. 2 people died and 2 people were injured. Can you assemble the laser cannon and operate it?" asked Li Yao. Yeah. Klein slightly frowned. Li Yao's heart couldn't help but to skip a beat. This large laser cannon is humanity's most powerful weapon that can easily eliminate Horde leader-level monsters and heavily injure Emperor-level monsters. Naturally, many of them are complicated. Usually, there are people who specialize in a certain area. Sometimes, the laser cannon can't be assembled without a key person. But it's only in the T11P circuit. Klein was a bit hesitant. "Let me ask you, can you assemble it now?" said Li Yao in a low voice. Klein saw Li Yao's cold expression and couldn't help but to be shocked. He clenched his teeth and said, "With the 7 of us working together, we can do it." "Very good," nodded Li Yao. "Assemble now, here?" Klein was alarmed. "Yes, right here." Li Yao sneered, "I don't have time to transport these to the top of the mountain. I believe that Luo Feng won't be satisfied and will secretly climb to the top of the mountain to look at us. As soon as he shows his head, the laser cannon will be able to aim at him and kill him." Li Yao was very clear, since Luo Feng has already discovered their tracks, then transporting these laser cannon parts to the top of the mountain for assembly is very likely to be discovered by Luo Feng. Then, with Luo Feng's abilities, even though he can't defeat Li Yao, with the strange abilities of a spirit reader, destroying the laser cannon shouldn't be a problem. Klein nodded immediately. Yes. Klein immediately ran towards his team members. Li Yao also walked over to watch the professionals open the boxes. At the same time, he instructed everyone else, "Keep a close eye on the surroundings. Absolutely do not let any monsters disturb or cause damage." Yes. Dozens of people answered in unison. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the members of the professional team. Li Yao looked over in confusion. Mr. Li, Klein hurriedly ran over. "What's wrong?" asked Li Yao. "Mr. Li, just now. Klein's face was pale and he was trembling. "Speak." Li Yao glared. Klein's voice trembled as he said, "Just now, when that spirit reader attacked, quite a few people hurriedly ran away. Some people ran in panic to avoid the throwing knives and knocked over the boxes. Even one of the boxes was pierced through by a randomly flying throwing knife." What? Li Yao's face changed greatly. Knocking over a box shouldn't be a big problem with the cushioning of the delicate components in the box. However, if a throwing knife pierced through a box, then the components in the box will definitely be destroyed. "Hurry, open that box for me." Li Yao hurriedly walked over. Klein also hurriedly ran over. At this time, the other members of the team were standing next to a box with ugly expressions on their faces. Li Yao also clearly saw that the side of the box had a hole that pierced through the entire box. Even the naked eye could see some glass shards. Clearly, the components inside have been damaged. Bastard. Li Yao's eyes were red. Such a big problem actually occurred as soon as he arrived. Actually, Li Yao didn't know. Back then, Luo Feng only cared about killing people and didn't care about these boxes. However, 3 of the throwing knives were blocked and sent flying by the intermediate-level war god Bei Yuan Gang. With the throwing knives' shocking speed, when they were blocked and sent flying, they were naturally still very powerful. One of the throwing knives pierced through this box. Mr. Li, if the components inside are radar guides, then there shouldn't be much of a problem, said Klein. Open it, Li Yao furiously roared as he looked at the professionals. These professionals also knew. With the temper of the boss in front of them, if the laser cannon is damaged and can no longer be assembled, then there will only be one outcome for these useless people, being killed by the boss. Immediately, these professionals started disassembling and opening the box. Voila, the box opened. Klein stared. It's energy? Energy? All the professionals on the side also stared. What's wrong? Li Yao stared at Klein on the side. Klein carefully looked at the box and excitedly said to Li Yao, Mr. Li, our luck is just too good. This pierced box contains the energy for the laser cannon. Even though 2 of the energy units are damaged, there's still one that's perfectly fine. In other words, the laser cannon's energy can be used to fire one attack at a high frequency. Every second level can be used 3 times. Li Yao let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's energy. Every second level attack can be used 3 times. Every single one of these 3 attacks could easily kill the strongest war god and the strongest horde leader monsters. Begin assembling, ordered Li Yao. Yes, all the professionals felt like they dodged a bullet and immediately started assembling. Ape Mountain Range, Luofeng's base. In a dark cave, Luofeng sat on the ground and leaned against the stone wall. His face was a bit pale. Good, my bones aren't broken. Luofeng lightly rubbed his left elbow. Luofeng lightly rubbed his left elbow. As he recalled the scene from before, Luofeng still had some lingering fear. This vulture Li Yao's strength is already at the advanced level war god level. His brute force alone is around 400,000 to 500,000 kilograms. Plus, his strength increases by 3 to 4 times, so his blade is definitely over 1,000,000 kg. Just now, Vulture Li Yao's blade was disrupted by his spiritual force and landed on his shield, but it still fractured his bones. In midair, Vulture Li Yao's extended arm slashed out, which also made Luofeng vomit blood and cut open his right hand. However, because this blade was extended by the Black God set, it only had half of its full strength. These 2 blades. Vulture Li Yao wasn't even able to use his full strength. Even so, Luofeng couldn't fight back at all. His speed is faster than mine, his attacks are stronger than mine, his defense is also much stronger than mine, and my advantage is that my attacks are more unpredictable, so it's easier for me to escape. Luofeng slightly frowned. That Black God set is way too special. It can actually expand according to a person's will. Not only can it cover the entire body, but it can also extend for around 10 meters. This makes it easy for me to get hit while I'm in midair. When he was escaping, that Li Yao actually tried to use his enlarged arm to tie him up. Once he's tied up, he's probably done for. Next time I fight with this Li Yao, I have to maintain a distance of over 20 meters, Luofeng decided to himself. While Luofeng was resting in his base, Li Yao displayed his incomparably powerful abilities on the wasteland. He beat the leader of a horde of monsters, a horde leader, to the point of fleeing in defeat. After that, no horde of monsters dared to bother these humans anymore. Mr. Li, the assembly is complete, said Klein excitedly. Oh? Li Yao walked over. In front of him was a large satellite-like device. This device had 2 wings that were around 10 meters long. In the center was a cylindrical device that looked like a turbine. On the 2 sides of this large cylinder, there were 2 smaller cylinders. Did you find Luofeng's location? Asked Li Yao. Got it. Klein pointed at the radar on the side. This Luofeng is within 5 kilometers of us. Our radar can barely detect him. However, radars were usually used to search for large objects. After all, the human body was too small. Once the distance was too far, it would be very difficult to lock onto the target. If that's the case, we can only lock onto it with a laser. Laser lock? Li Yao frowned. Yes. Klein nodded. Laser-guided lock-on. Its advantage is its extremely high accuracy. It can lock onto a target from very far away. But its weakness was that there couldn't be any obstacles between it and the target. For example, there's a huge mountain in front of us, so it's impossible to lock onto us with the laser. Of course, now that we're close, there's no need to do that. The radar can lock onto the target, Klein said confidently. Can you kill him now? Klein pressed. I can't. Klein shook his head and said, the target is now inside the mountain range, inside one of the mountains. Just from here to the target, there is more than 300 meters of rock. If a laser were to penetrate such a thick rock, its power would have long been exhausted. 300 meters of rock, no matter how powerful a war god is, one punch can't penetrate a mountain 300 meters deep. However, as long as he pops his head out of the mountain range, or, as long as the rock is within 10 meters of him, I can penetrate it and kill him, Klein said confidently. Very good, Li Yao's eyes flashed, lock onto Luo Feng. I don't believe. With how sly this kid is, he'll definitely use his binoculars to peek at me. Once the target is in a state where you can shoot him, kill him. Yes, Klein replied loudly. Li Yao looked at the 8 mountain range in the distance and a sneer appeared on his face. You should be proud of dying to a laser cannon ***. PS. Chapter 1 has arrived. Today, Tomato didn't release 3 chapters, but 4. There's only one reason. I want to be number 1. To make up for the regret of 9 cauldrons, I want to be number 1. For the readers who moved me the most, I want to be number 1. For the persistence in Tomato's heart, I want to be number 1. Number 1. I really want to be number 1. All the brothers of Tomato, please support Tomato. On the last day of September, please support Tomato. See if you still have any votes, and vote for Tomato. I, Tomato, want to be number 1, not for anything else. Just for the regret in my heart, just for the persistence in my heart, just for the readers who are the most adorable in my heart. All of my monthly votes, please vote for Tomato. Tomato thanks all of my brothers, thank you. Voting method, click on the recommend author for monthly votes at the bottom of this page. Whether you have it or not, please click. Thank you everyone. It was the second watch today. Li Yao and the others waited very patiently, as if they were snipers in hiding, ready to launch a fatal laser cannon at any time. 8 Mountain Range, Luo Feng's base. In the dark cave, Luo Feng was sitting cross-legged with his Wu Xianxiang Tian, as he absorbed the universe's energy into his body and converted it into genetic energy. Luo Feng purposely controlled the genetic energy in his arm to flow into his left elbow, and waves of numbness began to spread. After a while, his injured elbow couldn't absorb any more genetic energy, so Luo Feng stopped. The effect of dragon blood is indeed very good. Although my physical fitness improved a lot last time, a lot of the dragon blood's energy is still hidden in my body. When I cultivated just now, a lot of the energy fused into my body. My elbow feels a lot more comfortable. I'm sure it'll be completely healed in another 2 or 3 days. Luo Feng slightly moved his left elbow and couldn't help but to let out a smile. The improvement of a martial artist's strength was a kind of evolution of life. After reaching the beginner level war god level, Luo Feng's immunity and recovery abilities are much stronger than before. Okay, let's see where Li Yao and the others are and what they're doing. Luo Feng put on his backpack and swiftly dashed out of the cave. In the wilderness. He moved, Luo Feng moved, yelled Klein excitedly. Li Yao, who was standing nearby, also had his eyes glittering, but he was still staring at the radar in silence. In the mountain range. Luo Feng traversed within the mountain range, his gaze cold. If there's a chance, I'll teach them a lesson. I've killed quite a few of them before. Oh right, they seem to have brought a lot of boxes with them. You came all the way to Australia to kill me, and you even brought so many boxes with you. It must be something important. When the time comes, destroy it as well. Something's wrong. Luo Feng fiercely stopped and half squatted on the waist of the mountain. His expression changed greatly. Box? Box? Chasing after him from so far away, and carrying so many boxes? And you're so careful when you move the boxes? As Luo Feng thought about it, all the hairs on his body stood up. If I were Li Yao and had 100% confidence in killing a spirit reader, what method would I use? As long as the spirit reader can fly, Li Yao won't be able to kill him no matter how powerful he is. As for weapons that can threaten war god-level spirit readers, among humans, there are only two types. One is a nuclear weapon, the other is a laser cannon. Luo Feng's face changed. This Li Yao actually brought a laser cannon here? Luo Feng was only a 19-year-old youth. Even though China's education broadens people's horizons, subconsciously, Luo Feng always believed that laser cannons and nuclear weapons were the two trump cards of humanity's firearms. These were the strongest moves against monsters. How could he have imagined that Li Yao would use a laser cannon against him? However, at this time, Luo Feng was thinking of ways to deal with spirit readers from Li Yao's point of view. He deduced, probably only the laser cannon. In addition, he had seen so many boxes before, which confirmed his guess. Laser cannons. According to what we've been taught in physics, laser cannons have always been highly restricted. Generally, only airborne laser cannons can be used in all-terrain combat. Those that are fixed on the ground are affected by the fact that the Earth is spherical and the ground is curved. A lot of information regarding the laser cannon swiftly appeared in Luo Feng's mind. Keep in mind that Luo Feng's strongest subject was science. If he didn't faint during the math exam, Luo Feng's score would probably be enough to get into the best schools. Plus, the laser cannon is probably the weapon that countless men are most curious about, so of course he would know a lot about it. Right now, I definitely can't show my head. Thankfully, there's this mountain in the way, so they can't do anything right now. And once I show my head, they'll probably kill me. Luo Feng couldn't help but to sweat. What lingering fear, the laser cannon's power is too terrifying. First of all, the laser cannon moves at the speed of light. At the speed of light, Luo Feng probably won't even have time to think about dodging before he gets blasted to smithereens. Secondly, the power. Ever since the laser cannon's power reached an extremely high level, humans have the power to fight against monsters. This Li Yao sure is crazy, he's carrying so many boxes. If it's not a laser cannon, what else could it be? Other devices are useless in a battle between a spirit reader and a war god. Run. I need to run far away, and the laser cannon's power is limited by distance. Once I'm too far away, they won't be able to find me. Luo Feng didn't want to show his head to scout anymore. That's not scouting. That's taking a risk. Who knows if Li Yao is aiming his laser cannon at me right now? If he shows his head, he'll be killed. Where should I go? Luo Feng immediately looked at the tactical communications watch on his wrist and brought up the satellite map of the surrounding area. Through the map, Luo Feng clearly knew the geography of the surrounding area. Li Yao's group is at the north side of the mountain range, so I better head south as fast as I can. Because of the mountain, they won't be able to attack me for a while here. There's a river around 3 kilometers from the mountain range. Water can refract light. When the laser cannon hits the river, it evaporates a large amount of gas and refracts the water. A large amount of energy is wasted. Once I'm deep in the river, I'll be very safe. Luo Feng was clear that the laser cannon is most afraid of heavy rain and fog. And he's deep in the river. The obstruction of water is much better than the obstruction of rocks and steel for the laser cannon. If I follow this river 260 kilometers, I'll reach a large lake according to the satellite map. This lake has a circumference of around 100 kilometers. Luo Feng was secretly happy. There were many large lakes in the continent of Australia, especially since some sea monsters came inland along the river and created many large lakes. Usually, these large lakes are the habitats of all sorts of water monsters. In the middle of this large lake, there's an island with a circumference of around 20 to 30 km. Okay, I'll follow the river into the large lake and then pass through the lake to reach the island. Thought Luo Feng to himself, a distance of around 200 kilometers, the laser cannon can't hit me from that distance unless I fly to an extremely high altitude. And the lake water around the island doesn't pose a threat to me. However, Li Yao can't fly, so he can only swim through the lake. After thinking about it, and then, time to go, Luo Feng swiftly jumped down the mountain from the waist of the mountain and then followed the valley below as he swiftly headed south. On the wasteland, Li Yao's group. Why isn't he moving? This group of elites with different skin colors were all shocked. Even Li Yao frowned. Before, they were extremely excited when they saw the little dot of light swiftly heading up the mountain. Since everyone here probably wants to kill Luo Feng, if they kill Luo Feng, they'll earn money and also avenge the dead. He's turning around again, exclaimed Klein. He's not turning around, he's escaping towards the south, said War God James on the side as his expression changed. Indeed, the dot of light on the radar was swiftly heading south in the mountain range. Li Yao was silent the entire time. Slowly. Mr. Li, the target has already escaped the mountain range and is still heading south, said Klein hurriedly. This cunning kid. Li Yao squinted his eyes. Li Yao was already suspecting whether or not Luo Feng guessed that he was carrying a laser cannon. Even though normal people wouldn't be able to guess it, with Li Yao's understanding of Luo Feng. This young man named Luo Feng is indeed extremely cautious and cunning. Looks like killing this Luo Feng won't be easy, James said Li Yao quietly. Li James looked at Li Yao and his expression slightly changed. Don't tell me. This Li Yao wants him to deal with Luo Feng? That terrifying kid instantly killed his partner and Bei Yuan gang, so James didn't have any thoughts of fighting him. Take my subordinates and carefully move this laser cannon to a mountain in the mountain range. Choose a place that can aim towards the south, commanded Li Yao. Remember, you have to be careful. Don't damage the laser cannon. James couldn't help but to let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, it's only a few kilometers away. And we have so many people, said James confidently. James said confidently. It would be very difficult to move the laser cannon several hundred kilometers, but it was only a few kilometers. For a war god and many warlord-level martial artists, it was indeed not a problem. Very good. Li Yao looked towards Klein. Klein, remember, as soon as you get the chance, kill Luo Feng. The safety of this place. I'll leave it to you, James. Don't worry, nodded James. Klein, notify me of Luo Feng's location, commanded Li Yao. Yes, Klein replied. Li Yao's body immediately moved and turned into a black blur as he swiftly disappeared into the distance. With his terrifying speed of twice the speed of sound, he charged into the Ape Mountain range a few kilometers away in just a few seconds. Luo Feng's speed isn't as fast as Li Yao's, but once he explodes, along with his spiritual force, his speed surpasses 500 meters per second. After charging out of the mountain range, Luo Feng dived into the river that was around 10 meters wide in just a few seconds. Even though there are monsters in this river, they usually aren't strong. The truly strong water-type monsters live in large lakes or oceans. Whoosh! Luo Feng, who was underwater, laid on his hexagonal shield and controlled his buoyancy. At the same time, he used his spiritual force on his battle boots and created a powerful propulsion force of over 200,000 kg. Whoosh! Luo Feng was even faster than a torpedo as he crazily dashed through the bottom of the river. And Li Yao, who charged out of the Ape Mountain range, held towards his tactical communications watch. Where's Luo Feng? Mr. Li, there's a river 3 kilometers in front of you. Luo Feng is currently swiftly heading south along the river. His voice was still ringing as Li Yao sprinted towards the river at an astonishing speed. As he ran, sonic booms rang out continuously, scaring quite a few monsters away. After charging towards the river, he swiftly sprinted south along the river bank. In just a few moments, Li Yao and Luo Feng have already advanced a few dozen kilometers. Where's Luo Feng? Asked Li Yao. Mr. Li, the distance is too far. The radar can't find Luo Feng at all, carried Klein's voice from his tactical communications watch. Li Yao couldn't help but to stop. What? Can't find him? Li Yao looked at the sparkling river in front of him. How would he know where Luo Feng was? He clenched his teeth and dialed his wife Vanina's number. Vanina, hurry, give me Luo Feng's new phone number. And at this time, at the bottom of the river 8 kilometers away from Li Yao, Luo Feng was like a torpedo as he speedily advanced under the water. Today, Chapter 3, Why do you need his number? Vanina's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. Hurry, no more bullshit, said Li Yao hurriedly. Vanina's voice also carried a bit of anger. Yao, don't do anything stupid. If you want to confirm Luo Feng's location, the best way is through me. If you directly call Luo Feng, even though you can confirm his location, he can still find yours. And if you call him, he'll be suspicious. Vanina was dissatisfied. I'll immediately think of a way to send his location to you. Li Yao frowned. He knew that his wife was right. Alright, hurry up, urged Li Yao. Paris headquarters city, in a spacious room. 3 laptops were turned on at the same time. 2 men and 1 woman sat in front of the computers. Vanina stood on the side and directly ordered, "Give me Luo Feng's home number and call him yes through the computer software." Luo Feng's tactical communications watch could easily display the number they wanted. "Ma'am, the coordinates have been confirmed," said the black woman. "Directly send it to Mr. ordered Vanina." Li Yao, who was standing on the riverbank, couldn't help but to sneer as he looked at the coordinates. "So he's only around 10 kilometers away from me. For war gods, 10 kilometers is indeed nothing. Powerful fighters like war gods, especially advanced level war gods, have bodies that are countless times harder than diamond. Sniper bullets can't even break their skin, and one punch can weigh hundreds of thousands of kilograms. To these evolved beings, they're definitely human weapons. Their threat is even greater than an army." Whoosh, like lightning, he chased after Luo Feng. As he chased, Luo Feng also advanced underwater. With Luo Feng's beginner-level war god fitness level, he can hold his breath underwater for around half an hour. Even a normal person can last a few minutes, so it's normal for Luo Feng to last half an hour. My tactical communications watch is vibrating? Luo Feng looked at the tactical communications watch in confusion. This is a tactical communications watch equipped with the 9th series battle uniform. Water resistance is just a small part of it. Caller ID, is it my home number? That can't be right, I didn't give it to my home. Is this my new number? Luo Feng was suspicious. Luo Feng used this new tactical communications watch number as bait to catch the vulture-scorpion couple, so he didn't tell his family. Luo Feng used the cell phone he bought to contact his family. My parents are just ordinary people. If they wanted to contact me, they could have just called my cell phone. How could they have gone to such lengths to get my number from the elite training camp and called me? Luo Feng was clear that it wasn't difficult to make someone else's caller ID show a certain number. Trying to find me through my phone number? Sorry. Luo Feng grinned, pressed the button, and pressed beep. The communicator was turned off. Indeed, there were 2 ways to prevent others from getting through to his phone and finding his location. The first was to directly throw away the tactical communications watch and separate from the person. The others had found the location of the tactical communications watch, but they didn't know where the person was. The second option was to remove the battery or shut down the phone. Power outage. Once the power was cut, the tactical communications watch was nothing more than a piece of metal beside the riverbank. What about the coordinates? I'm asking you, what about the coordinates? Li Yao couldn't help but to roar angrily as his face became ferocious. The tactical communications watch displayed Vanina's video feed and she shook her head. Yao, that Luo Feng already cut off the power of the tactical communications watch. What do you mean? Li Yao's eyes were about to spit fire. I can't find Luo Feng's location. Vanina shook her head. Li Yao clenched his fists in anger. Can't find him? He came all the way from Europe with his troops, but as soon as he arrived, he was slaughtered by Luo Feng. Now, Luo Feng even cut off the power on his tactical communications watch, so he can't confirm Luo Feng's location. Then, he can't even find Luo Feng, let alone kill him. All for nothing, all for nothing. Bastard Li Yao was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. When Li Yao lost sight of Luo Feng, it was already evening. The sky was dark and a completely black triangular fighter jet was flying in the sky above the continent of Australia at an astonishing speed. In this fighter jet, there was a pilot and 2 passengers. That Li Yao sure is ruthless. In order to deal with Luo Feng, he actually brought out a laser cannon. One of the 2 passengers laughed loudly. A lean Indian man with slightly curly hair spoke in slightly awkward Mandarin. He's completely crazy, so he's doing everything he can. Hee Puka, you even know how to speak idioms, complimented the big and tall man. The Indian slightly smiled and didn't say much. Laser cannon. To be honest, even though I've reached this level, I've never personally seen a laser cannon in all these years. The big and tall man couldn't help but to sigh. That Paulinus family sure is a big arms dealer. The tall man couldn't help but sigh. That Paulinus family is indeed a big arms dealer. They control a lot of arms transactions and even got their hands on a laser cannon. Humph, the Indian coldly snorted. They've smuggled quite a few nuclear bombs and laser cannons. Suddenly, the fighter jet slowed down. "We're here." The big and tall man stood up. "Puka, get ready to go down." "Okay." The Indian slightly nodded. On top of a mountain in the Ape Mountain Range, James and a group of elite fighters from the Paulinus family were resting. At this time, a triangular black fighter jet appeared in the sky. As soon as he saw this fighter jet, James' face changed. "It's a fighter jet from the dojo of Limits," said James in shock. From the dojo of Limits, quite a few of the elite fighters on the side also recognized it. In the current world, the disc-shaped fighter jet is the mainstream. And these triangular fighter jets have never been as effective as the disc-shaped fighter jets. However, only the triangular fighter jets made by the dojo of Limits have extremely powerful attacks. They can be called the world's #1 fighter jet. The American government, the European government, etc. all wanted the dojo of Limits to publicize this fighter jet manufacturing technology. Sadly, Hong ignored them. So these fighter jets have basically become a symbol of the dojo of Limits. Isn't that James? The hatch opened and two figures jumped down from the sky and landed on top of the mountain. "Puka? Steel sect?" James was shocked. Any war god will join the palace of war gods, so James, who is also a war god, recognized these two famous people. "James, who are they?" The other elite fighters were a bit panicked. One look and you could tell that these two weren't normal people. The Earth Alliance forbids humans from using laser cannons against humans. The tall man's gaze swept across the group of people. The elite fighters felt as if their eyes were struck by lightning, painful and uncomfortable. "Under the orders of the head, we're taking this laser cannon." What? Klein opened his eyes wide and yelled, "This is our Paulinus family." "Bullshit." The tall man's eyes were like lightning as he angrily scolded, "Ask James." Klein turned his head to look at the only war god on their side, James. James angrily scolded, "Why aren't you listening to these two lords? Do you know who these two are? They are war gods from the dojo of Limits. In a bit, just tell Liao the names Puka and Steel Sect. He definitely won't dare to say anything." Klein froze. "Hurry, disassemble the laser cannon and put it in the box," ordered the tall man. "Us?" Klein froze. "They came to take the laser cannon and they're actually making them disassemble it? If it's not you, then who is it?" scolded the tall man unhappily. James on the side also chimed in. Klein and the others could only listen helplessly. And at the same time, they quickly informed Liao of this news. Right when Liao thought that he couldn't find Luo Feng and was filled with rage, he received Klein's call. "Sir, the laser cannon has been taken. It's two people called Puka and Steel Sect." Upon hearing the first sentence, Liao wanted to curse on the spot, but upon hearing the second sentence, he forcefully swallowed the words he was about to curse back into his stomach. However, his complexion was somewhat purple from anger. "Puka and Taizong? The dojo of Limits Special Forces? And it's even a captain like Puka?" As an old advanced level war god, Liao really doesn't care about Steel Sect's strength. However, Puka, that Indian genius fighter, graduated as one of the top 3 in the elite training camp. He's a genius who also has a black god set. And this Puka is one of Hong's disciples, so he's extremely strong. Through the virtual space, Liao had also fought with Puka twice, and he was defeated in both battles. Just as I expected, this Luo Feng is only 19 years old, yet he has the strength of an advanced level war god level spirit reader. The dojo of Limits definitely values him. And indeed, the dojo of Limits probably used satellites to monitor Luo Feng's movements, squinted Liao. They found out that I brought a laser cannon and used it to kill Luo Feng. Since it won't be of any use, they immediately sent a special forces team to take it. Ruthless, using me as a whetstone to train this Luo Feng? Vulture Liao stood there without moving. However, his eyes were extremely scary, as if he was a vulture that had been starving for 10 days and was on the verge of insanity. "My son died. My only son died. Using me as a whetstone? Haha. Hong, just watch, I'll make you regret this decision," said Vulture Liao in a low voice. After that, he carefully moved forward along the river. Liao, he will never give up and kill Luo Feng. After turning off his tactical communications watch, Luo Feng leisurely moved forward under the water. Occasionally, he would take a few breaths and then continue to slowly move forward under the water. He wasn't in a rush. Only when it was nighttime did Luo Feng reach his destination, the lake that had a circumference of 100 kilometers. This vast lake would occasionally have weird noises coming from the bottom of the lake. At this time, Luo Feng stood on his shield and floated on the surface of the lake. He looked at the center of the lake with a shocked expression. How is this possible? This lake. The lake in front of him was completely covered by an endless amount of fog. The deeper he went into the center of the lake, the thicker the fog became. Even with the vision of a war god, he could barely see through 100 meters. The weird thing was, the fog around the lake was very faint. As for the land beside the lake, there was no fog at all. What is this place? Luo Feng felt the formless pressure. Tomato continued to write the 4th chapter. It'll probably be past 12 p.m. The last hour, the last hour, the last hour of September. The last hour of the monthly votes contest. All readers of Tomato, all brothers of the Red Alliance, this is the final moment. Please throw your monthly votes to Tomato. I need everyone's monthly votes. Charge first. Today, Chapter 4, this lake was already very strange to begin with. In the dark night, it added an additional layer of mystery. Luo Feng subconsciously felt the pressure. Yeah, it's night right now, and with the thick fog, visibility is low. I'll check it out tomorrow morning. Luo Feng was very calm. He would rather wait until tomorrow morning than go in blindly. On this night, Luo Feng walked around the lake. It would take a long time to walk around the lake that had a circumference of 100 kilometers. However, with Luo Feng's speed, even if he walked and looked around, it didn't even take an hour for him to walk half the distance. Along the way, Luo Feng didn't discover anything special. After that, Luo Feng sat cross-legged in the grass and closed his eyes to rest. Very quickly, the night passed. The morning of the second day, the sun rose. Luo Feng stood in the grass and looked at the lake. The lake in front of him was still covered in a thick layer of fog. The further in he went, the thicker the fog became. However, there was no fog at all on the wasteland outside the lake. Indeed, it's the same day and night. This lake is always covered in fog. My visibility during the day is clearly much better than at night. Yesterday, Luo Feng's war god level vision could only see 100 meters away. A normal person would probably be lucky if they could see 5 meters away. And now that the sun has risen, Luo Feng can see around 200 meters. Honestly speaking, for a war god level fighter, 200 meters can indeed be crossed with a flash of their body. Let's go in and take a look. The hexagonal shield floated in front of him. Luo Feng jumped on the hexagonal shield and swiftly flew into the depths of the lake. The fog pervaded the air. The vast lake was filled with lush water plants. Occasionally, there would be some weird cries. The surface of the water had waves that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. No wonder it's a lake with a circumference of over 100 kilometers. There must be a lot of water-type monsters here. Luo Feng was shocked. Luo Feng was shocked. He was moving underwater in the river from before. With that width and depth of the river, there shouldn't be any powerful water-type monsters, so Luo Feng had an easy time moving underwater. But a large lake like this? It's hard to say. And water-type monsters are famous for being hard to deal with. Because the ocean is the world of monsters, many strange and powerful monsters are born in the vast area of the ocean. So even war gods aren't willing to enter the ocean, and they won't easily enter a large lake like this. Xiao, Luo Feng swiftly flew forward. Everywhere he passed, the lake's surface was turbulent. Rip! A thick bolt of blue lightning suddenly lit up. Rip! The densely packed bolts of blue lightning instantly lit up the sky above the lake. The bolts of lightning twisted and shot in all directions like electric snakes. Luo Feng, who was caught off guard, had just dodged the first bolt of lightning when he was hit by the densely packed bolts of lightning that covered the sky. It's not that Luo Feng's dodging abilities are bad, it's just that these lightning bolts are randomly shooting out in midair. They're fast and without any pattern. Not good. Luo Feng felt his entire body go numb and his head go dizzy. His body fell from the sky. The freefall time was still relatively slow, not as fast as the war god. It would take 2 seconds to fall from a height of 20 meters. Luo Feng was completely startled awake. Right now, he was only 6 to 7 meters away from the surface of the lake. He heard a weird roar, and at the same time, long, green-scaled monsters ferociously shot out of the water. These long monsters even had lightning circling around their scales, and a few of them had horns on their heads. These long monsters all jumped out of the water and opened their bloody mouths to bite. F***ck off. Luo Feng roared. 6 beams of death shot out with Luo Feng as the center. Xiao. 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 The 6 throwing knives instantly sliced through the group of water-type monsters below. They even went around in an arc and pierced through many of the monsters. Suddenly, these monsters all let out cries of pain. At the same time, some of the surviving long water-type monsters angrily let out bolts of lightning. Bolts of lightning flew across the sky like snakes. Whoosh, however, while Luo Feng was controlling the throwing knives, he stepped on the shield beside him and swiftly rose into the sky. Thankfully, these water-type monsters' lightning attacks weren't as unified as before, so Luo Feng was able to escape. Holy sh**t, I almost died here. After floating 50 meters in the air, Luo Feng realized that his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. He's been through a lot and even dared to fight a high-level horde leader-level monster head-on. Who would have thought that he would almost die here today? If he woke up a bit slower, those monsters would have definitely crushed his head in one bite. These are electric eel-type water-type monsters? Iron wire electric eel horned electric eel. With a glance, he discovered quite a few electric eel-type monsters below. There are over 100 types of fish-type monsters in the world that can discharge electricity. However, monsters also live in groups, and the ones that attacked Luo Feng were a group of electric eel-type water-type monsters. Electric eel-type monsters have always been terrifying existences for human fighters. Powerful electric eel-type water-type monsters, especially when they work together to discharge electricity, can even make a powerful war god instantly faint. Under this state, even a war god would be eaten. That would be a terrible death. Be careful, there are tens of thousands of these monsters, and many of them have special abilities. If I'm not careful, I'll die. Luo Feng flew 50 meters in the air as he carefully flew forward. As he flew, he could hear all sorts of weird noises coming from the lake. Obviously, the amount of water-type monsters here was shocking. Howl! A horrifying howl exploded in Luo Feng's ear. At the same time, an unbelievable force instantly affected Luo Feng's body, causing him to uncontrollably fall downwards. Fuck. There's actually a water-type monster attacking me. Luo Feng desperately controlled his spiritual force to hover. However, his body still couldn't help but slowly fall. An unbelievable gigantic whirlpool formed in the lake below. In the center of this whirlpool was a black hole. Under the white mist, this black hole was extremely blurry, and this black hole was crazily swallowing everything above it. The powerful swallowing force caused Luo Feng to be unable to fly away for a while. Keep in mind that Luo Feng's spiritual force is almost at the advanced level war god level. Big guy. Luo Feng lowered his head and laughed. Whoosh. Whoosh, 2 SS grade throwing knives immediately shot downwards towards the gigantic black hole. Chi. Chi. Yeah. An ear-piercing sound that sounded like a baby crying instantly rang through the sky. This sound was so loud and ear-piercing that Luo Feng couldn't help but to cover his ears. In the raging ocean water below, dark red blood was mixed in. And the black hole completely disappeared. The swallowing force disappeared. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 2 throwing knives landed in Luo Feng's pocket in midair. What a powerful monster. My throwing knives barely managed to break through its skin and were blocked by its bones. Luo Feng controlled the throwing knives, so of course he knew that the throwing knives only injured the monster slightly. Normally, it roars in anger and fear. Sounds like a baby crying? Amazing swallowing force? What kind of water-type monster is this? In terms of monster types, the monsters on land are only a fraction of the water-type monsters in the ocean. There are over 10,000 types of monsters on land, so you can imagine how many types of water-type monsters there are. Plus, most fighters travel on land, so Luo Feng, like other fighters, doesn't know much about water-type monsters. He only knows a few common and famous ones. Let's continue forward, I want to see just how weird this lake is, mumbled Luo Feng. Luo Feng mumbled. However, at the same time, the 6 throwing knives floated around him. At the same time, they flew 30 meters higher, reaching a height of 80 meters. Finally, on a beach, Luo Feng landed. I've finally arrived at the island in the middle of the lake. Sweat seeped out of Luo Feng's nose. He received quite a bit of scares along the way. Other than the electric eel-type monsters, Luo Feng also saw 2 large water-type monsters fighting and a 100-meter-long dragon eating. Anyway, the amount of powerful water-type monsters in this lake was unexpectedly high. Very weird, logically speaking, having 2 or 3 powerful water-type monsters in a lake with a circumference of 100 kilometers is already amazing. But this lake. With just one flight, Luo Feng saw 7 or 8 extremely powerful water-type monsters. Not to mention that there are even more powerful monsters at the bottom of the lake. The density of powerful monsters is too high, it doesn't make sense. Something strange must have happened. Luo Feng walked out of the beach and looked at the dense forest in front of him. This island in the middle of the lake was like a primeval forest. Many thick trees stood tall and the vegetation was lush. Luo Feng couldn't help but to start floating higher and higher. He looked down at the island below. This mysterious island is covered in mist all year round, and the lake around the island contained large amounts of powerful water-type monsters. Not right, not right. Luo Feng's expression changed. This island, why is this island so quiet? Yes, it's quiet. After coming to the continent of Australia for so long, Luo Feng has never found a place this quiet. Even the wastelands have large amounts of monsters, but this misty island. Not a single monster, no bird-type monsters, no land-type monsters. The entire misty island was extremely quiet. However, in the lake around the island there were large amounts of terrifyingly powerful water-type monsters. There's something strange about this island, something's wrong. Luo Feng has never felt such fear before. He doesn't know why. This ridiculously quiet island without any sounds of life made Luo Feng feel an unknown fear. Luo Feng landed on the beach and didn't enter the depths of the island at all. This lake is weird, and the island is weird too. Luo Feng suddenly let out a smile. He extended his right hand and pressed on the tactical communications watch on his wrist. Press, beep, the tactical communications watch activated. My tactical communications watch has been activated. Li Yao. You should be here soon, muttered Luo Feng. Even though Li Yao is powerful, Li Yao, who can't fly, can only swim across the lake. But with the power of the water-type monsters in this lake, even Li Yao will have a hard time crossing over alive. Paris headquarters city, in a spacious room. 3 people sat in front of their laptops. One of them, a handsome white youth, exclaimed, "Madam, the call connected, the target's number is connected." "What?" said Vanina, who was frowning. "The call connected, the coordinates have been confirmed," said the handsome white youth. "Immediately transfer it to Mr. ordered Vanina. Yes, the white youth excitedly transferred the coordinates to Li Yao, who was in the wastelands of the continent of Australia. 4 chapters complete. Tomato thanks everyone. In the vast wasteland, there were monsters killing each other at any time. Their goal was to kill each other and eat each other's flesh to fill their stomachs. However, a human warrior, who was small and skinny compared to the monsters, was advancing alone in the wilderness. He did not avoid any monsters at all. Rampage, these monsters were like ants to him. Many monsters had attacked this human martial artist, but the result was that the smell of blood on this human martial artist's body became even thicker. The terrifying stench of blood, especially the scent left behind by the blood of some powerful monsters on his body, caused the monsters on the road to avoid him when they saw him. Luo Feng. Luo Feng, murmured Li Yao like a ferocious beast. You can hide, you can hide. You might be able to dodge it once, but you won't be able to dodge it forever. Li Yao never would have thought that hunting down a 19-year-old youth like Luo Feng would be so troublesome. However, there's no way Li Yao won't avenge his son. If he doesn't kill Luo Feng, he probably won't be able to sleep at night. Li Yao suddenly felt the tactical communications watch on his wrist vibrate. After looking carefully, his heart quivered. Luo Feng's coordinates? At the same time, he received a call. "Hey," Li Yao hastily said. "Yao, it's me. You received Luo Feng's coordinates right?" Vanina's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. "You got Luo Feng's coordinates, are you sure?" hurriedly asked Li Yao. "Yao, we just got these coordinates. I don't know what's going on with that Luo Feng. His tactical communications watch is working again. This means that he probably turned on the tactical communications watch himself. I'm worried that this might be one of Luo Feng's schemes to lure you over," said Vanina. "A scheme? A trap?" Li Yao couldn't help but laugh crazily. His laughter echoed in the surrounding wasteland. Not a single monster dared to approach this terrifying human. "I have the black god set I got from the ancient civilization ruins. None of the war god experts can kill me. Unless it's an emperor-level monster, an existence surpassing the war god level, or a laser cannon. And Luo Feng, I really can't think of any powerful moves he has." Li Yao was full of confidence. "Alright, whether this address is real or fake, I'm going to take a look," Li Yao said. "Yes." Vanina didn't object. She is also an advanced-level war god, so of course she knows her husband's true strength. There were 3 situations that could threaten Li Yao. 1. Laser cannon? How could Luo Feng get his hands on a laser cannon and operate it? 2. An existence surpassing the war god level. If Luo Feng could invite an existence surpassing the war god level, would he even need to scheme? A king-class monster. There would definitely be many lord-class monsters around a king-class monster. Li Yao would have long since retreated when he realized that something was wrong. Why would he provoke a king-class monster? 120 kilometers away from here. Li Yao looked at the map. "Luo Feng, I hope you're there." Who? After a terrifying sonic boom, Li Yao turned into a streak of blackness and dashed toward the southwest in a straight line. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Someone whose speed was twice the speed of sound was indeed a terrifying existence. Next to the shore of the vast lake that was enshrouded in mist, a streak of brightness suddenly stopped and condensed. It was truly Vulture Li Yao in black with a cold face. This Luo Feng really knows how to hide. He actually chose a lake island filled with mist. With such a large amount of mist, the laser cannon can't be used at all. Li Yao couldn't help but to let out a mocking smile, mocking Luo Feng's unnecessary actions. From Li Yao's point of view, the laser cannon has already been confiscated by the Dojo of Limits. Without the laser cannon, isn't Luo Feng's actions unnecessary by hiding on this island filled with mist? Whoosh, Li Yao ferociously leapt tens of meters high and over 100 meters high. His entire body shot out like a cannonball. Chi-chi black light rapidly extended from Li Yao's feet, quickly forming something similar to a rubber raft. This rubber raft formed from the black god borrowed the momentum generated from Li Yao's previous leap to quickly ride the wind and break the waves on the surface of the lake. Sitting on the rubber raft, Li Yao held a single blade in each of his hands and occasionally paddled. With Li Yao's astonishing arm strength, every time he paddled, an astonishing amount of force would be generated. Howl, ga, hiss, all sorts of weird noises came from the bottom of the lake. However, Li Yao's expression was cold as he completely ignored the noises of the water-type monsters below. For an advanced-level war god, normal water-type monsters in the lake indeed pose no threat to him. Sadly, Li Yao doesn't know the special characteristics of this lake. The black rubber raft sliced through the wind and waves of the lake at an astonishing speed as it swiftly advanced. What Li Yao's face suddenly changed. An object that looked like a snake's tail, which was covered in purple scales, was as thick as a water tank, and was over 30 meters long, abruptly emerged from the surface of the water like a bolt of lightning. It drew an arc in the air and in less than 1/100th of a second, this thick and long purple-scaled tail covered the rubber raft. Whoosh, the rubber raft under Li Yao's feet disappeared. Other than his eyes, mouth, and nose, the rest of his body was protected by the black color. Li Yao stepped on the gigantic scaled tail like lightning and used the force to directly shoot up. What a long tail, what terrifying strength. Just this whip alone definitely has the strength of a high-level horde leader. There's actually such a powerful water-type monster in this lake? Li Yao was shocked, the moment Li Yao fell from midair and touched the surface of the water. Hiss. Bolts of blue lightning instantly covered the surrounding area like twisting electric snakes. Li Yao's ability to dodge on the surface of the water is much worse than on land, so he couldn't dodge at all and was hit by the lightning. Humph, thankfully, my black god set is completely resistant to electricity. Li Yao let out a sigh of relief. Xianxia, a white thread almost instantly wrapped around one of his legs. An unbelievable force fiercely pulled on the thread. Not good. Li Yao's face changed greatly. With a putong, Li Yao's entire body was completely submerged in the lake. On the beach of the misty island, Luo Feng sat cross-legged like a statue. Walala, the water of the lake beside him rippled and occasionally crashed against the beach. However, the weird thing was, none of the water-type monsters dared to climb onto the shore. After a while, Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Why isn't this Li Yao here yet? Could it be? When he passed through the lake, he died in the lake. Luo Feng let out a smile. It wouldn't be weird if he really died in the lake. With his black god set, he'll probably be hard to kill. However, if he's trapped at the bottom of the lake by a water-type monster, he'll use up an astonishing amount of oxygen. Without oxygen to breathe underwater, he might suffocate to death. Luo Feng turned his head and looked towards the island. Silence. The entire island was silent. Only the sound of the wind blowing through the tree branches could be heard. Among advanced level war gods, I'm pretty close to invincible right now unless it's an emperor level monster. Under normal circumstances, it's unlikely for me to be killed. Let's go take a look inside the island. Luo Feng couldn't suppress his curiosity. Along with his confidence in his own strength, Luo Feng raised his hexagonal shield and ghost blade to the max and was ready to attack with his throwing knife. Just like that, he carefully entered the island and disappeared into the mist in the distance as he started his exploration. After a while, on the beach on the other side of the island, Die! An angry roar rang out, and the lake at the edge of the beach suddenly rose. Blood splattered everywhere, and a black figure soared into the sky, landing on the beach. Finally, I've reached the shore. The black figure slumped onto the beach. After a long time, he finally caught his breath. Scary, what a scary lake. Li Yao's face was filled with fear as he looked at the huge lake in front of him. When he was young, Li Yao had traveled all over the world. He had even traveled to lakes that were much larger than this lake in front of him. He had even fought with the monsters in the sea, but Li Yao had never been in such a difficult situation before. He had never been so close to death. Just now, when he was crazily fleeing for his life underwater, he had already run into more than 10 high Lord rank aquatic monsters. There were even more Lord-class monsters. In other words, most of the aquatic monsters in the lake were very powerful. There are countless commander-level water-type monsters, but soldier-level monsters are few and far between. What kind of lake is this? I've never heard of such a scary lake in the world. Li Yao's face was ugly. In a lake with a circumference of 100 miles, I've already run into more than 10 high Lord rank monsters. I'm afraid that the entire lake has close to 100 high Lord rank monsters. With this ratio, I'm afraid that even China's number 003 city, the place known as the Monster Den, wouldn't be much stronger than this. And in terms of danger, this lake was clearly much scarier than number 003 city's original Shanghai. After all, the aquatic monsters here are more concentrated, and the water has a limit on the strength of human fighters. Pew. Li Yao coughed and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The water does have a huge limit on my strength. If I was on land and faced 10 high Lord rank monsters, even if I couldn't win, I could still escape. But this time, I'm badly injured. Li Yao couldn't help but spat out another mouthful of blood. He sat on the beach and began to rest. He was very clear on how serious his injuries were this time. His right arm was broken, and 2 of his ribs were broken. His internal organs were seriously injured. Even though the Black God set's defensive capabilities are very strong, it's not very effective against pure gravity attacks. And in the water, Li Yao was trapped alive and almost strangled to death. Even though he risked his life to escape, his ribs were still crushed and his internal organs were heavily injured. Right now I need to rest. If I fight a large battle, it'll cause even more damage to my body. Li Yao no longer had any arrogance. He was completely scared of the lake. Thankfully, he had the Black God set. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he'd still be dead. Nina Liao picked up his wife's phone. Confirm Luo Feng's current coordinates for me. As he said that, Liao couldn't help but to pant heavily. His chest felt very uncomfortable. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. Red Alliance brothers and sisters. Happy 11th. Liao looked at his tactical communications watch. His wife sent him the exact coordinates on the map. HM? He's already inside the island? Liao wasn't shocked, but happy. If that location didn't move at all, Liao would suspect that Luo Feng left his tactical communications watch there. And now, the location has moved. This means that Luo Feng has been wearing his tactical communications watch. I'll heal first. With my body's recovery rate, I'll be fine in 2 days. I'll be able to stabilize it in half a day. Liao couldn't care less about chasing after Luo Feng. He sat cross-legged on the beach and healed. Mist pervaded the air. On the island. That's weird. Luo Feng, who was fully armed, carefully moved forward in the forest of the island. As he looked at the surrounding trees, he became more and more confused. I'm already 2 to 3 miles into the island, but I still haven't seen any traces of monsters. Looks like there really aren't any monsters on this island. The only weird thing is, it's the end of winter on the continent of Australia, but the temperature on this island is quite high. The trees and flowers are as lush as during spring and summer. Luo Feng was very confused. Just what secrets does this island hold? The trees were lush, the flowers were bright, and the thorns were everywhere. It seemed to be full of life. However, there were no living things. Luo Feng carefully moved forward step by step. Around 100 meters away from Luo Feng, there was a pink flower in the middle of the flowers. This flower was even bigger than a wash basin and much brighter than the other flowers around it. At this time, Luo Feng was walking towards the flower step by step. He was getting closer and closer. Finally, Luo Feng arrived. Such a bright flower. It's rare to see such a bright flower at the end of winter on the continent of Australia. Luo Feng looked at it for a bit and continued walking. Just as Luo Feng took 2 steps, whoosh, the pink flower that was originally bigger than a wash basin suddenly expanded and bloomed to a diameter of 3 to 4 meters. This gigantic flower was like lightning as it shot towards Luo Feng. It was like a cover that fell from the sky and directly enveloped Luo Feng. It wanted to swallow Luo Feng whole. Ever since he entered the misty island, Luo Feng didn't relax at all and maintained an extremely careful state. Luo Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao, 3 black flowing lights instantly shot from Luo Feng's side towards the gigantic flower. Each throwing knife contained a terrifyingly powerful piercing power. Like 3 rays of death, they instantly pierced through the gigantic pink flower that enveloped Luo Feng. The 3 knife lights spun a few times and the flower was instantly cut into pieces, scattering everywhere. A flying dagger directly cut through the extended blood-red roots of the huge flower. It was like cutting through a steel bar, cutting through the roots. Man-eating flower? Luo Feng turned his head to look at the flower pieces on the ground, and then at the broken stem. Gulp. The stem's broken section was still dripping blood. It was extremely peculiar. There are very, very few mutated man-eating flowers. The most abundant man-eating flowers in the world are in the South American Amazon. Luo Feng frowned in confusion. Why would a man-eating flower appear on this island? The Grand Nirvana period's mutation was actually the mutation of animals. Man is a kind of animal. Large amounts of monsters were born, and powerful human fighters were born. However, the plants didn't mutate. The trees were still trees, and the flowers and grass were still flowers and grass. Only one type of flower mutated, the man-eating flower. There were originally several types of man-eating flowers, but after the mutation, there were dozens of types. Because the other plants didn't mutate, only the man-eating flower mutated. So many scientists loudly declared that the man-eating flower was a special form of animal. Weird, a man-eating flower actually appeared here. Luo Feng shook his head and continued forward. Indeed, this man-eating flower posed no threat to a powerful spirit reader like him. After experiencing the man-eating flower's attack, Luo Feng became even more careful. He moved forward extremely slowly, but this slowness was only relative. It was still much faster than a normal person walking. Half an hour later. Willow tree. Luo Feng looked at the willow tree in the distance and couldn't help but to let out a smile. Most of the trees on this island were rare, and Luo Feng was all too familiar with willow trees. Many places in Yangzhou City used willow trees for greenery. So Luo Feng had a good impression of willow trees. Perhaps because no one has been here for a long time, the willow trees here grew extremely tall and thick. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 9. 9 willow trees. What thick willow trees! Luo Feng walked over. The 9 willow trees in front of him were indeed extremely thick. The thinnest willow tree had a diameter of around 1 meter, and the thickest willow tree had a diameter of 3 meters. It's usually hard to even see a single willow tree of this size. Because the plants on this island were very lush, the thousands of branches of these 9 willow trees swayed with the wind. Hoo-hoo, 9 super willow trees. Such a thick willow tree, each of them had hundreds of millions of branches dancing in the air. This island sure is amazing, to be able to grow such thick willow trees, and the plants here aren't just willow trees. The other plants seem to be full of life. Even at the end of winter, they can grow leaves. Luo Feng sighed. Chi. 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 When Luo Feng was sighing beside the 9 huge willow trees, almost in an instant, all the branches of these willow trees crazily danced and swiftly wrapped around Luo Feng like threads. Their speed far surpassed the speed of sound. Even Luo Feng, at such a close distance, wouldn't be able to dodge the countless branches that covered the sky. What's this? Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. Keep in mind that even the thinnest willow tree reached a height of 30 to 40 meters, comparable to a 10-story building. As for the thickest willow tree with a diameter of 3 meters, it reached a height of nearly 100 meters. Such a tall and terrifying willow tree also had an unimaginable number of willow branches. Each willow branch was more than 100 meters long. As it spread, it covered the sky and covered the earth. Break! Luo Feng ferociously charged forward. At the same time, the 6 throwing knives on the surface of his body were like wind and fire wheels. They revolved around his body and crazily cut the surrounding willow branches. Luo Feng's throwing knives can kill quite a few advanced-level war gods. Under this level of attack, the willow branches were swiftly cut apart. However, when they were cut apart, they felt like they were cutting steel bars. According to Luo Feng's spiritual forces feeling towards the throwing knives, the toughness of each willow branch could probably block the blade of an advanced-level warlord fighter. At this level, even a guided missile would have a hard time destroying them. Of course, under Luo Feng's charge, the throwing knives revolved and swiftly cut large amounts of willow branches in half. Luo Feng was about to charge out. Boom! The thickest willow tree king in the center, which had a diameter of 3 meters, actually shot out willow branches that glowed with a light golden color. There were so many of them, close to 10,000 of them. Each willow branch was several hundred meters long. They practically instantly enveloped Luo Feng and directly clashed with Luo Feng's throwing knives. Shishi, the revolving throwing knives cut apart a light golden willow branch with difficulty. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. Retreat! He swiftly retreated and dodged the light golden willow branches that enveloped him. It's already so hard for me to cut apart a light golden willow branch. Once I'm surrounded by these tens of thousands of light golden willow branches, I'll be in danger. Even though he can still control his throwing knives to cut apart the willow branches, he can't take the risk. After all, if he fails, he dies. Facing the dancing light golden willow branches that surrounded him, Luo Feng ferociously stabbed into the ground as he retreated. Pu! The 3 throwing knives revolved and instantly pierced through the ground, and Luo Feng directly stabbed in. His spiritual force was used on his feet, causing his entire body to be like a diamond machine as he swiftly pierced into the ground. Shishi! A large amount of light golden willow branches swiftly pierced into the ground. However, the light golden willow branches that were only a few hundred meters long couldn't penetrate too deep into the ground. And the main attack power of the willow branches was to bind people to death. The branches were forked, so their ability to drill into the ground couldn't compare to Luo Feng's throwing knives. After the light golden willow branches danced in the air, they returned to the branch of the super willow tree king. The other normal willow branches continued to dance in the wind as usual. Deep underground, in the rock layer, Luo Feng blasted out a small cave here. Luo Feng was dirty, leaning against the rock behind him. Drip, drip. The water in the rock layer continued to drip. How pathetic. Luo Feng laughed at himself. Now I know why there aren't any flying monsters or beasts living on this fog island. Luo Feng recalled the scene just now and was still amazed. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Even the willow tree can attack. If this news gets out, the entire world will be shocked. The plants on Earth had never mutated, except for the man-eating flower. But, on this misty island, Luo Feng wasn't too surprised when he found the man-eating flower, but when the willow tree attacked him, he was stunned. Especially that willow tree king. Even normal advanced level war gods aren't its opponent. If the willow tree can attack, then I'm afraid that many of the plants on the island are also aggressive. If a monster dares to come, it would have been killed by these plants a long time ago. Luo Feng was shocked to himself. The continent of Australia had never been inhabited since the Grand Nirvana period. This was a paradise for monsters. The monsters probably already knew that this fog isle was special, so none of them dared to enter. Only a few fighters would occasionally come here to train. However, the number of fighters that come to the continent of Australia is way too few. For the continent of Australia, which is several million square kilometers in size, fighters haven't even entered most of the places in the continent of Australia in just a few decades. This fog isle is one of them. Humans have never discovered its secret before. And now, Luo Feng has discovered it. That Li Yao doesn't have many of the abilities of a spirit reader. He can't fly, so his drilling speed is too slow on this fog isle. It's hard to say if he can survive. When he encounters danger, I'll hit him while he's down. Luo Feng didn't mind that his methods were cruel. In this underground rock layer, Luo Feng was very relaxed. Suddenly, he took out a cell phone from his backpack. There are benefits to having an expensive cell phone. Even underground, the signal is so good. Luo Feng smiled as he made the call. Hello bro. Luo Hua's surprised voice rang. How are you doing in the continent of Australia? Before, Luo Feng used his cell phone to call his family and told them that he would be in the continent of Australia in August, so he wouldn't call them often. How is it? Luo Feng looked at the rocks around him and the continuously dripping water. He slightly smiled. Great, the place I'm at right now is very safe. Hee, there's even water. 2 chapters finished. Hee, tomorrow is Saturday. Oh, right. In a dark underground cave, Luo Feng was smiling as he chatted with his brother. As long as it's safe. Oh yeah, bro, about the continent of Australia, I've been researching the continent of Australia on the internet. The internet says that the continent of Australia is one of the 3 most dangerous places in the world. There are countless powerful monsters. I even saw some videos about the continent of Australia. The monsters in the videos are all very powerful. Luo Feng laughed as he heard his brother's words. Don't worry, I can kill those monsters like chopping vegetables. When he was hunting in the wilderness, his parents and brother were already very worried. Now that he's in the continent of Australia, Luo Feng didn't want his family to worry too much, so he made himself sound more serious. Of course. In fact, those monsters were indeed a piece of cake for him. Luo Hua, how's your relationship with your girlfriend? Asked Luo Feng. Not bad. His brother's voice carried a bit of helplessness. I just can't see Nan. Don't worry, bear with it, comforted Luo Feng. His brother knew. I understand, Nan is actually under more pressure than me. Luo Hua and Xiao Nan were lovers. After experiencing Luo Hua jumping into the lake, the two of them cherished each other even more. However, one thing is for sure, Zhen Nan's parents forbade Luo Hua and Zhen Nan from being together. In their eyes, they definitely wouldn't allow their daughter to marry a wheelchair-bound disabled person. However, Nan has to work the hardest. On one side, she has to deal with her parents, on the other side, she has to coax Luo Hua. She's afraid that Luo Hua won't be able to get over it. Luo Hua spoke. Luo Feng. His brother's voice was a bit low. Clearly, Nan's situation is a sore spot for him. At the end of this year, I can get an elixir of life, said Luo Feng. Far away in Jiangnan headquarter city, Yangzhou city's Mingyue sector, Luo Hua. At this time, Luo Hua, who was sitting in his wheelchair, was talking to his brother on the phone in his room. What? Luo Hua froze. At the end of this year, I can bring an elixir of life back. When that time comes, you can stand up. Luo Hua froze. Can stand up, stand up? I can stand up? Luo Hua sat in the wheelchair, trembling uncontrollably. His face was flushed red, and he said excitedly, "Brother, are you saying that it will happen this year? Didn't you say that the water of life was only auctioned occasionally and that it couldn't be bought with money? Are you confident now?" Luo Feng's voice carried from the phone, "Luo Hua, the elixir of life isn't as rare as you think." Luo Hua was stunned. The reason why the elixir of life is so rare right now is just a trick played by the American government. Don't worry, I can definitely get my hands on this elixir of life. Luo Feng's voice was filled with confidence. Leave it to me. A trick played by the American government? Luo Hua was confused. Marika? That was one of the 5 most powerful countries in the world, one of the superpowers alongside China, Russia, and so on. The methods that the government of such a powerful country played sounded so frivolous and casual in his brother's words, as if he was full of confidence. You can tell Xiaonan. Luo Feng's voice resounded, "Tell her, you'll soon have legs and walk like a normal person." Brother, didn't you say to keep it a secret? Luo Hua was shocked. Luo Feng once said, "Once the elixir of life and that huge sum of money are revealed, Luo Feng's life may be in danger." "There's no need to keep it a secret anymore," said Luo Feng. "Now that Li Yao is leading his people to kill him in the continent of Australia, what's there to keep secret? And once he tells Zhennan about his brother, then Zhennan won't feel too much pressure. And Luo Feng is worried about one thing, Zhennan will change her mind, maybe because her brother jumped into the lake, Zhennan will be moved and stay by his side no matter what. But this feeling won't last long. Once too much time passes, the pressure from their parents will be too great and Zhennan might change her mind. Of course, this is only one possibility. But Luo Feng doesn't want this to happen. With his understanding of his brother, Luo Hua probably won't be able to take another blow, so he might as well let Zhennan know that his brother can stand up. That way, Zhennan won't change her mind. Nowadays in China, many girls who live in low-rent housing want to marry a rich man and marry a man who has his own house. So the best way for a man to protect his girl is to earn enough money. That way, his girlfriend won't be tempted by money because her boyfriend already has money. One theory. Let Zhennan know that Luo Hua's future is limitless, so of course she won't change her mind. Luo Hua, tell Xiaonan that you will hold hands with her and walk to her parents together, encouraged Luo Feng. The call ended. Luo Hua sat in front of his laptop for a while before starting a video call with Xiaonan. Xiaonan, Luo Hua sat in front of his computer and a video chat window appeared on his screen. On the video was Xiaonan's profile picture. Since it's already August and it's summer vacation, Xiaonan spent most of her time at home, so she naturally had a lot of opportunities to chat with Luo Hua. "What's the matter? Why are you so excited?" Zhennan smiled sweetly. "Xiaonan, my brother said I'll be able to stand up by the end of this year," said Luo Hua excitedly. "What?" Zhennan froze. "I said, I'll be able to stand up by the end of this year like a normal person. I'll be able to walk like a normal person, and I'll be able to go to the park with you, go shopping with you, and eat at restaurants," said Luo Hua excitedly. His eyes couldn't help but to tear up. "Really?" Zhennan couldn't believe it. "Yes." Luo Hua said, "My brother has even met the world's most powerful man Hong and chatted with him. There are some special treasures in the world." Zhennan originally didn't dare to believe it. After all, it was impossible for current technology to regrow broken legs. But she knew. Her boyfriend's brother was a magical person. Now she heard that her boyfriend's brother had actually met the world's most powerful man Hong. Maybe he really had some heavenly means. "When the time comes, I'll hold your hand and walk in front of your parents," said Luo Hua. Yes, Zhennan nodded as tears flowed down her face. God knows how much pressure she had been under these days. When Luo Hua jumped into the lake, the news of her and Luo Hua's relationship had already spread in the surrounding area. There were already people gossiping behind their backs. Although Zhennan's heart was firm, it was still uncomfortable to be gossiped about. Finally, in the future, she could stand up straight. Luo Hua sat quietly in front of his laptop. The chat with his girlfriend had already ended. My fate has actually changed just like that. Luo Hua could still hear the faint sound of car horns coming from outside. This was a headquarters city, a bustling and extremely safe headquarters city. And his brother was in one of the three most dangerous places, the continent of Australia. The two brothers were in two different places, as if they were in two different worlds. And his brother was already at the top of this world. When he spoke, he directly mentioned the American government and talked about money in the billions. Brother. Thank you, said Luo Hua to himself. One of the three most dangerous places on Earth, the continent of Australia. This was an extremely mysterious place in the continent of Australia, Misty Island. In a cave in the underground rock stratum of the Misty Island. The cave was incomparably dark. Only Luo Feng's tactical communications watch's screen emitted a bit of light. This weak green light was even more inconspicuous in the dark cave. One could barely make out a blurry silhouette sitting cross-legged. Luo Feng was currently training his genetic energy. After who knows how long. In the dark cave, Luo Feng opened his eyes. My arm is much better. Luo Feng waved his left arm. His fractured left arm was mostly healed now. I wonder if that Li Yao died in the lake or if he came to the Misty Island. As he looked at his tactical communications watch, it was already 3 p.m. Let's go up and take a look. I can't just stay here forever. With a thought from Luo Feng, the three flowing lights immediately revolved around each other. Like a sharp awl, they directly pierced through the rock stratum. Luo Feng clasped his hands above his head. His hands were right behind the three flowing lights, and he immediately rushed upwards. Shishi, as of now, Luo Feng's skin is much tougher than diamond. His body barely reached the beginner level war god level. Even an armor-piercing bullet from a sniper rifle can't break his skin. Luo Feng's clasped hands are much more powerful than a steel awl. And with the three throwing knives leading the way, it's even easier. Straight up, of course, Luo Feng purposely took a slightly different path than the one he took when he first went underground. Luo Feng didn't want to be attacked by the Willow Tree King as soon as he showed his head. A painful sound carried from the surface of the ground. Sound transmission through the earth is good, and war god hearing is even more amazing. Is that a human's voice? Luo Feng's eyes flashed. There's someone else on this Misty Island? Li Yao. The first thing Luo Feng thought of was Li Yao. Whoosh, Luo Feng still didn't dare to go too fast. The closer he got to the surface, the slower he became. At the same time, his spiritual force has already spread out to a range of 80 meters. After that, Luo Feng silently showed his head and happened to be in a bush. Luo Feng immediately saw Li Yao, who was dressed in black, in the distance. Right now, Li Yao's face was pale and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were shockingly bright. Piu! Piu! Li Yao spat out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood as he stared at the 9 thick willow trees in the distance. Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but to think to himself, looks like this Li Yao has seen the peculiarities of these willow trees and suffered from them. It's me, Vanina. Li Yao was looking at his tactical communications watch as he excitedly said. Yao, what's up? Asked Vanina. We're rich, we're rich. I'm currently on an island with endless wealth and treasures. I've already found over 12 spirits of nature. Li Yao couldn't hold back his excitement. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. What did you say? Vanina's voice changed. That's right, it's the floral spirit. Li Yao hastily said. Oh, God. You said you found 12 floral spirits? Are you kidding me? Vanina, who was far away in the Paris-based city, was so excited that she couldn't control herself. She knew very well what this essence of nature was, and she also knew how shocking its value was. It was definitely more tempting than gold on the ground. Luo Feng, who was hiding far away and only slightly poking his head out of the ground, slightly frowned. What is a spirit of nature? He had never heard of it before. Vanina, this Misty Island is very strange. There are no monsters here, but there are spirits of nature. Earlier, I discovered 3 nature spirits that looked like weeds, and I almost suffered a great loss. And just now, I found 9 willow tree-type spirits of vegetation. Just like that, I found 12 of them. I believe that there are definitely more than 12 spirits of vegetation on the entire Misty Island. There might be even more. Li Yao continued, once we take these spirits of vegetation away, we'll be rich. Just one essence of nature was enough to scare people to death. Don't talk about price. Talking about price is insulting them. Such a treasure, no faction would be willing to sell it. This is especially true for willow-type vegetation spirits. The famous 1,000-year willow heart back on Earth is the core of a willow's vegetation spirit. Li Yao hastily said, as far as I know, the willow tree back then was only 1 meter thick, but there are 9 of them here. The thinnest one has a diameter of 1 meter, and the thickest one has a diameter of more than 3 meters. Willow trees. Even ordinary willow trees were very thick. However, a willow tree that had transformed into a vegetation spirit was different from an ordinary willow tree. These vegetation spirits already had a spirit, and had a simple consciousness of attack and self-defense. The more powerful a plant spirit was, the more precious it was. If I was one step slower, I would have died under the hands of the biggest vegetation spirit. Luckily, I had the Black God Set's transformation ability. Li Yao hastily said, the 1,000-year-old willow heart, after taking it, can greatly increase the activity of human cells and increase the recovery speed of the body by many times. Secondly, the quality of your body will also improve. And that was only a 1,000-year willow heart. I reckon, the one before us with a diameter of more than 3 meters should be called a 10,000-year willow heart. This willow tree king alone is a priceless treasure. I've been an advanced level war god for a long time. If I use the 10,000-year willow heart, with its miraculous effects, it's very likely that I'll break through and become an existence surpassing the war god level. Li Yao was extremely excited, however. I'm not this willow tree king's opponent. In order to obtain the willow tree heart, one had to chop down the willow tree. This kind of spiritual willow tree would definitely resist. Li Yao had already felt threatened during the short exchange just now. 9 willow-type vegetation spirits, more than 3 meters in diameter? Vanina was completely dumbfounded. This cake is too big for us. Li Yao solemnly said, moreover, I feel that this misty island is very mysterious. To be able to give birth to 9 willow-type vegetation spirits in one place, it's too inconceivable. There must be other spirits of nature on this misty island. Even stronger than this willow tree king. Vanina, who was at the Paraspace City, also understood that this cake was indeed too big. The couple couldn't swallow it. Vanina, inform your family about this and ask them to send some experts over. Li Yao instructed, it's best if it's an expert with a black god set, or a powerful spirit reader. The weakest must be a normal advanced level war god. As for the others, they don't have the qualifications to interfere at all. Vulture and Scorpion's reputation was too bad. Other than a few brothers who had risked life and death with them in the past, they didn't have many friends. Instead, they had many enemies. Therefore, encountering such an incredible treasure island with so many plant spirits, they simply couldn't swallow it all themselves. He could only rely on the Paulinus family. As one of the core families of the HR Alliance, the Paulinus family already had a few powerful war gods that they supported and had a good relationship with. The Paulinus family was obviously much more powerful than the Vulture-Scorpion couple. I understand, but Yao, I will take the credit for this, Vanina said. No problem, it's useless even if I want the credit. Don't tell me the Paulinus family is willing to let me become the head of the family? Vulture Li Yao sneered. As an outsider, there's no way he can get into the Paulinus family and gain power, so the credit is useless. Oh yeah. Vanina exclaimed, then Luo Feng won't recognize the spirit of nature? And notify the dojo of limits? He won't. Vulture Li Yao sneered, that Luo Feng came to this misty island a long time ago. If he can recognize the spirit of nature and notify the dojo of limits. The dojo of limits probably arrived a long time ago. What's more? How many spirits of nature have appeared in the history of Earth? Most of them have been taken over by Hong, Thunder, or the 5 great countries. Very few people know about the spirit of nature. Only a few experienced war gods know about it. Normal fighters don't even know about it. How old is Luo Feng? He's been training so hard, how would he know about these bits of information? After Vulture Li Yao hung up, Luo Feng, who was a few hundred meters away, silently sank back into the ground. Li Yao, I didn't know before but, you told me yourself. Luo Feng returned to the pitch-black cave in the underground rock layer. With the light from his tactical communications watch and his amazing vision, Luo Feng could clearly see everything around him. Thousand-year willow heart? Two effects. One increases cell activity, and the other greatly increases body fitness level. Luo Feng was shocked. Just this bit of information was enough to shock him. Even a portion of dragon blood can increase body fitness level. Comparing the effects of the thousand-year willow heart to the dragon blood, it's hard to say which is stronger. Greatly increases cell activity, this alone is enough to make people go crazy. The so-called cell activity is actually a type of body recovery ability. For example, among monsters, like the Emperor-level monster Earth Dragon King, even if someone cuts off a part of its body, it will still grow back at a speed visible to the naked eye until another part grows out. This is cell activity. For people with high cell activity, if their organs are heavily injured and they vomit blood, their organs will recover in half a minute. For example, if their arm bones are broken, they will recover in a short amount of time. The higher the cell activity, the faster the recovery. Sure enough, the thousand-year willow heart is special. According to what Li Yao said, that Willow Tree King is more likely to have a 10,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. Through his tactical communications watch, he quickly entered the fighter discussion boards of the Home of Limits. Luo Feng wanted to enter the warlord discussion boards to search for information. The war god discussion boards, why is they lit up? I can enter the war god discussion boards now? These few months of training in the elite training camp, Luo Feng didn't know that ever since his Black Dragon ranking entered the top 50, the Dojo of Limits automatically increased his authority and allowed him to enter the War God forums. For example, the 3 chiefs of the Dojo of Limits in headquarter cities can also enter the War God discussion boards. Some people aren't war gods, but they have the authority to enter the War God discussion boards. Luo Feng is one of them. I can definitely search for more information in the War God discussion boards. After Luo Feng entered, he swiftly typed in the word Spirit of Nature and searched for posts. Beep, on the screen of the tactical communications watch, a list of posts quickly appeared. There were a total of 28 posts, all of which were about the Spirit of Nature. Even though very few people know about the Spirit of Nature, you can still find some information about it in the War God discussion boards. The origin of the Spirit of Nature doesn't seem to be the same. Luo Feng finished browsing through the 28 posts. Some people say the Spirit of Nature is created through a special mutation. Some people say that the Spirit of Nature evolved after absorbing the special energy of the universe. And some people say that there were some spirits of nature in the ancient times. However, after industrialization, the destruction to nature was too great, so the spirits of nature disappeared. And now, after the Grand Nirvana period, monsters are everywhere, but the natural environment is much better. The sky is also blue and white, and spirits of nature are born. Of course, the opinions aren't the same. However, one thing is for sure. After a plant transforms, it will become a spirit of nature. As long as you don't get close, you won't be a threat. And every spirit of nature contains the essence of the world, so they all have special effects. Luo Feng looked at the introduction of the spirits of nature in the posts. Thousand-year willow heart, green grass dew, steel armor spirit orb. However, almost all of these treasures are taken by the 5 great countries, the 2 dojos, and the HR Alliance. Not many war god fighters have them. According to what's written, the thousand-year willow heart is even more effective than a portion of dragon blood in raising my body fitness level. And it can greatly increase my cell's activity. Luo Feng sighed to himself. If a portion of dragon blood can be sold for 80 billion, then what about the thousand-year willow heart? No wonder the 5 great countries and the 2 dojos are fighting for it. And now, there are spirits of nature on the Misty Island, and it seems like there are a lot of them. Holy, Paris headquarters city, in a spacious hall with a pointed roof. The floor was made of black marble, and there was a golden conference table that was around 10 meters long. There were a total of 5 black chairs with complicated engravings. And right now, there were 5 old men sitting on these 5 chairs. 4 old men, and 1 old woman. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the hall, like the sound of spring water. These 5 people all turned their heads towards the entrance. "They're here." The silver-haired white old man sitting on the main seat smiled as he said. A mysterious person covered in a black robe walked forward step by step. Behind him was a burly barbaric man with a shield on his back and a huge sword in one hand. The other person was an extremely skinny man with a pale face. He had 2 short blades on his waist. Once these 3 people entered the hall, the entire hall seemed to become a bit gloomy. The eyes of the black-robed man in the lead were as deep as the ocean. Immediately, the 5 old men stood up from their seats and welcomed these 3 powerful fighters. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Man, one Saturday has passed and I've already fallen to 5th place. Yeah, right now is the double monthly vote period, so it's the best time to vote. Brothers, please support Tomato and vote Tomato. Thank you, Catalan, my child, this time I'll need your help. The silver-haired old man who held the most power in the Paulinus family smiled and said. The leading black-cloaked man slightly bowed. Uncle, after receiving your message, I immediately brought my 2 good friends here. The first thing I did was to bring my 2 good friends here. The one next to me is the world-famous Blood Shadow Ivan. As he spoke, the lean man next to him bowed slightly as a form of greeting. As for this one, he is also my good friend Giant Bear Kata, said the black-cloaked man. The barbarian man slightly bowed. Sorry to trouble you too, the silver-haired old man smiled and said. Catalan, do you need anyone else? The family. Everyone else is just going to die. The black-cloaked man interrupted the Paulinus family head and said with a bit of dissatisfaction, even Vulture Li Yao didn't have the ability to get spirits of nature on that misty island. You can imagine how dangerous this trip will be. The war gods that the family raises and the war gods that the family itself has aren't qualified. This sentence was arrogant enough. It was purely looking down on the other war gods in the family. But the one who said this was Illusion Demon Catalan. Out of all the war god fighters on Earth, Illusion Demon Catalan is definitely one of the big shots. Even the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo tried everything they could to get Illusion Demon Catalan to join them. But Catalan was a member of the Paulinus family, so naturally he couldn't join. But one thing was undeniable, the Paulinus family's position in the HR Alliance was largely due to Illusion Demon Catalan. Uncle, this matter can't be delayed. It's already been 12 minutes since I received your message, said the black-cloaked man. I'll immediately head to the continent of Australia. Okay, I'll be in Paris and wait for your good news, Catalan, said the silver-haired old man. The other 4 old men also smiled. Whoosh, Catalan was the first to turn around and walk out. The other 2 super experts also followed by his side. If it wasn't for his relationship with Catalan, it would be extremely difficult for Paulinus to invite Giant Bear Kata and Blood Shadow Ivan. Watching Catalan and the others leave, the 5 elders remained silent for a long time. Patriarch, Catalan only brought 2 of his brothers with him. In this way, we don't even know how many essence of nature they obtained from the Misty Island. At that time, Catalan would probably embezzle a lot for himself. We're only giving a portion of it to the clan, a bald elder couldn't help but say. The silver-haired old man's gaze was faint as he said indifferently, greed? Cartland is the most outstanding child of the Paulinus family. The stronger he is, the stronger our Paulinus family is. If he wanted to be the clan leader, he could have been the clan leader 3 years ago. Remember, don't be on guard against Catran. Being on guard will hurt the pride of an expert, the silver-haired old man said slowly. The other elders were silent. In just a moment, whoosh, a completely black, disc-shaped fighter quickly rose into the sky and left the paraspace city. It turned into a streak of black light and quickly disappeared into the horizon. One of the 3 most dangerous places in the world, the mysterious foggy island of Australia. In a cave deep underground in the rock stratum. It's about time. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. Around an hour and 30 minutes have passed since Li Yao contacted Vanina. 90 minutes. Li Yao, I gave you a full 90 minutes. That's enough. It's time to notify the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked through his tactical communications watch. He opened a number that he used to contact the Dojo of Limits. He uses this number to receive his rewards. If there's anything important, he also uses this number. Right. He needs to notify the dojo of limits. Actually, when he heard Li Yao's call, he was ambitious and wanted to take all of these treasures for himself. However, after reading those posts underground, Luo Feng understood one thing. Even if he can get his hands on them, he doesn't have the strength to take them. An advanced level war god definitely doesn't have the ability to take such an unbelievable amount of essence of nature. If he's too greedy, the consequences will be dire. Also, he's not even a match for Vulture Li Yao in a head-on battle. Once Vulture Li Yao finds even more powerful helpers, his chances will be even lower. Not only will he not have the ability to take the treasures, but he might even die under the attacks of so many powerful fighters. So after thinking about it, there's only one best method: notify the Dojo of Limits. The Dojo of Limits, that's one of the most powerful organizations in the world. Once they make a move, they'll definitely be able to get their hands on the treasures on this misty island. And the Dojo of Limits is very particular about the rules. Since he discovered the misty island and spread the news, the Dojo of Limits will definitely give him some. Otherwise, how can the Dojo of Limits convince the masses? Even though he has to notify the Dojo of Limits, when to notify them is another matter entirely. If Luo Feng notifies the Dojo of Limits right away, the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits is in Hongning Headquarter City in Western Asia, so they might arrive before the Paulinus family. That way, the HR Alliance won't be able to get any scraps, and they probably won't dare to compete with the Dojo of Limits. That way, Li Yao will definitely leave in fear, and Luo Feng won't be able to get someone else to do his dirty work. That's the best method. He told the Paulinus family's people to arrive first and start working hard to harvest the spirits of nature on this misty island. Keep in mind that spirits of nature aren't easy to harvest. Even Luo Feng and Vulture Li Yao lost to the Willow Tree King, so one can only imagine how difficult it is to harvest spirits of nature. The Paulinus family's people worked hard to kill the spirits of nature. Harvest, halfway. When the Dojo of Limits' people arrive, the Dojo of Limits will definitely make the Paulinus family cough up something. 90 minutes? Isn't 90 minutes too short for them? Luo Feng looked at the number on his tactical communications watch. I hope the Dojo of Limits' people don't arrive before the European people arrive. To be cautious, Luo Feng waited for another 30 minutes. It's about time. Since the entire misty island is covered in thick fog, it'll be extremely troublesome to search. If I want to search the entire misty island, even a day won't be enough. Luo Feng lightly pressed a button on his tactical communications watch. Make a call. 2 hours after Li Yao made the call, Luo Feng also made a call. Beep beep. Hello. A low voice carried over. Hello, I'm Luo Feng from the elite training camp, said Luo Feng. What's up? The low voice was monotonous. Luo Feng reported, it's like this: I discovered a large amount of spirits of nature on a mysterious island in the continent of Australia. Over 12 spirits of nature have been discovered on this island, and there's a willow-type spirit of nature that's over 3 meters in diameter. Spirits of nature? The low voice was slightly surprised, then said, very good, you found such a treasure land. According to my Dojo of Limits internal distribution rules, anyone who finds a treasure land and sends back information, once it's confirmed, will receive 10% of what the dojo takes. Those who go to battle and excavate will receive a total of 30%. The remaining 60% will go to the Dojo of Limits. Please tell me the coordinates of the Misty Island, continued the low voice. After Luo Feng replied to a few messages, he quickly hung up the phone. Who would have thought that the Dojo of Limits treasures have already become a rule? 10% to the people who discovered it. 30% to the excavators? The rest to the Dojo of Limits? Luo Feng nodded to himself. 10% is enough. Just 10% of those 9 willow-type spirits of nature is enough for me to get a 1,000-year willow heart. I might even have some left over. 1 hour later. Luo Feng quietly popped his head out from a bush. Where's Li Yao? Right now, it was already nighttime and there was a thick fog. Even though the fog was a lot thinner around the 9 willow spirits of nature, Luo Feng could only barely see around 200 meters away. Li Yao's figure wasn't within this range. I'll just wait, they'll definitely come to this area. Luo Feng stuck half his head out of the grass and looked towards the 9 willow trees in the distance. He quietly waited. His spiritual force spread out a full 100-meter radius and stayed alert. After a while, rumble, a sonic boom rang in the sky. Luo Feng fiercely turned his head towards the sky. And at this time a disc-shaped fighter jet was in the air above the misty island. It stopped floating in midair and the hatch of the disc directly opened. Whoosh! 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 The black-robed man Catalan, the barbaric brute Kata, and the skinny man Ethan jumped down from midair and swiftly descended. The Paulinus family has arrived. Luo Feng let out a smile. When the Paulinus family arrived at the misty island, a purplish-red triangular fighter jet was flying at an unbelievable speed in the night sky, leaving behind a trail of air currents. Inside the triangular fighter jet, there were a total of 2 people in the fighter jet, both passengers. There were 2 people sitting in the cabin. One of them was very handsome. Even though he was wearing a combat uniform, he gave off an elegant feeling. Looking at his face, he seemed to be in his 30s, but his eyes were quiet and deep, as vast as the sea. There was always a smile on his face, and he seemed to be very relaxed. He is one of the 5 investigators of the Dojo of Limits, Investigator Liu. The dojo master actually sent you here this time. It seems like he really values this island. Inspector Liu looked at the person beside him. That's right. The mysterious person beside him was also wearing a battle uniform. Except that he wore a golden mask on his face. Investigator Liu, if you harvest all the spirits of nature on the island, you can get 30% of the total amount. The golden masked man's voice was low. I don't care about these things. The golden masked man said in a low voice, I don't care about these things. If it isn't necessary, I won't make a move. And once I do, you and I will split this 30% equally. After Investigator Liu heard that, he couldn't help but to be overjoyed. The other side didn't do anything and would rather give him the entire 30%. That's too stupid. Those are all spirits of nature. They're treasures that even Hong cares about. Haha, don't worry, I don't believe that there's anything I can't handle on that island, smiled Investigator Liu. He, an existence surpassing the war god level. After following Hong for so long, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. In the entire world, there are very, very few places that can make him lose. Rumble, the blood-red fighter jet carried the 2 powerful fighters towards the continent of Australia at an astonishing speed. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. The next chapter is going to be a huge battle. Brothers, please vote to support Tomato. Luo Feng pricked up his ears and indeed heard a rumbling sound. It should be the sound of the Paulinus family's men jumping down from the sky and landing on the ground, Luo Feng guessed. At the same time, he swiftly retracted his spiritual force and shrank it from a range of 100 meters to a range of 30 meters. For powerful fighters like an advanced level war god, their spiritual force can sense it. Suddenly, Luo Feng heard a very weak conversation coming from the mist in the distance. Catalan, there are 9 willow-type vegetation spirits in front of us. Li Yao's voice came from the thick fog in the distance. He spoke fluent English. Spirits of nature usually don't have high attack power. Li Yao, how come you can't deal with them? A cold voice rang. As he said that, 4 shadows walked out from the mist. Luo Feng squinted his eyes and looked through the grass. The leader was wearing a black robe and looked weird. Li Yao was talking to him on the side, so his attitude was clearly lower. Behind the black-robed man was a seemingly sturdy barbaric brute and a skinny white man. And from the looks of it, the barbaric brute and skinny man didn't lower their heads at all in front of Li Yao. Clearly, they weren't afraid of Li Yao. From the looks of it, the leader of these 4 is the black-robed man, Luo Feng thought to himself. The figures of the 4 people in the distance gradually became clear. Deal with them? That willow tree king has a diameter of 3 meters. The willow-type spirit of nature that nurtured the 1,000-year willow heart only has a diameter of 1 meter. This willow tree king is much more powerful than that one. Especially its light golden willow branches. Every single one of them is extremely tough. If I get bound by them, even I would die for sure. Li Yao pointed towards the 9 willow-type spirits of nature in the distance, right there. Li Yao's group of 4 walked towards the 9 willow trees from around 120 meters away from Luo Feng. Because it was night and the mist was thick. Plus, Luo Feng only poked half his head out and he was in the grass. Even Li Yao, Catalan, and the others didn't notice Luo Feng's existence. Just the 4 of them to deal with the willow tree king? Luo Feng watched silently. It's probably unrealistic for these four to cut down the willow tree king. Li Yao and the other three stood about 50 meters away from the 9 willow trees. One of the brutish men said in a low voice, Li, are you saying that these 9 willow trees are all floral spirits? If you don't believe me, you can come closer. Li Yao sneered. Cat ran. Li Yao said solemnly, you see, those 9 willow trees, the core one, which is also the thickest willow tree king, is the most powerful. Moreover, its pale golden willow branches are enough to cover the surrounding willow trees, so there's no way for me to attack the other willow trees. Catalan observed carefully. Where's the pale gold willow branch? Look, it's wrapped around the entire trunk of the tree, Li Yao pointed and said. Oh. Catalan also felt that this willow tree king was not ordinary. This willow tree only has one attack, and that is to strangle people to death with its branches. Its trunk cannot be moved, and its roots are deeply rooted in the ground to absorb nutrients, making it impossible to attack, Li Yao said. This is the same as the willow tree that nurtured the 1,000-year-old willow heart. Catalan nodded his head. There are 2 ways to kill this willow tree king. The first method is to kill all of its roots. The second is to chop off its trunk. Li Yao, who was at the side, also nodded his head. Yes, but its pale gold willow branches are 200 to 300 meters long, enough to penetrate into the ground and protect its roots. Moreover, such a big willow tree, its roots must be very developed. Killing its roots is much harder than cutting off its trunk. 200 to 300 meters long? Catalan frowned slightly. Catalan pondered for a moment. Hua, the black robe on Catalan's body instantly disappeared, revealing a black combat uniform underneath. There were daggers pinned to the combat trousers of this combat uniform. There were a total of 12 black daggers. On the back of his combat vest, javelins were stabbed into the ground, a total of 6 javelins were on his back, like a shield made of javelins. He has a black god set? Luo Feng, who was secretly watching from afar, was shocked. There's only one possibility for Catalan's black robe to disappear. That black robe was transformed from a black god set. A black god set can transform into any shape according to a person's will. His weapons are javelins and daggers? Luo Feng frowned slightly. Right now, Catalan's expression was ice cold. The silver javelins and the black daggers all made people's hearts go cold. Li Yao, who was at the side, squinted his eyes. Leave the willow tree king to me. Catalan's voice was ice cold as he ordered, in a bit, I'll attack the willow tree king. Li Yao, Keita, Ivan, you 3 attack the other willow trees from the outside. Remember, your safety is the most important thing. After I completely suppress the willow tree king, you guys go all out to chop down the other willow trees. Understood. The savage brute licked his lips. Okay, Ivan slightly nodded. Okay, Li Yao nodded. Catalan slightly smiled as he saw this. Shishi, his entire body was quickly covered with a black membrane. In an instant, the black membrane covered every part of his skin, including his face. In other words, Catalan's face was also black, and his eyes, nose, and mouth were all sealed. It's very smooth. It could be said that Catalan isn't afraid of any sharp attacks below the level of a war god. Spirit reader masters don't need eyes to fight. Seeing this scene, Li Yao sighed in his heart. Alright, let's begin. Katrin's voice could be heard. Whoosh, Catalan was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the willow tree king. His speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, he was less than 10 meters away from the willow tree king. Meanwhile, the willow tree king finally started its attack in anger. A large number of willow branches covered the sky and covered the earth as they frantically attacked Catalan. Furthermore, the pale golden willow branches also quickly joined the battle. Whoosh! 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 Vulture Li Yao, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Giant Bear Keita also turned into afterimages in an instant. From the outside, the 3 of them actually joined hands and attacked the same willow tree that was approximately 1.8 meters in diameter. Black light extended from Li Yao and Ethan's bodies and covered their entire bodies. Clearly, both of them have black god sets. And because they have black god sets, Li Yao and Ethan didn't use shields. 4 people, and 3 of them have black god sets? Luo Feng, who was secretly watching from afar, was shocked. It's not that there are a lot of black god sets on Earth, but that those who dare to come here are all top-level war gods. Even Li Yao was heavily injured. If they think that they can't keep up with Li Yao, would they dare to come? Only a few people in the entire world have black god sets, and their numbers are extremely low. Every single one of them has shocking strength. That Catalan is a spirit reader? Luo Feng's eyes were wide open. Only to see. Catalan was holding a dagger in each of his hands. At the same time, 9 daggers were floating in front of him. Shishi, it was like breaking a tree. The flying dagger easily cut off the willow branches, and soon, a large number of pale golden willow branches shrouded Catalan. Catalan, whose entire body was covered by the black god, did not rely on his eyes to fight. Instead, he relied on his telekinesis, which had a range of 100 meters, to observe everything and fight. Light golden willow branches, not easy to deal with, thought Luo Feng, who was far away. Indeed. Shishi, the 9 floating daggers cut through the light golden willow branches with great difficulty. Humph, a cold humph. The 2 daggers that Catalan held with both hands moved at an astonishing speed. Piu! 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 In one breath, he cut through dozens of light golden willow branches and instantly charged out of the encirclement. This scene shocked Vulture Li Yao, who was also paying attention. And Luo Feng, who was secretly watching from afar, was even more shocked. Those are light golden willow branches. Every single one of them is extremely tough. When I cut one back then, I immediately retreated and dug into the ground. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Only after fighting did he know the toughness of the light golden willow branches. Even Li Yao can't cut through dozens of them at once. Just how powerful are the daggers in his hands? Yeah, the daggers he controls are extremely strenuous and difficult to cut through the light golden willow branches. Looks like his spiritual force isn't much stronger than mine, thought Luo Feng to himself. However, the daggers he's holding with both hands are much more powerful. This means that the explosive power of his body is extremely shocking. The body fitness level of an advanced level war god, such as some peak advanced level war gods, have a brute force of 400,000 to 500,000 kilograms. And those who use 2 to 3 times their body's strength can reach 1,000,000 kg in one punch. And those who use 5 to 6 times their body's strength? His body fitness level should be that of an advanced level war god. His body's strength is also very high. And then, with the addition of his spiritual force, Luo Feng nodded to himself. This is why his body's strength and spiritual force can explode out in such a shocking manner, the moment he charged out of the encirclement and approached the Willow Tree King's trunk. Open, roared Catalan. The dagger in his hand fiercely cut across the Willow Tree King's trunk. Shishi, the horizontal cut only cut about 6 to 7 centimeters before it couldn't go any further. Green dewy liquid slowly seeped out of the wound on the trunk. Boom! The Willow Tree King, which was originally splitting its light golden willow branches to attack other people, was finally enraged. Close to 10,000 willow branches crazily danced and completely surrounded Catalan from all directions. Whoosh! Catalan ferociously charged out and at the same time, waved his hands. Hoo! His black arms expanded and instantly, Catalan had a pair of black arms that were 7 to 8 meters long. His left and right black arms each held a dagger and swung towards the willow branches. As if opening a curtain, the 7 to 8 meter long black arms directly split the large amounts of willow branches to the side. Whoosh! Catalan himself instantly dashed out and the light golden willow branches immediately wrapped around his black arms. The black arms instantly escaped from the large amounts of light golden willow branches like noodles. Good, the trunk is tough enough. Catalan stood around 100 meters away from the Willow Tree King and circled around the other willow trees. As he circled around, a silver-gray javelin appeared in his hand. Break! Catalan let out a deep roar. His expression was ferocious as he single-handedly held the silver-gray javelin. His entire body instantly bent into the shape of a bow. The muscles on his right shoulder bulged to the point that black skin was propped up. The tip of the silver-gray javelin had a spiral pattern. Then, as he ran, he threw it like lightning. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning, a spinning bolt of lightning. That javelin was indeed spinning as it flew. A large amount of light golden willow branches danced in the air in an attempt to stop it, but the speed of the javelin was simply too fast. It probably exceeded 10 times the speed of sound. Only 3 willow branches barely touched it. Then, this streak of light ruthlessly stabbed into the willow tree king's trunk. Buzz! A sound like an electric drill piercing through a wooden board suddenly exploded. Chi-chi, the entire javelin actually sank into the willow tree king's trunk. Even the tip of the javelin slightly emerged from the other side of the willow tree king's trunk. Catalan's demonic illusion eye and demonic illusion strike are indeed the 2 world-famous ultimate techniques. When Li Yao saw this, his heart couldn't help but to tremble, combining physical strength and spiritual force to create the demonic illusion strike. Is unbelievable. This attack probably barely surpasses the power of a wargod's attack. Luo Feng, who was far away, took in a deep breath. He never thought that there would be such a powerful existence amongst the war gods. Keep in mind that Catalan's dagger only managed to cut less than 10 centimeters. And the entire willow tree king has a diameter of over 3 meters. But now, Catalan's javelin actually pierced through the entire trunk of the willow tree king. Sick. Too scary. Rumble! The entire willow tree king started shaking crazily. At the same time, the light golden willow branches crazily danced and attacked Catalan. Attack the other willow trees, Catalan roared. Yes, Vulture Li Yao, Great Bear Kada, and Blood Shadow Ethan all attacked the willow tree on the side. Without the willow tree king's help, how could this 8-meter-tall willow tree spirit of nature defend against the 3 powerful fighters? In just a few seconds, with a rumble, the gigantic willow tree collapsed. Take the 1,000-year willow heart! Li Yao, Kada, and Ethan swiftly attacked the trunk at the same time. Boom! Pieces of wood flew everywhere, and at the same time, a breathtaking green color flew up. It's the 1,000-year willow heart! Li Yao and the others were overjoyed. Luo Feng also saw the green color with a glance. Since Li Yao and the others stopped attacking the trunk of the willow tree and charged towards that green color, he could tell, that's the 1,000-year willow heart. Also, Luo Feng saw a picture of the 1,000-year willow heart on the war god discussion board. A 1,000-year willow heart that can increase cell activity and body fitness level, and it's the spirit of nature of a 1.8-meter-tall willow tree. Luo Feng's eyes exploded with a never-before-seen light. That's mine. Whoosh, the formless spiritual force instantly extended outwards. The speed at which the spiritual force extended was so fast that it could almost be called teleportation. A strand of spiritual force instantly wrapped around the 1,000-year willow heart. As it wrapped around the willow heart, Luo Feng's spiritual force naturally invaded the area where Catalan's spiritual force spread out and was discovered by Catalan. Whoosh, the strand of spiritual force instantly retracted. That green light instantly flew towards Luo Feng. Spirit Reader. It took an extremely short amount of time for Catalan's spiritual force to notice Luo Feng's spiritual force and realize that there's a spirit reader there. And in that instant, the green light was only 80 meters away from Luo Feng. Come back! Catalan also used his spiritual force to pull it back. Pung! The 2 formless spiritual forces clashed. Whoosh! That green light directly entered the grass patch where Luo Feng was, and Luo Feng madly drilled into the ground with his fastest speed. 1,000-year willow heart! Li Yao, Kada, and Ethan all charged over. Catalan also flew over. The 4 powerful fighters stood beside the grass patch and looked at this unassuming hole in the grass patch. The 1,000-year willow heart was stolen. Kada and Ethan were furious. How come there's still someone else? Catalan stared angrily at Li Yao, and it's a spirit reader. His spiritual force is probably nearing the advanced level war god level. It's Luo Feng. Followed Li Yao. Luo Feng, he's that Luo Feng from the elite training camp? Asked Catalan. Yeah, that's him. I have a grudge against him. Actually, I came here to kill him, but I didn't think that I would find so many spirits of nature, replied Li Yao. Catalan's face was terrible. Catalan, you're also a spirit reader, so you should be able to catch him, right? Go underground and catch a spirit reader who's almost at the advanced level war god level? Catalan sneered as he looked at him. How do you think spiritual force is easy to train? After all these years, my body fitness level has reached the peak of the advanced level war god level, but my spiritual force's progress has been slow. When Catalan was young, spirit readers had a period of rapid growth. When Catalan reached the beginner level war god level spirit reader, he stopped. After that, he had to rely on himself to train. Unfortunately, the difficulty of training spiritual force is several times harder than training your body fitness level. After all these years, Catalan's body fitness level has already reached the peak of the advanced level war god level, but his spiritual force is still at the peak of the intermediate level war god level. However, the combination of spiritual force and strength gave him an extremely horrifying power. Hence the title of Phantom. Catch an advanced level war god level spirit reader underground? Even an existence surpassing the war god level wouldn't dare to say such a thing, roared Catalan. Kada, patrol the surroundings and don't let that person come any closer. Li Yao, Ivan, come with me and quickly finish off these willow trees' vegetation spirits. Yes, everyone nodded. Li Yao could only grit his teeth and endure. Not good. Catalan's face changed. This Luo Feng definitely heard what we said just now. He probably knows that these are spirits of nature. He'll definitely notify the Dojo of Limits. Dojo of Limits? Everyone's complexion changed greatly. Catalan even glared at Li Yao angrily. Hurry, it'll take the Dojo of Limits at least 3 hours to get here. However, for safety's sake, everyone hurry up and collect the spirits of nature. We must leave within 2 hours, yelled Catalan. No matter how many we collect, we must leave within 2 hours. Yes, at this time, Li Yao didn't dare to say anything else. Everyone was panicking. Underground, Luo Feng drilled at an astonishing speed and continued to drill down through the rock layer. 1,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng held the 1,000-year willow heart in his hand as his blood boiled and his ambition soared. P.S. 2 chapters completed. These 2 chapters add up to almost 3 chapters. The underground rock layers were pierced by Luo Feng layer by layer as he went deeper and deeper. He had already completely surpassed the depth of the cave he was resting in before. With one breath, he charged downwards. And after Luo Feng passed through, the rocks and dirt that he pushed away would once again close up. It was very hard to find Luo Feng's tracks. That Catalan is very powerful. I should go deeper underground so that he can't find me. Luo Feng charged down in one breath. Something's not right. When I fought for the 1,000-year willow heart, my spiritual force clashed with Catalan's spiritual force. His spiritual force seems to be slightly weaker than mine. Luo Feng couldn't help but to slow down as he thought about this. Pung, 2 to 3,000 meters underground, above an underground river, a figure broke through the rocks and fell directly into the underground river. Pooh! Luo Feng leapt up and landed on a protruding rock beside the underground river. There's actually an underground river deep underground. Luo Feng stood on the rock and looked towards the 2 sides of the underground river. It was pitch black. The entire underground river was turbulent and was at least 5 to 6 feet wide. The entire underground river seemed to have no place to stand. There don't seem to be any water-type monsters in this underground river. Luo Feng didn't notice before. I wonder where the underground river leads to. Luo Feng stood on the protruding rock and looked at it. After that, he shook his head and directly rammed into the rock wall beside him. The rock was as weak as tofu in front of Luo Feng, and a huge hole was immediately created. The 3 black throwing knives opened up a path in front of him, and Luo Feng quickly created a cave 20 to 30 meters away. This cave was only 20 to 30 meters away from the underground river. 1,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng opened his left hand and revealed an egg-shaped green crystal. The structure of this green crystal was very peculiar, as if there was a green liquid flowing within the crystal. The entire 1,000-year willow heart, just by looking at it, made one's heart flutter. Luo Feng felt waves of coolness enter his skin, his entire being felt refreshed. The 1,000-year willow heart could increase the activity of human cells, and it could also improve a person's physical fitness. To the current Luo Feng, this is probably the best treasure. No matter how good the treasure is, it would be a waste to Luo Feng, because Luo Feng isn't too far away from the peak of the war god level. Even if the 10,000-year willow heart was given to him, Luo Feng would at most reach the peak of the war god level and wouldn't be able to break through. From the peak of the war god to existences surpassing the war god, he had to take this step. It was very difficult. This is also the reason why many people are stuck at the advanced level war god level. How do I use this 1,000-year willow heart, thought Luo Feng to himself. That post said it's for consumption, but is that true? That post might just be a scam. The 1,000-year willow heart was incomparably tough. It would be difficult to destroy it even with a sharp sword. How could he accept such a thing? Just like dragon blood, you can't take it orally. Once you do, you'll die. What about this 1,000-year willow heart? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Obtaining treasures was a good thing, but he still needed to know how to use them. If he didn't use them correctly, then they wouldn't bring him any benefits, but instead bring him disaster. He hesitated for a moment. Luo Feng lowered his head to look at his tactical communications watch and dialed a number. Suddenly, hey. A low voice rang out. Hello, I'm Luo Feng from the elite training camp, replied Luo Feng. This number is the number he uses to contact the Dojo of Limits. He uses this number to ask for huge rewards or to contact the Dojo of Limits. And right now, he doesn't know how to use the 1,000-year willow heart. After thinking about it, he decided to ask. After he uses it, his strength will increase by a huge amount, and the dojo will know that he used it. So there's no need to hide it, since he stole it from someone else. What is it? Asked the low voice. I want to ask, how do I use the 1,000-year willow heart? Asked Luo Feng. The other side went silent. Luo Feng couldn't help but to feel nervous. After a while, the voice carried over. The crystal shell of the 1,000-year willow heart is incomparably tough. The liquid inside is the essence. The way to use it is to pierce through the crystal shell and then swallow the liquid inside. Remember not to swallow that crystal shell. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he asked. The post on the War God forum only said to swallow it, but didn't say how to swallow it. If he stupidly swallowed the entire crystal, he'd be screwed. When you consume it, you'll feel extremely comfortable and won't feel any pain. Depending on how much your strength increases, the duration of the transformation will vary, said the low voice slowly. Is there anything else? No, thank you, sir, said Luo Feng. Sir, the low voice let out a rare laugh. Ka, the call ended. Yay! In the pitch-black rock cave, Luo Feng's eyes shined brightly like never before under the dim light of his tactical communications watch. Right now, my strength is still a bit lower than Li Yao's with his black god said, however, once I use the 1,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. Ever since the astronomical bounty, he never dared to relax at all. The long-term pressure caused Luo Feng to work extremely hard, and he never relaxed even once in the elite training camp. Maybe the vulture-scorpion couple played a huge part in helping him gain the favor of the Dojo of Limits in such a short amount of time and receive a huge reward like dragon blood. Without their pressure, why would Luo Feng work so hard? Vulture-scorpion, from now on, it's not that I'm afraid of you guys, it's that you're afraid of me. Luo Feng thought. A green egg-shaped crystal floated in midair in front of him. At the same time, an SS-grade throwing knife beside Luo Feng flashed like lightning and pierced the surface of the green egg-shaped crystal. Poochie! Under Luo Feng's intentional attack, the tough crystal shell was directly pierced through. Goo the liquid essence slowly flowed out of the crystal. However, this green liquid that was filled with life was controlled by Luo Feng's spiritual force as it floated in front of him. Luo Feng opened his mouth. Whoosh! Under the control of Luo Feng's spiritual force, the essence of the 1,000-year willow heart, which was filled with endless life force, directly flew into Luo Feng's mouth. Even though the entire crystal was the size of an egg, the essence inside was probably only the size of a small wine glass. After swallowing it in one gulp, the essence flowed into his body through his esophagus. Suddenly, a cool and comfortable feeling spread throughout his entire body, even making his soul tremble. Comfortable. The mysterious person on the phone said that eating the 1,000-year willow heart doesn't hurt at all. Instead, it feels extremely comfortable. Seems like it's true. Luo Feng laid motionlessly in the rock cave as he clearly felt the minute changes in his body. Luo Feng can't forget the pain he felt when he used the dragon blood. Being able to increase his strength without any pain, of course Luo Feng was happy. So comfortable, I feel like all the muscles in my body are vibrating. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his hand. Using the weak light from his tactical communications watch, he could see with his naked eye that the skin of his hand was vibrating at a very small but shockingly fast rate. In this vibration, strands of black substance seeped through the pores of his skin. This feeling was amazing. His entire body felt cool. At the same time, he felt like all the muscles in his body left his bones and he lost control. He could only faintly feel the continuous vibrations, as if he was getting a massage. In Luo Feng's body, the essence of the thousand-year willow heart and its endless life force instantly merged into every part of Luo Feng's body. This life force caused Luo Feng's muscles, bones, and cells to undergo shocking changes. Like a sapling growing into a towering tree. At this moment, countless cells in Luo Feng's body were undergoing shocking changes. His genes were rapidly developing and perfecting themselves. After getting rid of the useless genes, they were once again perfectly integrated. This speed was extremely fast, and Luo Feng's genes seemed to have absorbed a bit of the thousand-year willow heart's essence, causing his genes to undergo a special change. His cell's activity was rapidly increasing. Under this life force, Luo Feng's entire body was rapidly increasing. The quality of his bones and muscles seemed to have changed. His skin and muscles were also undergoing shocking changes. However, this change didn't bring Luo Feng any pain. Luo Feng only felt as if he was getting a massage, extremely comfortable. In his realm of consciousness. In his boundless realm of consciousness, that dark golden ball was rapidly spinning and continuously releasing energy. And his entire realm of consciousness was covered in a thick fog. At the same time, large amounts of liquid were being produced in this endless fog, just like dewdrops. This speed of increase was simply unheard of. Luo Feng's body fitness level was increasing. His spiritual force was crazily increasing according to the limits of his body fitness level. Luo Feng's body fitness level went from the beginner level war god level, fist strength of around 64,000 kilograms, normal beginner level war god level, fist strength of around 96,000 kilograms, peak of the beginner level war god level, fist strength of around 128,000 kilograms, intermediate level war god level, increasing step by step. The instant his body fitness level reached the intermediate level war god level, the dark golden ball in Luo Feng's realm of consciousness fiercely expanded. After that, crack crack crack, the entire dark golden ball directly cracked open. An endless amount of spiritual force surged out and filled his entire realm of consciousness. The body fitness level of an intermediate level war god level can already withstand the extreme spiritual force of the war god level. His spiritual force increased, Luo Feng's body fitness level continued to increase, all of the changes finally stopped. Luo Feng quietly laid down in the rock cave next to the underground river that was 2,000 to 3,000 meters deep. The dark golden ball shattered. After his awakening that night, he became a spirit reader and his future was limitless. He's always been worried about how long the dark golden ball can support him. Keep in mind that many spirit readers stop rapidly increasing after reaching the advanced level war god level or beginner level war god level and use up all of their energy. The number of spirit readers who can rapidly increase to the intermediate level war god level can be counted on one's fingers. My realm of consciousness. Luo Feng's consciousness was immersed in his realm of consciousness. Before, he barely reached the advanced level war god level spirit reader level, so his realm of consciousness was filled with drops of liquid. And now, in his boundless realm of consciousness, mist filled the air and spread out endlessly. Rumble, the surging liquid was like a galaxy flowing in Luo Feng's realm of consciousness. The spiritual force contained within was simply astonishing. And in this spiritual force liquid galaxy, one could occasionally see some dark golden shards mixed in. P.S. Chapter 1 here. 2,000 to 3,000 meters underground, Luo Feng, who was lying flat on his back, finally opened his eyes. Only half an hour has passed since this transformation. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the time on his tactical communications watch. His face that was covered in dirt couldn't help but to let out a smile. Half an hour ago, he was already one of the strongest fighters in the War God Circle, but at that time, there were still people like Phantom Demon Catalan who were stronger than him. But now... Rumble. Luo Feng casually waved his fist, causing the air to explode. A casual punch of mine can match up to my previous punch strength. My current fitness level is at least that of an intermediate level war god, or even an advanced level war god. Luo Feng could only rely on his vague feeling to confirm that he was at least an intermediate level war god. As for whether or not he was an advanced level war god, he would need to rely on a machine to test it. He wasn't too sure about his physical fitness, however, his mind power was 100% sure. Peak of the War God. A spirit reader at the peak of the War God realm. Luo Feng didn't doubt this at all. The surging Milky Way in his realm of consciousness and the spiritual force he was controlling were much, much stronger than before. Keep in mind that he barely reached the advanced level War God level before. Now that he's improved so much, of course he's at the peak of the War God level, powerful. It was an incomparably powerful feeling. Everyone knows that a spirit reader at the peak of the War God realm is an invincible existence amongst the war gods. Luo Feng let out a smile. Okay, I'll go wash up first. After that, I'll go see Li Yao, Catalan, and the others. I'll also settle my grudge with Li Yao after all these years. Shua. Luo Feng directly followed the tunnel and rushed to a protruding rock beside the underground river. He used his spiritual force to control a gigantic ball of water to float in front of him and quickly washed his entire body, including his battle uniform. Retreat. In just 3 minutes, Luo Feng fiercely rushed into the sky. Rumblet broke through layers of rocks and quickly rushed to the surface. On the misty island, it was still night time, the mist pervading the air. Pooh. After rushing out of the soil, there are sounds of fighting over there. Luo Feng smiled as he walked towards the direction of the 9 willow trees. Who would have thought that after half an hour, they still haven't chopped down all the willow trees this time. It was almost 1,000 meters away from the 9 willow trees. However, on the incomparably silent misty island, Catalan, Li Yao, and the others crazily attacked the willow-type spirit of nature. The sonic booms they created allowed Luo Feng to easily find them. Oh. Luo Feng looked carefully. At this time, 8 of the 9 willow-type vegetation spirits had already collapsed. Their trunks had been shattered, and their 1,000-year willow hearts had been taken out. Only the last willow tree king was left. The willow tree king, whose trunk was more than 3 meters thick, already had 6 javelins pierced through its trunk. The javelins were all stuck in its trunk. The willow tree king actually had hundreds of pale golden willow branches wrapped around the 6 javelins. Catalan's 6 javelins are stuck in the willow tree king's trunk. Luo Feng watched from afar. After this metamorphosis, his vision became much stronger, almost twice as strong as before. The javelin is stuck in the body, and it's caught by the golden willow branch, so it's hard to pull it out. As for the 3 black god set users, Catalan, Ivan, and Li Yao, they were attacking crazily. This willow tree king's trunk is damaged, so its strength is greatly reduced. Hurry! Catalan, who had blood on the corner of his mouth, roared. He crazily swung the 2 daggers in his hands, and the pale golden willow branches became much slower than before. A large amount of pale golden willow branches were cut off by Catalan, but there were too many willow branches. Break! Li Yao roared. Yaya! Ivan crazily roared and attacked the willow tree king like a tornado. Large amounts of pale golden willow branches were cut off. With the trunk damaged, the speed and binding power of the willow branches decreased by 60 to 70%. However, they were still as tough as before. After being weakened by so much, all Catalan, Li Yao, and Ivan needed was enough time to cut off all of the pale golden willow branches. Even though these willow branches were very long, once they were cut off, liquid would flow out and their power would greatly decrease, making them even weaker than regular willow branches. Hurry, hurry up! Catalan's eyes flashed as he hurriedly shouted, after we cut off this willow tree king, we still have to steal the other spirits of nature. Okay, understood. Li Yao and Ethan were swiftly cutting off the light golden willow branches with all their might. As for Keita, he was patrolling the area. However, under the natural conditions of the night mist, Luo Feng had the intention to hide in the bushes and was over 200 meters away, so it was really hard for Keita to find him. Haha, it's broken, it's all broken, haha. There was a wave of laughter. No matter how many branches there were, they couldn't withstand the crazy attacks of 3 advanced level war gods. Finally, all of the pale golden willow branches were cut off, and liquid flowed out from the broken sections. The damaged pale golden willow branches greatly decreased in power again, and they were no longer a threat to the advanced level war gods. Attack the trunk cut. Catalan, Liao, and Ivan crazily rushed over. Keita, come here, yelled Catalan. Coming that brute Keita also excitedly rushed over to help. The gigantic willow tree king that was over 3 meters in diameter couldn't fight back at all. It couldn't move either, so it could only let these 4 humans cut it. After Catalan pulled out 6 javelins, he crazily cut down the holes that the javelins created. Clearly, attacking from the inside is easier. And with each cut, the toughness of the willow tree king's trunk actually decreased. Shishi, the large amount of branches that were originally full of leaves started to wither. The entire trunk of the willow tree king also quickly lost its life force. The speed at which it lost its life force was clearly visible to the naked eye. With the loss of life force, the trunk's defense clearly weakened. Boom, the entire willow tree king slowly fell. The towering, gigantic willow tree king smashed through some trees and flowers on the side. Finally, with a rumble, it smashed onto the ground of the misty island. Haha, we finally succeeded. Hurry, find the 10,000-year willow heart. Catalan and the others were extremely excited. In order to cut down this willow tree king, they spent 10 times more energy than destroying the spirits of the other 8 willow trees combined. Luo Feng, who was far away, has been watching for over 10 minutes. Hee. Thankfully, my transformation only took 30 minutes, so I can see the scene of them cutting down the willow tree king. Luo Feng let out a smile. Since the dojo of limits people haven't arrived yet, that's good too. Luo Feng, who underwent a transformation in the depths of the earth, greatly increased his strength. Right now, it's time for him to give it a try. The rumbling continued. The group of people were currently cutting down the willow tree king's trunk. Hurry, and find it. Catalan and the others wanted to find the 10,000-year willow heart from within the trunk. Catalan's spread out spiritual force felt someone enter. He couldn't help but to be surprised and immediately turned his head to look. 100 meters away, Luo Feng, who was wearing a battle uniform with a shield on his back and a simple ghost blade in his hand, slowly walked out of the dark mist and headed towards them. Keita, Ethan, and Liao also noticed. Luo Feng. Liao's eyes exploded with ferocity. Long time no see. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Liao. Catalan looked at Luo Feng and let out a cold smile as he spoke in awkward Chinese. Luo Feng? If you hid underground, I wouldn't be able to catch you with your spirit reader abilities. However, you actually came to dry land. How stupid. Great Bear. Keita and Blood Shadow Ethan also let out cold smiles. None of Catalan's group of 3 is weaker than Liao. The 3 of them and Liao, this group of 4, would be afraid of Luo Feng? Could it be that you used the 1,000-year willow heart and instantly became a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level? Catalan sneered. As a spirit reader, of course he knew that spirit readers are extremely rare. And most spirit readers have the talent to rapidly increase their strength to the advanced level warlord level. Reaching the beginner level war god level is already not bad. Intermediate level war god level spirit readers are already extremely rare. As for those who can instantly increase their strength to the advanced level war god level, they can be counted on one hand. Spirit readers who can instantly increase their strength to the peak of the advanced level war god level? In the entire world, are there only 1 or 2? Nobody knows. Thanks for helping me cut down the willow tree king. Luo Feng slightly smiled. It saved me a lot of trouble. Boom, his entire body instantly turned into a blur as he charged towards the willow tree king. Kill! Catalan roared coldly. Luo Feng. Liao roared as he charged first with his blades in hand. Flames seemed to be burning in his eyes. Whoosh! 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 6 throwing knives, they were like 6 black bolts of lightning. At such a close distance, they were so fast that even Liao himself couldn't dodge them. But why did Liao dodge? The black color had already covered his entire body. Only his eyes and nostrils were slightly exposed. With his ability, there's no way someone could hit such a small gap. A black god set, even an emperor-level monster would have a hard time piercing through a black god set. The only way to kill a war god wearing a black god set is through pure force. I can't pierce through your black god set, but just the force of the attack is enough to shatter your organs. Rumble. The 6 throwing knives all landed on Li Yao's body. As of now, Luo Feng, who has reached the peak of the advanced level war god level, has an unbelievable amount of strength. Back then, when he used dragon blood and passed the fist strength tester, one of his throwing knives contained around 220,000 kilograms of force. And now, one of his throwing knives has a force of over 500,000 kg, the force of one throwing knife has a force of over 500,000 kg, 6 throwing knives, all together, it's a force of over 3 million kilograms. Even though a spirit reader's advantage is being unpredictable and hard to defend against. After reaching the peak of the advanced level war god level, just looking at the pure force of the attack has already reached an unbelievable level. This is the strength of a fighter at the peak of the war god level who has a force of 500,000 kilograms and can exert 6 times the normal force. Boom! Li Yao's feet left the ground and he flew backwards at an astonishing speed. At the same time, he knocked into Blood Shadow Ethan behind him. He even rolled a few times in midair and flew a few hundred meters away. Whoosh! 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 6 throwing knives that were as fast as lightning and as heavy as MT Tai blasted Phantom Demon Catalan, who had a look of horror on his face, and sent him flying. Humph! Luo Feng directly landed next to the Willow Tree King's trunk and the 6 throwing knives crazily bombarded the willow tree's trunk. With no life force left, the trunk's defense became much weaker, so it quickly exploded. A green light with hints of gold flew out. Luo Feng's spiritual force immediately wrapped around it and brought it in front of him. P.S. 2 chapters completed, haha. Luo Feng is finally standing at the peak of the war god level. I'll write 3 more chapters tomorrow, the last 2 days of the double monthly votes. Brothers, vote for tomatoes as many monthly votes as you have. It was an oval crystal the size of a fist. There was a hint of green flowing within the crystal, mixed with a hint of gold. Just looking at it with the naked eye would cause one's heart to palpitate. 10,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng slightly smiled and swiftly put the 10,000-year willow heart into the pocket of his battle uniform. Li Yao. You can't escape. Luo Feng laughed loudly. Boom, the sound of an explosion suddenly rang out, and Luo Feng had already exploded with an unbelievable speed as he swiftly chased after Li Yao. As of now, Luo Feng's maximum speed has reached around 500 meters per second, and with the help of his spiritual force that has reached the peak of the war god level, Luo Feng's speed can even reach around 700 m/s, in the distance. Li Yao, Catalan, Keita, and Ivan were all running at full speed. That Luo Feng has caught up. Catalan's face changed. Luo Feng. Li Yao's heart was filled with grief and anger. He never would have thought that Luo Feng, who he could squash like an ant back then, would grow to such an extent in an instant. Li Yao, who was flying, hurriedly said, Catalan, let's team up and get rid of this Luo Feng. Sorry. Catalan smiled faintly and signaled to Keita and Ivan beside him with his eyes. The 3 of them had experienced God knows how many battles, so of course they understood each other's intentions. Whoosh! 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 Phantom Demon Catalan, Blood Shadow Ivan, Great Bear Keita, these 3 powerhouses turned and dashed towards the left almost at the same time. They parted ways with Li Yao so quickly. It must be noted that their speed was more than 600 meters per second. At such a speed, when Li Yao came to his senses, the distance between them had already exceeded 500 to 600 meters. And Luo Feng had already caught up. Bastards, a bunch of idiots, cursed Li Yao in his heart, while Luo Feng's figure rapidly approached. This Luo Feng's speed is actually a bit faster than me. Li Yao grieved and gritted his teeth. Catalan and the other 2, who had parted ways with Li Yao, began to slow down. That's good. Catalan heaved a sigh of relief. Then Luo Feng really went after Li Yao and not us. Catalan looked behind him and said in English. He had tried to release his psychic power to a distance of 150 meters away, but he did not find anyone. Blood Shadow Ivan next to him sneered. That Li Yao is asking for trouble. The sound of the explosion in the distance was very clear in the silent night. Catalan, why aren't we helping Liao? Great Bear Kata frowned. Help him? Why? Catalan sneered, and then his expression became serious. What's more, Kata, even if we wanted to help him, we wouldn't have the ability to. You have to know that Luo Feng is definitely a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level, an invincible existence within the advanced level war god level. Great Bear Kata and Blood Shadow Ivan both looked at Catalan in shock. Ivan couldn't help but say, Catalan, even you aren't his match? My Phantom Strike, as long as a spirit reader adds his spirit power to push the javelin from this side, he would naturally be able to break this move. As for the demonic illusion it was a mental attack. For Luo Feng, whose spiritual force is even stronger than mine, I can't hurt him at all. Instead, I'll hurt my own spiritual force. Catalan's face wasn't looking good. How about we join forces? Great Bear Kata said hurriedly. That's right. Let's fight together. Ivan's eyes were cold. For a spirit reader, numbers are useless. Catalan lightly shook his head. I've already confirmed that this Luo Feng is indeed a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level. Don't mess with him in the future, yes. Kata and Ivan nodded slightly. Let's hurry up and get more essence of nature. Then, we'll take the fighter jet and leave. Catalan said quietly, remember, everyone, don't walk too fast and don't make too much noise. Otherwise, Luo Feng might hear us and chase after us. Kata and Ivan nodded solemnly. Catalan sighed inwardly. Another invincible god of war has appeared in the circle of gods of war. Invincible war god, it was a respectful title given to a certain special expert in the circle of war god. Catalan's status in the circle of war god was extremely high, much higher than Vulture Liao's. However, he hasn't received the title of Invincible War God yet. Even though Vulture Liao and the others have black god sets, they only have powerful defense. If your attack isn't strong enough, you don't have the right to be called an Invincible War God. Rumble Liao, who was running at his maximum speed, created a shockwave that shattered some vegetation. Run, there was only one word in Liao's mind right now, run. Ever since Luo Feng's 6 throwing knives landed on his body, Liao was very clear on the difference between him and Luo Feng. Even Phantom Demon Catalan was forced to flee by Luo Feng. What can Liao do if he doesn't run? Liao. Luo Feng's body was like a phantom and his eyes were like lightning. Kill. Suddenly, 6 flowing black lights flew out of Luo Feng's body. Their speed was who knows how many times faster than Luo Feng and Liao's running speed. These 6 flowing black lights instantly crossed the distance of less than 50 meters. After that, Liao didn't even have time to dodge before they landed on Liao's body. Every flying dagger was like a small mountain smashing over. Every flying dagger had an astonishing penetrative power. Liao's black skin slightly caved in, but he wasn't pierced by the throwing knives at all. However, the terrifying force of impact contained within the 6 throwing knives was not to be underestimated. Rumble Liao's entire body was once again sent flying. He actually used the force of the attack to increase the distance between him and Luo Feng. What's going on? As the distance between them increased again, Luo Feng's face changed, including the time I attacked him before. This is already the 3rd time. 3 consecutive attacks. How is this Liao still not dead? Why isn't he heavily injured? These were 6 throwing knives, and the force of impact contained within each throwing knife was over 500,000 kg. 6 throwing knives meant that the force of impact exceeded 3 million kg. He was smashed 3 times under this terrifying force. Even the strongest war god would be smashed into meat paste if he used his body to take 3 hits. However, Vulture Liao was still running at full speed without slowing down at all. Could it be? Could it be because of the Black God set? Is the Black God set that amazing? Luo Feng frowned. Good thing I have the Black God set, or else I would have died a long time ago. Liao, who was running as fast as he could, had a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. However, his powerful body was swiftly recovering. Every time Luo Feng attacked him, Liao only needed a moment to recover half of the damage. So, until now, Liao only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The defensive power of the Black God set is indeed incredible. It said that even Emperor-level monsters can't tear through it and can only be killed by the endless force of impact, thought Li Yao to himself. The black god set is extremely mysterious. Its material is extremely tough, its main advantage is its toughness. No matter how sharp something is, it can't be pierced through. And not only that. The force of any attack will be weakened by 90% when it passes through the black god set. In other words, after the 3 million kilograms of impact passes through the skin of the black god set, only 300,000 kilograms will be left on Li Yao's body, and this 300,000 kilograms is spread across Li Yao's entire body. If the 300,000 kilograms of impact is used on one part of the body, it'll deal quite a bit of damage to an advanced level war god. However, once it's spread across his entire body, Li Yao doesn't care. There's a saying, besides existences surpassing the war god level, emperor level monsters, and laser cannons, there's no other way to kill a war god wearing the black god set. This is a compliment to the miraculous effects of the black god set. Of course, there are some exaggerations. For example, last time when Li Yao was trapped at the bottom of the lake and couldn't breathe, he still suffocated to death after a while, but in conclusion, the defensive power of the black god set is indeed incredible. The 6 black lights once again bombarded Li Yao's body. This time, Li Yao didn't use the force of impact to run in a straight line. Instead, he abruptly made a turn. And Luo Feng, who has been chasing for a long time, was already used to it. He thought that Li Yao would continue to run in a straight line, so he immediately charged far away. By the time he came back, the distance between the two of them has long exceeded the range of his spiritual force. Humph! Luo Feng angrily snorted. But Luo Feng was clear that after 6 attacks, Li Yao still wasn't dead. This black god set is indeed miraculous. Even though I can trample this Li Yao, killing him will be very difficult, thought Luo Feng to himself. I'll make a net later. A net made from SS-grade material. I'll use my spiritual force to control the net and directly trap this Li Yao. Humph, I can't kill him. I'll just trap him. If I don't give him anything to drink, he'll starve to death. I can even directly put him into the water. After a while, he'll suffocate to death, thought Luo Feng to himself. There's no other way. He can only rely on this simple method, first trap him, then starve to death or suffocate to death. As for killing a war god wearing a black god set head-on, unless the war god takes it off, Luo Feng can't do it. This Li Yao is quite sly, not making a single sound at all. Luo Feng listened carefully and tried to find some clues from the sound. Whoosh, Luo Feng leapt up and stepped on his shield. In an instant, he flew 100 to 200 meters into the air. As he looked down from midair, his spiritual force spread out to search while listening carefully. Boom! A very weak sound carried from afar. HM? There's a sound over there. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. With a thought, he immediately flew over on his shield. He turned into an arc as he descended. At this time, Phantom Demon Catalan, Great Bear Kata, and Blood Shadow Ethan were surrounding 2 golden weeds and swiftly digging the soil on the ground. Hey, what are you guys doing? A voice rang. Phantom Demon Catalan and the other two's expressions changed as they turned their heads. Luo Feng, who was standing on his shield, was slowly descending as he smiled at Catalan and the others. Phantom Demon Catalan and the other two cursed in their hearts, wasn't this Luo Feng chasing after Li Yao? Even if they made some noise, it shouldn't attract Luo Feng's attention. They didn't want to make any noise, but how could they not make any noise when fighting against a spirit of nature? Go! Catalan held. The 3 immediately sprinted. Humph, Li Yao has a black god set, so I can't do anything to him. 2 of you also have a black god set, but one of you doesn't. Luo Feng's gaze locked onto the brute, Great Bear Kata, and a smile appeared on his face. Whoosh, he directly chased after Great Bear Kata. P.S. Chapter 1 Today's 3 chapters, calling for monthly votes. This is the 2nd chapter of today. Luo Feng, this barbaric brute, Kata, stopped and yelled in awkward Chinese. Whoosh, Luo Feng was also shocked and immediately stopped. He stood beside him and looked at this extremely famous Great Bear Kata with interest. You're not running? Great Bear Kata laughed helplessly and said with awkward Chinese, Luo Feng, my strength isn't as good as yours. I concede. I am willing to give you all of the spirits of nature that I obtained. Luo Feng laughed with surprise. This Great Bear Kata is interesting. Great Bear Kata laughed bitterly in his heart. When he talked with Phantom Demon Catalan before, he already knew that this Luo Feng is already a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level and can be called an invincible war god. A powerful fighter at this level is a figure that can shake any region on earth with just one sentence. Kill him, Kata. 6 throwing knives can definitely turn Great Bear Kata into mush. Kata, doesn't have a black god set. Very well, I know that you have 2 spirits of nature in your bag, hand them over, smiled Luo Feng. I won't kill you, alright. Great Bear Kata wasn't surprised that Luo Feng knew how many spirits of nature he had. With a sweep of his spiritual force, how could Luo Feng not know what treasures Great Bear Kata has on him? Put them away. Great Bear Kata took out 2,000-year willow hearts and threw them towards Luo Feng. Very good. Luo Feng smiled as he used his spiritual force to sweep these 2,000-year willow hearts and the 10,000-year willow heart from before into his inner pocket of his battle uniform. Great Bear Kata slightly smiled. Then I'll be leaving first. When you go to Europe, you can find me if you need anything. Next time we're in the Virtual Spaces Palace of War Gods, we need to have a good drink. After saying that, Great Bear Kata swiftly left. Quite passionate how Luo Feng laughed. Virtual Spaces Palace of War Gods? Luo Feng was very clear that anyone who obtained the title of War God joined the Palace of War Gods. And this Palace of War Gods was created by powerful fighters like Hong and Thunder God. From what he heard, the Palace of War Gods is in the virtual space. Kata wisely handed over the 2,000-year willow hearts. Luo Feng's mood was pretty good. Above Fog Isle, Luo Feng stood on his shield 200 meters in the air and looked down at the entire misty island. At the same time, his spiritual force spread out to search, wanting to find Li Yao. This Li Yao sure is careful in hiding. If he doesn't make a sound, my spiritual force can't find him either. Luo Feng frowned in midair, feeling helpless. Suddenly, Luo Feng turned to look. In the distance, a fiery red stream of light quickly flew over from the horizon like a meteor. In the dark night, this fiery red stream of light was very conspicuous. Whoosh, the red light stopped in front of Luo Feng. It was actually a white man with brown curly hair wearing a battle uniform. This white man floated in mid-air. The space around him seemed to be warping. The surface of his body rippled with flames. The man within the flames looked at Luo Feng, speaking in English. Who are you? Luo Feng was shocked within. Flames on the surface of his body? Flying in the air? This is definitely an existence surpassing the war god level. I am Luo Feng. From the dojo of limits. Luo Feng stood on his shield and slightly bowed in midair to show his respect. Luo Feng? The man within the flames slightly nodded, and then fiercely roared, Catalan, all 4 of you come out. His deep voice swiftly spread across the entire misty island. Whoosh! 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 The entire misty island was filled with explosions. Soon enough, Luo Feng's spiritual force discovered that 4 people were gathered below: Phantom Demon Catalan, Vulture Li Yao, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Great Bear Kata. Representative Far. Representative Far. The 4 people below all bowed respectfully. Phantom Demon Catalan and the others looked at the powerful fighter who was bathed in flames in the night sky and were all shocked. Ever since Luo Feng stole the 1,000-year willow heart, Phantom Demon Catalan immediately notified his master. His master contacted several existences surpassing the war god level, but who would have thought he had actually arrived so quickly? I was training in the continent of Australia. After your master notified me, I rushed over immediately. Representative Far, who was bathed in flames, smiled as he said, How are you guys doing with the spirit of nature? Representative Far, Li Yao yelled loudly on the side in English, The most precious 10,000-year willow heart we found was stolen by this Luo Feng. He also stole the other 3,000-year willow hearts. In the night, Luo Feng's face slightly changed as he hovered in midair on his shield. Luo Feng. Representative Far looked towards Luo Feng and his gaze became cold. Hand over the 10,000-year willow heart and the 3,000-year willow hearts. Whoosh, Luo Feng turned around and ran. Trying to run? Representative Far instantly turned into a fiery red light and chased after him. even though Representative Far is an existence surpassing the war god level. However, all of the powerful war gods and existences surpassing the war god level on Earth are members of the Palace of War Gods. The Palace of War Gods has its own rules. Existences surpassing the war god level are forbidden from killing war gods without sufficient reason. And Luo Feng comes from the Dojo of Limits. In this world, existences surpassing the war god level don't dare to mess with the Dojo of Limits. Even though they won't kill him, Representative Far definitely has to get the 10,000-year willow heart. Representative Far, who turned into flames, changed his expression and increased his speed by a large amount. However, the distance between him and Luo Feng didn't shrink at all. Instead, it grew further and further. So it was like this. Luo Feng, who was flying rapidly on his shield, couldn't help but to let out a smile as he looked back. This Representative Far's flying speed sure isn't as fast as mine. When he flew over before, I felt that his flying speed was half of my maximum flying speed. Now that I look at it, even when he explodes, he's much slower than me. Boom! Representative Far, who was surrounded by flames, quickly landed on the misty island. Li Yao and the others on the side were secretly shocked. Looks like Representative Far didn't catch up to Luo Feng. Hurry, let's split up and quickly harvest the spirits of nature. If you guys can't handle it, immediately notify me, yelled Representative Far. Yes, Catalan and the others immediately rushed into the depths of the misty island. As they ran, Li Yao couldn't help but to ask, Catalan, how come Representative Far can't catch up to Luo Feng? Existences surpassing the war god level are indeed much stronger than war gods, said Catalan quietly. However, in midair, there's nowhere for them to borrow strength from. If they run on the ground, their speed will be frighteningly fast. As for flying, existences surpassing the war god level can fly, but their flying speed is much slower than on the ground. Li Yao, Kada, and Ethan all understood. Actually, when Luo Feng stole the 1,000-year willow heart for the first time, Catalan said that even existences surpassing the war god level wouldn't dare to say such a thing to hunt down an advanced level war god level spirit reader underground. Indeed, existences surpassing the war god level are extremely powerful. However, they aren't unreasonably powerful. If they run on the ground, they can instantly catch up to Luo Feng. As for the sky, his powerful legs can't unleash their explosive power, so he can only rely on his special ability to fly. Even though that type of flying is faster than most spirit readers, it's still lacking compared to a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level. Luo Feng returned and hovered 300 to 400 meters above the misty island. His spiritual force spread out. Boom! The air suddenly shook and a magenta flowing light stopped above Luo Feng in the blink of an eye. It was indeed a magenta triangular fighter jet. In terms of appearance, this streamlined triangular fighter jet is almost exactly the same as the one Hong rode on last time. The only difference is the color. Voila, the hatch automatically opened. 2 shadows flew out. The fighter jet automatically closed its hatch and hovered in midair. My Dojo of Limits fighter jet. Luo Feng let out a face of joy. You're Luo Feng? 2 shadows hovered beside Luo Feng. One of them had long, flowing hair and always had a smile on his face. The feeling he gave off was like a gentle breeze that calmed one's heart. As for the man hovering beside him, he was as cold as a mountain and wore a golden mask on his face. Greetings to the 2 investigators. Luo Feng bowed. How's the situation down there? Asked Investigator Lu on the side. Luo Feng followed. Investigator, that's an existence surpassing the war god level of the HR Alliance, Representative Far. He just arrived a few minutes ago. As for the willow hearts, there are a total of 9,000-year willow hearts and 1 10,000-year willow heart. 6 of the 1,000-year willow hearts were taken by them. I used 1,000-year willow heart before and took 2,000-year willow hearts and 1 10,000-year willow heart. Investigator Lu let out a smile and slightly nodded. 10,000-year willow heart? Not bad. Boom! At this time, a fiery red flowing light flew up from below. It was Representative Far. Representative Lu Far looked at Investigator Lu and then at the golden-masked man beside him. He let out a shocked expression. Representative Far, all of the spirits of nature on this misty island belong to my Dojo of Limits. You don't have any objections, right? Said Investigator Lu calmly. The flames on Far's body fiercely rose and he said angrily, "Representative Liu, don't go too far. We discovered this misty island first." "You guys didn't discover it first, I discovered it first," interrupted Luo Feng. "You can have Catalan and Li Yao come and verify it." Indeed, Luo Feng was the first to arrive at this misty island. He purposely turned on his tactical communications watch to lure Li Yao over. If Li Yao didn't come, Luo Feng wouldn't have recognized those treasures. "Haha, did you hear that?" smiled Investigator Liu. "Our people discovered it first." Representative Far sneered, "This misty island has no owner, so why should it belong to your dojo of limits? If you have the ability, then we can fight for it fairly. Whoever gets the spirit of nature first gets it." After hearing this, Investigator Liu smiled as he looked at Representative Far. After thinking for a bit, he nodded. "I agree." Representative Far froze. Luo Feng was also shocked. Keep in mind that the entire misty island is covered in mist, so it's impossible to see clearly. And sometimes, you can't even recognize the spirit of nature right in front of you. Whoever gets it the most gets it? How could this Investigator Liu agree to this condition? "It's up to you." Investigator Liu looked towards the golden masked man beside him. P.S. Chapter 2 is here. Continue writing Chapter 3. I've fallen behind by quite a bit. Today is the 3rd chapter. Okay, the golden masked man slightly nodded. "Who?" He swiftly flew into the distance and hovered in the air above the misty island. After that, the mysterious golden masked man actually opened his hands and closed his eyes. A formless, special energy spread out in all directions with him as the center. It was like a radar emitting all sorts of waves. Around 5 or 6 seconds passed. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, the mysterious golden masked man directly flew into the misty island. This scene caused Luo Feng and Representative Far, who were hovering in midair, to be secretly shocked. Logically speaking, it's extremely difficult to find spirits of nature in this thick fog. If spirits of nature don't attack, they usually won't be able to recognize them even if they're right in front of you. So they don't have much of an advantage in finding spirits of nature, existences surpassing the war god level. But why? Investigator Liu was full of confidence. Why did he let the mysterious golden masked man attack? "Representative Far, just stay here with me. This way, you can relax, and I can relax too." Investigator Liu glanced at him. Representative Far only sneered and continued to hover in midair. Representative Far doesn't have any special method to find spirits of nature, so he might as well keep Investigator Liu occupied. Suddenly, 4 silhouettes swiftly rushed downwards, and 1 silhouette even rushed towards the sky. Luo Feng looked carefully. The one that flew up was indeed Phantom Demon Catalan. The black light on Catalan's feet extended into the shape of a plank. As he stepped on the black plank, Phantom Demon Catalan directly hovered in midair. Representative Far, Catalan said furiously, "We were just digging for an unknown spirit of nature, but at the crucial moment, someone stole it. The enemy was too fast and too powerful. He should be in existence surpassing the war god level. The 4 of us couldn't even fight back." Representative Far's face changed as he heard this. "And the spirit of nature that Li Yao discovered earlier was already gone by the time we got there. It was taken away by someone else," yelled Catalan again. "Haha." Investigator Liu laughed loudly as he heard this. Representative Far's face turned green as he heard this. Luo Feng, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. Damn, that mysterious golden masked man actually has such an ability to easily find spirits of nature in the endless fog? Logically speaking, if a vegetation spirit didn't take the initiative to attack, it would be very difficult to distinguish whether it was a vegetation spirit or not. "Representative Liu, may I know which of the 3 great guards is that? Iceberg?" Senator Far's face was ashen. "I didn't expect one of the dojo master's 3 guards to have such a special ability. You are very smart. It is indeed an iceberg." Investigator Liu laughed lightly, "But is it worth making a fuss about? After breaking through the war god level and becoming in existence surpassing the war god level, everyone had different abilities because of their different cultivation. Your ability is fire, but Iceberg of the 3 great guards has abilities that you can't even imagine." Dojo of Limits Hong, one of the 5 investigators. But in reality, other than the 5 inspectors, only a few people knew that Hong had 3 personal guards under him. These 3 personal guards had been loyal to Hong for a long time. It could be said that they were absolutely loyal. Hong also taught these 3 royal guards with all his heart and helped these 3 royal guards. These 3 royal guards were all existences surpassing the war god level. Everyone said that the 5 inspectors were terrifying, but many powerful fighters were even more afraid of these 3 royal guards. Other than Hong, no one knows who they really are. They only know that the 3 royal guards' codenames are Beast, Iceberg, and Alluring. Royal Guard? Luo Feng was shocked. Not an investigator? Young man. Investigator Lu laughed as he looked at Luo Feng. The head's power isn't as simple as you think. The 3 royal guards under the head are all existences surpassing the war god level. And every single royal guard, under the head's nurturing, has extremely shocking strength. Otherwise, why would all the countries and organizations in this world be so afraid of the head? Luo Feng was speechless. One person nurtured 3 existences surpassing the war god level. Holy! Rumble who? It was pitch black below. The island that was shrouded in fog would occasionally have the sound of explosions and plants being hit. Clearly, these sounds were made by that royal guard. In midair. Suddenly, a soft wind formed a round barrier and covered Luo Feng and Investigator Lu. Investigator? Luo Feng looked towards Investigator Lu with shock. Just a little trick. I didn't want far to hear it, smiled Investigator Lu. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu He. The head's evaluation of you is extremely high. He said that you're one of the top spirit reader geniuses in the entire world. You used 1,000-year willow heart this time. What level has your spiritual force reached? Luo Feng slightly hesitated. Peak of the advanced level war god level spirit reader, said Luo Feng. Investigator Lu took in a deep breath and looked at Luo Feng in disbelief. He couldn't help but to ask, how old are you this year? 19 years old, answered Luo Feng. 19 years old, peak of the advanced level war god level spirit reader? Investigator Lu couldn't help but to shake his head and laugh. I've always heard about the legendary geniuses and how powerful they are. During the Grand Nirvana period, the head and Chairman Thunder God both became existences surpassing the war god level in just a few years. I've seen a few reach the peak of the advanced level war god level in just 2 to 3 years, but this is the first time I've seen a 19-year-old spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level. Investigator Lu's gaze towards Luo Feng became a lot gentler. Why is the dojo of limits powerful? It's unity. They work hard to raise geniuses and make the dojo even stronger. They don't have to worry about the younger generation suppressing the younger generation. Luo Feng's entire journey was all because of Instructor Jiang Yan, Chief Instructor Wu Tong, Special Envoy Yang Hui, Teacher Jiang Feng, and so on. That's why he was able to grow so smoothly. Your own talent is important, but so is your environment. Very good. Investigator Lu smiled as he nodded. With your strength, you can already be called an invincible war god. A spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level, indeed is hard to deal with. His flying speed seems to be very fast, and he's also very unpredictable when he burrows into the ground, making it hard for people to catch up. Luo Feng couldn't help but to recall the scene from before. Representative Far wasn't able to catch up to him in midair. However, don't get careless in the future. You're invincible within the war god level, but if you meet an existence surpassing the war god level, that might not be the case. Existences surpassing the war god level all have different abilities, smiled Representative Lu. Different people have different advantages. Representative Lu smiled lightly. Different people have different advantages. For example, my flying speed is much faster than Far. Luo Feng nodded. Just like that mysterious golden masked man, who is one of Hong's 3 royal guards, Ice Mountain, he was able to easily find large amounts of spirits of nature. Investigator Lu carefully reminded Luo Feng not to be too proud. There are many existences surpassing the war god level that can deal with Luo Feng. Let me see the 10,000-year willow heart, said Investigator Lu. Investigator Luo Feng took out the 10,000-year willow heart from his pocket. Investigator Lu took it and looked at it. The green and golden strands that rippled within the oval crystal made Investigator Lu squint his eyes. He nodded. This 10,000-year willow heart is definitely not normal. I have a feeling that one 10,000-year willow heart is even more important than 10,000-year willow hearts. Luo Feng let out a smile as he heard this. Isn't that right? Who knows how much easier it is to chop down 9 willow trees than to chop down one willow tree king. Of course, the 10,000-year willow heart of the willow tree king isn't simple. However, you can't casually use a treasure like this. You need to let the head take a look to determine how to use it, said Investigator Lu seriously. If you don't use the treasure properly, you can easily die. Inspector Lu said solemnly, if treasures are not used properly, it is very easy to die. Back then, there was someone who consumed a certain type of treasure and his body directly exploded. Luo Feng nodded. You can still die from eating, but this 10,000-year willow heart is much more valuable than the 1,000-year willow heart. Without 100% confidence, Luo Feng wouldn't stupidly eat it. Anyway, Luo Feng, you did a great job this time, said Investigator Lu. Once you find the Misty Island and report it, you'll receive 10% of the reward. You'll also receive the 10,000-year willow heart from digging up treasures, which counts as a great job. When the time comes, we'll give you a bit more now that you're a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level. The dojo will probably arrange things for you. You don't have to stay in this elite training camp anymore, smiled Investigator Lu. How could the head not use a talent like you? Who knows, there might even be a large reward. The head isn't a stingy person, Investigator. Luo Feng was a bit nervous. Investigator Lu looked at Luo Feng. Speak, I'm just asking the investigator. I wonder if the head can reward me with a black god set, asked Luo Feng. Investigator Lu froze. This kid sure isn't humble at all. After the Battle of the Misty Island, Luo Feng really wants a black god set. The effects of this black god set are way too good, much better than a SS grade battle uniform. Actually, Luo Feng hasn't received the title of war god yet, so legally speaking, he isn't a war god. Logically speaking, Luo Feng can continue to stay in the elite training camp and obtain first place again and again. Wouldn't he receive a huge reward like that? Wouldn't he receive a black god set? Originally, I had a chance of getting it if I stayed in the training camp, joked Luo Feng. You kid, you're already invincible among war gods, yet you still want to fight with those kids? Investigator Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really can't decide on the black god set. I'll see what the head says later. The patrol inspector rarely interacted with the students. Investigator Lu took the initiative to tell Luo Feng his name and even passionately chatted with him. He already had the intention of becoming friends. But who would have thought that Luo Feng, an invincible war god, an absolute leader of a region, was acting like a child? Oh. Indeed, Luo Feng is only 19 years old, so he is indeed a kid. Hung in the dark night, the entire Misty Island suddenly started shaking, which shocked Luo Feng, Investigator Lu, and Representative Far, who were in midair. Hurry up and leave. A stern voice rang out. The golden-masked man fled in a sorry state. Whoosh! In the distance, a dark purple vine with a diameter of 20 centimeters shot through the air. The length of the vine was so long that it was impossible to see its end. Under the illumination of Senator Farr's flames, the naked eye could see that it was at least 500 to 600 meters long, with an unknown length hidden in the fog. It was like a long vine of heaven and earth. This vine was like a tentacle that stretched out for hundreds of meters. It was still rapidly extending towards the golden-masked man. The golden-masked man's bag was completely bulging. Clearly, it contained a large amount of wood spirits. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Monthly votes. 3 chapters have been updated for today. Brothers and sisters of the Red Alliance, the last day of double monthly votes. If you have monthly votes, please support us. Tomato, thank you. This long vine. Luo Feng jumped in shock as he watched. The black and violet vine that extended from the distant mist seemed endless. One couldn't see the end of it with a glance. At first glance, it looked like a coiling python that was coiling towards the frantically escaping golden-masked man. Pu. Pu. The golden-masked man held a long blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing in each hand. It was like a transparent blade of ice as it fiercely slashed towards the black and violet vine. Instantly, a shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye fiercely spread in all directions. The towering trees below were all shattered by this shockwave. Even Vulture Li Yao, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Great Bear Kata were all desperately escaping. If they accidentally get caught in the shockwave, they'll probably be done for. What? Luo Feng was shocked. The black and violet vine that had a diameter of 20 centimeters was slashed by the two blades of ice and barely managed to leave a wound that was around 1 centimeter long. However, this wound healed in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Investigator Lu grabbed Luo Feng. Luo Feng didn't resist and immediately flew towards the distance with Investigator Lu. As for the black and violet vine, it chased after the golden masked man and didn't waste any time chasing after Luo Feng and the others. Get on the fighter jet, yelled Investigator Lu. Whoosh, the magenta triangular fighter jet that was floating in the distance actually directly flew over and opened its hatch. Whoosh. Whoosh, Investigator Lu and Luo Feng were like two flowing lights as they directly flew into the triangular fighter jet. The triangular fighter jet was completely dark. Luo Feng and Investigator Lu looked outside through the hatch. The fighter jet, on the other hand, was swiftly flying towards the distance and pulling away from the black and violet vine. Voila! The hatch closed. Show me the scene of Ice Mountain's battle, ordered Investigator Lu. Within the gloomy cabin, a video immediately appeared out of nowhere. It was the scene of the battle that was currently happening above the Misty Island. The clarity was much better than what the naked eye could see. In the video, only the golden masked man was in the air above the Misty Island, and he was being attacked by the vine. The golden masked man's speed was as fast as lightning as he swiftly escaped. Pa! An earth-shaking sound rang out. The long vine actually lashed out in the air like a whip. The 1,000-meter-long dark purple vine lashed out fiercely in the air. As it lashed out and retracted, it produced an incredible explosive sound. Even after passing through the cabin door, Luo Feng could still feel his ears ringing. Such a long vine can actually hit people like a whip? Investigator Lu couldn't help but sigh. If Bing Shan was hit, he would be finished. Investigator Lu, are we just going to watch? Asked Luo Feng. They were all people from the dojo of limits. How could they just watch as their own people were attacked? Luo Feng, that Ice Mountain Royal Guard's power is even stronger than mine, his life preservation abilities are even more powerful. He was the dojo master's personal guard, and the dojo master had imparted many life-saving abilities to them. I'll only be a hindrance if I go. Inspector Lu was not anxious at all. Don't worry, this long vine is still not good. Inspector Lu's expression changed drastically. Luo Feng also looked at the video and took in a deep breath. Rumble in the video, the entire Misty Island started to shake. At the same time, another endless dark purple vine swiftly extended out of the mist. This time, there were two dark purple vines. No. The entire Misty Island was shaking, and a third dark purple vine that seemed to stretch across the sky extended out. The fourth vine. The fifth vine, each vine was so long that the naked eye couldn't see the end of it. It was definitely over 1,000 meters long. And each vine was dark purple with a diameter of 20 centimeters. They were also incomparably tough. Even existences surpassing the war god level. Can't do anything to them. We're in big trouble. Investigator Lu's face was green. In the sky above the Misty Island, the vines that pierced through the sky were like the tentacles of the entire Misty Island. They crazily waved around and attacked the golden masked man from all directions. Even though the golden masked man's speed is already shockingly fast. With a shake, he can travel a few hundred meters. Logically speaking, he should be able to easily get rid of the vines. However, the vines themselves are too strange. They can twist and twist as they please. They're so fast that they turned into phantoms, not allowing the golden masked man to escape. At this moment, in the video, a total of 6 vines crazily waved in the sky above the Misty Island. The golden masked man dodged each danger with difficulty. According to the computer's data, these 6 vines are over 1,600 meters long. They can instantly extend, contract, and move at a speed exceeding 1,000 meters per second. Investigator Lu's face was terrible. Their toughness is about the same as an emperor-level monster. However, their recovery speed is too terrifying. Their wounds can instantly heal. Luo Feng also silently watched. In the video, the 6 vines cooperated perfectly. With each attack, they naturally forced the golden masked man's space to dodge to become smaller and smaller. Boom! What Luo Feng and Investigator Lu were both shocked. Under the encirclement of the 6 dark purple vines, the incomparably tiny golden masked man instantly turned into a white flowing light. His speed was so fast that he practically instantly escaped the encirclement of the 6 vines. This white flowing light was flying towards the triangular fighter with an unbelievable speed. Voila! The hatch opened, the white flowing light speed decreased and turned into a human figure. It directly crashed into the cockpit and the hatch immediately closed. Return to headquarters, yelled Investigator Lu. Whoosh, the purplish-red triangular fighter immediately turned into a purplish-red flowing light and disappeared into the horizon. Only the sky above the misty island was left with the dark purple vines crazily waving around, as if they were extremely angry. In the cockpit. Ice Mountain, how are you? Investigator Lu helped the golden masked man up. The golden masked man laid on the chair with his eyes closed. His breathing was weak as he said quietly, "Don't worry, Lu Ha, I won't die yet. It's just that using the origin technique takes too much damage to my body. I'll need to rest for a while when I get back." Investigator Lu let out a sigh of relief. Ice Mountain, what's the forbidden technique, can you teach me? Investigator Lu couldn't help but to ask. It's not that he doesn't know the rules, but the speed that Royal Guard Ice Mountain displayed when he escaped was simply too shocking. Even though he won't be able to fight back after using it. This technique is definitely a life-saving technique. You? I've contributed a lot of the wealth and treasures I've accumulated over the past 5 years to the dojo master. That's why the dojo master spent a lot of time to create this life-saving ultimate move based on the characteristics of my origin energy. Bing Shan glanced at Investigator Lu. Your origin ability is different from mine. You can't learn it. Inspector Lu shook his head helplessly. He also knew, if the dojo master was given sufficient wealth and treasures, the dojo master would help design ultimate moves for his subordinates. It was just that this kind of thing also consumed a lot of energy for Hong, so his request was very shocking. I spent a lot of money on this Qian-level autojet. Investigator Lu couldn't help but shake his head. Autojet? Luo Feng couldn't help but to say, this fighter jet doesn't need a pilot and can move according to a person's will? It was too advanced, he had never seen a fighter jet like this before. And before, Luo Feng had completely felt this fighter jet's AI. Yes. This is a Qian-level autojet. Just the cost of materials alone is astronomical. Investigator Lu couldn't help but feel proud of himself. At the crucial moment, I can control it to block the attack of a King-class monster. Even if it's a King-class monster, it can't even think about destroying this fighter jet. Its entire body is made of much better materials than SS-grade weapons. Luo Feng was stunned. Isn't this too exaggerated? The material of the fighter jet is even better than SS-class weapons? Luo Feng finally experienced how luxurious an existence surpassing the war god level is. But that vine just now was a binding attack. My autojet couldn't do anything about it. Investigator Lu shook his head and then smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, with your contribution to the Misty Island, you'll definitely receive a huge reward. It's definitely enough to buy a universe-level autojet. Perhaps, he would be able to purchase the highest-grade primeval auto warship. Do you know about the prehistoric level autojet? It's the one that the dojo master is riding in. Its defense is incredible, and it's even equipped with an airborne laser cannon. Luo Feng remained silent. Had he become a fool? His reward this time was clearly huge. 1,000-year willow heart is already more valuable than a portion of dragon blood, let alone a 10,000-year willow heart. Plus, Royal Guard Ice Mountain received a huge backpack of spirits of nature. His own quota is definitely an incredible amount of wealth. Why would he waste it to buy a fighter jet? Ice Mountain, how's the reward this time? Investigator Lu couldn't help but to ask. Royal Guard Ice Mountain, who seemed to be a bit better, opened his eyes and looked at him indifferently. Huge, extremely huge. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to say, I should have done something this time right. Humph, you only managed to hold back. Representative for Royal Guard Ice Mountain said indifferently, the mission of extracting spirits of nature can give you 30% of the total reward. Let me put it nicely, you can barely get 5%. Luo Feng contributed the 10,000-year willow heart and 2,000-year willow hearts, so he can barely get 5%. I'll get 20%. Investigator Lu was speechless, since he indeed didn't do anything. 10,000-year willow heart and 2,000-year willow hearts, only 5%, Investigator Lu couldn't help but to say. What do you know? Royal Guard Ice Mountain laughed indifferently, just from the ones I personally harvested, there are already 92 spirits of nature. More than 6 of them are better than the 10,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng and Investigator Lu both took in a deep breath. This amount of wealth is ridiculous. This misty island is truly a treasure island, giving birth to so many spirits of nature in an instant. The most valuable thing is still that long vine. Royal Guard Ice Mountain lowered his voice. I originally sensed the energy of the long vine and attacked, but I didn't think that it was only a small part of the long vine. The entire long vine is over 2,000 meters long, and I think that this long vine is just a part of some spirit of nature. In the end, there were a total of 6 vines chasing after me, so there's an incredible spirit of nature on the entire Misty Island. Royal Guard Ice Mountain said. Indifferently, that's the biggest treasure. Bing Shan said calmly, that is the greatest wealth. When I was escaping just now, I sent the battle scene to the dojo master. The dojo master should personally take care of this matter. The head will personally take care of this? Investigator Lu and Luo Feng both nodded to themselves. Indeed, if the 6 black vines are just a part of that spirit of nature, then the strongest spirit of nature on this misty island isn't easy to deal with. P.S. Chapter 1 here, last 2.5 hours. Last 2.5 hours for the double monthly vote event. Brothers, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. 1 counts as 2, you're about to miss your chance. I hope everyone supports me. Thanks. On the wasteland beside the lake that was shrouded in mist, Vulture Li Yao, Phantom Demon Catalan, Great Bear Kada, and Blood Shadow Ethan. The 4 of them looked towards the misty island with lingering fear. Representative Far, who was floating in midair, also looked towards the sky above the misty island in the distance. The 6 violet-black vines that pierced through the sky were crazily waving about. What exactly is this? How can it be so powerful? It's too scary. Even existences surpassing the war god level can't beat it. Vulture Li Yao and the others discussed quietly as they were shocked and scared. If Representative Far didn't bring them to escape, along with the fact that the violet-black vines only cared about killing that Ice Mountain Royal Guard, the 4 of them probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Whoosh, Representative Far landed. Thank you. Representative Far. Li Yao went up to thank him. The other 3 also went to thank him. Representative Far looked towards the 4 of them and ordered with a cold voice, give me the spirits of nature that you dug out. Catalan, Li Yao, and the others froze. Hand over the spirits of nature. Catalan and the others worked hard to obtain these spirits of nature. However, they were worried that Luo Feng would ask someone from the Dojo of Limits to help, so they immediately asked an existence surpassing the war god level. Once they ask someone else to help, these spirits of nature will naturally become a group. Just like how Luo Feng handed over the 10,000-year willow heart and the 1,000-year willow heart. However, unlike Luo Feng, that Royal Guard Ice Mountain pretty much gathered all the spirits of nature on the Misty Island. And Representative Far and the others didn't even get a single one. Catalan and the others will be at a disadvantage if they do this. Representative Far frowned. Hand it over, Catalan ordered. Even though he wasn't willing, Li Yao and the others could only hand over the spirits of nature they obtained. 6,000-year willow hearts and 2 spirit herbs. Don't worry, I'll distribute the spirits of nature according to your contributions. Representative Far said coldly, the fighter jet you guys came on is over there. Senator Far said coldly, the fighter you took when you came is over there. Are you going back to Europe now, or are you waiting here, for the other senators? This time, Catalan had invited quite a number of senators through his teacher. Existences surpassing the war god level are representatives of the Palace of War Gods. We're not in a rush, laughed Catalan. Yes, there's no hurry. How could he miss the chance to watch a few existences surpassing the war god level fight against the spirits of nature, after a long time? Finally, a ray of light appeared in the sky. It flew over quickly and floated not far away from Senator Farr. It was a completely black disc-shaped battleship. The hatch was now open. Whoosh! 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 3 silhouettes flew out one after another. 2 of them were Caucasians, while the last one had slightly darker skin, similar to a South American. The 3 of them smiled as they flew towards Representative Farr. These 4 people were existences surpassing the war god level. Teacher. Catalan immediately flew over. Look, behind you. Behind you. On the ground, Li Yao, Keita, and Yvonne were greatly shocked. They hurriedly pointed at the back of the flying fighter, where a blood-red triangular fighter was floating. Voila! The cabin door opened. What? The 4 existences surpassing the war god level looked at the newcomer in shock. Even the stars in the sky seemed to have disappeared. There was only one person in the world, a man with short black hair, a black jacket, and black pants. Being stared at by him makes one's heart turn cold, without a single thought of resisting. He is the only god in the world, including Representative Farr. The 4 existences surpassing the war god level were all trembling. Greetings, First Chairman. Representative Farr and the others floated in midair and slightly bowed. The newcomer was Hong, the strongest fighter in the world, the first chairman of the Palace of War Gods. The undisputed strongest fighter in the world. I noticed your fighter jet earlier and guessed that you were also coming here, so I wasn't in a hurry to get ahead of you. The black-haired man's voice was calm. I won't bully you. I'll give you one chance. You can attack the Misty Island as you please, get whatever you can. If you fail, then leave immediately. Hong's voice was very cold. There was a natural sense of superiority. But it's true, from the Grand Nirvana period until now, Hong's strength and position have always been undeniably superior. If the presidents of the 5 great countries and their power came from the backing of the entire country, then Hong's power came from himself. He alone was equivalent to a strong country, or even stronger. His personal power had already surpassed the limits of the world. So, he was put on a pedestal. Every country in the world cooperated with him and actively helped him promote the dojo of limits. In reality, Hong himself could be considered a true godlike existence. For human society to be able to survive until now, Hong's contribution definitely couldn't be hidden. Thank you, First Chairman. The 4 existences surpassing the war god level slightly bowed. Then, whoosh! 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 The 4 of them turned into 4 flashes of light and flew towards the Misty Island. The black-haired man just floated in midair and waited silently. This is Hong? Catalan, Li Yao, Keita, and Yvonne looked at Hong with blazing eyes. The existences surpassing the war god level in their eyes, Representative Farr and the others, even when facing the chairman of the HR Alliance, they were very natural, and even had a bit of arrogance. But in front of Hong, these 4 representatives were all extremely respectful, like obedient children. Worship, Catalan, Ethan, Li Yao, and Keita all worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. Hong represented the limit of humanity, the pinnacle. 5 minutes later, the rumbling of the Misty Island didn't stop. The 4 flashes of light quickly flew back and floated below Hong. These 4 existences surpassing the war god level, all of them seemed to be injured. Some had pale faces, some had bloodstains at the corner of their mouths. They were all scared. If Representative Farr didn't tell them about the terror of the vine and carefully stayed at the edge, the 4 of them probably wouldn't just be injured, they might even have lost 1 or 2 people. First Chairman, the 4 slightly bowed. The black-haired man glanced at them. The 4 bowed again and immediately flew towards the disc-shaped fighter jet. Now no matter what, they definitely won't enter the Misty Island again. That vine is too terrifying. Whoosh! The black-haired man directly flew towards the Misty Island. The blood-red triangular fighter jet behind him also flew over. In the air above the Misty Island, the black-haired man stood in the air like a god, looking down. After being ambushed by the 4 existences surpassing the war god level, there were now 8 endless vines waving around, causing the entire Misty Island to shake, as if there was an earthquake. Oh, the black-haired man's eyes lit up. Whoosh, he directly descended, instantly causing a dark purple vine to swing towards him, trying to entangle and kill the black-haired man. The black-haired man reached out his right hand, a white and powerful right hand. Poof, like a person holding a chopstick, the black-haired man easily grabbed the thick and endless dark purple vine. Even though the entire dark purple vine was at least 20 centimeters in diameter, with the black-haired man's hand grabbing it, no matter how the vine struggled, it couldn't escape. Buzz! The huge dark purple vine crazily twisted. Unfortunately, it was useless. Dark purple, it's so strong. The black-haired man's left hand formed a blade and lightly slashed across. The dark purple vine was immediately cut open by a full 10 centimeters, but after 2 to 3 seconds, the wound disappeared. Rumble struggling to no avail, the entire misty island began to shake violently. Numerous black and purple vines extended from the mist, each vine was over 2,000 meters long. 1 vine, 2 vines, 3 vines, 8 vines, 9 vines, there should be 16. The black-haired man let out a smile. The black-haired man revealed a trace of a smile and allowed the black-purple vines to surround him. The area within 100 meters of the black-haired man fell into boundless darkness. Once the black-haired man entered this area of darkness, it was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and it was incredibly difficult for him to break free. Yeah, the black-haired man grabbed a vine and carefully observed it like a scientist. It matches the information recorded in the archaeological ruins. This is the cloud contact vine. Our Earth actually has a cloud contact vine? The black-haired man let out a smile. This Luo Feng sure is a lucky star. I've earned quite a bit this time. I'll give him some good stuff out of the spirits of nature's share. ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** and lay on the sofa, raising his head and gulping it down. Soon, he had drunk more than half of the bottle of red wine. "Yao, you don't have to give up on yourself like this even though you've failed," said Vanina worriedly as she spoke Chinese on the side. Li Yao ignored her and forcefully finished the bottle in one gulp. After that, he grabbed the other bottle of red wine on the table. "Yao, Vanina hurriedly grabbed the red wine. There's no hope, there's no hope." Li Yao glanced at Vanina and laughed at himself, as if he was drunk yet not drunk. "What do you mean there's no hope?" "It's just that we failed this time. The spirits of nature failed and we failed to kill Luo Feng." "What do you mean there's no hope?" Vanina was enraged. "Yao, I've never seen you lose your fighting spirit ever since we started adventuring. How did you become like this time?" Li Yao's voice was low as he said powerlessly, "That Luo Feng, he's already reached the peak of the advanced level war god level." "What?" Vanina was startled. She only knew from the phone that it was a complete failure, but she didn't know that Luo Feng became this strong. "A spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level, what are you afraid of?" Vanina clenched her teeth. "We've been in situations even more troublesome than this. As long as you, Yao, become an existence surpassing the war god level, wouldn't dealing with him be a piece of cake?" "It's different. It's different." Li Yao shook his head. "The dojo of limits earned a lot of spirits of nature this time. I personally saw that golden-masked man carrying a bulging backpack, so Luo Feng will definitely get quite a bit. When the time comes, he'll use the spirits of nature to exchange for some treasures, and with the support of the dojo of limits, there won't be many people on Earth that will help us fight against him. As for killing him, with his spirit reader abilities, if he burrows into the ground, even if I become an existence surpassing the war god level, I might not be able to catch up to him. Plus, can I become an existence surpassing the war god level?" Li Yao couldn't have looked more awful. "Worldly power, personal strength. He will be completely surpassed by Luo Feng. ***********. 2 chapters completed. How much of the spirits of nature will Luo Feng get? One last hour, brothers, there's only 1 hour left for double the monthly votes. With the monthly votes, support Tomato, thanks." Hongming Headquarters City, Elite Training Camp, Jiangnan Pagoda. Early in the morning, Luo Feng was standing on the balcony facing the east. "A few days ago, I was being chased by Li Yao in the wastelands of the continent of Australia. And now I'm here by myself, waiting for the head to summon me." Luo Feng let out a smile. Luo Feng let out a smile. After Investigator Lu and Luo Feng returned last night, Investigator Lu arranged for Luo Feng to live in the training camp. All the other students in the training camp went on a life-and-death adventure, so Luo Feng was the only official student in the entire training camp. What Luo Feng needs to do now is Wait for the head to summon him and receive the huge reward. The dojo of limits had an extremely shocking harvest on the Misty Island. Investigator Liu was already very excited to receive 5%, so you can imagine just how shocking of a fortune Luo Feng received. The sun Luo Feng looked towards the east. Right now, the eastern sky was filled with fiery red clouds. Even though the sun hasn't appeared yet, the light that shone through the clouds was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. I thought I could stay here for 2 to 3 years, or even longer. Luo Feng touched the railing of the balcony and sighed. Looks like I have to leave. Evening. 2 men and women wearing black uniforms swiftly arrived outside of Jiangnam Pagoda's courtyard. Bang, 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 they knocked on the door. Who is it? Luo Feng walked out of the house and opened the door. The men and women in black uniforms outside looked to be around 30 years old. Their eyes were extremely spirited, and one of them, a slightly petite girl with short hair, smiled. Student Luo Feng, the head has summoned you. Please come with us. The man on the side looked curiously at the youth in front of him. It's rare for the head to personally summon you. Head? Luo Feng was overjoyed. So fast, he's only been back for a day and the head is summoning him already. Looks like the reward is going to be split soon. Alright, let's go. Luo Feng nodded and followed the two. Following the familiar road, they quickly arrived at the entrance of the elite training camp. A black luxurious limousine was parked there. From the looks of it, the length of the limousine should be over 6 meters. The woman in the black uniform walked up and opened the door. Student Luo Feng, please enter. Luo Feng entered the car. The interior of the car was like a space capsule, very comfortable and luxurious. The car slowly moved off. The man in the black uniform sat next to the driver's seat, while the woman in the black uniform sat next to Luo Feng. 20 minutes later. Screech. The car stopped. Student Luo Feng has arrived at headquarters, said the black uniformed lady as she laughed. When Luo Feng got off the car and saw the building in front of him, he couldn't help but to take in a deep breath. Oh my God, in front of them was a giant spaceship-like building that was 10,000 meters long. Its height was also about 100 meters. This giant spaceship building had a huge hatch that was tens of meters wide. It could accommodate people. At this moment, outside this huge spaceship, there was a large number of soldiers stationed there. It was a very tight security. This is the real headquarters of the Dojo of Limits? Luo Feng was shocked as he looked at the gigantic ship. Very few people have seen the Dojo of Limits headquarters with their own eyes, and there aren't any pictures of it on the internet. A blue light shot out from the ship, enveloping Luo Feng's body. D. Student Luo Feng, please enter. An electronic voice rang. The black uniformed lady beside Luo Feng said, Student Luo Feng, only a few upper echelons have the authority to enter the headquarters. If you enter without the authority, you'll be killed by the defense system. Student Luo Feng, hurry and enter. Luo Feng nodded and walked over. The gigantic hatch that was tens of meters wide was silver white. Why does the spaceship building feel like a real spaceship, thought Luo Feng to himself. However, a spaceship that's over 10,000 meters long. I've never heard of it. He didn't think anymore and swiftly walked through the hatch and entered the headquarters. In the hallway, a man and a woman wearing a blue robe smiled as they welcomed him. Student Luo Feng, please follow us. Almost everyone in the headquarters was wearing a blue robe. Very few people were wearing a red robe. This is the resting area. Student Luo Feng, please rest here. The head will summon you later, smiled the white girl in the blue robe as she spoke fluent Chinese. After that, she obediently left. There were already 2 people in the resting area. Greetings, Investigator Lu. Luo Feng slightly bowed. Mr. Ice Mountain, haha. Luo Feng, smiled Investigator Lu. That Royal Guard Ice Mountain glanced at Luo Feng coldly and didn't say anything. The head has already returned from the Misty Island and immediately summoned the 3 of us. It should be about the distribution of the spoils from the Misty Island, smiled Investigator Lu as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, your spoils this time aren't small in terms of spoils. Investigator Lu's share probably can't even compare to Luo Feng's. I was just lucky, I just happened to find the Misty Island, said Luo Feng. Luck is also a part of strength. Inspector Lu said with a smile. Royal Guard Ice Mountain remained silent on the side. Suddenly, Ice Mountain, the head is summoning you," a voice rang. A black man in a red robe stood outside the door. "He's starting to summon me," Luo Feng and Investigator Lu's expressions changed. "Okay," Ice Mountain stood up. He was still wearing his golden mask and followed the black man in the red robe as he left. Ice Mountain sure earned a lot this time. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to sigh as he looked at Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, your spoils this time probably won't be small either. When that time comes, the head will probably give you a chance to exchange for some treasures. You have to seize the opportunity to exchange for some treasures you need." "Exchange for treasures?" Luo Feng was stunned. "Yes." Inspector Lu nodded his head with a smile. "We have obtained a lot of essence of nature this time. Logically speaking, you should be given some. But what did he need so many vegetation spirits for? The best treasure was the one that suited him the most. You can use them to trade for rare treasures from the headmaster, which can't be bought with money." "Oh?" Luo Feng's eyes lit up. "You'll know when the time comes." Inspector Lu said with a faint smile, "It's just that I don't know. There are some true treasures that Dojo Master is probably unwilling to take out." After saying this, Inspector Lu didn't say anything else. A moment later, "Patrol Lu, the Dojo Master wants to see you." It was the black man in the red robe again. "Luo Feng, I'll be going first." Investigator Lu smiled and left with the black man in the red robe. Only Luo Feng was left in the resting lounge. Luo Feng waited quietly. 10 minutes later, the red-robed black man came to the door. "Luo Feng, the head summons you." "It's finally my turn." Luo Feng took in a deep breath and stood up. He followed the red-robed black man along the corridor and quickly arrived in front of a quiet room. The red-robed black man slightly bowed and left. "Luo Feng, come in," a cold voice rang. "Yes, head." Luo Feng has met Hong before and heard Hong's voice. The reception room was empty and pitch black, with only 2 cushions on the floor. The black-haired man sat cross-legged on the cushion and pointed at the cushion in front of him. "Sit." "Yes." Luo Feng went forward and sat on the cushion. In front of Hong, just that formless pressure alone would make people lower their heads uncontrollably and lose all thoughts of resistance. Perhaps it's because the difference in strength between ants and the dragon god is too great, so they can only lower their heads. The black-haired man's gaze towards Luo Feng had a bit of warmth in it as he said, "You did quite a bit by reporting the Misty Island to me. By reporting this, you can receive 10% of all the spirits of nature. And when you excavate, you also contributed, so you can receive 5%. In other words, in total, you can receive 15%. It really is 15%, thought Luo Feng to himself. Keep in mind that the golden masked man harvested a total of 92 spirits of nature. In addition to the 10,000-year willow heart and 2,000-year willow hearts that Luo Feng gave him, there are a total of 95 spirits of nature. And 15% is definitely an unbelievable amount of wealth for Luo Feng. 1,000-year willow hearts were considered low-grade and ordinary among them. However, a 1,000-year willow heart is more valuable than a portion of dragon blood, so you can totally imagine how much 15% is worth. So, the black-haired man waved his hand. Shishi, in the pitch-black guest room, a 3D hologram suddenly appeared. In this 3D hologram, there were actually 12 spirits of nature. "These 12 wood spirits are of varying value," the black-haired man said, his voice still as cold as ever. "However, these 12 wood spirits add up to about 15% of the total value of the 95 wood spirits. These 12 wood spirits are yours." 12? Luo Feng looked at the 3D projection. Of these 12, Luo Feng only recognized 1,000-year willow heart. He didn't even know the other 11. You can take a closer look at the value of these 12 wood spirits. As soon as the black-haired man finished speaking, a large amount of words appeared next to each spirit of nature in the 3D projection, explaining the uses of each spirit of nature. Luo Feng's vision was extremely good, so he could see everything clearly. 1,000-year black crow root was brewed into 3 kilograms of medicinal wine. Drinking 100 grams of it every day would improve one's physical fitness and make one's skin incomparably tough. 100 dew grass. No matter what kind of poison it was or what kind of injury it was, it could be chewed and consumed to recover. Every type of spirit of nature has its own unique effects. The most ridiculous of the 12 spirits of nature can actually increase a person's fitness by 6 to 10 times. The limit is the peak of the advanced level war god. Some even made Luo Feng envious. However, Luo Feng was also curious. How could the head easily know the effects and usage of each spirit of nature? Moreover, they were given all kinds of names. Head, did this 1,000-year black crow root really grow for 1,000 years? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask curiously. Dumb, the black-haired man couldn't help but to smile. I just randomly gave them names. I'm Chinese, so I just gave them names that the Chinese like. How long has it been since the Grand Nirvana period? How long have I lived? The so-called 1,000 years or 10,000 years are just exaggerations to let people know how amazing the effects of these spirits of nature are. Luo Feng nodded. Spirits of nature don't have much of an effect on you, who's already at the peak of the advanced level war god, said the black-haired man, so, I'll give you a chance. A chance to exchange the spirits of nature for the treasures you need. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. A chance to exchange for treasures? Luo Feng's eyes flashed. He received Investigator Lu's reminder before. In the pitch-black room. The black-haired man waved his hand and an even larger 3D hologram appeared beside the original 12 spirits of nature's 3D hologram. This 3D hologram was divided into instruction manual, autojet, battle uniform, weapons, spirit medicine, etc. Under each category, there were many physical holograms. All sorts of treasures dazzled one's eyes. On this exchange list, there are a total of 62 treasures that you can exchange for, said the black-haired man. Spirit medicine. Luo Feng didn't look at anything else and just stared at the spirit medicine category. With a glance, there were a lot of spirit medicines, at least 10 of them. Each of them had shocking effects. There's no elixir of life? What Luo Feng cared about the most was the elixir of life that can allow his brother to stand up. Elixir of life? The black-haired man, Hong, heard this and looked at Luo Feng with shock. He shook his head. Luo Feng, every single item on this exchange list has an astronomical price in human society. And many of them are true treasures that countries and organizations can't buy even if they want to. How can the elixir of life be on this exchange list? Luo Feng was shocked. The elixir of life isn't on this list? You need the elixir of life to help your brother stand up again? The black-haired man pointed towards the 12 spirits of nature's hologram. Didn't you see the effects of the 100-dew grass among the 12 spirits of nature you obtained? As long as you chew it and eat it, it can heal any injury. Naturally, it can help your brother stand up again. Luo Feng looked carefully. The 100-dew grass. No matter what kind of poison or injury, just chew it and eat it to heal. Okay. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Don't tell me you're going to give this 100-dew grass to your brother, said the black-haired man with shock. Yes, nodded Luo Feng. Haha. The black-haired man laughed. He hasn't laughed like this in a long time. Luo Feng, the value of this 100-dew grass is 10 times that of the elixir of life. If you use the 100-dew grass to exchange with the American government for the elixir of life, the American government would probably be willing to give you 10 portions of the elixir of life. You actually used the 100-dew grass to help your brother grow his legs and stand up again? It's such a waste of the 100-dew grass's medicinal effects. The black-haired man shook his head. The 100-dew grass was a precious herb. Good steel should be used on the edge of the blade. The 100-dew grass could not be used so casually. In a month or two, the American government will hold an auction for the water of life. You can participate in the auction then, the black-haired man instructed. Don't waste the floral essence like that. Luo Feng blinked twice. The 100-dew grass was worth 10 times the water of life? Look carefully. The black-haired man waved his hand. Beep, in the 3D virtual projection, a price immediately appeared next to the 12 projections of the floating spirits of nature. They were 2 stars, 2. 5 stars, 3 stars. Every spirit of nature had a price. The lowest was 1. 5 stars, and the highest was 5 stars. The total price was 36. 5 stars. This is... Luo Feng was stunned. This is the value of the essence of nature you obtained. The black-haired man's expression was calm. In this world, there are many treasures that can't be measured with money. No one would be stupid enough to sell some rare treasures for Chinese currency or US dollars. That's all stupid. If you want to trade, you trade with other items. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, he had never heard of any place selling most of the items on the exchange list. In other words, there's no place to buy them even if you have the money. For example, the Black God set hasn't even been sold yet. Stars are a random unit I set, said the black-haired man. Luo Feng nodded. Their value is based on my judgment. Look again. The black-haired man pointed at the holographic exchange list. Suddenly, the prices of every item on the exchange list appeared: 1 star, 1. 5 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars. The prices varied, but most of them were around 2 stars. The black-haired man had a mysterious smile on his face as he looked at Luo Feng. You have 36. 5 stars of spirits of nature. You can exchange for any item here. As long as the total price doesn't exceed 36. 5 stars, you can do it. After that, the black-haired man remained silent and let Luo Feng carefully look and think. On the exchange list, Luo Feng saw the autojet with a glance. Emperor level autojet, 2 stars universe level autojet, 15 stars prehistoric level autojet, 60 stars. That prehistoric level is actually so high. Luo Feng always thought that he was extremely rich after receiving this reward. However, when he saw the prehistoric level autojet, he couldn't help but to curse. Holy, this price is unbelievable. No wonder Hong is the only person in the dojo of limits with a prehistoric level autojet. Look at the battle armor. Luo Feng didn't look at anything else. He first carefully looked at the battle armor category. The best was the Black God set, 5 stars. This Black God set is quite expensive, thought Luo Feng to himself. However, it's still within an acceptable range. Head, I'll buy this Black God set. Luo Feng looked towards the black-haired man. The black-haired man looked towards Luo Feng and said, the Black God set is very special. Black God sets have always been rare in the entire world. Only those who enter the archaeological ruins and succeed can get a Black God set. And everyone only has one chance to enter, so even I can't get another Black God set. Because of this, Black God sets are extremely rare in the entire world. Luo Feng, our dojo of limits has a rule. Those who directly receive the Black God set must go to the archaeological ruin and get another Black God set when the time is up. And they must sell it to our dojo of limits, said the black-haired man, Hong. Luo Feng understood. Everyone only has one chance to get a Black God set. If the dojo of limits uses the Black God set as a reward, then their inventory will decrease. Naturally, they have to earn another one to replenish it. That way, they can keep it flowing. If you want to buy this Black God set, I'll give you 2 choices. First, spend 5 stars and buy the Black God set. Your duty is to enter the archaeological ruins and get a Black God set, then sell it to my dojo of limits. My dojo of limits won't lower the price. Second, you can get a Black God set for free now. In the future, when you enter the archaeological ruins and get another Black God set, you can give it to my dojo of limits for free. Luo Feng's eyes flashed as he heard this. I choose the second option. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. If he gets it for free now, he can give it back to the dojo of limits in the future. That's basically an interest-free loan. Only an idiot wouldn't choose that option. Haha, how crafty. The black-haired man let out a smile. Luo Feng, you're a genius. My dojo of limits has always been generous towards geniuses. However, you got a lot of benefits this time, so I didn't give you too much. I'll give you the second option for this Black God set, which counts as a small benefit. Luo Feng laughed. Even though he has to return it in the future to get a Black God set for free, at least he can exchange it for more treasures now. Head, I'm dazzled by all these treasures. I hope you can tell me which one I should buy, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng said. How could his vision compare to the head? The head had a deep understanding of these treasures. Haha. The black-haired man, Hong, couldn't help but to laugh out loud. He treats Luo Feng so well because of Luo Feng's talent and also because of the cloud contact vine. To Hong, the cloud contact vine is even more precious than some prehistoric level autojet. That's why Hong, who was so happy, said so much to Luo Feng. Sure, the black-haired man looked at the exchange list. In the instruction manuals, some of them can only be learned by existences surpassing the war god level. There's no point in buying them now. I advise you to buy that Spirit Reader Basics first. It's worth 3 stars. I'll buy it. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng was a bit surprised when he saw that this Spirit Reader Basics was priced at 3 stars. Why is it being sold at such a high price? Keep in mind that on this exchange list, 1 portion of dragon blood is only worth 1 star. As for the spirit medicine, you don't need to buy it right now. Your body continuously consumed the dragon blood and the 1,000-year willow heart, so there's a large amount of medicine hidden in your body. All you need to do is train and your strength will rise quickly. The black-haired man, Hong, continued, as for the other treasures, there's only one that's extremely suitable for you. As for the others, you can pick whatever you want. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Other than buying the Black God set and the Spirit Reader Basics, there's one more that's extremely suitable for him according to Hong. Which one? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. If you get it, then you're lucky. If you don't, then forget it. The black-haired man, Hong, didn't remind him anymore. Luo Feng stared dumbly at the exchange list. Who knows which one suits him? Treasures that suit him? Treasures, if Hong can't bear to part with it and doesn't want to remind him too much, then it must be very valuable. Yeah, it should be very valuable. Luo Feng looked carefully. He wasn't looking at the item, but at the price. In the entire exchange list, the most expensive item is the prehistoric level auto jet, which costs 60 stars. After that is the instruction manual, an ultimate technique that only existences surpassing the war god level can learn, Phoenix Soaring Strike, which costs 36 stars. The third most expensive item is a weapon called the Soaring Shuttle, which costs 30 stars. The fourth most expensive item is also an ultimate technique called the Lightning Flint, which costs 25 stars. According to what the head said, those ultimate techniques are useless even if I buy them now. According to the conversation between Investigator Liu and Personal Guard Iceberg, the ultimate technique also depends on each person's origin energy characteristics. I can't afford the first-ranked prehistoric level autojet then, the Soaring Shuttle? Luo Feng carefully looked at the Soaring Shuttle's introduction. The introduction was very sparse, just a simple introduction, Soaring Shuttle, a weapon suitable for spirit readers to control. It saves a lot of spiritual force. Keep in mind that in the weapons category, most of the weapons Hong provided were suitable for spirit readers because they were for Luo Feng. The introduction was very simple, so if you didn't look at the price, you wouldn't even notice the Soaring Shuttle's uniqueness. So expensive, 30 stars. Luo Feng was a bit reluctant. The 12 spirits of nature only cost 36. 5 stars, while the Soaring Shuttle costs 30 stars. Head Luo Feng clenched his teeth and looked towards the black-haired man. Hong, I want to buy the Soaring Shuttle. The black-haired man, Hong, let out a surprised expression. You actually chose it. Tell me, how did you choose it? Even the head didn't want to tell me, so it's definitely not a normal treasure, so the price must be high. So I went from high to low and looked at the price one by one. Right after Luo Feng said that, the black-haired man, Hong, couldn't help but to laugh. Looks like I was too stingy. Looks like you and this Soaring Shuttle are fated. This Soaring Shuttle's true value is far more than 30 stars. When you become an existence surpassing the war god level, its power will be even more obvious. However, right now, it's the best weapon for you. Hong had added the Soaring Shuttle to the exchange list because he had obtained the Cloud Contact Vine. Otherwise, why would he add the Soaring Shuttle to the list? And considering that Luo Feng's spirits of nature only cost 36. 5 stars, he only priced the Soaring Shuttle at 30 stars. 2 chapters finished. Tomorrow is Saturday. Hehe, everyone rest well. Tomato should rest too. Help me subscribe. This book has a direct train on the first page of Swallowing Star. Thank you, head, said Luo Feng. The head said it himself, the true value of the Soaring Shuttle is far more than 30 stars. Keep in mind that a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion is only 1 star, so you can imagine how valuable the Soaring Shuttle is. Of course, there's no comparison. Money, at a certain level, is just a number. Powerful fighters like Hong and Thunder God definitely wouldn't be willing to sell their treasures for money. These treasures can only be exchanged for other items. Use it well. I hope it can shine in your hands alright. Now that you've chosen, the soaring shuttle is 30 stars, the Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual is 3 stars, a total of 33 stars. Your spirits of nature are worth 36. 5 stars, which means that you still have 3. 5 stars to exchange for. The black-haired man, Hong, pointed at the holographic screen with the many exchangeable items. Tell me, which one do you want? Luo Feng looked carefully. Right now, he has the Black God set for defense and the soaring shuttle for weapons. As for Spirit Reader training, he has the Spirit Reader Basics, so he's not lacking much. The prehistoric level autojet is great, but sadly, it's expensive. Luo Feng sighed to himself. As long as you're a fighter, who doesn't want a flashy fighter jet? Luo Feng's gaze went past the category of fighter jets and his eyes flashed. Emperor level autojet 2 stars. This is great, it's not expensive, only 2 stars. And this Emperor level autojet has high defense and AI, which is much better than regular disc-shaped fighter jets. Even though it's only 2 stars, it's still an astronomical price. Very few war gods can afford this lowest level autojet. Its performance. Luo Feng looked carefully at the simple description beside the Emperor level autojet on the screen. Emperor level autojet, AI-controlled fighter jet. The body can defend against any Horde leader level monster's attack. Its top speed is Mach 10. 6, not bad. Luo Feng nodded to himself. Regular fighter jets don't dare to say that they can defend against any Horde leader level monster's attack. If they dare to say that, it means that the body's defense is close to an Emperor level monster's. Keep in mind that Investigator Lu's universe level autojet can defend against an Emperor level monster's attack. His is a bit weaker. However, it was still very strong. Its top speed could reach Mach 10. 6, which was more than 10,000 kilometers per hour. Most King-class monsters would not be able to catch up to this autojet. The most important thing was that this thing was intelligent. There was no need to hire a pilot. It was very convenient. I'll buy it, the Emperor-level autojet, said Luo Feng. Yes. The black-haired man glanced at it and nodded. You've already exchanged for 35 stars. What else do you want to exchange? Luo Feng looked at it and shook his head as he laughed. No need. Out of my 12 spirits of nature, the cheapest 1,000-year black crow root is only worth 1.5 stars, so I'll keep it for myself. With this, Luo Feng was left with the spirit of nature, the 1,000-year black crow root. Of course, there was also the exchange for Spirit Reader Basics, the Black God set, the Soaring Shuttle, and the Emperor-class autojet. Among them, the Black God set was free. Yes. The black-haired man, Hong, waved. His hand and the 2 3D projections disappeared. The room became dark again. Head. Luo Feng asked respectfully, I want to ask, this 1,000-year black crow root needs to be brewed into 3 kilograms of medicine and consumed 100 grams a day. I want to know. Is it okay to give this 3 kilograms of medicine to a few normal people? They aren't fighters, so shouldn't they drink less? The black-haired man, Hong, looked deeply at Luo Feng before saying, giving it to a few people isn't a problem. However, each person's strength will increase by a bit. As for normal people, they can consume 100 grams a day, no problem. Luo Feng was secretly happy after hearing this. Is there a difference in what kind of medicine is brewed? Luo Feng followed with a question. There's no difference. Even if you use water, it's fine, the black-haired man, Hong, said. The black-haired man, Hong, said, there's no need to ask any more. The 1,000-year black crow root that will be delivered to you later will come with detailed instructions. Luo Feng nodded. The entire room became silent again. The black-haired man, Hong, examined Luo Feng. Being stared at by Hong, Luo Feng felt like he had no secrets at all. That gaze seemed to be able to pierce through his soul. The black-haired man, Hong, coldly said, Luo Feng, your current strength has reached the peak of the war god level, so there's no need for you to stay in the elite training camp. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. I'll give you 2 choices. The black-haired man, Hong, didn't hesitate at all. Ever since he signed that contract with Investigator Wang, it meant one thing. From now on, Luo Feng is a member of the Dojo of Limits. His current job arrangement is obviously arranged by the higher-ups. 1. Stay in Hongning headquarters city and join the special task force, or apply to be a teacher in the training camp, or something else. 2. Go to another headquarters city and become an examiner. The black-haired man, Hong, quietly looked at Luo Feng. Make your choice. Luo Feng froze. Choose carefully, these two choices are very important to you, the black-haired man, Hong, emphasized. Stay and go to another place are the two choices of the war god of the dojo. Once you choose, it'll be very hard to change it in the future. Unless you break through and surpass the war god level and become an investigator of the dojo of limits. Only then will you have a special privilege. This is just like a job in a company. If you choose between two jobs, it'll be very hard to change it. Stay? Go to another place? Luo Feng hesitated for a bit. Once you choose, you'll have to stay in one place for a long time. I hope to return to Jiangnan headquarters city and become an examiner there, said Luo Feng respectfully. Jiangnan headquarters city? The black-haired man, Hong, nodded. The current examiner of Jiangnan headquarters city isn't a native of Jiangnan headquarters city. According to the rules of the dojo of limits, people from their hometown are given priority. Actually, the position of an examiner is an extremely powerful position. Out of all the members of the dojo of limits in a headquarters city, the examiner is the leader. Usually, only people who have the title of advanced level war god and are extremely famous have the right to become an examiner, and the position of chairman can be taken by beginner level war gods or intermediate level war gods. The lowest requirement for strength is beginner level war god. As for the position of head, the lowest requirement for strength is advanced level warlord. From the strength requirement, one can see the difference between the three positions. For example, in Jiangnan headquarters city, the chairman and three heads of the dojo of limits are all big shots on the surface. And an examiner controls the armed forces. He truly holds the power to supervise. He can even directly dismiss a head. And appoint a new head. Or ask the headquarters to dismiss the chairman. Of course, an examiner doesn't have the right to dismiss the chairman. And an examiner's position is directly appointed by the highest authority. A single examiner doesn't have the right to dismiss an examiner. Only after the round table conference votes can they do so. To a certain extent, this also shows how powerful an examiner is. He's already the ruler of a region. To become an examiner, your title must at least be advanced level war god, said the black-haired man, Hong. What you need to do now is to obtain the title of advanced level war god. Yes, said Luo Feng. In terms of battle achievements, he's still only a beginner level warlord. Of course, his actual strength is already invincible war god. When you obtain the title of advanced level war god, you'll automatically become an examiner, said the black-haired man, Hong. I hope that you can go to Jiangnan headquarters city and work there. Yes, replied Luo Feng. The dojo of limits world headquarters, the entrance to the mysterious gigantic spaceship. Luo Feng walked out with a white man in a red robe. Mr. Luo Feng, smiled the white man in a red robe, look over there, that auto jet is yours. Oh? Luo Feng turned his head to look, only to see a dark blue triangular fighter jet parked on the empty space beside him. The entire fighter jet's body was curvaceous and beautiful, almost like a work of art. The total length of the body was around 20 meters and the width was around 10 meters. The entire body gave off a rather sturdy feeling. This autojet is mine. Luo Feng couldn't help but to feel proud. Which man in this era doesn't want a fighter jet that belongs to them? However, fighter jets are extremely expensive. Even among the war gods, only a few have bought one. Mr. Luo Feng, since you've never used this autojet before, there will be a system confirmation process, smiled the white man in a red robe. Please follow me. They arrived beside the fighter jet. A dreamy blue light shone down and enveloped Luo Feng. Suddenly, the hatch swiftly opened with a walla sound. Mr. Luo Feng, only you can go in right now. I can't go in. The white man in a red robe couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. After you enter, the system confirmation will be done by the AI system. Mr. Luo Feng just needs to stay in the cabin. Mr. Luo Feng, you'll understand everything in a bit. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately entered the cabin. The seats in the cabin were extremely comfortable and luxurious. Sitting in a cabin like this was a form of enjoyment. Voila, the hatch closed. At the same time, many parts of the autojet lit up, making it seem very dreamy. At the same time, an electronic voice rang. "Hello, Master. I will immediately demonstrate how to control this Emperor-level autojet." After saying that, a hologram appeared in front of the cabin. In the virtual projection, a series of easy-to-understand pictures and texts began to appear. It explained how to control the entire fighter jet in detail. Beep. A red light shot towards the tactical communications watch on Luo Feng's left wrist. It connected to the tactical communications watch and began to install the autojet remote control system in the tactical communications watch. After a while, "That's quite simple. Everything is AI, I don't need to worry at all." Luo Feng let out a smile. "I'll give you a name now. You'll be called Number 1 Inch." Luo Feng randomly gave it a name. "Yes, Master." The electronic voice rang. At the same time, a silver-locked case came out from the bottom of the cabin. After it completely came out, the hole at the bottom closed and the electronic voice continued. "This is the case the dojo of limits left for Master." Luo Feng's eyes flashed as he heard this. This should be the case that stored the Black God set, soaring shuttle, etc. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. Luo Feng swiped his finger across the locked box. The box automatically opened. On the top of the box was a manual. Luo Feng opened it and couldn't help but to laugh. The description is quite detailed. The Black God set, soaring shuttle, instruction manual, spirit of nature, all of them have detailed descriptions. There are only 3 items here. There's no instruction manual for the Spirit Reader Basics. Luo Feng lowered his head and started flipping through the items in the box. Indeed, there were only 3 packaged items in the box: Soaring Shuttle, Black God Set, and Spirit of Nature. As for the Spirit Reader Basics instruction manual, there was none. How come there's no instruction manual? Luo Feng carefully read the manual. The manual explained that the Spirit Reader Basics instruction manual is extremely secretive, so it won't appear as a physical instruction manual. There's only one way to learn it: enter the virtual space and read the instruction manual in the virtual space. Holy, entering the virtual space to read an instruction manual that belongs to you is way too cautious. It must be very important, or else the head wouldn't do this, thought Luo Feng. After that, he yelled towards the air. Hongning Headquarter City map. After Luo Feng spoke, a hologram appeared in front of him. A detailed map of Hongning Headquarter City appeared. The map could be adjusted to Luo Feng's will, so he quickly found a place on the map. Other than using the map to confirm the destination, you can also dictate it. As long as the AI system can confirm the location. Destination: Elite Training Camp. Luo Feng tapped with his finger. The dark blue triangular fighter jet swiftly rose into the air and attracted the attention of quite a few people in the dojo of Limits headquarters. Quite a few people were envious. However, they couldn't tell that it was an autojet just from its appearance. Even many people on Earth didn't know about the existence of autojets. The difference in price between an autojet and a regular fighter jet is extremely shocking. The sky was already dark, and the elite training camp was very quiet. There were only a few War God teachers in the entire training camp. Now that the students were all going on a life-or-death adventure, many of the War God teachers had left the training camp. Some had gone home, and some had gone sightseeing. Only a few remained here. The students' life and death adventure month is also the War God teachers' vacation time. Silence. A dark blue triangular fighter jet descended like a ghost. As it descended, the hatch opened and Luo Feng dashed out like lightning while carrying the silver box. As for the triangular fighter, it slowly landed and then closed the hatch, motionless. Hey, why is there a fighter jet here? I don't know. Where did it come from? The 2 staff members of the training camp looked at the triangular fighter in astonishment. To be able to enter the training camp, they must have special privileges. They're probably an advanced level War God, or even an existence surpassing the War God level. The 2 staff members couldn't help but stare at the fighter jet for a long time. Even the family members of the Ares teachers who stayed behind in the training camp noticed the fighter jet. But no one knew who it was. Since the fighter jet landed too suddenly and Luo Feng escaped too quickly, only the patrolling guards at the entrance barely saw a shadow fly out of the fighter jet. In the study on the 2nd floor of Jiangnan Pavilion, the silver box was already opened. Inside, there was only the packaged black god set and the soaring shuttle. As for the spirit of nature, Luo Feng placed it in the autojet. Since he'll be returning to Jiangnan headquarters city soon, the spirit of nature was extremely safe in the autojet. The black god set is quite simple to use. Luo Feng looked at the instruction manual. As long as a person wears the black god set, it will automatically seep into their skin and absorb their blood. After absorbing some blood, the black god set will mutate, causing the entire black god set to become extremely compatible with the person's body, just like the person's skin. Moreover, it completely follows the person's will. This was a pure white plastic box. It was only 20 centimeters long and wide, and the black god set was stored inside. Rip. Luo Feng tore open the plastic box. Inside the box, there was a seemingly thick black glove. If I didn't read the instruction manual, I wouldn't be able to imagine that this thing is a black god set. Luo Feng let out a smile. Actually, the black god set has different shapes. It can appear as a glove, a vest, a hat, a pair of pants, or even a ring. No matter what, there's no difference, because once you wear it, you can change it as you wish. Black god set. Luo Feng picked up the black glove and took a deep breath. After that, he put on the black glove on his left hand. Luo Feng silently waited. At first, he didn't feel anything at all. After around 30 seconds, his left thumb felt like it was being pricked by a needle. The entire black glove was like boiling water as black droplets of water trembled. At the same time, waves of pain came from Luo Feng's 5 fingers, palm, and back of his hand. Luckily, the pain wasn't too strong. One could see with the naked eye strands of red flowing into the black droplets. Countless black droplets wrapped around Luo Feng's left hand. After the strands of red entered the black droplets seemed to undergo some sort of change. The entire process lasted for around 15 minutes before everything stopped. How mysterious! Luo Feng felt that his left hand could almost feel the wind blowing past him. Yes, this black glove was like the skin of his body, it was a part of his body. Change. Luo Feng silently stared at the black glove. Suddenly, a black light swiftly spread and continuously covered Luo Feng's entire left arm. At the same time, a portion of the black light left his body and directly spread to his right arm. At the same time, it spread to his legs, neck, and face. This is too mysterious. Luo Feng walked to the mirror beside him and looked at himself in the mirror. Under the clothes, his entire body was covered with a layer of black skin. Even his face became black, only revealing his eyes, nose, and mouth. Throwing knife. Luo Feng grabbed an SS-grade throwing knife beside him and slashed at his arm. However, as if he was slashing at an incomparably tough leather, not even a mark was left behind. Change. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Suddenly, a black cape appeared on his body, and then a black suit appeared on his body. A black hat appeared on his head, then a helmet, and even a black tie appeared. Night time. Around 300 kilometers away from Hongning headquarters city, in the wilderness. The night wind blew and a black flowing light pierced through the air. How satisfying! Luo Feng was currently in midair. Under his feet was a shuttle-shaped object that was completely silver gray. This object was in the shape of a strip, with 2 sharp ends and a bit thicker in the middle. Its length was 81 centimeters, its 2 ends were incomparably sharp, and its middle was the widest, with a width of 27 centimeters. Its entire body was rather thin, and its entire body was covered in extremely dense markings. As he flew, the horrifying wind that was formed followed the dense markings and formed waves of air. Countless markings formed large amounts of air waves, which strangely formed one body. They followed Luo Feng's body and formed a visible, streamlined air barrier. This was a barrier completely formed by the air waves. When flying, the faster you go, the greater the air resistance. However, when Luo Feng stood on this soaring shuttle, the air waves that were created actually formed a perfect streamlined air barrier, causing the air resistance to decrease to an astonishing level. Whoosh! Luo Feng was like a black bolt of lightning as he flew freely in the wilderness. This soaring shuttle sure is a great treasure. Luo Feng was extremely excited. When I stand on the soaring shuttle, my speed is more than twice as fast as before. Luo Feng specially stood on the shield and flew the same distance on the soaring shuttle. He flew for 2 minutes and 32 seconds on the shield, while he only flew for 1 minute and 12 seconds on the soaring shuttle. After that, Luo Feng found a specific area that was around 10 kilometers long to test his speed. According to my test just now, my maximum speed on the ground is around 720 m/s. Without using spiritual force, I can run at a speed of 561 meters per second with the strength of my legs, and when I fly on the shield, I can run at a speed of around 618 m/s. Spirit readers or existences surpassing the war god level usually run faster than fly. When running on the ground, he could still use his telekinesis to assist him, and he could also use the strength of his legs. Existences surpassing the war god level rely on special methods to fly in the air. On the ground, they can rely on special methods and their legs. When I stand on the soaring shuttle, my speed can reach an astonishing 1,300 m/s. Tonight, Luo Feng's first goal in the wilderness was to hunt a high-level horde leader-level monster. He killed a golden ape before, so now he only needs to kill one more high-level horde leader-level monster. Then, with the materials from 2 high-level horde leader-level monsters, he can obtain the title of Advanced War God. And his second goal was to come to the wilderness and properly test out the power of the soaring shuttle. He's already tested out the soaring shuttle's first advantage, speed. Even some existences surpassing the war god level can't compare to me when I stand on the shield and fly in midair. For example, Representative Far Luo Feng was in high spirits, and now that I'm standing on the soaring shuttle, my speed in midair has reached an astonishing 1,300 meters per second. You have to know that every bit of increase in speed is extremely difficult. With his legs, his speed is 561 meters per second. With his spiritual force standing on the shield, his speed is 618 meters per second. And with the two combined, his speed is only 720 meters per second. Clearly, the higher you go, the more air resistance you have to overcome. And Luo Feng's speed instantly reached 1,300 meters per second. Even existences surpassing the war god level can only reach this speed on land. If they fly, don't even mention 1,300 meters per second, even surpassing 1,000 meters per second. Both are difficult. 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 Thankfully, Hong isn't a spirit reader. Plus, he got the cloud contact vine. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have given this treasure to Luo Feng. Let's test out its attack methods. Luo Feng immediately descended and landed on the ground. The soaring shuttle floated in front of him. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, 6 blades detached from the soaring shuttle. Each blade was curved and extremely thin. According to the instructions, each blade is quite powerful and extremely suitable for a spirit reader. Oh yeah. The instructions also said that the soaring shuttle can be completely disassembled. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat and he tested it out. Immediately. The soaring shuttle instantly disappeared. There were many thin and small blades floating in the air. A total of 365 blades. The entire soaring shuttle is made of these 365 blades made with special materials and special methods. P.S. 2 chapters completed, recommending Dong Shui Wanqing's new book, Fairy Story, book number 1706973, Introduction. Both cultivation and love can go hand in hand. This is a new book by a female god. Haha, if you're interested, and sisters, then go read it. On the morning of the second day, the bustling streets of Hongning headquarter city were filled with cars. The interior of a 6-wheeled Hummer was extremely spacious. Other than the driver's seat in the front, the back was like a lounge. There was a soft sofa and a fridge in the car. However, a gigantic backpack took up most of the space in this lounge. Luo Feng sat on the sofa by himself. After spending an entire night in the wilderness, Luo Feng became a bit familiar with the soaring shuttle. At the same time, he found a high-level horde leader-level monster and killed it, maybe. For a regular advanced level war god, it's extremely difficult to kill a high-level horde leader. This is because the high-level horde leader runs too quickly and there are countless monsters following it. However, Luo Feng's soaring shuttle far surpasses the speed of the horde leader. The horde leader had nowhere to run and was killed by Luo Feng. The monster materials are all prepared. I'll first get the title of Advanced Level War God. Luo Feng looked at the tactical communications watch on his wrist. Hello. Luo Feng made a call. Hello, sir. This is the Limit skyscraper. Would you like to make a reservation? A gentle voice rang. It was first in Chinese, then in English. Luo Feng directly said, I'm looking for one of your managers. I want to sell monster materials. Most of our business is handled by the manager, explained the receptionist. The total price of this business is over 10 billion Chinese dollars. After Luo Feng said this, the person on the other side froze for a bit and then said, Sir, when will you arrive? In 15 minutes, answered Luo Feng. I still don't know your name, sir, the receptionist asked for the record. Luo Feng, I've made a reservation for you, Mr. Luo Feng, to meet with manager Zhang in 15 minutes. The receptionist's attitude became much better. Keep in mind that this is the dojo of limits, not the HR Alliance, to be able to sell monster materials for over 10 billion Chinese dollars. The HR Alliance's prices are usually higher, while the dojo of limits prices are much lower. However, there are contribution points. In the dojo of limits, only high-level horde leaders can sell monster materials for over 10 billion Chinese dollars. Is a normal person able to sell monster materials of this level? The Limit building was an 88-story skyscraper. It was a landmark building in Hongning Bay City. Hongning Headquarters City was the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits. There were a lot of fighters in the Dojo of Limits, so the daily flow of people in the Limit skyscraper was naturally very large. The majority of people were drinking and chatting in the lobby bar on the first floor. Mr. Luo Feng, two women in suits greeted them at the door. Let's go. Luo Feng wore a black battle uniform and carried a 2m tall backpack with one hand. Under the guidance of two female attendants, they walked through the lobby and entered the elevator. Wow, the backpacks are at least 2 meters tall. Just how many monster materials do you have? Different languages from all over the world rang out. A martial artist's backpack was indeed made up of layers. If all of them were unlocked, it could reach a very large capacity. But very few people stored so many materials. In the elevator. Backpack? Luo Feng grabbed the black backpack with one hand and couldn't help but to smile. Actually, this was not the backpack that he had bought before, but the backpack that the Black God said had extended into. For example, Phantom Demon Catalan had the Black God set, so he was too lazy to use his backpack or combat uniform. Ding! The elevator door opened. 32nd floor. Under the guidance of the female attendant, they entered a spacious living room. In the living room sat a woman who seemed to be around 40 years old. Hello, Mr. Luo Feng, my last name is Zhang, smiled the woman named Zhang. Voila! Luo Feng directly opened the backpack's lock and poured all of the monster materials in the backpack into the pond on the side. This scene caused the woman named Zhang to be a bit surprised. However, when she saw the materials that were poured out, she couldn't help but to take in a breath of cold air. This was because there were 3 extremely obvious sharp spikes. The spikes had blood-colored spots on them. Komodo T-Rex, the woman named Zhang couldn't help but to yell out. You can leave first. The woman named Zhang waved her hand towards the female attendant beside her. This female attendant works here, so she knows quite a bit about the different types of monsters. After hearing Komodo T-Rex, she looked towards Luo Feng in shock. Yes, supervisor. The waitress hastily responded and left. Komodo T-Rex's spikes? From the color and size, it's a high-level horde leader. The woman named Zhang couldn't believe it. Komodo T-Rex is one of the most terrifying high-level horde leader monsters. Most people on Earth call it a Tyrannosaurus. However, many people have deduced this from the clues left behind by the Komodo subordinates. Komodo T-Rex should be the most terrifying of all the variants of the Komodo monitor lizard that mutated before the Grand Nirvana period. And those 3 spikes are the most precious spikes on the Komodo T-Rex's back. Any monster that has the word dragon attached to it isn't easy to mess with. Even most advanced level war gods can't kill a high-level horde leader, Komodo T-Rex. Take care of all of the materials here. Luo Feng frowned. I still have things to do. Alright, Mr. Luo Feng, said the woman named Zhang. Soon enough, the woman named Zhang used a machine to examine the materials. The results of the examination shocked the woman named Zhang. She didn't think that the two high-level horde leader monsters here, one of which is a Komodo T-Rex and the other is a golden ape, were both extremely terrifying high-level horde leader monsters. Help me evaluate my battle record and reconfirm my title, reminded Luo Feng. I killed these two high-level horde leader monsters with my own hands. To become an advanced level war god, you have to hand over the most important materials of these two high-level horde leader monsters, and you have to kill them with your own hands. No war god would lie about this, because there's no point in lying. There's no benefit in purposely creating a powerful title. You can't do it without enough strength. For example, the position of examiner. Only those whose strength is recognized by the highest level of the headquarters can get this position. You can't get the position of examiner just because of a title. Alright, the woman named Zhang nodded. However, she was extremely shocked. That's insane. Even if it's just to get the title of advanced level war god, a weak high-level horde leader monster would be enough. But a Komodo T-Rex and a golden ape, the woman named Zhang was extremely shocked. Mr. Luo Feng, the woman surnamed Zhang, said respectfully, the price of the diamond ape is 8 billion Chinese dollars and 4 million contribution points. And the Komodo T-Rex's price is 12 billion Chinese dollars and 6 million contribution points. Mr. Luo Feng, you can receive a total of 20 billion Chinese dollars and 10 million contribution points. Luo Feng nodded. Actually, selling it to the Dojo of Limits would be a loss in terms of price. For example, the diamond ape could be sold for 12 billion if sold to the HR Alliance. The Komodo Tyrannosaurus was similar to the steel-armored dragon, so it could be sold for 18 billion. In other words, if sold to the HR Alliance, it could be sold for 30 billion. But on this side, there was only 20 billion. Of course, with the addition of 10 million contribution points, Luo Feng immediately reached a 4-star contribution level. Now that I've become an examiner, my status is high, so my contribution points can't be too low. If it's a 4-star contribution point, that's still acceptable, thought Luo Feng. As for 10 billion? Maybe to other advanced level war gods, earning money is a bit hard. Even when Luo Feng was in the continent of Australia, he only succeeded in killing the golden ape after a lot of hard work. He failed many times to kill other horde leader level monsters. At that time, he was almost an advanced level war god spirit reader. Even an invincible war god, if he didn't have the soaring shuttle, Luo Feng's success rate would be lower. And now, invincible war god. With the soaring shuttle, killing high-level horde leaders is really easy. However, the instruction manual also has a reminder from the head. Luo Feng still remembered the instruction manual in the box containing the soaring shuttle, the black god set, and the spirits of nature. Do not kill multiple high-level horde leaders in the same area, or else you'll easily attract the pursuit of the emperor-level monsters in this area. Mr. Luo Feng, 20 billion Chinese dollars has been transferred to your fighter account, and your contribution points have risen to a 4-star. The girl named Zhang sat in front of her laptop and typed on the wireless keyboard. After that, she smiled towards Luo Feng. When you become a war god, you usually join the Palace of War Gods and receive a consciousness sensor. However, the Palace of War Gods will send someone to test Mr. Luo Feng's strength. Luo Feng glanced at the screen. On the screen was Luo Feng's information. In the level column, it was War God, Advanced. There was also a pop-up box below, which had some words, Palace of War Gods application, examination in progress. In just a few seconds, the girl named Zhang even laughed. Mr. Luo Feng, someone from the Palace of War Gods will come today. They'll be here soon. Beep. An ear-piercing sound rang. Luo Feng and the girl named Zhang both looked over. On the screen of the laptop, another pop-up box appeared, Palace of War Gods exam passed. No one came to test him? How did he pass? The girl named Zhang was shocked. She's been in charge for so long, but this is the first time she's encountered something like this. However, she's heard before that some powerful fighters are recognized by the Palace of War Gods Committee and are exempted from the exam. However, these things are very rare. Recognized by the committee, what does that mean? Every representative of the Palace of War Gods' highest committee is in existence surpassing the War God level. Mr. Luo Feng, someone will deliver the items to the skyscraper in a bit, smiled the girl named Zhang. Okay, Luo Feng wasn't in a rush. After a while, the door to the guest room automatically opened, and 3 men wearing uniforms walked in. One of them, a bald Chinese man, carried a metal box and respectfully said to Luo Feng, "War God Luo Feng, welcome to the Palace of War Gods. You will receive a consciousness sensor helmet for free. With this consciousness sensor helmet, you can directly enter the virtual space from anywhere on Earth with this helmet on consciousness sensor helmet." Of course Luo Feng was familiar with it. He used it in the training camp. Everyone who becomes a war god has a helmet. Becoming a member of the Palace of War Gods gives you many special rights. Of course, with special rights comes special responsibilities. The bald leader handed over the metal box. When War God Luo Feng uses the consciousness sensor to enter the virtual space, you'll know the many special things about the Palace of War Gods. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled as he received it. His finger slid across the lock. Beep. The metal box directly opened and revealed the dark blue helmet inside. How familiar, thought Luo Feng to himself. Goodbye everyone. Luo Feng slightly smiled. He put the metal box into the black backpack on his left hand and directly walked out. As he walked out, he said quietly to his tactical communications watch, "Number 1, come pick me up at the Limit skyscraper, time to go home." Jiangnan Bay City. Luo Feng walked towards the elevator. At the same time, the dark blue fighter jet also left the training camp and came to the Limit skyscraper to pick up Luo Feng. P.S. Chapter 1. In midair above the extreme building, a dark blue fighter jet was slowly descending. This shocked many martial artists who were entering and exiting the building. Whoosh, on the ground, Luo Feng rushed into the sky and swiftly leapt up, as relaxed as a flying bird. With one leap, he reached a height of 80 to 90 meters. Of course, with the help of his spiritual force, Luo Feng, who jumped 80 to 90 meters high in one jump, directly jumped into the automatic hatch of the fighter jet under the flabbergasted gazes of the fighters of the Limit skyscraper. Voila! The hatch closed. Luo Feng sat comfortably in the cabin. The lights from the various parts of the cabin made the entire cabin seem dreamy. "Number 1, go home," said Luo Feng. Luo Feng already told the AI system that his home was one of the 8 great cities in China's Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City's Mingyue sector. 3D virtual view, activate, said Luo Feng. Immediately, a 3D projection appeared in front of Luo Feng. It was the sky of the outside world. Through the 3D projection, Luo Feng could see the scenery outside at any time and see if there were any flying monsters. Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City, Mingyue district. Early in the morning, Mingyue district was already very lively. Many people had gathered around the entrance of the Limit Hall. "Lao Luo, is your son really coming back today? Didn't old Luo's son go to the headquarters of the martial arts club and say that he will only be back during the new year? Why would I lie to you? My son called me earlier and said that he would be home in about half an hour." Luo Hongwa chuckled. The current Luo Hongwa's face was glowing, and his temperament was much better than before. In the past, he had always lowered his head in front of others because of his hard work. Now, he was much more confident and carefree than before. "That can't be right, Luo Feng should be on a life-and-death adventure right now," said Wu Tong on the side. "Could there be a mistake?" "No, my son never lies," Luo Hongwa said proudly. Gong Xianlan was also chatting with a group of women on the side. In Mingyue district, no matter which family's martial artist came back, there would usually be a lot of people welcoming them. Because, the path of a martial artist was a dangerous path where one's head hung on the waistband. One day, one might lose their life. For example, if Luo Feng was careless in the continent of Australia, he could have been killed by Li Yao's laser cannon. So, every time a martial artist came back, everyone in the community would be very happy. Luo Feng's return, Luo Feng's parents told some of their close friends and brothers. "Something's wrong." Wu Tong was puzzled. He was the chief instructor here and knew quite a bit about the extreme training camp. He knew that August was the life and death adventure month. Logically speaking, the students would not go home. There were only 2 possibilities. 1, the student had been expelled. Secondly, the students graduated early. But Luo Feng was only gone for half a year. Why did he return? "Hello." Luo Hongwa picked up the phone and showed a hint of joy. "I'll be there soon." 5 minutes? Good, good, my family is waiting here. There are also many uncles and aunties in this district. Luo Feng, he didn't even say anything before returning. A woman laughed. My old Chen often talks about Luo Feng. If we knew that Luo Feng was coming back earlier, my old Chen and brother Zhang wouldn't have gone to class today. Chen Gu and Zhang Ku in the sector are brothers who have been through life and death with Luo Feng. They had gone through life and death together. Look at the car outside, it should be here soon. Gong Xian Lan smiled. This Luo Feng will be here soon. He'll probably take a plane to the main sector tonight. The group of people discussed. Everyone thought that Luo Feng took a plane to the main sector, then took a train to Yangzhou. Finally, he took a car. Home, suddenly, everyone look, what's that in the sky? Quite a few people in the sector who were waiting for Luo Feng were shocked as they looked towards the sky. A dark blue light pierced through the sky and stopped in the sky above Mingyue sector. Because of the high altitude, the naked eye could only see a tiny dot. However, one could vaguely make out that it was a triangular dark blue fighter jet. Descend, the dark blue triangular fighter jet slowly descended. As it descended, its size naturally became larger and clearer to the naked eye. Why did this fighter jet come to our area? I saw one in the main sector last time. It was shaped like a flying saucer. This one is really weird. Mingyue sector's fighters and their families were all discussing. On the side, the head of the highest position, Wu Tong, looked carefully and his face changed. It's a fighter jet from headquarters. Whoosh, the dark blue triangular fighter jet slowly landed on a grass patch deep within the sector. With a length of over 20 meters, one could only feel the beauty of this fighter jet from a close distance. That curve, that color. It's definitely not something a flying saucer-type fighter jet can compare to. Voila! The hatch opened. A youth wearing casual clothes and jeans walked out of the hatch while carrying a large backpack. Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng, it really is him. Suddenly, the families of the fighters that were staring at this mysterious fighter jet immediately rushed over. Luo Feng saw his parents in the crowd and couldn't help but to smile as he walked over. The group of people passionately greeted him. Dad Luo Feng walked over. Feng. Luo Hongwa held Luo Feng's hand and looked towards the fighter jet that was parked on the side. Hurry, they sent you all the way here in a private jet. Why haven't you asked them to come down and properly thank them? Head Wu Tong also smiled as he walked over and lowered his voice. Luo Feng, they worked so hard to send you here, don't just come out by yourself. Hurry up and ask them to come out and sit. Even if they don't sit, you should at least thank them. From Wu Tong's point of view, someone who can use the dojo headquarters fighter jet isn't a normal person. Thank them? Luo Feng froze. How? Tell Uncle Wu and his parents that there's no one here. Many people on Earth don't know about the existence of autojets. This is the fighter jet I bought, said Luo Feng. Bought? The surrounding people were shocked. Luo Feng's parents, and his brother Luo Hua were all shocked. Buying a fighter jet in this day and age is more than 100 times harder than before the Grand Nirvana period. Keep in mind that many rich people can't even bear to ride on a large passenger jet. One can imagine how many people can afford to buy a fighter jet. Only a few war gods can do it, and almost all of them are regular flying saucer-type fighter jets. Uncle Wu, I'll treat you guys to a drink later, Luo Feng smiled as he greeted the surrounding people. After that, he returned to his home with his parents and brother. The news of him becoming an examiner will soon spread. Since that's the case, it's fine to say that he bought the fighter jet. The fighters' families in the Mingyue sector, including Wu Tong, were all shocked for a while. Holy shit, a little guy like Luo Feng bought a fighter jet? And it doesn't even look like a common saucer-type fighter jet? Everyone was stunned by this news for a while. That's not right. The fighter jet is parked here, so why isn't the pilot coming out? After a while, someone finally reacted. At this time, Luo Feng had already returned home. Jiangnan Headquarters City Sector, Dojo of the Limits Headquarters. Chairman Zhou Xingyong was in a room, sitting on the sofa with a cup of tea in front of him. Examiner Zhou Xingyong held his phone and laughed. I've caused you a lot of trouble these few years you've been in Jiangnan Headquarters City. Thank you Examiner Lu for your help these few years. After you leave, our dojo of limits will probably be suppressed by the Thunder Dojo in Jiangnan headquarters city. You're talking about the new examiner? Zhou Xingyong laughed bitterly. How would I know how strong the new examiner is? I wonder if he can catch up to the one from the Thunder Dojo. The notice hasn't arrived yet, but it'll probably arrive soon. Zhou Xingyong laughed. I'll be in my office. Once the notice arrives from headquarters, I'll know immediately. Alright, when I go to headquarters in the future, I'll definitely meet up with Examiner Lu. After that, Zhou Xingyong hung up. Just yesterday, he already knew that Examiner Lu was transferred back to the world headquarters. However, the notice regarding the new examiner still hasn't arrived. And just now, which is this morning, Examiner Lu received the official notice. And Examiner Lu himself left on a commercial plane last night. Examiner Lu left. I wonder who the new examiner is, thought Zhou Xingyong to himself. Bang! 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 The sound of knocking rang out. Come in, said Zhou Xingyong. The door opened and 3 people walked in. It's Jiangnan headquarters city's 3 managers of the Dojo of Limits, Zhu Guitao and the other 2. Chairman, we just saw the notice that Examiner Lu was officially transferred out. Who is the new examiner? The shortest of the 3 managers, a skinny man wearing a white shirt, frowned. I don't know either, the notice hasn't arrived yet. Zhou Xingyong shook his head. With Examiner Lu here, we've been living quite comfortably. Examiner Lu doesn't care about our business at all and only focuses on training. Everyone gets along well. And Examiner Lu's strength is also very strong. If we meet any problems, he can easily solve them. The government also gives him face. This new examiner. Will the new examiner be like the Iron Mask Baoxing from back then? Zhu Guitao couldn't help but ask. Iron Mask Baoxing was the nickname that the manager and chairman gave to the examiner at that time. When Iron Mask Baoxing was in office, he fired 6 managers and even impeached a chairman. This made people tremble in fear. I don't know. Zhou Xingyong shook his head. The other 3 managers were also nervous. Since, in terms of authority, examiners are in charge and have the power to supervise. They don't even need approval from above and can directly fire managers and those below them. If they really fight, they can even get rid of the chairman. Beep. Zhou Xingyong walked towards the laptop on the side. Notice, yelled Zhou Xingyong. Zhou Xingyong shouted. The other 3 supervisors also ran over and looked at the laptop screen anxiously. With a tap, they opened the notice. Luo Feng? Your hometown is Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou city? His strength rating is Invincible War God? The chairman and the 3 managers exchanged glances. It's the little guy we sent to the elite training camp? Zhou Xingyong couldn't help but to ask, still in disbelief. Invincible War God? P.S. 2 chapters completed. Today's first chapter was late, so I'll add 1 more chapter. Tomorrow, 3 chapters. How is that possible? The 3 chiefs on the side couldn't believe it either. Look at his information, yelled the skinny man. The 4 heads of the Dojo of Limits all stared at it. His identification number is 4261232038060832211, said the tall and sturdy chief. His date of birth is June 8, 2038. A tall and sturdy supervisor said, his date of birth is June 8, 2038, which means that he's only 19 years old this year. A 19-year-old examiner, 19 years old? Chairman Zhou Xingyong, Zhu Guitao, and the other 2 chiefs exchanged glances and immediately went silent. If they were still suspicious of whether it was a senior with the same name when they saw Luo Feng and Jiangnan headquarters city's Yangzhou city, they were completely sure when they saw the identification number. Since everyone has their own identification number, the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters definitely went through a lot of procedures to make this appointment, so there's no way they got the wrong person. It really is Luo Feng, it really is him, the chairman and the 3 chiefs all had different feelings. Zhu Guitao, on the other hand, had a bit of happiness in his heart. When he first discovered Luo Feng's talent, Zhu Guitao helped Luo Feng. He was just randomly casting his net, but who would have thought that in just a year, Luo Feng would become his boss? He's only 19 years old, how did he become a war god, and an invincible war god at that? The skinny man was confused. Yusen laughed. Zhu Guitao, don't think about it, this notice is definitely correct. This is troublesome, frowned the tall and sturdy man. The new examiner is only 19 years old. If he's not that old, then he probably isn't a mature person. Young people have a big temper. Maybe one of us will accidentally offend him and he'll dismiss one of us out of anger. The temper of young people is indeed much bigger than some of the old guys. Okay, the others, including Zhu Getao, all nodded. Don't worry too much, laughed Zhou Xingyong, young people with big tempers aren't good for us. However, this young man is a lot more immature when it comes to dealing with people. If we coax him a bit, he'll be happier. And those old guys are all sly, so it's hard to coax them, the other three chiefs nodded. So everyone pay more attention. This Luo Feng is a Jiangnan local. Zhou Xingyang's expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, according to the rules, for this appointment, the locals are given priority. And this Luo Feng is now an invincible war god and a local. After becoming an examiner, he'll always be in this position. The three supervisors also understood that even if there was a new inspector from the headquarters, they would definitely not be assigned to Jiangnan City. Because Jiangnan headquarters city's Luo Feng is a local and an invincible war god. Who has the right to steal his position? This Luo Feng, if he doesn't break through, he'll probably stay in this position for a few decades. And once he breaks through, he will become an existence surpassing the war god level, investigator. His status is even higher, and he can even dismiss me, the president, with a single word. We have to coax him even more. Zhou Xingyong said solemnly. No matter if Luo Feng breaks through or not, he'll always be above them. And Luo Feng is a local, so he probably lives in Jiangnan headquarters city. Living under Luo Feng's nose, the four of them obviously had to treat Luo Feng well. Don't worry, President. We understand. No one's an idiot, said the three supervisors. Very good, Zhou Xingyong nodded. I'll call Yangzhou City's Mingyue sector and ask. Hello. Zhou Xingyong took out his cell phone and made a call. Wu Tong, your sector's Luo Feng. What? Zhou Xingyang's expression changed as he listened to Wu Tong's description. Zhu Getao, Yu Sen, and the others also listened carefully and barely heard the words fighter jet and Luo Feng. After a while, they hung up. What happened, President? The three of them looked at Zhou Xingyong. Chairman Zhou Xingyong let out a smile. Luo Feng just arrived in Mingyue sector on a triangular fighter jet. And that Luo Feng even said that fighter jet was bought by him. He bought it. He just got appointed, how could he afford it? The burly man couldn't help but to say. Don't worry about how he bought it. Zhou Xingyang's face sank and yelled, Old Wang, you have to remember, from now on, Luo Feng is the examiner, the person with the highest authority in Jiangnan headquarters city. So watch your words. Don't say he. If you make him unhappy, you'll lose your position. The burly man was startled. He immediately chuckled and said, President, I didn't manage to convert either. We haven't figured out this Luo Feng's temper yet, so watch out. Zhou Xingyong yelled, everyone get ready. In 20 minutes, we'll take a fighter jet to Yangzhou City to see the examiner. Yes, the three supervisors responded. Yangzhou City's Mingyue sector, Luo Feng's home. Luo Feng's family was happily eating breakfast at the dining table. However, the originally lively scene changed because of one sentence from his brother Luo Hua. Bro, you said you won't be leaving this time? Why? Asked Luo Hua. I was appointed by the World Headquarters to be the examiner of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits headquarters. Luo Feng's one sentence silenced his father, mother, and brother. Father Luo Honghua couldn't help but to ask, Feng, examiner sounds like a high position, how high is it? Mother Gong Xianlan was also very curious. In the sector, the people that are usually discussed the most are the chairman and the three supervisors. As for the mysterious examiner, they are rarely talked about. Dad, Mom Luo Hua, who was sitting on the wheelchair, recovered from his shock and said excitedly, that's a very high position, even higher than the chairman. In the entire Jiangnan headquarters city, the Dojo of Limits is number one higher than the chairman? Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan were a bit stunned. They are just commoners. Even though their son is a fighter, the chairman of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits headquarters is definitely a high and mighty figure. To be the chairman, one must be a war god. Moreover, he had to have enough connections to get this position. Their son? Even higher than the chairman? Feng? Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan looked at Luo Feng. Yeah, Luo Feng nodded. The fighter jet I brought back this time, said Luo Feng, it's worth over 100 billion, and it's something you can't buy even if you have money. In order to let his parents clearly understand his current position, Luo Feng directly told them the price of the fighter jet. This emperor-level autojet is indeed something you can't buy even if you have money. For example, the Home of Limits and the HR Alliance market don't sell this autojet. Even high-level members of the Dojo of Limits, such as examiners and investigators, have a discount of 180 billion. If any other country or power wants to buy it, the Dojo of Limits won't sell it even if it's 200 billion. Keep in mind that this autojet thing is something that only the Dojo of Limits can make. Over 100 billion? Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan were shocked once again. Holy, how much does the richest man in China have? Keep in mind that Benina's astronomical 100 billion bounty already caused countless powerful fighters in the world to go crazy. One can imagine that 100 billion is a breathtaking amount of wealth for the richest people in the world. For Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan, who used to live in cheap rentals. An astronomical amount, actually, even an invincible war god can't afford it. Luo Feng's luck was good, he made a fortune from the spirits of nature on the Misty Island. Otherwise, who knows when he would be able to afford and buy an autojet like this. Wu Gong Xianlan and Luo Honghua took a long time to blink their eyes and recover. Feng, just how much power do you have, and how much money? Luo Honghua asked a stupid question. Power and money? Power? How do I say this? Luo Feng didn't know how to put it. Invincible war gods are the strongest fighters besides existences surpassing the war god level. The amount of power they have is indeed shocking. As for money, for Luo Feng, who has the soaring shuttle, killing horde leader monsters is really simple. The Lord-class monster was his ATM. The only problem is, he can't kill too many horde leader monsters in the same area, or else he'll anger the emperor-level monsters in the area. Don't ask about that, old man. Do you even have the ability to spend 100 billion in your lifetime? Gong Xianlan laughed as she scolded on the side. Feng Gong Xianlan couldn't help but to say, I have something I need your help with, look. Mom, just say it, followed Luo Feng. Gong Xianlan sighed, back then, your dad and I both experienced the Grand Nirvana period. At that time, your dad and I were still very young. During the Grand Nirvana period, human society was in chaos and countless people died. Your father and I became orphans at that time. Luo Honghua, who was at the side, also recalled the past. The Grand Nirvana period, the most painful period of time for humanity. All of humanity's cities were attacked, and some countries were even completely destroyed. I have older cousins, younger cousins, older cousins, said Gong Xianlan. Gong Xianlan and Luo Honghua were both born under the one-child policy, so they were both only children. However, their parents had many brothers and sisters, so they had many cousins, and cousins. When you're on the run, you can't even take care of yourself. Who has the time to look for relatives? Gong Xianlan shook her head and sighed, and during the Grand Nirvana period, it was extremely chaotic, people lost their identities, there were many who became orphans, single-parent families and lost their parents, there were far too many. Your father and I recorded our names on our own. That era was too chaotic, too chaotic. The construction of the base city, the reconstruction of the country, and everything stabilized will take 10 years. Your father and I both live in low-rent apartments. We don't have the time or money to look for our lost relatives. After becoming an orphan, he cherished his cousins and other relatives even more. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan had always wanted to find their family. There were so many family members in the past, there must be some who were still alive, it was just that they didn't have enough power, so they couldn't find them. Even the family of a martial artist did not have that kind of ability. Dad, Mom. Luo Feng nodded seriously, don't worry, I'll investigate all the relatives of my family back then. This was the first thing he had to do after becoming the supervisor, and it was also something he had to do for his parents. P.S. Chapter 1. When Luo Feng, his parents, and his brother gathered together, Mingyue sector became lively again. This was because the chairman and the three chiefs from the main sector were about to arrive. Chief Instructor Wu Tong was waiting with a few dozen fighters. How come the chairman and the three chiefs are all here today? It's rare for the four giants to come to our sector together, the fighters discussed. They're here. Wu Tong raised his head and looked towards the sky. Everyone quieted down and looked towards the sky. A flowing light flew through the sky and then slowed down. It turned into a dark blue disc-shaped fighter jet that hovered above Mingyue sector. It began to descend. Go, let's go welcome the chairman. Wu Tong led a few dozen fighters to welcome them. As for the families of the other fighters, they were forbidden from approaching. They were here to welcome the chairman and the three chiefs, so how could they just stand around and watch? Voila, the hatch opened and a flight of stairs automatically extended out. Chairman Zhou, who was dressed in black, led the way and the three chiefs followed behind him. They all walked down the stairs. Greetings to the chairman and the three chiefs, Wu Tong bowed. Greetings to the chairman and the three chiefs, the fighters all bowed. Quite a few family members of the fighters were extremely excited as they discussed in low voices. These are the four giants of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan headquarters city. It's hard to even see one of them. Okay, Zhou Xingyong nodded. The group of fighters held their breaths. Just like when Wu Tong brought Luo Feng to meet Chief Zhuge Tao, they were all extremely respectful. One can understand the difference in status between a chief instructor of a citadel and a chief instructor of an entire headquarters city is huge. And don't even talk about comparing it to the chairman. In front of the chairman and the three chiefs, all the fighters were extremely reserved. Examiner Luo, are you home? Smiled Zhou Xingyong as he asked. Silence. Wu Tong and the few dozen fighters froze. Examiner Luo? Who is this Examiner Luo? Luo. Examiner Luo? Wu Tong stared. It's Examiner Luo Feng, smiled Zhou Xingyong. He didn't dare to say that kid Luo Feng out loud. Luo Feng is his direct superior, and his strength was evaluated as an invincible war god by the highest level of the Dojo of Limits. How can an intermediate-level war god like him, Zhou Xingyong, mess with him? Luo Feng? Inspector Luo? Wu Tong and the rest were dumbfounded. Zhuge Tao, who was on the side, laughed. The world headquarters has sent an order. War god Luo Feng has officially become the examiner of our Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits headquarters. We came here this time to pay our respects to Inspector Luo. Luo Feng, oh, Examiner Luo is at home with his family. Wu Tong's reaction was the fastest. He immediately replied, President, supervisors, should we notify the supervisor? I'll inform them myself. Zhou Xingyong smiled and dialed the number. Wu Tong and a group of martial artists stared at Zhou Xingyong. The call went through. Oh, Inspector Luo, I'm Zhou Xingyong. Zhou Xingyong smiled and said sincerely, I'm already in Mingyue district. There are 3 supervisors next to me. There's no rush. We'll be waiting for Inspector Luo here. After hanging up, Zhou Xingyong looked at Wu Tong and smiled. Wu Tong, let's go. Let's go take a look at Yangzhou's Limit Hall. Yes, President. Wu Tong hurriedly followed. The entire Mingyue district quickly boiled over. News of Luo Feng becoming the new Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits examiner spread like wildfire. Other than those who weren't in the district, everyone knew. Everyone was extremely excited. After thinking about the fighter jet from before, they realized. No wonder Luo Feng can buy a fighter jet. So he became an examiner. Call him an examiner. Don't call him Luo Feng. The examiner is only 20 this year. If we count his age, he's only 19. He's not married yet. Does he have a girlfriend yet? I've never heard of one. There are people who want to get close to Luo Feng's family, people who want to find Luo Feng a wife, all sorts of things. Since he's an examiner. To become an examiner, one must first be an advanced level war god. And among the advanced level war gods, he has a certain amount of fame. These kinds of people are all amazing in the world. If anyone has a relative who marries an examiner, they'll have a huge advantage in the future. In a guest room of the Dojo of Limits. There were a total of 5 people in the guest room, the 4 big shots of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits and Luo Feng. Right now, Luo Feng was sitting on a chair. When he walked from his home to the dojo, the attitudes of some of the neighbors and family members of the fighters in the district surprised Luo Feng. They were all extremely passionate, and some even called him Examiner Luo. Luo Feng immediately understood, his identity was exposed. However, he will be exposed one day, so Luo Feng was mentally prepared. Examiner Luo, let me introduce you. Chairman Zhou Xingyong laughed. These three are the heads of our Jiangnan City's dojo of limits. This is Zhu Gutao, this is Wang Kefan, and this is Yusin. Greetings to the examiner. Zhu Gutao, Wang Kefan, and Yusin all stood up. No need to be polite, make yourselves at home. All of you are my seniors. Senior Zhu Gutao helped me back then, so I can't thank you enough, said Luo Feng sincerely. He's even met a few existences surpassing the war god level, and even met the world's strongest fighter, Hong. Looking at Zhou Xingyong, Zhu Gutao, and the others, Luo Feng was much calmer and more casual. After a few minutes of conversation, Luo Feng's casual attitude made the four tycoons less nervous. Looks like, although this young man was in a high position, he did not have that kind of arrogance. The four magnates breathed a sigh of relief. President Zhou, said Luo Feng, of course I'll do what an examiner has to do. As for Jiangnan headquarters city, the dojo of limits affairs will continue as usual. I'm young and don't understand, so I'm too lazy to care. After hearing this, Chairman Zhou and the others were even happier. However, I hope that none of you will do anything out of line. Luo Feng's expression became serious. Since headquarters gave me the position of an examiner, I have to report to my superiors. Although he said that, actually, Luo Feng hasn't even read the email about the examiner's responsibilities that the dojo of limits sent to his mailbox. Don't worry, Inspector Luo. We won't make things difficult for you. Zhou Xingyong immediately guaranteed, if anyone goes overboard, I'll teach them a lesson even without Inspector Luo's instruction. It's not that serious. Laughed Luo Feng, I'm an easy person to talk to. It's just that I have a bad temper sometimes. As a young man, please bear with me. I have something that I need Chairman Zhou's help with, said Luo Feng. Please speak. Examiner Luo Feng took in a deep breath and slowly said, my parents were separated from their family during the Grand Nirvana period. I want President Zhou to help me find my parents' cousins, as well as my parents' elders who are still alive. Although his parents were both orphans, Zhou Wenxin was still a young man. Back then, things had been chaotic. His parents had been very young. Who knew if his grandparents were still alive? Frowned Chairman Zhou, this is a bit more difficult. Luo Feng frowned. Chairman Zhou continued, the main thing is that many cities were attacked by monsters during that period of time. The internet was paralyzed, a lot of information was lost, and many people's identities were unknown. So our dojo of limits can't investigate, so we can only investigate through the Chinese government. The Chinese government's information on its citizens is quite detailed. No problem asking the government to help, right? Asked Luo Feng. To the Chinese government, Examiner Luo's face is much more important than mine. Your words are more useful, laughed Zhou Xingyong, yeah. However, I'll tell them later. Once they know that this is for Examiner Luo's help, they'll definitely put in a lot of effort. Invincible war god. To one of the 5 great countries, China, it's extremely attractive. Yeah, nodded Luo Feng. The examiner just took office. According to the rules, we have to hold a large welcoming banquet for the examiner. When the time comes, we'll invite all the important figures in Jiangnan City, including politicians, businessmen, fighters, and so on. Even some important figures in China will probably come, said Zhou Xingyong. I wonder when does the examiner think we should hold it? Luo Feng froze. Taking office as an examiner is a big deal, so of course it has to be grand. What's the point of hiding? Luo Feng knew that this was the rule. How about this, since I just got home, I'll be quiet for a while. Yeah. On the 1st of next month, which is September 1st, we'll hold the banquet and welcome all the guests, said Luo Feng. Returning home in glory. The first day back in Mingyue sector was too lively. At night, Luo Feng, Chen Gu, Zhang Ku, and many other friends gathered for dinner. It was 11 o'clock at night. Everything was quiet. Luo Feng sat on the sofa in the audiovisual room and held a cup of tea as he looked at the large screen on the wall of the audiovisual room. On the screen, this mail from headquarters described the many responsibilities of an examiner. Yeah, that's pretty easy, nodded Luo Feng. Beside him, a dark blue helmet was placed on the sofa. Luo Feng picked up the dark blue helmet. When using this consciousness sensor at home, the most important thing is, protect yourself. Because once you put on the dark blue helmet, your consciousness will enter the virtual space. If someone tries to assassinate you, it'll be troublesome. However, no one dares to do that in the fighter sector of the headquarters city. But the instructions still remind you to be careful of your own safety. This consciousness sensor helmet also has a security system that can detect if someone is entering the surrounding area. Other people are afraid of safety, but I'm not, laughed Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and a black membrane immediately extended from his body. With the protection of the black god set, what's there to worry about? Safe range, 5m×5m. Luo Feng set it up so that the door and windows were locked. Once someone enters the safe range, Luo Feng's consciousness will be automatically kicked out of the virtual space. Whoosh! Luo Feng directly put on the helmet, and the black god set covered the dark blue helmet. He sat cross-legged on the floor like a black statue. Entering the virtual space, the Palace of War Gods is in the virtual space, so the Spirit Reader basics can only be read in the virtual space. P.S. That's the second chapter, continue writing the third. This was a quiet, gigantic room. Luo Feng, who was wearing a simple white robe, suddenly appeared in this room. What a huge room, Luo Feng couldn't help but to exclaim. With a glance, the length of the entire room was over 50 meters, the width was around 20 meters, and the height was 5 meters. In other words, the area of this room was over 1,000 square meters. In the center of the room was a gigantic round bed that had a diameter of 3 meters. In front of the bed was an indoor swimming pool that was 10 meters wide and 20 meters long. Bed, swimming pool, desk, chairs, luxurious dining table, reclining chairs, training area with yoga mats. The gigantic empty room that was over 1,000 square meters was divided into many sections in an orderly manner. Luo Feng let out a smile. Welcome, War God Luo Feng. An electronic voice suddenly rang, scaring Luo Feng. This is your private room in the Palace of War Gods. Other than yourself, no one else can enter your room. The electronic voice echoed around the room. The electronic voice echoed in the room. In the War God Palace, you can order whatever you want to eat or drink. There are many delicious dishes that can't be found in reality. Luo Feng froze. Selling food and drinks? There are 2 books on your desk. One is Palace of War Gods Rules, and the other is Spirit Reader Basics. Have fun in the Palace of War Gods. The electronic voice disappeared. Have fun, laughed Luo Feng. Is this Palace of War Gods a place for war gods to have fun? ***. The desk was closest to the window. The entire southern side of the room was filled with gigantic floor-to-ceiling windows. Luo Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked at the beautiful scenery outside. Wonderland? Luo Feng looked outside through the window. The outside was vast and boundless. Clouds filled the air, and the sun shone through the clouds, reflecting 7 different colors of light. It was beautiful and dreamy. Even though he knew that this was a virtual space, this 100% virtual space gave him the same feeling as reality, which made him shocked. Let's take a look at the Spirit Reader Basics instruction manual first. Luo Feng walked back to the desk. There were 2 books on the desk. One of the instruction manuals had a black cover and the words Palace of War Gods Rules were written on it. The other book's cover was black with specks of starlight, as if it was as mysterious as the starry sky. On it were 6 large words, Spirit Reader Basics. This instruction manual is worth 3 stars. It's even more expensive than an Emperor-level autojet. Luo Feng picked up the instruction manual and started reading. Psychic power originates from a person's spirit and soul. The body is the foundation of the spirit. Psychic power can only be nurtured in the human body and become strong. Because of the special relationship between the physical body and the psychic power, once the psychic power touched the body of a human or animal, it would directly pass through. Therefore, psychic power cannot directly attack the enemy's body. It must rely on a medium, such as a sword or concealed weapon. Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but to nod. Indeed, for example, when he was running, he used his spirit power to add external force, which was usually used on the shield, the bottom of the boots, the arm guards, and other objects, but not on his clothes. Why? This was because, from a molecular point of view, the combat uniform still had a lot of holes. When the tiny particles of psychic power were applied to the clothes, many of them would naturally pass through the holes and through the human body. It could exert a certain amount of force. However, it was probably only a tenth of the strongest. On the other hand, it was 100% effective when used on shields, boots, and other places. Spiritual force can be both real and fake real, can contain a shocking amount of power, control objects through the air, and kill the enemy from 100 meters away. Fake can silently enter a person's soul, and kill the enemy without a sound. Gather without a sound, change without a trace. All spirit readers are split into 3 types. The first type, control objects through the air to kill the enemy. The second type, enter the enemy's consciousness and attack. The third type, taming. Luo Feng continued to read. About half of the book was introduced in detail to the first type, control objects through the air to kill the enemy. The remaining half mainly described the second type, enter the enemy's consciousness to attack. As for the third type, taming, it was described the least. When Luo Feng carefully read the first type, control objects through the air to kill the enemy, a paragraph of text made his eyes light up. Spirit readers who specialize in controlling objects, when their strength increases, can be split into spiritual force, weapons, and technique. This book mainly talks about technique. A spirit reader's strength, in terms of technique, mainly depends on how many weapons he can control at the same time and how much power he can maintain. For example, a spirit reader, an intermediate level war god level spirit reader, can control a throwing knife with a force of up to 160,000 kilograms. He can control 5 throwing knives, and each one is 160,000 kilograms. That's a total of 800,000 kilograms of force. Then what if he can control 10 throwing knives at the highest level? That's a force of 1.6 million kilograms. What if I can control 20 daggers at the same time, and each dagger reaches its maximum value? That's a force of 3.2 million kilograms. If he can maintain his strongest attack and control more throwing knives, then this spirit reader will naturally be able to unleash more power. Next, I'll focus on how to control more throwing knives and maintain the power of each throwing knife at the highest level. After reading this, Luo Feng was completely stunned. Yes, control the number of throwing knives. That phantom demon Catalan is only an intermediate level war god level spirit reader, yet he can control 9 daggers at the same time, and each dagger has its strongest attack. And Luo Feng, who's already at the peak of the advanced level war god level, can only control 6 throwing knives. The number of throwing knives he can control is too low. Each of my throwing knives can maintain a force of over 500,000 kilograms. 6 of them is over 3 million kilograms of force. If I can control 10 throwing knives, over 5 million kilograms? Controlling 20 throwing knives would be over 10 million kilograms. Holy! Even existences surpassing the war god level probably can't block that. Luo Feng was extremely excited. As he read, Luo Feng realized just how difficult it is to maintain the power of each throwing knife at the highest level. To be able to control 6 throwing knives without any special training means that Luo Feng is quite talented. Phantom Demon Catalan trained for dozens of years and only managed to reach the level of controlling 9 throwing knives. However, Phantom Demon Catalan didn't have the Spirit Reader Basics instruction manual to guide him, so he took quite a few detours. On Earth, the number of spirit readers who can control more than 10 throwing knives doesn't even exceed 1 hand. 20 throwing knives, this is a level that all spirit readers on Earth have to look up to. No wonder this instruction manual is worth 3 stars. And I can only see it in the virtual space. Luo Feng became more and more excited as he looked. Looks like it's hard to raise the level of each throwing knife. But after all, with this cultivation method, as long as I continue to cultivate step by step, I will definitely improve. After reading the controlled object attack section, Luo Feng's blood boiled. He continued reading the mental attack chapter. Oh? In my own sea of consciousness, my spirit power will increase by 1 level. And when your spiritual force seeps into someone else's realm of consciousness, not only will it not be boosted, but it will be suppressed by the opponent's realm of consciousness and become weaker? Luo Feng mumbled, in other words, if you want to go head-on and kill the opponent, you'll have to use your spiritual force to do so. The strength of his spirit power is at least 3 levels higher than his opponent's. When an advanced level War God Spirit Reader's spirit force enters the consciousness of a beginner level War God Spirit Reader, it will be suppressed by the consciousness of a beginner level War God Spirit Reader. On the other hand, the spirit force of an advanced level War God Spirit Reader will have an amplification effect. Only 3 floors higher, only then could they be killed. What? A normal fighter's spiritual force is also very strong? Luo Feng was shocked when he saw the description below. Ordinary martial artists had no way of telekinesis, however, that doesn't mean they're mentally weak. In reality, powerful fighters mostly have strong willpower and mental strength. For example, an advanced level War God fighter also has a small amount of spiritual force in his consciousness. In terms of quality, it's not much weaker than an advanced level Spirit Reader. However, the difference in quantity is too great. Mental attacks are very complicated. Clearly, people on Earth aren't very skilled in this area. There are a total of 18 attack methods in the instruction manual. There's Dream, Phantom Eye, Spiritual All, Soul Shaker. Many famous secret techniques. There's a total of 18. The method of killing someone is using a secret technique to distract the opponent and then telekinesis to kill the opponent. First use a secret technique, then telekinesis? Luo Feng sighed to himself. He was a bit disappointed with this so-called mental attack. However, Luo Feng is still preparing to learn these 18 secret techniques. He continued to read the 3rd chapter, the monster taming chapter. According to the book, one can tame monsters with spiritual force. As of now, there are a total of 9 spirit readers on Earth who have successfully tamed monsters. However, there's only one method recorded, telepathy. A very indirect method of befriending a monster. Luo Feng closed the book. Luo Feng let out a long sigh and walked to the window on the side. He looked at the endless sea of clouds outside. 3 stars, so expensive. Luo Feng let out a smile, however, it's worth it. After reading it, Luo Feng understood why Hong valued this instruction manual so much. You can say that after reading the Spirit Reader Basics, he has a complete understanding of a Spirit Reader's training. There's a method to increase the number of throwing knives in the book, as well as the 18 secret techniques for mental attacks. The value of these secret techniques alone was immeasurable. He didn't know how Hong managed to gather all of this. If I had this instruction manual a year ago, then I would probably be twice as strong as I am right now. Then training to this point, his power is probably twice my current level. Luo Feng looked outside the window at the cloud sea, extremely happy. Work hard on your training. According to the book, an advanced level War God Spirit Reader can control a certain number of throwing knives. Once they reach a certain level, they can directly break through and become an existence surpassing the War God level. I'll focus on controlling objects and support it with a few spiritual techniques, thought Luo Feng to himself. Work hard. Now that he's an examiner, he can relax a bit and focus on training in this controlling object technique. Who knows when he'll be able to break through to the War God level. Time to go see the other War Gods. All the War Gods on Earth are in this Palace of War Gods. I wonder how many there are. Luo Feng was curious. Just how many War Gods are there on Earth? P.S. 3 chapters completed. I've fulfilled my promise. How many throwing knives can Luo Feng control in the future? Wahahm tomato, pull the monthly votes and recommendation votes. If you have monthly votes, vote for monthly votes. After you vote for monthly votes, vote for recommendation votes. End of chapter 170. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.